hope you're ready for action because today we're going into the Rift. That's right, I'm going to teach you how to play Riftbound, the new collectible trading card game inspired by the world of League of Legends. We'll be talking about the game with help from Proving Grounds, a box set for 2 to 4 players containing ready-to-play decks featuring some of our favorite League champs. We've got Annie, Master Yi, Garen, and Lux. This game was designed to be played one-on-one and multiplayer. In Proving Grounds, these champs were carefully balanced to be played against and with one another in 1v1s, 3 and 4 person free-for-alls, or 2v2s. Additionally, it was designed with newer players in mind so anyone can jump right into the game. And that makes it the perfect subject for this Learn to Play video, so let's go. The goal of Riftbound is to fight for control of battlefields, iconic locations from around the world of Runeterra. You'll do so with a deck of units, spells, and gear cards. You'll draw those cards to your hand and spend resources, runes, to play them. Once they're on the board, you'll use those cards to vie for control of battlefields. That's called conquering. And when you do it, you score a point. You might conquer a battlefield by moving a unit to an unoccupied one, or you might send a unit to one that your opponent holds. Then you'll battle for control. If you manage to conquer a battlefield and you still control that battlefield at the start of your next turn, that's called holding. And guess what? That gets you a point too. When you get to 8 points, you win. Like all great games, there's more detail and nuance when it comes to scoring and winning, but we can worry about that later. For now, let's just remember that the goal is to conquer and hold battlefields in order to score enough points to win. Now let's talk about the cards, runes, and battlefields that will define every game you play. When you play Riftbound, you'll pick up a deck of cards inspired by a champion from the world of League of Legends. That deck is going to be filled with a variety of different cards, and you'll use that deck to fight your friends for control of battlefields, scoring points, and hopefully be the first person to score enough points to win the game. As a very competitive person, that's my favorite part. In this section, you'll learn about units, the little fighters you'll send to battlefields. Units are essential to winning the game, so every deck will have a diverse array of them. We'll also learn about spells, which are cards that are played once for a splashy effect. There's also gear, the cards that live in your base and give you interesting recurring benefits. Finally, we'll talk about champion legend cards, the very special cards that your decks are built around that are always in play. Speaking of, every deck starts with a champion legend card that will define the overall theme and strategies for your deck. So let's go over the anatomy of a champion legend card. First, let's look at Master Yi's champion legend card, the Wuju Bladesman. You can tell it's a legend because it says it right there. In the top left, you can see Master Yi's domains, Calm and Body, represented by green and orange. These represent the colors of cards that you'll find in his deck. And in the lower third, you'll find his ability. This is a defining part of the champion legend. Let's go into greater detail using Garen's champion legend card. Champion legends in Proving Grounds have 2 domains associated with them, and each has a different color. Garen's champion legend card is the Might of Demacia. In the top left, you can see his 2 domains, orange and yellow. Each domain has a theme that inspires the cards of its color. Garen's domains represent body and order. Cards in the orange domain, body, are all about strength, agility, and the force required to take what is rightfully yours. While yellow cards, representing order, are about loyalty, community, and the dedication to give yourself up for the good of the group. Your champion legend card will always be on your board, which means you will always benefit from his ability. Garen's ability reads, when you conquer, if you have 4 or more units in that battlefield, draw 2. You can see how he benefits from playing aggressively with lots of units on the board. Let's look at Master Yi again. When a friendly unit defends alone, it gets +2 might. Might is a number that represents how strong and durable a unit is. It's both your attack and your defense stat at the same time. When you play Master Yi, your units will benefit from his ability that adds might. Now let's look at Lux. When you play a spell that costs 5 or more, draw 1. A very different ability, and right away you can tell that Master Yi wants to send strong solitary units to battle, while Lux wants to play big spells. This is true for each champion legend. They all combine 2 domains, which create interesting synergies, and as a result, Garen's deck will play very differently than Lux's, even if they have some of the same cards. You can see how they significantly influence your deck and play experience. Next, we have units. These are the little warriors you're gonna use to conquer and hold battlefields, which is the way to score points and win the game. Let's have a look at Stalwart Horo to go over the anatomy of a unit card. In the top left, you can see the number 2. That's the amount of energy it costs to play. Some cards will have a little symbol beneath the energy cost, which means it also costs power to play. We'll return to energy and power later. In the top right, by the little sword and shield, is another 2. That's this card's might, how strong and tough it is. Finally, in the lower third, you can see that like Champion Legend cards, units also have abilities. Stalwart Poros is shield, +1 might while I'm a defender. If this little guy is at a battlefield and one of your opponents attacks him, he'll have +1 might for that combat. Units enter your base exhausted, and so when I play a unit, I can't use it till the start of my next turn when it readies. If I move a unit or use its ability, it will exhaust again and I'll have to wait another turn. I'll do a deep dive on these concepts like exhausting, energy, and might a little bit later. Until then, let's take a look at a different type of unit. So you already know each deck has a champion legend associated with it that starts on the board when you begin a game. But there's also another card that starts on the table as well, and that's your chosen champion card. These cards are also units, just a special type. So their energy and power costs, their might, and their abilities will all be arranged on the card in the same way as other units. Let's take a look at Lux Illuminated. You can see she costs 6 energy, and because of this little blue and white symbol, she also costs 1 power. She's got 5 might and an ability. When you play a spell that costs 5 or more, give me +3 might this turn. Remember Lux's Champion Legend card's ability? It also benefits when you play spells that cost 5 or more, so you can see how these work well together. When you play Lux's Proving Grounds deck, her Champion Legend card will start on the board, and the Chosen Champion card starts on the table next to it. I'm saying board and table for a reason. Your Champion Legend is on the board, and that term typically means that it's in play, which it is. However, this Chosen Champion isn't in play yet. Think of your Chosen Champion as an extra card that you can use as soon as you can pay for it, like any other card in your starting hand. Whenever you can pay her cost, you can play her, and then she's on the board. Every deck has a different Chosen Champion card designed to work with the strengths of that deck. There's another powerful card type you'll find in your deck that isn't a unit. I'm talking about spells. With spells, you pay their cost and get an immediate one-time effect, then you put that spell in your trash. You're done with it. Let's have a look at Annie's Incinerate to go over the anatomy of a spell. In the top left, we have the energy cost 2. Spells don't have might, so we can forget about that. And below we see the ability, deal 2 to a unit on a battlefield. You could use this spell to damage an enemy unit on a battlefield on your turn, or use it in a showdown. A showdown is a special time when both players can play spells or abilities even if it's not their turn. More on that later. For now, let's show a spell in action. I'm playing Lux, and Matt, where's Matt?
I'm playing Garen. My heart and sword, always for Demacia.
Okay, so let's say Matt played a Vanguard Attendant on his turn, which is 5 might, and that's too much for my units to do anything about.
Victory awaits.
Not so fast, because I have a spell called Blast of Power, which lets me kill a unit on a battlefield. Boom, I chose your Vanguard Attendant.
Demacia.
And that's spells. Finally, we have Gear. These are utility cards with useful recurring benefits. Even though they're not units, unlike spells, they don't go away once you've used them. They'll just sit in your base until you need them again. Take a look at Ravenborn Tome. In the top left is its energy cost, 3. Like spells, gear cards don't have might. And like spells, the most important thing to look at is the ability. Ravenborn Tomes is Exhaust. The next spell you play deals 1 bonus damage. Unlike units, gear cards don't enter your base exhausted, so I could use this immediately to deal some damage. Now, here's a fun fact about Riftbound. Did you know that when you play this game, you actually use 2 decks? You'll shuffle up your units, spells, and gear into your main deck. To pay for their energy and power costs, you're going to use cards from your rune deck. The first thing to know is at the start of your turn, you'll take the top 2 runes of your rune deck and put them onto the board. This is called channeling. Anytime you're asked to channel rune cards, take them from the top of your rune deck and place them on your board. You might remember me saying there's 2 costs, energy and power. Even though you pay both costs with runes, they work a little differently. Let's talk about energy first. Energy costs are represented as a number, often in a gray circle. This Vanguard Sergeant's energy cost is 4. On my board I have 6 runes, so I'll turn 4 of them sideways, exhausting them to play a Vanguard Sergeant. When a rune is exhausted, you can't use it for its energy until it becomes ready again. And you turn it sideways to symbolize that it's done for now. You can exhaust runes to pay energy costs even if its domain or color doesn't match that of the cards you're paying for. Vanguard Sergeant is yellow, but I can exhaust 4 blue runes to pay for him. That's exhausting. Now, let's talk about recycling. Let's have a look at this Vanguard Attendant. Right below the energy cost of 6, there's a little symbol. That's this guy's power cost. If there's 1 symbol, that costs 1 power. 2 symbols means 2 power, and so on. To pay a power cost, I have to take a rune of the same color, in this case yellow, and recycle it by placing it on the bottom of my rune deck. Now I only have 5 rune cards, but Vanguard Attendant is so powerful, it's worth the hit to my pool of rune cards to play him. If you see this symbol, you can recycle a rune of any color to pay its cost. And something very important to remember, you can recycle a rune that's exhausted. That means when I exhausted 6 runes to pay Vanguard Attendant's energy cost, I could recycle one of these very same runes to pay his power cost. Pretty neat, right? Guess what? There's another type of card you need that you won't find in either your main deck or your rune deck. In fact, we've already seen it, and that's your battlefield. You'll send your units to fight for control of these exotic locales in order to win the game. If you're playing 1v1, each player places a battlefield on the board. Each battlefield is unique and adds some dynamic variables to your game, meaning no matchup will be the same. Take a look at the battlefield that comes with Annie's deck, Void Gate. It reads, spells and abilities affecting units here each deal 1 bonus damage. That means if you have a card like Annie's Incinerate, which deals 2 damage to a unit on a battlefield, you can use it to kill a unit with 3 might, like a Crackshot Corsair. You never know what battlefield your opponent will bring, ensuring enough variability that you'll always be on your toes. All of these cards have card text that will do their best to explain to you what the card does. But we sometimes use a little shorthand to tell you a lot of info in a little space, and these are called keywords. Let's take a look at the chosen champion, Master Yi Honed. He's got the keyword ganking. Most units can only move from your base to a battlefield, but then back to your base. But this guy, he can move from one battlefield to another because of that ganking keyword. On this card, you can see there's a little explanation of what ganking means, but sometimes you might see a card that has a keyword like ganking with no explanation. If you don't know what the keyword's meaning or effect is, that's okay, because you can always peep the rulebook or a reference card to double check. Now that you know about champion legends, chosen champions, spells, gear, and runes, let's set up a game. When we play Riftbound, the space our cards go in is called the board. To help organize your board, you'll play your cards onto these playmats. Your champion legend goes right here in the top right. Beside it is your chosen champion card, and in the middle of your board is your base, where you place units and gear. Below that is your rune deck, and a space for your runes. To the right of that is your trash, and then a space for your main deck. In between this board and your opponent's board is where your battlefields go. Let's dive deeper. I am playing Lux, so I'll place her champion legend, Lady of Luminosity, right here. I'll put Lux Illuminated, her chosen champion, to the right of that. Your deck might have multiple different champions that could be your chosen champion, and at the start of your game, you can choose which one to play here. Next is the base, where you can play your units and gear. Strategy tip, you don't have to be as ruthless as I am and immediately send your units into battle as soon as they're ready. You might want to build up an army in your base over a few turns before you go in to do some conquering. Below my champion legend card, I'll place my main deck, and below it is my trash. Your trash is where cards go when you're done with them. When units are killed, they go here, or after you've cast a spell, it goes here too. And over here, I'll place my rune deck. And this space in between my rune deck and my trash is where my channeled runes will be. Across from me, Matt's Garen board is ready to go. In 1v1, each player places a battlefield down in the space between our bases. Then we separately shuffle our main decks and our rune decks. This is what our boards look like before battle begins. I did a Garen thing. To start, choose who goes first. Matt and I are going to shuffle up our battlefields and he's going to pick randomly, but you can choose however you like. It me! Alright, I played the start to peak battlefield, so that means I go first. We each draw 4 cards from our main deck, and if we want, we can mulligan up to 2 of them. That means if there's 1 or 2 cards I don't like, I can recycle them to the bottom of my deck and draw that many more. After we've mulliganed, we're ready to play. Let's recap a couple key terms before we jump in. Ready. When a card is upright, it's ready, and that means you can use it, like this Eager Apprentice. If it's in my base vertically, like this, that means it's ready. Exhaust. When you use a card's ability, or if you move a unit to or from a battlefield, you often exhaust it. That means it's turned to the side. Usually you can't use it again that turn. Some cards and effects will ready an exhausted card, meaning you can use it again. Most units enter your base exhausted. Not so eager, are we? Move. That's what it's called when a unit travels from your base to a battlefield, from one battlefield to another, or from a battlefield back to your base. If my Eager Apprentice is ready, I can exhaust it to move it to an unoccupied battlefield and conquer it. Boop. Recycle. That's when you take a card and put it at the bottom of that card's deck. We've already done it with runes, but we can do it with main deck cards too. Like we did when mulliganing. Card. I bet you're like, wait, Becca, I know what a card is. Well, in this context, card refers to a card from your main deck. For example, this rune, for our purposes, not a card. This battlefield, not a card. This Eager Apprentice, totally a card. Tokens. I haven't mentioned these yet, but these are units that get created during play rather than coming from your deck. See this recruit? He's a token. You don't need a physical card to represent a token, and if you run out of these token units, you can use whatever you have that is handy to represent them. Beads, pennies, bottle caps, what have you. Running out of the recruit tokens that come with the game does not mean you've hit your limit. That's it! We're ready to play! You ready, Matt?
Yes.
Always in character. Our board is set up and we've drawn our cards, so what happens next? At the start of your turn, you'll follow a series of steps. Awaken, beginning, channel, draw. A, B, C, D. Awakening means readying cards that started your turn exhausted. Beginning means activating any effects that happen at the start of your turn, like scoring points for holding battlefields. Channeling means taking and playing rune cards from your rune deck, and drawing means taking a card from your main deck. After you've done those steps, you're free to use your cards in whatever order you want, playing units, spells, and gear, moving units to battlefields, taking part in combat and showdowns, and more. Let me show you some examples. First, A, Awaken. Because it's my first turn, I don't have any cards to awaken, readying them for this turn, but let me show you an example of awakening anyway. Let's say this was the middle of a game and this daring Poro was here in my base. At the start of my turn, I would awaken it and return it to vertical. That means it's ready to be used. For now, I'll put it back in my hand. Next step is B, Beginning. Check if any cards have any effects that happen at the start of your turn. Take a look at Jinx's Champion Legend card, Loose Cannon. Her card text reads, at the start of your beginning phase, draw 1 if you have 1 or fewer cards in your hand. Jinx isn't actually in Proving Grounds, but we're sneaking her into this video to give you the best explanation of the mechanic. During this phase, you also check to see if you are holding any battlefields. Using my friend, the Daring Poro, as an example, let's say I begin my turn and he was here on this star-tipped peak. That means I'm holding this battlefield and I would score a point. But I'm not, so this little guy is going back in my hand for now. As we all know, after B comes C, which stands for Channel. In the channel phase of your turn, take 2 runes from your rune deck and place them on their section of your board. Finally, D stands for Draw. I draw a card from my main deck. Ooh, a Stupefy. This spell will come in handy later. Now that I'm done with the start of turn steps, I'm ready for the action phase. That's when I can play cards and use card abilities in any order I choose. Now, I've got these 2 runes and this Ravenbloom Student in my hand. This card costs 2 energy, so I'm going to exhaust both of these runes and place her in my base. Unless they say otherwise, all units enter your base exhausted. That means I won't be able to use Ravenbloom Student until my next turn. Looks like I'm out of runes and can't take any more actions, so that's the end of my turn. The only thing left to do is check for end of turn effects. There aren't any on the board, so I'll show you one. Take a look at Annie's Champion Legend card, the Dark Child. Her ability reads, at the end of your turn, ready 2 runes. If I were playing Annie, I would ready my 2 exhausted runes at the end of this turn. All right, that's my turn. You're up, Maddie.
Prepare to face Demacian justice. Okay, it's my first turn. I have nothing to awaken. I have no cards with start of turn effects. I'm not holding any battlefields, so I can jump straight past the A and B steps and go right to C. Channel. Because I'm going second, on my first turn I get to channel 3 runes. This only happens during my first turn. Next turn and every turn after, I'll only channel 2 runes. After channeling, I'll draw a card. Perfect. A First Mate. This card costs 3 energy, and I have 3 runes. I'll exhaust those and play this First Mate exhausted to my base. With nothing else I want to do, that's my turn.
All right, A, time to awaken. My Ravenbloom student is no longer exhausted. B, beginning. I have no beginning of turn effects, and I'm not holding any battlefield, so I'm good there. C, channel. I'll channel 2 more runes. D, draw. I'll draw another card from my main deck. Time for my action phase. With 3 of my 4 runes, I'm going to play this Lecturing Yordle exhausted to my base. I draw a card. Since my Ravenbloom student is ready, I'm going to move her to this battlefield. Star-tipped Peak. Moving exhausts a unit, so I turn her sideways. Now I've just moved my Ravenbloom student to this battlefield, and Matt has no units there to stop me, so I've successfully conquered this battlefield. That means I get a point. Nice. Finally, I've got no end of turn effects, so I end my turn.
First, I'll awaken my First Mate and my runes. I have nothing for the beginning step, so I'll channel 2 runes this turn and draw a card. Now I know, if I end my turn and Becca's Ravenbloom student is still on that battlefield, she's going to score a point.
That's holding.
Right, and I don't want that to happen. But because my First Mate is ready, I'm going to move it to start to peak, where Becca's Ravenbloom student is.
How dare you?
I will fight for as long as I stand.
Okay, Matt's move is looking pretty strong. His First Mate has 3 might, while my Ravenbloom student only has 2 might. In combat, that means his mate will kill my student while only taking 2 damage from my student. All damage is healed at the end of combat, so if I do nothing, he's going to easily win.
That's what's gonna happen, right?
Not so fast. Remember, last turn I drew this Stupefy card. It says I can play it at any time, even during Matt's turn. I have 1 rune left over from my turn, so I'm going to exhaust it. And Stupefy lets me give any unit -1 might for a turn. Playing it also lets me draw 1, so I'll do that too. Now your First Mate has 2 might. Take a look at my Ravenbloom student. Her ability says, when you play a spell, give me +1 might this turn. That means she has 3 might, which beats First Mate's 2. The tables have turned.
Your Ravenbloom student beats my First Mate, and I lose this combat.
That's right. Also, no point for you. I don't gain a point for defending this battlefield, but I have denied Matt a point when I kept him from conquering.
Well, that is a bummer. But there's still a lot of game left. I'm going to exhaust my 5 runes to play Doondrake at my base, and then end my turn.
My 2 units awaken, as do my runes. And now that I'm beginning a turn with my Ravenbloom student at a battlefield, that's a great example of holding. So I score another point. Also, Star-Tipped Peak has a hold effect. When you hold here, you may channel 1 rune exhausted. So I do that, as well as channeling 2 more runes for the turn and drawing a card. And you know what? I'm just gonna end my turn there. To demonstrate some other parts of the game, let's jump forward in time a little bit. Imagine a little time has passed, doodaloo, doodaloo, and a few more rounds have passed, and now our boards look like this. Let's have a look at a more complicated version of combat, including a showdown. Remember when we played Stupefy earlier? That was a showdown. A showdown begins whenever a player moves a unit to a battlefield they don't control. A showdown is the name for the sequence of events that happens when players play spells or abilities during combat. Most cards are only played on your turn, but many cards, especially spells, can be played on your opponent's turn when they move a unit to conquer an unoccupied battlefield, or when they initiate combat by moving a unit to a battlefield controlled by opposing units. There's 2 types of showdowns, open showdowns and combat showdowns. Take a look at this Eager Apprentice. Let's say it's my turn and this unit is readied. When I move it to an open, unoccupied battlefield, there won't be a combat because there's no enemy units to fight. But that doesn't mean I'm free and clear. An open showdown happens when a player moves a unit to an unoccupied battlefield. Any player here can use spells or abilities on this unit, and then a showdown begins.
Playing as Garen, I don't have any spells that could stop her from moving that unit. Let's look at Annie's Incinerate as an example. If I were playing Annie and cast 2 of these at her Eager Apprentice, I could stop her cold.
That's an open showdown. Let's look at a combat showdown and show off the way actions and reactions work. Remember Matt's Doomdrake? It's now on the Trifarian War Camp battlefield alongside a Faithful Manufactor and a token card that Matt got by playing Manufactor because of its ability. Doomdrake has 5 might, Faithful Manufactor has 2, and the token has 1. That's a total of 8 might, meaning I have to arrive with a unit or multiple units with more than 8 might to beat it, or I need to find a way to reduce how much might you have there if I want to conquer that battlefield.
It gets worse. Trifarian War Camp's ability adds 1 might to each unit who is on or attacking this battlefield.
Wow. I definitely won't be able to bring that much might to the battle, but that means I need to reduce that number or take some of your units out with spells. The only card in my base right now is Lux Illuminated. You might remember she began the game as my chosen champion right here on my board. Last turn, I exhausted 6 runes and recycled another to move her from her starting position, the chosen champion zone, all the way here to my base. Now that it's my turn again, I've readied her, and I think she's the perfect unit to conquer the Trifarian War Camp. First, I'm going to move Lux Illuminated to your Trifarian War Camp. This starts a combat.
Right now, my units have a combined 11 might, while your Lux only has 6, counting the bonus she gets from the War Camp.
That's right, but now I'm gonna play Blast of Power and kill a unit on a battlefield, and I choose your Doomdrake.
Sorry, little guy. But wait, part of a showdown is that players can use cards with their reaction tag.
That's right. Lots of spells have the action and reaction tag. This means you can play them during showdowns, which can happen on your opponent's turn. Right now it's my turn, but because we're in a showdown, that means Matt can play cards that say action or reaction on them.
And I'm going to do just that by playing the card back to back, which lets me add +2 might to 2 units. Since doing that won't save my Doomdrake, I'm going to give this card's bonus to my Faithful Manufactor and the token at this battlefield. Thanks to the Trifarian War Camp's ability, they already had 5 might and now they have 9. That's still more than enough to defend from your Lux Illuminated.
You forgot about Lux Illuminated's ability. When you play a spell that costs 5 energy or more, give me +3 might this turn, and Blast of Power does just that. That means she has 9 might this turn, and I am going to exhaust 1 more rune in order to play another Stupefy. This is a reaction on a reaction, and it gives a unit -1 might this turn to a minimum of 1 might, and I'm gonna play it on your Faithful Manufactor, and then I'm gonna draw 1 card. So that leaves Lux with a total of 9 might, and your units with a total of 8.
Whew. Well, I don't have any cards in my hand that have the reaction or action tag on them, so I guess I lose this one.
That's gonna be another point for me. Feels good. If Matt had another card with the action tag, he could have played it, but it would mean I could play any cards with the reaction tag, and this is known as the chain. Either player can use a spell or ability that says action on it, and the other player may play a card that says reaction on it. The reactions card effects may occur first, so they might disrupt the plans of the person who played the action card. Let's show an example of all this. Remember Annie's Incinerate? It deals 2 damage to a unit on the battlefield. Let's say Matt had a Daring Poro on the battlefield, and it was being targeted by this spell. Right now, Daring Poro has 2 might, and Incinerate deals 2 damage, so in theory, Daring Poro is toast.
If I play back-to-back right now, Daring Poro would get +2 might, and Becca doesn't get to take back her move, so she still has to play Incinerate.
Yup, that's right. Both the spell with the action tag Incinerate and the spell with the reaction tag back-to-back go off. Daring Poro is still on the field, and this interaction is now resolved. Now, either Matt or I could play a spell or ability with the action tag, and the other one of us could reply with a spell or ability with the reaction tag.
And as you just saw, you can cast reactions on other reactions. You're not limited to reacting to actions.
Reactions can be used to react to any spell or ability. They can't be used to react to units or gear, but they can be used to react to abilities of units or gear, including when I'm played abilities.
This goes back and forth until neither player has any abilities or cards they can play or want to play during that showdown.
Once you've resolved the effects of the spells and abilities played during the showdown, you resolve combat like we just did. Fun fact about showdowns: in multiplayer formats, like with 3 or 4 players, all participants at the table can potentially participate in a showdown. We'll show you an example of that a little bit later. Now, we keep saying spells and abilities, so let's show an example of an ability. Here's another Lux champion card, Lux Crown Guard. Her card reads Exhaust, Reaction, add 2 energy, use only to play spells. Even though she's not a spell, her ability still has the reaction tag. Let's say that during a combat, this Lux Crown Guard was readied and not in the combat already, and I wanted to play Blast of Power, but I didn't have enough energy. After Matt played a card with the action tag, I could exhaust this Lux Crown Guard as a reaction, add 2 energy, then as an action, I could play Blast of Power. Lots of cards have abilities like that that cause the card to exhaust, and as we've mentioned before, some have passive abilities, which means they're always on. Remember Master Yi's Champion Legend card? It reads, while a friendly unit defends alone, it gets +2 might. That's considered a passive ability. You don't have to exhaust anything to take advantage of it, simply have a friendly unit defend a battlefield alone, and you get the benefit. Now, just to make sure all your combats go exactly as planned, let's take a deeper look at might. Let's show another example of combat at this star-tipped peak battlefield. Matt controls it with a Petty Officer and a Daring Poro. The Petty Officer has 5 might, while the Poro has 2. I have 2 Vanguard Sergeants in my base, and they each have 4 might. That's 8 against 7, so I'm gonna attack.
Even though Becca's going to win this combat, I can still make trouble for her. That's because I get to decide where the damage from my units is distributed. I'm going to send 4 might at 1 Vanguard Sergeant.
Ouch, off to the trash with you.
And I'm going to send the remaining 3 at the other one.
Even though this Vanguard Sergeant has taken 3 damage, that doesn't reduce his might. He still has 4 might for the purposes of this combat. But if he had taken 1 more damage, he'd be in the trash too. Once combat is resolved, and at the end of each turn, all damage is healed. On Matt's next turn, if he wants to defeat this Sergeant, he's gonna have to deal at least 4 damage to him. And these go to your trash. They trashy. Because damage is healed at the end of a turn or the end of combat, you can kill a unit outside of combat by casting multiple spells. If 2 of Annie's Incinerates are cast on a unit with 4 might, send it to the trash. That unit won't heal in between 2 casts of that spell. Fun fact, even though we didn't play any spells or abilities with the action or reaction tag during this lost combat, technically a showdown still happened. It was just one where 0 cards were played. Every combat has a showdown in it, whether it's one where dozens of cards are played or 0 cards. Ending a game. Let's have a look at how games end. In a one-on-one, you play to 8 points. During the game, you score points by conquering and holding battlefields, but to win the game, the rules are a little bit different. You can win the game by scoring your 8th point, holding 1 or more battlefields at the start of the turn. But if you want to score your winning point by conquering a battlefield, then you need to have already scored a point on the other battlefield by either holding or conquering it that same turn. Let's say I need to score 1 point to win, and Matt controls both battlefields. If I conquer just one of those battlefields, I won't score a point. Instead, I'll draw a card for the first battlefield I conquer. If I conquer the second one, then I score a point and win the game. Check out the board now. I'm 1 point away from victory, but Matt controls both battlefields. Luckily, he only has a token on each battlefield. I have 2 Daring Poros ready in my base, so first I'll conquer 1 battlefield, killing that token. Since I need 1 point to win, I don't score a point by just conquering this 1 battlefield. Instead, I draw a card. Now, with my second Daring Poro, I'll attack this second battlefield, and I win.
Good game.
Good game.
I'd love a second chance to take you on, but I know we have some friends who want to jump in.
Let's use this as an opportunity to talk about the different ways we can all play together. So far, we've mostly talked about 1v1, but Riftbound supports a lot more ways to play. We've got 3-person free-for-alls, 4-person free-for-alls, plus 2v2s for those of you that want to play with a buddy on your side. Let me break down the differences for you. 1v1. A 1v1 battle, like this one between Matt and I, is called a duel. Remember, when you duel, you can use 2 random battlefields, and the second player channels an additional rune on their first turn, and the first person to score 8 points wins. Another type of 1v1 game is a match. That's a best of 3 game where you play 3 games, and the first person to win 2 of those games is the winner. The only difference is instead of using random battlefields, each player chooses a battlefield for each game, and in subsequent rounds, you have to choose a different battlefield, no repeats. Now let's talk about multiplayer. Riftbound was designed with multiplayer in mind. In Proving Grounds, that means you don't always play with just one other person. This game is built for 2, 3, or even 4 players. Now let's see what a table looks like with more than 2 players. The first multiplayer mode we're going to talk about is called Skirmish. That's what we call a 3-person free-for-all. Across from me is Matt.
I bring justice.
And we're also joined by a 3rd player, Olivia.
Oh, hello. I'm playing Annie, and all I can say is try to keep up.
Were you there the whole time? Yep. Okay. You can see 3 boards set up between us, and there are 3 battlefields. To win a skirmish by conquering a battlefield, you must have already held or conquered the other 2 battlefields that same turn. Otherwise, the rules are the same except for one big one, Showdowns. Let's talk Showdowns and multiplayer. There's 2 types of Showdowns, Open Showdowns and Combat Showdowns. An open showdown happens when a player moves a unit to an unoccupied battlefield. Any player here can use spells or abilities on this unit, and then a showdown begins. Say it's my turn and I want to move this Daring Poro to a battlefield.
Well, I don't want you to score, so I'm going to incinerate your Daring Poro.
I'm not happy about that, but it's well within your rights. If I wanted to, I could play a spell with the reaction tag, but I don't think I want to, but Matt could also.
I'm good, actually.
Okay, well, then I guess my Poro goes to the trash. Fine, that's fine. Now let's talk about combat showdowns. In multiplayer showdowns, all the players can get in on the action. Take a look at the board here. Maddie controls this star-tipped peak battlefield, and it's got 3 units on it. Crackshot Corsair, a Noxian Drummer, and a token. Matt is also only 1 point away from victory, and it's his turn next. We must stop him. In my base, I only have my old friend Ravenbloom Student readied. She has way less might than I need to take that battlefield from Matt.
Haha! Victory awaits.
Hold on, I'm still going to attack with Ravenbloom Student and initiate a showdown. That's because in showdowns, anyone at the table can be invited to play cards. Olivia isn't part of this combat, it's between me and Matt, but I'm gonna invite Olivia to join since she doesn't want Matt to win either, so... Olivia? Can you help me out?
I'm happy to help, and I think I have the perfect spell for this situation.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh, hell no.
For this showdown, since I'm playing Annie, got a lot of destructive spells. So I will join the fun. Whoop, and play a Firestorm. I'll deal 3 damage to all enemy units at a battlefield.
Okay, I don't like that because that also hurts my Ravenbloom Student, which would be destroyed.
Correct. I don't want Matt to win, but I also don't want you to conquer it and take a point. Becca may have invited me to join the showdown, but it's still up to me who I help and what spells I play.
Uh-huh.
Got him.
Okay, yeah, that's thank you.
No problem.
Something to keep in mind about multiplayer combat, even if everyone is involved in the showdown, combat can only ever involve units from 2 players. Riftbound also thrives on 4 players. Sephi is joining us to round out the table.
Doubt is the greatest enemy. That's Master Yi Quap. I'm playing Master Yi.
Oh, okay. Well, if we want to play a 4-person free-for-all, that's called War Mode. In War, the first player skips their first draw. The player going first also removes their battlefield. Even though we have 4 players, we only use 3 battlefields. The player going last channels an extra rune, and it still just takes 8 points to win. But what we want right now is a 2v2 player game. You may be used to seeing Matt as my opponent, but today we will be playing for the same team as allies.
We are the Vanguard.
He always talks like this. Anyway, together we need to score 11 points to win. Just like in War Mode, the first player does not draw on their first turn, and they discard their battlefield. The way it works is a player on the first team takes their turn.
I'll go first. I will channel 2 runes, but because I'm going first in a 4-player game, I won't draw. With those 2 runes, I'll play this Daring Poro exhausted into my base, and then end my turn.
Great, now a player on the other team will go.
I will go second. I'll channel 2 runes. I'll draw. Which is great because I picked up this Traveling Merchant. I will play him into my base and pass the turn.
Great. Now it's back to us. Since Matt went first, now it's my turn. I will channel 2 runes. Draw. And I will also play a Daring Poro Exhausted to my base, and now it's Effie's turn.
Since I'm going last, I will channel 3 runes like in all other formats. And then I will draw a card. In future turns, I will just channel 2 runes. Since I have 3 runes, I will play the Wielder of Water and pass my turn.
Now it's back to us. Since Matt went first, it begins this cycle again, and it's his turn. We'll continue in this order until either side wins the game, which will be us, right? Yeah.
Our courage must never waver.
He's always like this.
Becca, even you aren't good enough to overcome Matt as a teammate.
I know.
You should.
Anyway, before we jump in, there are a few more specifics that only apply to 2v2 games. Everyone can now participate in Showdowns, no invitation needed.
You and your ally cannot have units at the same battlefield. The 2-player per battlefield rule still applies.
And the word friendly on cards applies to you and your allies. Take a look at Wuju Bladesman. His card says, while a friendly unit defends alone, it gains +2 might. If I were using Master Yi's deck and I played this card, Olivia's units would also benefit from this ability.
Speaking of allies, your ally can also play spells on your turn without having to wait for a showdown to start.
Helpful.
And that's Riftbound by way of Proving Grounds. If you liked this video or have taken Proving Grounds for a spin and you're hungry for more, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Until then, remember, your turn starts with A, B, C, D. Either player in 1v1 can play actions and reactions during showdowns. Damage to might is healed after combat, and you can exhaust and recycle a rune on the same turn. Say that every night before you go to bed.
I will.
Okay.
Thrice. You can find Proving Grounds and other Riftbound products at your local game stores starting October 2025.
If you want to expand your experience beyond Proving Grounds, there will be lots of champions launching with Riftbound Set 1 Origins. Some classic champs like Victor, Lee Sin, or my favorite, Jinx, will be hitting shelves alongside booster packs that let you tweak and modify these decks to make them play exactly the way you want.
Proving Grounds was specifically crafted for trading card game beginners. Combining these pre-made decks with boosters will allow you to play even more competitive games than those you saw here today.
When you've got your decks and you're ready to play, check out your local game store for new friends, new opponents, and plenty of weekly Riftbound events.
All right, I think they know everything they need to know. Until then, see you on the Rift. Bye-bye. Toodles. Y'all want to play again?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's
for
reset.
sure. Okay.
My Demacian warriors
What are they going to do?
Yeah, what are they gonna
fight
do?
with heart and courage.
Beautiful.
Who is this guy?
I got order
I
in
don't
mind,
know, but he can
baby.
leave anytime.
finally here. Hello, Riftbounders from across the world. Welcome to Houston, Texas for the first ever English regional qualifier for Riftbound. My name's Barrett Bryant, and I'll be your guide this weekend through the tour of competitive Riftbound here in Houston, Texas, where almost 1,300 players will be competing for $25,000 worth of prizing, exclusive promos, and of course, the coveted metallic Best of Legends. So lock in and get ready for the falling stars, well-disciplined units, and the brightest dazzling auroras you've ever seen here at the Riftbound Regional Qualifier.
Over 1,000 players have descended upon Houston, Texas for the first regional qualifier for the English language out here in the West. I'm Casanova, joined by Frank Garen for the call on the first few rounds of today. And Frank, what are you looking for in this very first qualifier that we've got?
Yeah, hey Cass, super excited to be here. I'm mostly just looking to see some great games of Riftbound. Kind of want to see how this meta's been developing. You know, there's a lot of cool decks out there, a couple decks maybe stronger than others, but I think people are really starting to adapt, and I'm just excited to see what people bring to the table and what people have cooked up.
Yeah, of course. Like, when we looked at the Chinese events, we saw a lot of Kai'Sa and Yi domination, but even in the first few kind of smaller events that we've had in the West, we've had some Annie in set resurgence to join that Kai'Sa and Yi. And I'm wondering, are there any other decks that you're on the lookout that maybe, hey, we haven't seen that big success yet, but might have their breakout performance here in Houston?
Yeah, so, I'm actually a really big fan of Teemo. I think that he's, a little sleeper. I know we had, Prismaticism over in Vegas, had a really good showing with Teemo, and I think the deck just has a ton of play to it. There are kind of things you can do to adapt against the meta. Mundo is a really great answer to Kai'Sa. If you kind of just reach a stage in the game where he's big enough, they just can't deal with it. And, yeah, I'm just really excited to see the next evolution of that deck and maybe see it make a deep run again here.
Yeah, I think the big one that, we mentioned how Annie had that good run, but it's been that big surge in the West of Annie being this really, really kind of dominant force. And it feels very interesting that when we walk around the room, there's a lot of Kai'Sa, as expected. But then you would think, oh, a lot of Yi. But really, what I've been seeing personally when I'm walking around is more Annie than Yi even, which is quite surprising. And also way less Victor than we had seen, with the Chinese tournaments. And I'm wondering, do you think Victor, just that conversion rate in China affected a lot of players' mindsets here? Or do you think maybe just in general it's slowly fallen out of popularity?
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. I think Victor definitely kind of started out a little more hype. People were maybe coming from other games were like, oh, this is like my typical control deck. I'm going to play a lot of removal. I'm going to draw a lot of cards. And people are starting to learn that Riftbound is maybe a little more tempo-driven than other card games they might be used to. And it's really interesting with Annie, because I do feel like Annie first started to rise as like a Kai'Sa counter.
Yeah.
And then people are sort of like, wait, this deck's kind of just great. It's not just a Kai'Sa answer. It's a deck that's going to let me get on the table, score some points, and really put anyone in a pinch.
Yeah, there's been these new sideboard options, because previously I think one of the big gatekeepers of Annie was Master Yi, but we've seen a lot more of these sideboarded rebukes and even mainboarded rebukes that have kind of helped that matchup quite a bit. And I've talked to a lot of the Annie players out on the floor, and they don't feel like they're unfavored into this Master Yi deck that has been kind of that gatekeeper. We had this meta where it was like Kai'Sa gatekeeps some decks, but then the decks that maybe could sneak in get gatekept by Yi, and we just don't have that here.
Yeah, I at the end of the day, I think the real kind of heart and soul of the Annie deck is the Vi, Ride the Wind combo. And at some point, you're just going to have so many stats that even Yi with, the defensive stats from the Legend, you're just going to go over the top of them. And if they don't have the counter for the Ride the Wind, you're just going to end the game in a way that they really just can't handle. So I think that's the real strength is Annie has that sort of explosive early game. I'm going to cheese out some points, and then this really robust sort of two-card combination. And, they have so much filtering that they're going to find it against you eventually.
And that's the really funny thing. We start to have this meta develop, and then I wonder if there's anybody on that kind of level 3 where now, hey, Annie's so popular in the room, maybe I need to find a deck that's order so that I've got, the Hidden Blade to kind of answer this Vi, Ride the Wind. And that's where the Victor comes back around, or maybe Darius shows up, or even the set that had found some success maybe has a little bit more room to play.
Yeah, no, that's one thing that I've really been impressed with by players is it's only one set, it's not a ton of cards out right now, but players have really been able to kind of adapt and just keep taking that meta one step forward and one step forward, and that's really awesome to see. But one thing I do want to make sure we don't forget to mention is, like, yes, people are trying to be Kai'Sa, but Kai'Sa is still pretty great.
Yeah,
there's going to be a lot of Kaisas out there.
There will be a lot of Kaisas. I'm looking forward to seeing how the different Kaisas have decided to tech their deck. We saw a lot of players leaning towards this triple Rain strategy, but I've also seen other players go for 0 main deck Rain. They'll still have some on the side, but 0 main deck Rain versus 3 main deck Rain. And both of these players, both of these groups of Kaisas are saying, yeah, I think this is better for the mirror. Someone has to be wrong, right?
Yeah, no, it's really interesting. I've got like a lot of friends in the community, and like a lot of them are on Kai'Sa, and I walk around, I talk to them, and like the first person will be like, Time Warp's broken, you guys gotta ban it, it's the best card in the game, it crushes the Kai'Sa mirror, and then I'll go to the next person and I'll be like, Time Warp's unplayable, I don't know what all these other Kaisas are doing, and it's gonna be interesting to see the theologies crash.
Well, we will see who is right as the day progresses, but reminder that these players are playing for a prize pool of $25,000, with first place taking home that lion's share, that $6,000, as well as the champion prize card of this Misfortune Buccaneer with that prestige treatment. It looks beautiful. They're also going to take home that playmat, and top 8 still getting that foil, that top 8 card. It is so prestigious to be able to grab one of these.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing that I'm really excited about is kind of the best of Metal Legends, that the people with each legend who does the best with each is going to get this really special prize tailored just to them. And, I think that's really cool because it incentivizes people to maybe play some of the less popular decks so they can go after that really unique prize.
Yeah, everybody's kind of got their favorites. And also, a great place to play your favorite regardless of the stakes is at your Nexus Nights locally. You should go and check out if you've got a game store running Nexus Nights every single week at locator.riftbound.uvsgames.com/events, where you can jump in the action and start playing some Riftbound with your locals. And if you want to take things a step further, you can see if you have any summoner skirmishes around. That can get you a round 1 buy at a regional qualifier just like this one. Go check out uvsgames.com/riftbound-organize-play in order to find out more about the summoners skirmish. Frank, this is a great way for players to jump in. They can try and earn these round 1 buys. We saw a lot of players out there already with their round 1 buys, happy to be like, you know what? I don't need to win 7 rounds today. I only need to win 6.
Yeah, for sure, Cass. I mean, I think it's just pretty great. Local stores really are the lifeblood of any trading card game, and that's where you go, you find your community, you start to figure out what type of player you are, and you can really just like take slow steps up until you're ready for the big stage. Maybe you get that buy, and it convinces you to come out and play in a great event like this.
All right, well, we talked about a lot of different decks, but one that we didn't mention was Leona. However, luckily, I got to catch up with Frodan and talk to him a little bit about the deck he decided to bring. I'm here with Frodan at the Houston Regional Qualifier. Dan, can you go ahead and introduce the audience yourself for anybody who maybe doesn't know where they know you from?
Yeah, my name is Frodan. I am a TFT content creator, streamer, and I used to be a commentator. I actually used to cast TFT main broadcast events with Cast Nova once upon a time, but these days I'm sort of a washed-up dad gamer playing some strategy games.
All right, well, speaking of, what deck have you decided to bring to the regional qualifier, and why did you decide on it?
I decided to bring Leona. I think Leona has been one of my favorite champions in League for a long time, and I also find her play pattern really fun. I also want to go a little bit off meta. I think a lot of people are going to be playing Kai'Sa and Mastery, Annie, those kinds of decks. So I felt like I want to go a little bit against the grain. I'm a big proponent of trying to beat the meta, not necessarily just conform to it. So I'm going to try to roll the dice this weekend with Leona.
Look, as a Leona enjoyer, I'm excited to see that as well. But Dan, I also, we talked about TFT, we mentioned TFT. I got to ask, are there any transferable skills from TFT coming over into Riftbound?
Yeah, there's many transferable skills from TFT to Riftbound. If you view it both as strategy games where you have to kind of play around variance and manage risk versus reward, there's a ton of overlap. And perhaps the most important skill for TFT and card games is reading. That is something that most TFT players struggle with, but from time to time, I like to finish my sentences. So I think that's going to be one of the most important transferable skills from TFT to Riftbound.
All right, Dan. Well, let's go ahead and take a quick look at your Leona list and see what you're bringing to the tournament. All right, I'm here with Frodan, and we're going to kind of talk a little bit about this Leona deck that you've brought to the Houston Regional Qualifier. Why don't you go ahead and just kind of break down a little bit of the overarching strategy for what you're looking to do?
Yeah, absolutely. So the main legend I play around is Radiant Dawn Leona, which is whenever you stun one or more enemy units, you get to buff a friendly unit. And from there, you get to leverage a bunch of buffs to either draw cards or just to attack. But the most important thing is stunning prevents that unit from dealing damage that turn, which allows you a lot of different combat trick potential, which is really fun. And to make matters even more complicated, Leona, this is the alternate version of her card, Leona Determined, whenever she attacks, gets to stun an enemy unit here. And so you basically are able to get those stuns a lot and actually trigger the buffs and then make your army really really powerful. And then to make matters even more complicated is once Leona gets to the battlefield, she also has shield, so she can even hold the point a little bit better. And then you combine the fact with there's some yellow and green spells. Green spells are really good at small buffs. You're talking about like On Guard, you're talking about Discipline, maybe even a Defy to help protect her. It could be a very, very sticky champion to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look through some of the other kind of key pieces of this deck as to maybe that you're looking to buff or looking to kind of use to push onto these battlefields.
Yeah, so the first card that I love playing a lot is Solari Shield Bearer. When you play me, you stun a unit. And it's a pretty basic effect, but once you get Leona out, you can actually go for the Solari Shield Bearer to preemptively stun, and then if Leona attacks, that allows you to double stun and double buff and leverage both of those to take down even the very pesky double holds. If you're going up against a Teemo deck that likes to hide cards, maybe go for the double, you actually have different ways you can manipulate that. So this is a really simple card, but a pretty big staple in the deck. And then, of course, one of the cards that I really like to play around as well is Set Kingpin. I think this is one of the departures from the usual Leona deck. I think a lot of people like to play like Fiora, for example, or some of the other 4-costs, but I really like Kingpin because I just think this card is actually kind of broken. I think he has so much stats for 4, and if you have even a buff on Set himself, he gets +1 for each buff-friendly unit that counts himself, so he goes up to a 7 might unit for 4 mana. And you have to recycle a power, but ultimately I think it's worthwhile.
Yeah, one stun gets him to 7. I think that ends up being really, really good. Well, I mean, this seems like a nice like core strategy. Just get a lot of really big stats out there, stun so your opponent's units can't kind of trade back. What are some of the like ace in the hole cards, some of the spells that you may have to help deal with maybe threats that you can't deal with just stuns?
Yeah, the big one I think is the big reason why you want to play Leona is Zenith Blade. This is her signature spell that stuns an enemy at the battlefield, and then you get to move into that battlefield and challenge it for either a showdown. But the cool thing about Zenith Blade is that you have so many lateral movements as well. So let's say I attack Leona to battlefield 1, and I can use Zenith Blade. It's pretty expensive, but it's worthwhile. I can actually move this Leona to the other battlefield, and that's also a stun as well. So Leona can attack, she triggers her own stun, Zenith Blade stuns, and you have a lot of control. And here's the kicker. Zenith Blade is an action spell. Unlike something playing around Set, for example, Set's Showstopper, you have to play on your turn. Even though it's cheaper, you don't get to play on your opponent's turn. Zenith Blade has some really cool things that you can do because a lot of people traditionally think of trying to get Riftbound in points of 2, right? You got to go from like 6 to 8 points to double conquer and try to go for the win. But on your opponent's turn, if you're at 5 points, you can do some pretty tricky stuff having Leona Zenith Blade in and try to steal a point, and that puts you at the really crucial interval of being at 6 points to try to get the win.
Yeah.
And so I really like some of this interaction, and it's always really scary because if you leave 3 mana open, is it just for simple combat tricks like Defy and Discipline, or are they trying to Zenith Blade me? Or maybe I just didn't really have anything. So it kind of creates a bunch of layers of mind games that just frustrate a lot of opponents.
Really cool bluffs opportunity, right?
Yeah,
and then
absolutely.
This sometimes just being 2 points because you get in, you steal their conquer, and then you hold because they don't have enough gas.
Exactly,
So it definitely makes a lot of sense. Well, let's talk a little bit. I know you have a couple sideboard cards here that you wanted to mention. Let's bring those out. Let's talk about what they're in the side for.
So one of the things about Leona is that if you stun, it stops them from doing damage, but you still have to present the might to actually kill them. So one card that's pretty problematic that I think is on a lot of people's mind is, can you deal with Mastery's big threats, or can you deal with Dr. Mundo and say like Teemo list? And so one of the important cards to play in yellow is that you have a lot of ability to just kill units. And I think Hidden Blade is really strong because there's also a couple of other hidden cards you like to work with Leona. I think hidden cards are pretty underrated with Leona. You have Zanya's, you have things like the Hidden Blade, and so working that into the sideboard to deal with big threats feels pretty good. The second card that I think is also pretty fun to play is the other version of Leona, which is Leona Zealot, which is a really good comeback card. If your opponent's within 3 points of winning, Leona gets to enter ready and immediately get to attack. And then when units are stunned, when enemy units are stunned, they get -8. So basically, they're going to go down to 1, and you get to have an opportunity to deal with the super big, chunky minions. Talking about the Deathboon Predator, the White Flame Protector, things like that. So you tech the Zealot in, and then you're able to kind of win back the battlefield and swing some of those really difficult, hard to kill beefy the units.
All right, it looks like a cool list. I've been no stranger to being a Leona fan, so I'm really rooting for you to kind of bring this home with Leona.
Nice.
But thanks for doing this deck tech with us, and Dan, good luck in the tournament.
Appreciate it.
It was great to hear from Dan about the Leona. I mean, as I said in the video, it is my favorite deck to play personally as well, Frank, and really cool to see his variation playing around the set Kingpin as like this big unit that he gets to really beef up with all these extra buffs from the stuns.
Yeah, no, it's really awesome. Dan seems like he's kind of a man with a plan on this one. You got to respect the, like, I'm not going to do what everyone else is doing. I think I maybe see a weakness in the meta, and he's just going to come catch people off guard.
Yeah, there are a lot of amazing Legends and Origins, but in fact, we've got even more Legends coming your way with Spirit Forge coming out early next year. Pre-orders should be available at your LGS already, or even online. You can find it very different LGSs across the country. You should be able to find some pre-orders for Spirit Forge, so go check it out, see if you can find a pre-order today and try and get Spirit Forge coming in. A lot of really cool Legends come in. I'm personally really looking forward to Azir and Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited to see Spirit Forge in the hand of players. You know, we're getting gold, we're getting equipment, some really classic League of Legends game pieces, and I just think it's going to be really cool to actually see what it does to the meta.
A lot of fun. I mean, you know, we have a Kai'Sa dominant meta potentially now, but gear and permanent stats, that could change the math on a lot of these like backline access spells coming through.
For sure.
All right, but without further ado, we should have round one ready to go to get our first match of the Houston Regional Qualifier, and we got a treat. It's gonna be T on Garen going up against Quincy on Yasuo to kick things off. So some off the beaten path Legends to start our day.
Yeah, no, this is really exciting to see, you know, both players kind of taking a different take from what, you know, most might expect. I'm really interested in this Garen. I want to ask you, Cass, do you think this is like a, you know, a true Garen deck where it's like, I'm going to play recruits, I'm going to try to activate my legend, or do you think this is what I would call dirty Garen, where it's like, I'm going to jam an Aurora and try to take home that medal best
I can tell you for a fact it is dirty Garen. I know T from from another card game we play. He's playing on Team PCG Invasion. This is a Flesh and Blood team. There's a lot of these guys that are at the event. Most of them are actually on Annie, but T decided, you know what, I would like to play for a metal card, and he specifically went in the Garen direction, and he put together an Aurora list. So it is going to be an Aurora Garen. No true Demacians here. This is a just 3 Auroras in a trench coat, and that trench coat happens to look like the Might of Demacia.
Yep, and you see that first turn mobilize. I think that confirms your theory, and it is indeed going to be an Aurora strategy.
Yeah, this is really cool, though. On the other side, we've got Yasuo. Stack Deck immediately finds a Nocturne, and I know you're a big fan of this card, Frank.
Yeah, you know, I love Nocturne. I think it's a real cool way to go with the Teemo deck, but it's awesome to see these Yasuo decks start to adapt it, and they're playing like Candlelit Sanctums, and you see the stack deck here. And hitting it on turn 1 off the stack deck, pretty powerful. You know, you might feel like in other games, like you put something that big in early, you're like, oh my god, that's unbeatable. But here, you know, it's only going to go score a point just as any other unit would be, and sacking the rune is actually pretty significant.
I think this is crazy, though, because Yasuo gets to push it in, and then he has ganking to move over, but T recognizes that, hey, you're going to score way too many points too fast with this Nocturne, so I'm just going to go ahead, call the week, get rid of that. I'll replace the rune with Immobilize and get through there. But real quick, I wanted to go over our battlefields to start this out. We do have Aspirant's Climb from T on Garen. That's going to be, we are playing to 9. We have got 1 more point that everyone has to get in this game. Whereas Back Alley Bar for Quincy, he is playing, when you move from that location, you get +1 might. So very good for Yasuo when he has all this extra mobility, kind of a one-sided battlefield for him in a lot of matchups.
Yeah, definitely 2 battlefields that are really tailored to each deck. You know, T probably not going to get much value off that bar himself, but I will say really heads up play on that call to just be like, you know, your instinct in like a Dazzling Aurora seat might be like, I don't want to sack my runes early, I got to get this Aurora out as fast as I can, but he did realize, as you said, that Nocturne is really going to threaten a lot of points, and he's probably going to have more time in the long run if he just takes it off the table.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one of the big things that we can look at in this matchup is Yasuo tends to be really good into these Aurora lists because of his ability to score points early. He essentially just has this like 2 energy pseudo accelerate with being able to activate his legend ability and then push in that unit, and we see that with the Traveling Merchant, gets to play it down and immediately move it in and get a conquer and score there. But on the other side, I think that call has bought enough time that if T's got this Aurora in hand, we see the Ursine come down, he's going to have the runes next turn to get there, while Quincy is only at 3 points.
For sure, yeah. I think the roles are gonna be pretty defined here. It's really gonna be on Quincy to do the best he can to score those early points, get in there, and just try to rack that score up so high that once the Aurora hits from T, that he's still gonna have a chance to close out the game before the inevitability overwhelms him.
Yeah, really cool. I love these kind of Yasuo lists that are playing around the Mask of Foresight. They have a lot of these kind of big units that get to utilize the +1 when attacking or defending alone, mostly within the Kayn or the Yasuo Remorseful, where Kayn, by not taking damage, just being able to beef up that might helps you deal with any of the bigger threats, whereas Yasuo gets that on-attack trigger, completely can blow out a lot of big breakpoints by having that additional point of might.
Yeah, for sure. At the end of the day in Riftbound, you only need to beat the other number by 1. So Yasuo is going to use all these little tricks, maybe some disciplines to try to just come over the edge of T's giant monsters once they start hitting the field.
All right, couple move triggers from the Traveling Merchant. Quincy's going to be able to filter this hand quite a bit to try and find what he needs to beat a late-game Aurora. And then also, by having the Yasuo, it's nice. You kind of have this pseudo-ganking where you get to move the Traveling Merchant back and then just pay for Yasuo to move it back in and get those extra points.
Yeah, I think Quincy really just doing kind of exactly what we're saying here. He's getting his units in, he's scoring points, he's trying to keep them safe, and kind of just build up enough resources so when, if the Aurora hits the table here, he can go over the top.
All right, that's the big question, though. We've got the runes. Does T have the Aurora for this very first game? Or is he playing this kind of poor Garen deck that has a lot of the big threats that can't quite hit the board? But I saw him kind of shuffle the hand. And not only does he have the Aurora, but he has the Divine Judgment to follow it up.
Wow, that is a powerful combination. And yeah, no, it's cool because when they have the Aurora, T's going to get to play kind of the supercharged game other than the fair game of just play one big thing a turn and hope it's enough. But yeah, here we see the Aurora, and that's going to start just putting some big threats on the table.
Yeah, let's see what that first one is as he passes the turn. Here's the first trigger, just an Ursine. So maybe not the thing he was most excited to see, especially because that Divine Judgment's coming up. But realistically, yeah, you're going to deramp yourself, but you're going to have these 2 big bodies, and you're going to put Quincy on the other side on just 2 runes and 2 cards to try and deal with it.
Yeah, no, there's a really interesting dynamic with the Aurora decks where you kind of got to find that sweet spot of do I only want to play the insane flips or do I want to play some of the more middle stuff so I have a more reasonable game plan in the games where I don't have Aurora or on the turns getting there. So, not the best hit that he could have put out, but, it's still pretty big.
Yeah, I think I'm a fan of Ursine in this version, right, where you kind of need something to play if you can't, because one of the other big threats that we see in this deck is going to be Commander Ladros, which has that 4 recycle cost, and really, you can't play that so effectively in this list. You need it to come off of the Aurora, so having some threats that you actually can play out is really helpful.
Here we see a accelerated Tasty Feyfolk coming to brawl with the Ursine. That extra stat from the mask is going to push it over the top to be able to kill it cleanly and score a point.
All right, and there it goes. That's going to be a little annoying for T to actually be able to deal with straight away, because this turn really wants to be that Divine Judgment and then allow the Aurora to start kind of accruing that value. And that Ursine is a little too small. It can't actually deal with the Tasty at 7.
Yeah, no, the mask playing both O and D here, really just lining up perfectly against the numbers that T has right now. It's going to be interesting to see if he still thinks it's worth it to go for the Judgment, or if he's going to try to get some more on the table before pulling that trigger.
Let's see. I mean, this is the decision here. The question really becomes, does he have maybe like a Hidden Blade or any of the other potential hiddens that he could have? And there is a Hidden Blade, right? So this is pretty nice. You actually Hidden Blade now. Quincy's going to draw 3 cards here. He draws 2 for the Hidden Blade, 1 for the Tasty, channel 2 runes, and now, boom, Divine Judgment is going to take that all away.
Yeah, this lines up really perfectly for T. Super heads-up play. You'll see him tapping the table. That's when you know the gears are turning. He's doing some math, and he's like, can I do this? And he's like, oh, I can. This is going to be great for me. Oh, yeah, he's like, yeah, draw those extra cards.
Go ahead. Doesn't matter. Well, it can matter, right? You get more options to choose when this Divine Judgment is going to hit the table. He's just trying to figure out how legally to cast it as he's going through the big recycle.
Yeah, definitely Judgment, maybe not a card that people are thinking about most of the time, and then your opponent plays it, and you kind of lean over the table, and you're like, oh,
that sucks for me. Yeah, especially when you've got this grip of cards. And what I'm seeing right now is a lot of very low-costed cards, a lot of spells, a lot of tricks. And maybe, you know, Quincy could try and use those to help out with the remorseful actually, you know, making something happen after the fact. But the question is going to be, what are the big pulls that come from the Aurora? Because now both of you are just on this very low economy game, except for one of you has an Aurora in play.
Right. You know, normally after the judgment, it's like, oh yeah, this is totally fair. We're both going down to 2 of everything. We'll build back up and see what happens. But when you have an Aurora in play, you're going to come out way faster than the opponent, and it's really going to be on Quincy to see if he could find a way out of it. He does have a big point lead right now.
Yeah, it is a big point lead. He's at the 4-1, but because we're on aspirants, it's not even on that point cadence that we talk about in this game all the time, where it's like, you know, 2, 4, 6, then 8, and try and score 2 points per turn to win the game. Here you've got to get to 9, so it breaks that math quite a bit. As Mountain Drake is going to be just that first thing coming out, and that is just a big 10-mite body.
Yeah, you know, Mountain Drake, it's not flashy, but it is sure huge, and it is going to be way bigger than anything I think Quincy's going to be able to get on the table here.
Yeah, and, you know, I talked about Remorseful being a nice way that you can kind of use the spells and start to answer some of this. The problem is you go down to 2 runes with Divine Judgment, so you actually need 2 more turns before you can actually even get to the Remorseful. I think a Mask is helpful to start things out, get the ball rolling, and maybe start to be able to use this Yasuo. But if T's got an answer like another Hidden Blade, if he's got, you know, any other kill spells in the deck ready to go, that's going to be where things get really tough for Quincy. And I think I saw him just draw a Blast of Power.
For sure. Yeah, that's kind of the nightmare scenario. You're like, okay, I'm kind of under the gun. I'm going to go all in, and then you just get really blown out by one of the removal spells, especially with things like Hidden Blade being so efficient that you could even still have them ready to go even after the Divine Judgment.
Yeah, and the pull from the Dazzling Aurora this time is a Snapvine, so you were talking about units that you can kind of utilize if you don't find that Aurora. I think Snapvine being that 5 cost kind of fits exactly in there. Yes, off the Aurora, it does impact the board immediately because you can actually target something at the battlefield, get that kind of clash to come through. But also, if you're missing the Aurora, this is just kind of a more efficient play that the Garen deck has access to slow down the game.
Yeah, no, this is really cool to see because, you know, I'm not as tuned into the specifics of the Garen meta, so I'm used to seeing Misfortune just slamming in turbo Chunguses, but like seeing it really looks like this Garen deck is kind of built on a much more mid-range plan that is using the Aurora as just like, I'm going to grind you to dust with value instead of lock you out of the game with huge might numbers.
Yeah, I mean, especially because you've got Aurora DJ as that combo, which is just like, you know, DJ Aurora, my favorite artist, it is completely locks your opponent out of the game. They're not dancing, actually. It's an artist where you just kind of stand still and actually don't have much action.
But yeah, T just, you know, moving his stats around, scoring points, and, you know, just like that, the point score has shifted.
Yeah, as T now having that massive lead, and it feels like, you know, double Mask Nocturne, while that does allow you to, you know, contest the Snapvine, is just going to really struggle to kind of keep pushing through. I wonder if the Harness Dragons are in here, because that's another thing that you get access to by being in order, that you get to just kind of rip that off the top and point at their unit and say goodbye, and that is really, really tough for a lot of players to be able to deal with. But we do see the Dead Bloom. We're seeing Dead Bloom, Drake, Snapvine, Ursine. I'm wondering, you know, when I was talking to him yesterday, I saw some Ledros in there. I'm curious if that means there's no Harness Dragon, which would be, I think, interesting to me that, you know, because that's something that can come off and immediately impact the board, often that's a popular choice.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I would be surprised if he doesn't have it somewhere. Maybe he's got some in the sideboard for some of the bigger unit matchups. I will say one thing that I really respect from Quincy here is, you know, sometimes in spots like this, you'll just be like, oh, I'm demoralized, there's nothing I could do, I'm just going to concede. I think it's really great that Quincy's kind of sticking in here, especially because as you just saw when that Aurora triggered, T had to flip over like 15 cards, and that's really valuable information for Quincy to have for the rest of the match to kind of know what T's deck is going to be capable of.
It's a great call out. It really helps you when you go into the sideboarded rounds. If he's got any tech in the board that is maybe to target a different matchup, because I'm assuming most players don't have Garen tech in their board, but if he sees the cards and he knows, oh, this is an effective card to deal with something I saw from those flips, it's going to be really good. As we see that Blast of Power come out to deal with an Nocturne, maybe there's a win wall in the board that could potentially come in to help deal with some of these bigger threats that you can't defy.
Yeah, and, you know, T just taking no chances here. He's like, I know I'm ahead on points, I'm ahead on board, but I'm just going to kill that Nocturne, kind of crush any dreams that Quincy might have of a comeback here, and yeah, just keep putting stats in play.
Yeah, and we've made it all the way to the, I believe he's got the runes for the second Aurora in hand, and if not, it would be next turn. I can't count. It's 8 or 9 there. I think it's 9. Yeah. So he's got the Aurora if he wants it, as he's just able to push in for these last couple points, and he can look to either full stack for a hold or doesn't even really need to because he's been able to keep Quincy off enough points that now he gets to play that really slow game, look for the double conquer with all these big units, and there's that second Aurora hitting the board.
Yeah, no, T really stunted on us with his fancy alt art runes. If I look at them too directly, I get a little blinded. But yep, there's the second Aurora.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's going to do it.
All right, well, that's Garen grabbing game 1 of the Houston Regional Qualifier, our first game of the day, and we get a Garen W on the board. We'll see if we can actually take this series down, though, as we'll get towards game 2. We'll see what the battlefield change-ups are. I'm curious about the Garen, because usually MF Aurora, we get the Obelisk as maybe either a game 2 option where your opponent wants to be on the play, so you kind of get those 4 runes, or often it is Sigil of the Storm to try and slow down your opponent. I wonder if it'll be the same for Garen.
Yeah, no, that'll be interesting. And definitely, like, if you told me that I was going to come in here in the first match, that game that I was going to see is a Garen Dazzling Aurora Masterclass, I probably wouldn't have believed you. But the thing that I'm really excited to see, if Quincy has some options to kind of deal with that Aurora, he could have acceptable losses, he could have fading memories, just ways to get a gear off the table once it's hit.
Yeah, one of the other big things, I think the gear destruction is huge, especially because I actually think, Adaptatron ends up being a really good one in Yasuo, because you can do that pseudo-accelerate to push it in and score on the turn that you play it. You don't have to worry about leaving it around, letting them keep up runes to try and deal with it. But the other side of it is, we saw the Nocturnes. Is this an aggressive enough Yasuo that they might have something like Arena's Greatest? And game 2, Arena's Greatest might be really solid for us to do. So let's go ahead and jump into game 2. Let's see what options maybe Quincy has been able to bring in to help deal with this Garen menace. As we jump in, Candlelit Sanctum, that'll kind of synergize with those Nocturnes, try and help find them when you look at those top 2 cards. You can put them either top or the bottom from there. And then the Obelisk, of course, from T, so it is kind of similar to that Aurora MF. He is going to go up to those initial big 4 runes, and we'll see if the Catalyst is there.
Yeah, definitely one of the things I really love about Nocturne is just like you conquer that Sanctum, and it's just such a sweat. You just peel 1 card, 2 card, and you're like, is Nocturne there? And sometimes you just get to put a 4 might into play.
There is that Catalyst for T. Everything coming up T in this initial series. I didn't get a glimpse of the hand fully. I saw a Divine Judgment, but I did not catch if there was an Aurora or not in that hand. But that's the big question when you're on Obelisk, because he's on pace for that turn 3 Aurora, which is so devastating for any deck that's trying to play against this.
Yeah, for sure. Really, T kind of just living the dream right now. He's going second. The Obelisk is there to start him on 4 runes. Slams the Catalyst up to 6, and the Aurora is probably well on its way.
So we got the initial trigger from the Candlelit. Looks at the top 2. That looks like it's not a Nocturne, or we'd probably see that slammed rather quickly. Figuring out if he wants to just top or bottom these cards. It looks like 1 top, 1 bottom.
Yeah, it's interesting. We see the Mask of Foresight here for Quincy again, and although it did help him out in the first game, I'm curious if that's still here because he thinks it's good in the matchup, or if it's just like maybe he just doesn't have the sideboard slots to deal with what Garen's bringing to the table.
Yeah, I mean, it's a matchup you're not prepared for. You might be prepared for Misfortune, and it is like similar in what you want to do. However, realistically, the Defies kind of help you in the green matchup versus it because you can deal with like bullet time from Misfortune. But for Garen, it's kind of just like, hey, I'm just going to slam an Aurora and then a Divine Judgment, and you're just not going to have the resources to even attempt to put up the fight at the end of the game. As this time, Aurora's missed, but this is just a Dead Bloom that's going to come out and slow down the game quite a bit for T.
Right, and yeah, that's kind of the interesting dynamic that Quincy's got to keep his eye on, because, if he overboards and puts in 6 things to kill gear, all of a sudden maybe he's just going to get run over by Dead Blooms that he doesn't actually have an answer for and have a handful of gear removal.
Yeah, and we see top 2 from Candlelit, and he's just going to put both at the bottom. It was a Divine Judgment and a Hidden Blade, and I think T, seeing as how he played this Dead Bloom, I assume there's no Aurora. This feels like, yeah, I get to conquer Sanctum, look at top 2, oh, no Aurora, those go to the bottom.
Yeah, and I think you said you snuck a peek at a Judgment in T's hand. Probably not a card you need 2 of very often.
No, and the really neat thing, though, for T is even if he keeps missing on the Aurora, if he has something like a second Dead Bloom, gets to get that onto the board, you can consider just going for the Divine Judgment, saying, I've got these 2 big guys, how are you going to deal with this?
Yeah, and big play coming in from Quincy here, going to accelerate that. Oh, no, not accelerate the Tasty Fey Folk this time.
Yeah, the mask not going to get you over a Dead Bloom Predator, but taking a little glimpse at Quincy's hand, I saw an On Guard and a Discipline kind of push through. So going into the next turn, there might be a nice, easy way to kind of push over this Dead Bloom if T doesn't have an answer. Looking at the hand, though, I think I caught a glimpse of a Hidden Blade from T. So there is going to be that answer if he decides to hold it up. And he's got to think about what he wants to do, because I think most of the hand doesn't do a ton just yet, because the way this deck is constructed, a lot of big units, try and get them out with Dazzling, and then low-cost spells that are mostly affecting the battlefield. So it might even be time that that rugged Garen might even get deployed, which is something that I don't think this deck likes to do that often.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. We kind of haven't even talked about the Garen Chosen Champion or the Legend. It seems like those are mostly just hanging out.
They're
kind of an emergency. Yeah, I mean, so the Garen Legend, to trigger it, you have to conquer a battlefield with 4 units, which, you know, I feel like if the way T's got this deck set up, if we've reached that point, he's probably comically won the game. But you never know. Maybe he'll just need a little 2 extra cards to push things off.
All right, looks like a quick judge question for T. Stepping away there, trying to figure out the rules. I do like when the players are doing this. The game is still, you know, relatively new. A lot of people are pretty comfortable with the rules, but there's still some edge cases that people are not figured out, and I think this is always the way to do it. Call the judge, ask them, try and figure it out, and then just proceed from there. And this is, you know, T's been around the block a lot of times with TCG tournaments. He's played a lot of TCG tournaments in the past. So this is, you know, you come in with something new, you're really excited about Riftbound, got to learn all the rules.
Yeah, and definitely just like really want to reinforce, like never be afraid to call a judge. Yeah. You're worried, you need a clarification, you think something sketchy is going on. I know a lot of people like sometimes be like, oh, I'm nervous, I don't want to slow the game down, but no, just like always call the judge. Judges are great, they'll help you out and make sure things are going the way they should.
Thinking about what T can even be wanting to do on this turn. We know the Divine Judgment's in hand. He's got some spells. It really feels like an option between keeping up most of your runes, if not all of them, to just kind of deal with whatever Quincy wants to do. And maybe it's just slamming a Garen and actually just saying, you know what, 5 might, you know, he also has Assault 2 and Shield 2, so kind of a pseudo 7 might unit, just a little weaker to spells, that you can just kind of get on the board. And at a certain point, when you've got a Dead Bloom, you've got a decent position, just getting more might on the field might be enough to actually kind of push you over the edge and actually score enough, as already this early game, even without the Aurora, has been relatively successful in keeping Quincy off the points.
Yeah, you know, I think if you just showed me this match in a vacuum and I knew nothing about Riftbound, I'd be like, wow, this Garen deck is broken. So it's been really cool to see that level of power come. And I think I saw a peek of a Call the Weak in T's hand, which is interesting because I imagine a lot of the time he wants to play that when he has no units. Because, you know, right now if he played it, he'd have to kill his own Dead Bloom Predator, which is a pretty hefty cost to pay.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like you have an Ursine in hand, so preferable to playing the Garen from the champ zone. You actually get to ramp a rune as well. And you're going to have that tank keyword, which is quite nice. And it looks like maybe just hiding the Hidden Blade. So it says, you know what? This Dead Bloom's not moving. This is going to stay here all game. And unless you've got a way to kind of move it away, that what I will say is this a little soft to something like a Charm. Being able to try and get that Dead Bloom off there, because you're not going to want to Hidden Blade your own Dead Bloom to just get value in that case.
Yeah, for sure. For those who don't know, certain cards have the hidden mechanic. When you hide it at a battlefield, you can now only use it at things at that battlefield. So if a Charm came out here, I kind of agree. I don't think he'd be like, okay, I'm going to kill my Dead Bloom to draw 2 cards. You know, that would be a pretty tough tempo loss for T, but, you know, he wanted to get it in there, and it looks like he might get paid off here.
Yeah, looks like this will be good. I think Quincy, it's possible, has a Defy. I didn't see it in hand, but I think going with this line, hey, this order deck has just hidden a card, and I'm going to send this in as a 9 might. I want to have some backup to make sure I can deal with the Hidden Blade, but we'll see if it's actually there as that Hidden Blade gets cast, and there's the Defy.
There it is. Great call, Cass. Yeah, I mean, I think from Quincy's end, especially after you got to see so many cards from T's deck in the first game, you're probably not, you know, going in there and just being like, oh, I wonder what this hidden card is. There's really only a few things it could be.
All right, still a lot of runes available for Quincy as he does get this Conquer, and he will get to take a look at the top. Looks like it is going to be the Vision Poro and a Mask on the top of the deck for Quincy, and we see once again, it looked like he went top 1, bottom 1. I'm surprised he actually kept either of those cards.
Yeah, it's interesting, and it's interesting to see kind of like some of the concessions that this build of Quincy's deck makes to be like, I just want extra peaks at Nocturne. Because you think maybe the Vision Poro, you're like, some decks might not be excited to do that, but when you have that extra chance to hit Nocturne and put him into play, the value goes way up.
Makes a lot of sense as we do finally see one of the big units out of this Yasuo archetype. It is Kayn Unleashed. Usually, Kayn is actually the main carry for this deck, and then Remorseful is just the secondary option if you don't find your Kayns. You've always got that kind of 6-might, abusable with movement unit in your champion zone.
For sure. And, you know, this game, definitely interesting compared to the last to see what the game looks like when there's not a Dazzling Aurora in play, giving the Garen deck kind of that extra juice. And, you know, Quincy is starting to put a lot into play here.
Yeah, and that call that you mentioned, it keeps kind of coming up where, hey, look, Kayn is a problem when Yasuo has access to, like, a full grip of runes and just kind of gets to go with it. I might be willing to sacrifice a unit in order to deal with that maybe after the Conquer, depending on what my follow-up is. But you do still have this tasty Fae folk you've got to deal with. You've got, you know, a lot of things that still have to be dealt with. There is a Harness Dragon, in fact, in this deck, and so that can at least deal with the Kayn if that decides to be the choice, as the Fae folk is the other option.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if that did come out of the sideboard or if we just didn't see it for the first game, but I definitely agree. You know, Kayn, the Yasuo deck is really good. It has these kind of few core cards that it really tries to build its strategy around, and there probably will come a point where, like, if T can pick off a Kayn or something of that level with a call, he might actually be willing to sack one of his, you know, bigger units, but it might not be better, so.
We get the pass back over to Quincy. I see yet another tasty Fae folk in the hand, and that accelerated will actually get over the top of this Ursine, as we saw in the previous game. Having that mass getting to that 7 does kind of make these Fae folks really threatening accelerate units, as that is going to get sent in, though T, I think, does have a second Hidden Blade here. So it will come down to, does Quincy have yet another Defy for that last rune? And it looks like not this time.
Yeah. And I will say I was a bit of a masked doubter here, but it is, you know, Quincy just showing us again and again how just those stat points really matter at every moment. And even though he did eat the Hidden Blade here, he's gonna get a lot of cards and runes in compensation.
Yep, draws up quite a few cards, but now this opens up what I was kind of mentioning earlier, where Divine Judgment, when you've got a couple of guys on the board, to just kind of crush that hand, get rid of the runes, reset the game if you're still not finding that Aurora, becomes an option. But this is a great kind of hedge against that by hiding a card from Quincy. He'll get to keep that. You get to keep your hidden cards when that Divine Judgment comes down.
Yeah, and it's interesting, not super familiar with Quincy's list, but I'm guessing we might be looking at a Zanya's Hourglass hidden there, which will also, you know, Zanya's lets you protect a unit that would die, give him a little bit of resiliency to kind of fight through some of these 2-for-1s and removal threats that T keeps playing against him.
Yeah, and let's see, is that Blast of Power, which is just ripped off the top, and it looks like T says, you know what, Divine Judgment not needed. You got one guy. Blast of Power seems pretty good at dealing with one guy, as it looks like a response. No, it's a Fight or Flight. This could have been deployed in response to the Blast of Power because it was hidden and actually avoided losing that tasty Fae folk. I'm not sure if Quincy decided because he wanted to draw cards or if he didn't realize that he had that opportunity for counterplay.
Yeah, interesting, because, you know, kind of a subtle nuance with hidden there. Like, normally Fight or Flight is an action, and you wouldn't be able to play it in a spot like that, but once you hide it, it actually upgrades to a reaction. And since Blast of Power is battlefield only, he could have gone for a back out there, but, you know, definitely could see a world where he just wants the cards and the runes instead.
Yeah, and we'll see what the follow-up ends up being from Quincy, as T has now been able to push up to 5 points. He's going to move back the Ursine, recognizing, you know what? These Fae folk keep causing me a lot of problems with my 6-might units. I'm willing to sacrifice the dragon for the looks on the Candlelit Sanctum and to score the point, but I want to make sure I've got a little bit at the back row safe, ready to go.
I really like what T does here, where he's just keeping his hand face down on the table. He's kind of just being like, yep, I got 2 cards, do what you're going to do. No ambiguity here.
And, you know, there is the Fae folk in hand once again, looks like for Quincy, so we may just see kind of a repeat of what we've seen time and time again of that caster. No, okay, that was a trigger from, oh, that was Stack Deck. Okay, that's what that was. So he's looking to see what he can add to this massive hand.
Yeah, Quincy doing the big think on Stack Deck, seeing if he can find anything to kind of help him fight back in, and let's see what he came up with.
That's 2 green runes going to the bottom. I'm going to assume that's going to be Remorseful hitting the board.
Yeah, and that attack trigger on Yasuo Remorseful, really, really threatening. You know, he's a little slow to come out, costs you a lot of power, but you get what you paid for it.
Yeah, very potent. The masks helping buff this up. Doesn't matter in this spot, right? 6 would have gotten the job done, but you do have that 7, which may come into play later on, especially if we can get a second mask down. Then you can actually deal with even, you know, in the deck. I was talking about the Ledros, if that ends up actually being in there. We haven't seen one yet, but having that big buff, as he does get to find a Nocturne off the Candlelit.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. At this point, like, he's kind of dug through so many cards. I was like, man, did he take the Nocturnes out? Is that not what this game is about? But here we find one later on. And, you know, the really fun thing about playing Nocturne is, like, if you haven't seen one yet, every time you look, you're just more and more likely. And you could actually start to bank on, I'm going to hit a Nocturne soon and swing the tempo back in my favor.
Yeah. And now, you know, this game has gone long enough where T kind of had this, like, early advantage, but the Aurora's still just not coming through. And now we're at the point where it's like, yeah, you kind of needed to find that for this game to still get really properly stabilized. As finally, I think Quincy has found his footing in this game. He's got, you know, a Yasuo on board. He's got the Nocturne on board. He's got a hidden card. So he's even insulated around the Divine Judgment. He's got a really great board for if it were to happen. And he's got this fistful of cards that he can continue to enable the Yasuo.
Yeah, I would not expect T to fire off the Judgment here. I don't think this is kind of the game state you're looking for, but we'll see what he has to do, because, you know, sometimes your options are thin, and he is running low on cards in hand. Hasn't triggered that Garen legend yet, unfortunately.
No, see, that would have helped with the cards, right? Yeah. If he could have gotten that off. But at this point, yeah, I mean, he's just looking, he's at 6 points, so he's at least, you know, approaching a win. So now the question is can you actually maybe look for a hold even? But he is just going to, you know, deploy Garen Rugged in the back row here, and then just Catalyst up to, I'm just going to be at max runes next turn. Hopefully, he's hoping to find something to do with them.
Oh, baby. Garen Rugged has hit the table. It's not plan A, I don't think. But
maybe not even plan B. Certainly plans D, C through F.
Hey, I mean, he could throw down with a Nocturne. He could take out a Nocturne if he's got it.
Hey, we said, you know, this Mask of Foresight makes these things 7. Well, guess what? Garen Rugged on offense, that's a 7 to try and get through the Yasuo, as a Mind Splitter is going to come down from Quincy, and that is going to allow this kind of look at the hand, grab one of those cards and say goodbye, send it to the trash.
Yeah, and he's, you know, really kind of just trying to back T in a corner, take out all his resources, and just make sure that he really has no way out. I imagine he's probably thinking, how do I lose at this point? And just make sure that he can win even if T manages to get an Aurora down at this stage of the game.
Yeah, now he gets to push in that Mind Splitter with the Yasuo Legend ability, and that's going to be an 8 going into that 6 because of the mask, which is massive. And now you even get to reinforce with the Nocturne so that Garen can't just run in and deal, at least trade with the Yasuo. So we'll see, it's just top decking for T.
Yeah, and for sure, we talked about the Yasuo Legend's ability to kind of like rush points down early, but this is actually where it really can shine, is later in the game where you've got a lot of extra energy to use, and then just getting to like manipulate that movement so much, and always like everything you play from your hand is immediately a threat, can be really hard to come back from.
All right, so it is just going to be a Dead Bloom going down. Is there an on guard for Quincy to deny this? There is.
Wow. Yep. And it looks like, yep, that's enough for T. We're going to take it to a third game here.
Yeah, so this time, you know, look, you get to see what the Garen deck can do power level when it sees that Aurora, when it gets to see the Aurora Divine Judgment. There's not a lot of decks that can even manage that once that happens. But when it misses, this Garen deck really does struggle. It has a lot of difficulty trying to piece together these good enough turns, and we see Quincy's able to punish.
Yeah, I think like one of the things that the Garen deck seems to really struggle compared to like the Misfortune Aurora variants is like you don't have those cards like stack deck that are going to help make sure you find it every game, and you're kind of just putting your hope in the heart of the cards and hope that you can just find it naturally.
Yeah, and for this third and final game, we are going to Dreaming Tree for Yasuo, so when those on guards and disciplines are able to buff at least the first time per turn onto Quincy's cards, he's going to get to draw one. And then on the other side, it is Sigil of the Storm. So when Quincy's running in there to try and conquer in the early stages of the game, you are going to have to recycle a rune.
Yep, and you know, no immediate start from T. Quincy going to set things up a little bit with a stack deck, and let's see if we'll have a unit to add to the board. From T's side.
Nocturne.
Oh, a Nocturne. That is a unit to add to the board. All right. And it's interesting because we saw this start from Quincy in the first game, and then he really wasn't able to leverage it as well because that Aurora came down quickly. But it'll be interesting to see if T can deal with the early Nocturne a second time.
Yeah, and this time around, I didn't see an Aurora in T's hand, but the same way he dealt with it last time is there. There is just the Call of the Week.
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks, Kaz.
Oh, yeah. Question from Quincy there is, when I choose my Nocturne, do I draw for Dreaming Tree? And I believe the answer is no for that one.
The answer is no, yeah. So Call doesn't actually, the spell isn't choosing. It prompts the player to make a choice, and Dreaming Tree specifically says when you choose with a spell.
Oh, hey.
There it is.
I said it might be the good one for Yasuo to have. That gets really difficult because it just sits back here and it just says, hey, you can never play this Aurora, because the second you do, I'll just move this in and get the Conquer. So you have to be able to have Aurora up with maybe the backup of a Hidden Blade, but even then, there could be a Defy, and I see it at the corner of Quincy's hand.
Yeah, really, really great thing for Quincy to get on the table. Really heads up to prioritize putting that down. And, you know, Adaptatron on the design team, we lovingly refer to it as French Fry Merdinger. So, you know, just a real good guy to have on your side.
That is so good. As we do have this pickup from Quincy on the stack deck, it looked like a pair of Mind Splitters. I wasn't sure what the last card was, and it looks like I think he's keeping one of those splitters. Because, I mean, that's also going to be good. You've got this fork, right? You've got the Adaptatron down, and if T can't deal with it in the next few turns, you just Mind Splitter and you take the Aurora anyway. And you can have these different options in stopping the Garen from getting online.
For sure. Definitely not the ideal start from T here. Not really using his early energy very well. Kind of no board development. And Quincy doing his best to kind of capitalize on that and score some of those early points.
Yeah. Looks like they're just clarifying that the move trigger needs to happen first, and then the Conquer can come from there. So we'll see. There's just going to be an on guard that gets dumped. They'll draw a card. Then the recycle comes through.
Yep. Yeah, I imagine Quincy's got to be feeling pretty good about this one.
Okay. With the Adaptatron moving in, though, that does open up maybe the potential for T to actually deal with this Adaptatron and then potentially from there be able to play out an Aurora. So we'll see if there is removal in T's hand. I think there were Blasts of Power, and honestly, that's kind of worth it. Just say, you know what, get rid of this Adaptatron. Don't have to worry about this going forward.
Yeah, there's a kind of an interesting dynamic in Riftbound where a lot of the removal is battlefield restricted. So you kind of have those spots where you have to choose, do I want to send my unit to a battlefield, get that point, but then put it at risk of dying to some of these removal spells that it might be safe from if I'm in the base? And Quincy making the call to really value the points here, which I think is pretty smart.
Looking at this hand from T, I'm still not seeing an Aurora. A couple Divine Judgments, a lot of the early spells, the ways that you can kind of deal with some of the other decks, but not a great way to deal with this. Is it is just going to be a Mind Splitter. Just take a look at the hand. Not going to see an Aurora, but going to see a lot of other options to deal with, and it might even just be something like the Dead Bloom, just getting rid of any units, any way for T to actually meaningfully impact the board.
Yeah, whether Garen Rugged is plan B or C, I certainly don't think it's the first unit you want to add to the table. So T is got a bit of a clunky draw here, but we're going to see if he's can do anything about it.
Yeah, I like this from Quincy. Just take the Dead Bloom and say, you know what, your only unit right now is Garen. That's fine. These spells are not that threatening to what I'm currently doing to the game.
It's interesting. I saw a Unyielding in T's hand there, and I'm thinking about what that interacts with in Quincy's deck. I guess it's mainly looking for some protection against Yasuo.
Yeah, I guess it does work against Yasuo Remorseful, and I think that's probably what T was thinking. Maybe he doesn't have any other cards that feel especially useful, and feels like, hey, maybe I can actually get like a pretty big surprise into Quincy where he tries to send in this Yasuo, expecting it to just be free like it has been in the previous games, and I get to kind of just deny that away with the Unyielding.
Yeah, especially because you can just hold that up for one energy, so they're like, it's probably not going to be on their radar, because, you know, you're thinking like, oh, I'm Chaos, I'm calm, I don't have damage, they're probably not bringing that card in against me, and then it can really catch you by surprise.
So now T is just going to have to Blast of Power a Traveling Merchant. That can't feel good.
And, you know, a pretty reasonable turnaround for T here. Oh.
Yeah, just deal with everything, I guess.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you might not want to sack a Dead Bloom to a Call of the Week, but Garen Rugged, he'll go right to the trash.
He is expendable, as now, unfortunately, with those recycles for T, he is now at 6 runes. So even if you top decks that Aurora, it's not going to be something he can actually play out. We'll be looking for something like that Dead Bloom that was taken away by the Mind Splitter.
Yeah, now Quincy, he's like, He's probably feeling okay because he knows there's no Aurora in the immediate future, but he's got to feel that pressure of like, I just got to keep doing what I can, keep scoring points before the Aurora comes up, because, you know, he will draw it eventually.
Yeah, because being at 5 is great, right? Like being able to push to that 6-point break point where you can look for that double conquer and end the game is the big thing that Quincy's going to look for. And just a pass coming out of T, we know there's a blast of power there, right? And so does Quincy, because he saw it with the Mind Splitter. And that's exactly what you have to be thinking about is, do I just send this in and say, you know what, I'll just take my runes and my cards. And we'll get through that Blast of Power, because we have to at some point anyway.
Yeah, and one great thing about Blast of Power, you can't defy that.
Yeah.
Defy only lets you hit things up to 4 energy. Blast of Power is sitting at 6 energy, so that gets right through a Defy, which I believe Quincy did have in his hand, but unable to use it to defend here.
Just going to play out a Nocturne, as that was drawn off the top. What I think I saw in the hand, I'm not sure though. I don't want to say for sure, but if it was the Rebuke that I thought I saw in Quincy's hand, that is a massive threat to have for these matchups where you're against all these big units, because if T finally gets a chance to get on board and a Rebuke is there to answer it, this game's over.
For sure. And you know, this is what I would normally, at least from the Teemo side, I would call the sad Nocturne, because you really never want to play your Nocturnes. But in Yasuo, getting to move him in immediately and then threaten that ganking is actually like, you know, I'd pay 4 in a power for that.
Yeah, it's currently just threatening to win the game. This Aurora has to find Snapvine or Deadbloom, or else the game is immediately over. It finds Ursine, which means that Nocturne is going to hold and be able to gank over, and that should be able to just do it for Quincy here.
Yep, Quincy readying up in the Awaken phase, and we'll see how he wants to get the job done.
It looks like Quincy does have that Rebuke. It is next to that Defy, so definitely going to have a great way to answer in the future. Ends up playing the Kayn. Does have the Yasuo to be able to just send that in. Oh. And there we go. That's just going to do it.
Yep.
Quincy's going to be able to pick that up. So while Garen came out to a roaring start in Game 1, could not find the Auroras in Games 2 or 3, and Quincy Jones on the Yasuo going to pick up the first win of the Houston Regional Qualifiers.
Yeah, we really saw the full spectrum of Garen there. The first game, it looked unbeatable. The second game, it kind of played a mid-range plan and had a chance. And then the third game, it just, you know, imploded. But I guess that's the risk you sign up for when you bring Dazzling Garen.
Yeah, I mean, it's you're going for the metal card is what a lot of players are saying when they're bringing the Garen. They bring the Aurora because they know, hey, when I've got the Great Draw, I almost can't lose, right? I've got the Aurora, I've got the Divine Judgment. There's the other side of it, though, and not enough card draw to kind of rip through and find it. And that's the issue that we've seen out of Order and Body as the Aurora colors, and why Misfortune has been that successful, and you called out the stack deck earlier on.
Yeah, and really just Quincy kind of knew exactly what he had to do, put the pressure on, didn't give any time to dawdle and find those Auroras, and just, you know, really boxed him out at the end there.
Yeah. All right, well, for our backup match for round 1, or our second match, we ended up having a very special legend again. We've got a Volibear that we're going to have as we're ready to jump in to that second match. Or maybe not. We'll talk a little bit more then. It may be Volibear. I know it's Volibear versus Kai'Sa, and we're getting into the second game of that match, as it is going to be Floren Christian Logan. He's recently top-8'd the Flesh and Blood World Championship this year, and now flying in from Vienna, Austria to play some Volibear. He said he also wanted to go for that metal card, and he's going up against Rishi on the other side.
Yeah, no, this will be an interesting matchup. You know, Volibear, another one of those like little less mainline legends, another deck bringing really big units to the table, and a lot of Kai'Sa's removal is damage-based quite often, and it'll be interesting to see if these, you know, giant Volibear units will be able to weather the storm.
Yep, and we're starting out in Game 2 for this second match of the stream, and it looks like Malik, or Floren on the other side, has picked up Game 1 as Volibear against the Kai'Sa, so getting that first win.
Yep, and well, interesting to see how this matchup will play in these post-board games here.
So for this second game, we do have Vile Maw's Lair for Volibear. So once you go into the Vile Maw's Lair, you can't go home. Yeah, you can go to the other battlefield, but you can't go home. And on the other side, Dreaming Tree, which we saw in that last game, right? You can just targeting your own units with spells. You'll be able to draw a card as well the first time per turn. But to kick things off, our Volibear has got a Ballista to hit the board to help deal with some of the early threats.
Yeah, and that's when you know you've kind of made a nice choice with your deck, when you play the Ballista and your opponent's like, can I read that? What does that do? And you're like, nice. Catching them off guard, all according to plan.
And it's a nice answer. The thing with Ballista is a little slow, right? Because your opponent is going to score when they go in, but the Ballista helps you clean it up afterwards so they don't get those hold points. So it helps buy you a little bit of space for these Aurora decks where you need ways to deal with the early game without those being units that you get to play. And so the Volibear really likes to have these Ballistas come in. So yes, you have to let this Ravenbloom score, but since Rishi has gone out of runes, Ballista on this next turn, when Floren untaps, is just going to be, okay, well, I'll awaken my Ballista, and I will exhaust my Ballista and kill the student.
Yeah, interesting decision from Rishi there, because he's got to kind of like weigh that. Do I want the point now? Do I want to save my student? Especially on a card like Student, which can grow its might in response to something like Ballista. But he's going to value the point here, which does make sense. The Volibear deck is definitely going to be more threatening in a longer game, and he's just going to see if he can put the pressure on and close it out quick.
Yeah, very notable card for Rishi that we're seeing in the hand, the Thermo Beam. So we know this is an Aurora deck for Volibear on the other side. But with also the Ballistas, if he does kind of catch an Aurora and these two Ballistas in the Thermo Beam, because that gets everything, that's going to be massive for Rishi in this game, especially because double Ballista starts to threaten even Kaisa Survivor from trying to run in and get those Conkers.
Yeah, Thermo Beam, it's expensive, but man, it is powerful. Cleans up every gear that is in play. And, the second Ballista, if I was on the Kaisa side, if I didn't have that Thermo Beam, I would probably be pretty worried, because, there comes a point where, you just don't have units in that deck big enough to survive, or, many big enough to survive multiple Ballistas.
Yeah, the battlefield just becomes way too hostile. You're just like, well, I am just going to conquer 8 times this game, because I'm not holding. It's not happening.
But yeah, and also a Mobilize over from Malik, so he's going to have a little extra runes to work with going into these later turns.
Yeah, as I was looking at Malik's hand as well, we had that second Ballista, but I also recognized the Disintegrate. And, this is one of those Proving Grounds cards from the Annie deck that a lot of people don't really expect to be very good in constructed play. It's 2 for 2, it's not that bad, it's a fine little removal spell, but not a lot of targets that it hits. When you also have the Iron Ballistas, it's going to be able to give you that extra oomph to get over the top, having that 2 damage to add to those other 2 damage abilities.
Right.
Or I guess, did I say Disintegrate? It's the other one.
Incinerate.
Incinerate.
Yeah, that's our bad.
I'll get
the
there,
L on
Frank.
that one.
Look, this is the first one. Give me one more, and I got it all.
Annie's got a lot of abilities. They all involve blasting fire. They have some pretty similar names. Can't fault you on that one. But, it's interesting from Rishi's side of the table here, because, he does have that Thermogenic Beam, which is going to be a really powerful play at some point. But he's kind of got to think to himself, when do I want to use this? Do I want to use it now and, sacrifice some tempo to get off those Ballistas off the board? Or am I okay with just feeding a few units in and then, really catching the Ballistas on a surprise turn, where Malik's might be really banking on using them to kill a key unit or 2?
Yeah, interesting from Rishi to be open to stacking to try and actually get a hold here. Yes, the Ballista can only deal with one of these 2 units, but still kind of maybe opening yourself up to any other battlefield hate-specific spells. Like Sky Splitter, probably not in this case yet, because we don't have that Aurora yet. But there are still just other options, something like a Void Seeker that could very likely be in a Volibear deck.
True, or I think what the real nightmare scenario would be if Malik's had a Deadbloom Predator, because then he can use the Ballistas to pick off one and then just slam the Deadbloom over the top to just chomp down on the other.
Kind of like this. Yeah, kind of like this, Frank. That is the nightmare scenario, and it is happening right now. We are in the nightmare, even though the Nocturnes were in the last game, as we do have the Deadbloom hitting the board into the Dreaming Tree. Rishi is tapped out, so this is just food for the fire, food for the bear.
Yep. And, on top of that, just, kick them while they're down. Malix is going to get a rune back off the Volibear Legend.
Yeah, he's no longer hibernating. The runes are all here, and he's ready to actually come out. Winter is over for Malik.
Yeah, so definitely that is the risk from Rishi's end on letting those kind of Iron Ballistas run wild and do their thing. And now he's got a Deadbloom to deal with.
And it looks like another piece of tech from the side of Rishi. The Mega Mech has been drawn. Sometimes just getting these bigger units can help you deal with the Aurora decks of actually finding a way to fight through. Helps your Stupefies actually be online, some of these other cards that you may be forced to actually keep in, and now you actually have a big option. But generally, that can kind of help you close out the game and look for a big hold, whereas when you've only been able to score a few points early on, it can get a lot less value. But I think the big saving grace is going to be him sitting on that Thermo Beam, so once this Aurora hits the table, whenever it does, he's immediately got the answer.
For sure, and yeah, that's definitely kind of the risk you take with Mega Mech, because, you know, it's not a lot of texture, it's not going to accelerate, it's just a giant ball of stats, and that's like a dangerous access to try to fight Volibear on, because that's sort of what they excel at. But I agree, if you can get it down early enough, you can sort of threaten going toe-to-toe with them, especially when you combine it with some of the powerful shrink options that Kai'Sa has.
Let's see what the Volibear has in the tank now. Feels like no Aurora. I don't see one in hand as he's flipping through. I see a Magma Worm, though, as that is a very powerful tool to come off of the Aurora and really enable the rest of your deck. And notably, it is big enough that it's not going to just get Falling Star on the back row. So you can kind of stick it around if you have the time in the game. And I'm curious if this is actually a game where Malik has created enough space that you can even just kind of raw play out a Magma Worm, which is a very rare opportunity, I think, in Riftbound, where that feels like a good play. And it kind of feels like it might be okay here.
For sure, yeah. I mean, Malik's, you know, he is a little behind in points, and, you know, he's thinking right now, I'm sure he is doing that calculation of, can I take the time off to get this Magma Worm down? Because if I do that, in the future, all my units are coming in ready, and I'm going to be able to catch back up real quick.
There's the thing, are there enough spells in hand as well to maybe prevent some Conquers? That's the other option you have to think about, is can I just hold up a bunch of runes? Or do I need to actually, you know, try and continue to establish? It looks like they're just handling a kind of points dispute here where he conquered with the Dead Bloom and then, of course, held because the Dead Bloom was still there. So you should be at 2 points. It looks like they've got that corrected now as, yeah, just going to be a Magma Worm.
Yeah, so that Magma Worm going to be a real big threat for Rishi, because now, you know, normally you're used to the Volibear deck being like powerful but slow, but now it's going to be powerful but fast.
Yeah, and it really makes that champ zone Volibear so much more threatening as well, because you often see with these Volibear decks that it almost never gets deployed. By the time it gets deployed, the game is kind of over because the Aurora has brought out enough stuff and they've won, or they're just too far behind and they can't actually get it out. But with a Magma Worm on board, suddenly this is a very threatening unit where the on-attack trigger of dealing the 5 damage can also just actually matter quite a bit, where Volibear is going to actually hit the board, come in ready, and send in for an attack.
Yeah, you know, Malik's is putting an immense amount of pressure on these battlefields here. He's got the ballistas, he's got the big units, he's got more that are going to be coming in ready. And, you know, it's going to be up to Rishi to find a way to navigate this and try to maintain his point lead without losing too much material.
All right, let's look for Rishi, what he is willing to commit. 3 points is kind of the unfortunate spot. If he's at 4, you can consider just kind of like moving in, go to 6, and then look for that big play later on. But also, you don't want to overcommit this Mega Mech. You don't want to lose this thing for free at any point in the game. And what we just talked about with the Volibear being able to come in, you know, essentially accelerated, right? Comes in ready from the Magma Worm. This Mega Mech just becomes food. Food for the blender when that comes in. And even something like a smoke screen actually doesn't quite get there because it's a 9 might unit and the 5 damage comes through. So that -4 actually still allows it to trade with the Mega Mech.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, a lot of decks in Riftbound, like, they will allow you to kind of keep chipping in as the game goes on, pick up a Conquer here, pick up a Conquer there. But Volibear actually one of the decks that can just say, like, no, I'm just going to hold these battlefields, and there's going to be nothing you can do about it.
You're done. Like, that's all you got. So it is going to be just the attempt at a double conquer, but that is just a free Sky Splitter that gets to come down because of the high might of these units. Sky Splitter reduced cost based on the might of a unit that you have, the highest might unit you've got. And just going to deal 5 to a battlefield, gets rid of the hopeful. Breakpoint found for Rishi, Time Warp found, so if he can get up to 6 with some units on board, he can kind of get there, but it feels like we're at that point where the Volibear is really starting to hold you off.
For sure, and yeah, I think Rishi, you know, is really going to have to sort of find a way to engineer a game plan around Time Warp, where maybe he can catch Malik's off guard and, you know, get in some Conquers, go up to 6, surprise, play that Time Warp, and hold to a win. But, you know, with these ballistas and all these big units on the table, that might be tough.
Yeah, and just going to rip one now for another look into the deck, another point, just needing to buy time and potentially even just to get this Mega Mech out of there so it gets to score, gets to run home, and you get to find a new draw.
For sure. You know, as you said, kind of at this point, all of Rishi's hopes and dreams are riding on this Mega Mech. So using this Time Warp as a way to just be like, hey, I'm just going to take one more point right now, and maybe I'm going to protect this Mega Mech to use again later. It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, and he does end up finding a very important card for this situation, which is going to be that Thousand-Tailed Watcher. It's one of the ways that you can actually try and crack through a big Volibear board, and especially if you have the might to follow up with something like a Mega Mech. And so the question becomes, do you want to start looking for that, as he is just going to finally deploy that Thermo Beam to deal with the 2 Ballista. And I do wonder, I mean, really, the dark comedy of this is the Aurora coming off the top on this turn from from Alex on the other side.
For sure. But no, it's time to get rid of those Ballistas, and, you know, maybe you'll get punished with the Aurora, but it hasn't been here yet. And, you know, sometimes you just got to be like, hey, they don't have it. I'm going to cross my fingers and hope they don't draw it and just do the best I can.
Yeah. Now a full development from Rishi, which makes sense. You got the Thousand-Tailed Watcher in the bank. Now you just need to get some might on the board, be ready to look for that score. But being at 5 instead of 6, again, kind of very impactful being off cadence. You don't just have a double conquer win yet. You do have to get on there, and then you have to look for a potential hold afterwards.
For sure. And I can't tell, I'm not sure if Rishi has enough runes to threaten another Time Warp. My guess would be that he doesn't just yet. So he's going to have to try to get this done the fair way. But, you know, as you said, Thousand-Tailed Watcher is the one card that says, hey, you're trying to pile a bunch of stats into a battlefield to keep me out. Watcher doesn't care how many there are. They're all getting -3, and that could really cut down the numbers on the table.
I do see some cards being flicked, and I do believe there was an Aurora ripped off the top here. The question is can it be deployed, or is there something else that needs to be done? And there it is. So, my fault, Rishi. Hey, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything.
It's the caster curse, you know? It persists through all games.
Oh, no. All right, might be. That's on me. That's on me, guys. I'll take the blame on that one.
Yeah, and, you know, now from Rishi's side of the table, you're just sitting here and you're like, man, did I get finessed? Is he just holding this Aurora waiting for the Thermo Beam, where no reality, it just came right off the top.
And there is going to be just the push in from the Dead Bloom Predator. Go ahead and get some points going. And now just going to hold the Magmorum back, realizing, hey, having stuff come in ready is actually still very valuable. I think especially when it comes to having the Volibear in the champ zone. I think that's what Malix is looking at. So it is going to be an Anivia, and just the decision is, does this go and attempt to hold Vile Maws, or do I keep this at home, try and be able to deal with whatever gets sent in?
Yeah, no, it is crazy how different the texture of the game is when your opponent's on 5 versus 6. You know, they're on 6, you got to do everything you can to stop them. They're on 5, you kind of have to do almost nothing, and you could really store up your resources to knock them out in a following turn.
Yeah, the big thing is, next turn I have to deal with this. Next turn I have to make sure that everything gets protected. And I think one of the big things that Rishi actually gets the luxury of here is because on the other side Malix didn't go into the Dreaming Tree, you can just send a Sentry in there and develop further, and then look for that Thousand-Tailed Watcher big push to try and end the game.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of like that standoff where, like, okay, who's going to do it? Who's going to put their cards in the middle and say, this is the time where I'm going to box you out? And right now, both players kind of just committing minimal necessary to score their points.
And Watcher is going to be deployed now, though, instead, wanting to get the Dead Bloom off the board, get up to 7 and look for the hold. But, you know, the Magmorum, I think, is going to make the hold a little bit dubious, being able to have something enter ready, especially because you've got something on board face up that you can play that can help deal with some of these situations.
For sure, and definitely can't, you know, underestimate the trigger from that Anivia either. Malix is going to have a lot to work with on his next turn. Let's see how Rishi wants to do this.
Yeah, going to be just a send in to Vile Maws. It looks like a pretty big commitment being lined up. A lot of might. Neither of these going to need to worry about trading, but if there is maybe something like a Sky Splitter or any other kind of answer to deal some damage, there could be a trade opened up, but it looks like nothing there. The other thing, though, is Thousand-Tailed Watcher does do that -3 everywhere, so if there's a follow-up spell from Rishi, you might be able to actually deal with one of these backline units, and that can open up the hold to be a lot better. With 2 runes available, I think there was a Falling Star in hand that may be deployed at the end of this turn.
Yeah, you know, if a Falling Star comes down from Rishi here, we might see this board swing pretty drastically. Because while the Aurora is a powerful play, we're at a stage in the game where it's probably not going to get too many opportunities to do its thing. And if the Magma Worm is taken off the table, all of a sudden the units aren't coming in ready anymore. And they might not be able to threaten these battlefields at all.
Yeah, and it looks like that is maybe the target. Yeah, it is going to be the Magma Worm. Just double tap there. So Anivia is the only one that's going to be able to run in straight away. And the -3 on everything there, I still don't know that 8 might is enough to push over. In fact, I don't think it is. So there's going to have to be an additional thing to happen with this Anivia in order for Malix to be able to push in and actually find the win.
Yeah, but the one upside for Malix here, Rishi's runes are fully exhausted, no real alternative costs coming out of the Kai'Sa deck, so he kind of just has, you know, what we call Riftbound puzzle game at this point. Can you figure out what's on the board and find a way to beat it?
Yeah, and I think one of the big things is even if you can actually push through the big stack on Vial Maws, there still is the Sentry on Dreaming Tree that is, his point is worth just as much as the one at Vial Maws. That will also be the winning point if he is able to hold on, so being able to deal with both locations now that that Magma Worm is gone, I think is going to be a really tough task.
Yeah, Watchful Sentry, you know, holds down the forts, he's far and wide, and might just be enough to get that last point.
Here we go, calculating.
The finger taps have been deployed.
Does feel like Rishi may have been able to turn the corner and find that spot. The Ballista being taken out by the Thermo Beam. Very impactful still, because a Ballista being able to deal with the Sentry and then just having to worry about the other side makes a massive difference.
Yeah, no, I think really, really smart of Rishi to make that call and like, hey, there might be an Aurora coming, but the game is so late stage that I'd rather just take out these Ballistas, kind of get under the tempo, and I think I can beat an Aurora if it comes at this point.
So let's see how this starts. That's a Cadrigan.
Ooh, so this
is saying I need Sky Splitter to win the game.
Right. This is saying I don't really have it right now. I'm going to see if I could find it. And one thing to keep in mind, there is always a Dead Bloom off the top from the Aurora that could kind of swing the math here.
So 2 draws. Let's see if they change anything.
So let's see. Right now, Anivia is, what, an 8, and her trigger does 3 on the attack?
Yeah.
So yeah, even if she wanted to go into Vial Maw's lair, she's not big enough on her own, even with the trigger, to get the job done, I don't think.
No. She can clear everything with a Sky Splitter.
Yep. I think she's 1 off, right? Because you deal 3 to everything, 4 to finish the 1,000 Tail, 5 to finish the Mega Mech, and then there's 1 damage left needed on the Hopeful.
Yep, so you do need something like a Sky Splitter on top of this, but he's sending it in. And so there's 2 things. He either has the Sky Splitter, and he can help deal with this, or he can just clear just enough that a Dead Bloom does end up actually making the big difference here. Because he can clear off the Mega Mech and the Hopeful with this swing, and just leave the Watcher, which if he finds the Dead Bloom on the top, he's not out of the game.
For sure. If he finds a Dead Bloom off the top, it might all of a sudden become really hard for Rishi to get it back. It's been really cool to see how much this match has swung back and forth for both players. Doing some calculations here.
And it looks like that is no Sky Splitter. They're going to damage here. So he's going to deal with those 2. And this is going to come down to the Dead Bloom. And I'm looking at the hand. I'm like trying to see the odds. Like no Dead Bloom in hand, it looks like. He's got 1 so far, so the question is does he find it? He does!
There it is!
Big Dead Bloom coming down, and that will just clean up the 1,000-tailed Watcher. As you said, Frank, no runes available for Rishi.
And, you know, Malix just a tried-and-true professional here. No reaction from his end. He's just like, yeah, Dead Bloom, your 1,000.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to happen.
Like, obviously, it was there. Never doubted it for a second. I set this all up. This is my Grandmaster plan. And, you know, talking about those swings, Rishi tried to risk the hold. He was so close to getting it, but Dead Bloom just comes in to say, not today.
Yeah, and for another way to claw back, it looked like there was another Thermo Beam in Rishi's hand to deal with the Aurora, but Cadrigan plus a Dead Bloom. This is just so much might that has been re-added to the board where Rishi did so much work to get ahead. He was able to find the spot that was nearly perfect for the win, able to deal with the Magma Worm, able to deal with everything. The Anivia attack doesn't win, but there is that 1 out of the Dead Bloom Predator. And to be clear, there's not a ton of units in these Aurora decks, so 2 Dead Blooms left in the deck, probably 1 or 2 Cadrigans, maybe another Anivia. There's a few other options, but the odds are not horrible that you're going to find it.
Right, and Rishi's going to have to figure this out real quick, because if he doesn't, the stats are just going to be too overwhelming. And, you know, it's Thermal Beam, while, you know, a nice option for some of these gear, it does usually take most of your turn, and I just don't know if he can sacrifice that development right now.
Yeah, instead it's just going to be a watcher, deal with a Dead Bloom straight away, but this is just going to end up getting eaten by a Cadrigan on the other side. There's a big dragon ready for a meal, and that's a tasty fox sitting in Vilemal's lair.
For sure, and although Rishi can't, you know, win the game off this Conquer, he will get to pick up an extra card instead. Might give him the tools he needs to fight back and hold on and get this last point.
Yeah, the question is there another time warp that you can maybe set up for, you know, moving in a small guy and then time warping to win the game? Are there Acathian Reigns where you can pivot into a strategy where you actually just deal with every unit from the Aurora deck and actually kind of run them out of ways to win the game where you can finally end? There's a few options, but Sabotage is going to start from Malix to try and deal with potentially the time warp or the Acathian Reign options.
For sure, and you know, all to play for here. This is really anyone's game. Malik's going to take his time here to figure out what he wants to get out of Rishi's hand.
Double Darius is another way you can win on 12 runes. Double Darius Smokescreen. I wonder if Malix is going to immediately recognize that and say, you know what, get rid of my Aurora. This Smokescreen cannot stick around.
For sure, yeah. He's like, you know what, this Aurora, it saved me from losing the game. It's done his job. If you want to spend 5 energy and some power to take it off the table, you can do that. I'm going to take the Smokescreen and try to fight you in the battlefields.
Yeah, now being well aware of the double Darius out that Rishi has to be able to get those 2/7 ready units out of nowhere, he does have the ability to start thinking about how he can play around it.
Yeah, and it looks like it might be time for the Fury Volibear to hit the table here, thinking about where we're going to put it. Yeah, there's that really interesting dynamic of, like, I could reinforce the Cadrigan battlefield here as Malix, but then he would be sacrificing the ability to contest the other battlefield on the following turn. So, you know, do you want to play not to lose and be like, I really want to make sure you can't take Vilemal's lair right now, but then he might actually be at risk of losing to a hold down the line.
Yeah, especially that double Darius running in, right? That's going to be able to take out Cadrigan and leave a Darius there. So if you've got nothing at home, that you're just not going to be able to deal with it, though. Hopefully for Malik's side is now you've got all these draws from the Cadrigans. Maybe you've actually found those Sky Splitters that you've been looking for.
Well, that was 3 Catalysts in a row there off the Aurora. That's pretty funny. And another Anivia is going to hit the table.
Yeah, now you can re-question that same debacle. Do I put this into the Vilemal's or do I put it at home? Because he's got the Cadrigan at home now, so at least there's consideration to, oh, we can actually just look for the hold.
Yeah, and you know, Malix, he's really thinking here because he's saying, I know your hand, I know what you're capable of right now. Sure, you're going to have, you know, a draw step or 2 if you get an extra Conquer, but I think I can beat what you've got. I'm going to put these in the base and make sure I can use them next turn as I need to.
And that's retreat is not going to be enough, certainly. So it is just that double Darius, and he's just going to scoop, not having a good way to answer, especially because the reinforcements that'll come in on this next turn. And that's going to be the Volibear, piloted by Floren Christian Login, or Malix here, taking that first win here at the Houston Regional Qualifier. Amazing to see some of these niche decks find the wins, especially into the big bad, into Kai'Sa. I know Volibear historically has been used as a, hey, this kind of has a good matchup into Kai'Sa. It might be a counter, but slowly people kind of eroded that thought. They thought, you know what, in the end of the day, it doesn't feel that favored. But, you know, Floren here showing us, hey, the Volibear can still get it done.
Yeah, for sure. And just really impressive play for both players. You know, Rishi kind of being like, I'm going to make you have it. I'm going to go for this hold. But, you know, the Dead Bloom Predator sometimes just comes off the top when you need it. And that's the lottery of playing Aurora. Yeah. And sometimes it's just your day.
Yeah, it's so big to be able to find that. You know, he had a game buffer to be able to go there, but I think he's very happy to finish that in 2 instead of having to go to a game 3 for that. I don't know, maybe the Volibear gets to make a deep run, but I think that's he's somebody we're going to want to watch for that the medal card, the best of prizing for the Volibear throughout the day.
For sure.
And with that, I mean, we will have plenty more matches coming up. Round 2 soon enough, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Riftbound action right after this.
Excuse me, sir? Excuse me. Any hot takes for this weekend?
Hot take, Kai'Sa might do well.
Might?
It might get squeezed one in there in top 8, perhaps. But also, I think that Kai'Sa is not going to be the most represented in top 8.
Love that take. Thank you so much. Excuse me, both of you. Any hot takes for the tournament this weekend?
Victor's a good deck.
Victor?
I'm a Victor player.
Love it.
I think Annie will win.
Annie winning the whole thing. Love the thing. Thank you so much. Excuse me, Trick.
Yeah.
Big fan, by the way. Do you have any hot takes for the regional qualifier this weekend?
No.
So what's your cold take?
My cold take is that it's going to be a fantastic event. I'm super excited. Fans are excited. And my hot take actually is that I think Ari's going to take it down.
I love Ari so much. Thank you so much, Trick. Excuse me, sir. Do you have any hot takes for the tournament this weekend?
Awesome. It's awesome.
Gonna be awesome?
Yeah.
What do you think's gonna win?
Kai'Sa or Master Yi?
Master Yi? What kind of Master Yi deck?
Mid-range.
Mid-range. Love it. Thank you so much. Oh,
Yes.
the judges. Let's have the judges.
Oh, yeah.
Come here. Let's go. Excuse me, fellow judge staff. Hello. I would like to know if you have any hot takes for the regional this weekend.
I'm kind of nervous tomorrow because we have a lot of questions about conquering the battlefields in the same turn. So I hope tomorrow doesn't happen a lot, but it will happen. I know it will happen.
Hey, I think the rules and learning all that stuff for Riftbound is a hard thing to do, and that's why we have professionals like yourself doing it this weekend. Thanks so much. Excuse me, you two. I know you're in the middle and competing in a rigorous game of Riftbound, but I have a question for you. Any hot takes for the regional this weekend?
I would just say just a lot of Kai'Sa players, if anything. I mean, I won't be surprised if Annie takes it, though, because, I mean, Annie's a really hot deck right now going.
Hot take from you, sir.
Is we're going to see a pretty diverse top 64. It's not going to be like 50, 60% Kai'Sa, hopefully. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think the sets and all the Annies are going to come out of the woodwork, like you guys said. Thanks so much, guys. Excuse me, sir. Do you have any hot takes for the regional qualifier this weekend?
Victor best deck.
Victor best deck. You heard it right here. Do you have any hot takes for the regional qualifier this weekend?
Hot takes. It's going to be packed.
That you're more than the initial number because we had some.
Yeah, we had a very big wait list. I think it's over 2,000 players.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's going to be a packed regional.
So then here's my hot take question I want to ask you. Do you think the next one could potentially be twice the size?
Wow. That's the $1 million question.
Yeah.
You'll find out over the coming weeks.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Paul. Excuse me, gentlemen. I know you just started another riveting game of 2v2 here, but I want to ask a couple of questions. Do you have any hot takes for the regional qualifier this weekend?
Kai'Sa's still going to be the best.
That's not a hot take. Come on. What do you think? Give me one legend.
Teemu.
Teemu?
Maybe?
Yeah. Hot take?
I think we'll see one Lux in top 32.
Is it you? All right. Thanks so much, y'all. Do you have any hot takes for the regional qualifier this weekend? A hot take. Like, what do you think? You know, out of the woodwork.
Lux is good.
Wow, another Lux one. Excuse me, sir. Sir, they might. I would like to know, do you have any hot takes for the regional qualifier this weekend?
I literally can't believe you're doing this right now.
That's a great hot take. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the Houston Regional Qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Frank Garen, and we just had an amazing first round of action, being able to see a Yasuo take down a Garen, the might of Demacia, and then also getting that Volibear game coming through, the dead bloom off of the top from that Aurora, from the top rope, being able to take that win over a Kai'Sa.
Yeah, no, that was awesome. I mean, if that's what round one has to bring, I can't wait to see what else we've got down the pipe.
Well, let's jump straight into that round two, as we do have Frodan. We got to see his Leona early on, kind of that little deck tech at the start of the day, and now we're going to get to see it in action, going up against Dizzy on Annie Darkchild. Dizzy actually able to top 8 in Georgia recently at the 10K there with this Annie list, and going up against Dan playing that Leona, and Frodan being able to find the win in that first round as well.
Yeah, no, I think this is going to be really cool. You know, we saw from that deck tech, Frodan really kind of knows the ins and out of his Leona strategy, and it's going to be cool to see him, kind of put it to work and see what he can do with it.
Yeah, and it's a great test to kick things off, right? To see if the Leona is going to do well enough into some of these top-tier Annie players, with Dizzy having that success as early as just a few weeks ago.
For sure. And, you know, Leona has some really strong options here. Annie's bread and butter, the Vi Ride the Wind. You actually have some stuns that can shut that down in the ways some other decks can't.
Yeah, you have tons of options, actually. You've got the Rune Prison to stun, you can play Hidden Blade to just kill the Vi, and you can defy the Ride the Wind. So being in both of the two colors that actually can kind of deal with Vi Ride the Wind give that big advantage for Leona. As we do jump into this first game, we do have Monastery of Hirana for Frodan on the Leona side. That is going to allow you to spend a buff when you conquer there to draw a card, so you can trade the buffs that you're generating with the stuns for more cards and more gas in your hand. And on the other side, we talked about this a little bit at the beginning of the day, we alluded to it, the Zon Warren's Game 1 Annie with the scrap heaps in the deck so that you can get so much extra card draw, and then you board it out for the second game. And it has been so powerful. I think Annie's Game 1 is one of the most powerful in the entire game of Riftbound currently.
For sure, and you know, we see each player start off with an iconic Poro, a Pouty Poro, and a Stalwart. But yeah, it's really cool to see that kind of sideboarding dynamic where you can literally go in and you'd be like, I'm going to play Zon Warrens in the first game, so I know I can discard these scrap heaps, get a ton of value, and then later when I don't have access to the Warrens, I could just take them out for different cards, and I think that's some really innovative deck building we've been seeing.
Yeah, and out the gates, it is just going to be Frodan getting that Conquer, getting the Stalwart Poro in place with its shield, so it can be a 3, and then just immediately, this is the classic Leona. Hey, turn 2, I play Determined. That is the game plan for these Leona decks. There is nothing more powerful for this Leona Legend to do than to play Leona Determined on turn 2, and it's real nice that you get to have her in that champ zone.
Yeah, for sure. You are definitely the Leona expert here, so you know I'm gonna defer to you a little bit. When you're in the Leona, say like Frodan is, are you aggressive? Are you mid-range? Are you trying to go long? What are you looking to do?
So what I know about Dan is he plays the Leona a little bit differently because he tried to build to be a little better into Kai'Sa. So he's a lot more aggressive. He's a lot more proactive, a lot more of these low-to-the-ground units to help get on board early. But the core game plan of your Determined actually remains the same no matter which version of Leona that you want to play, because you like to have her sit in the back row and kind of ask your opponent, do you want to come into a battlefield? If you do, are you going to be able to stop me from just going in when I have open runes to conquer with this Leona, because your unit's going to be stunned. You're not trading back. No matter what buffs you have, if I can buff over, I'm not going to trade. I'm just going to take your unit down.
For sure. Sometimes the threat of the Leona is greater than the Leona itself.
Yeah, especially into these aggro decks that often do not have an answer to you, and it is just saying, hey, I have to give up material for this point, and does it get to a critical mass where I've given up too much material, and now the Leona completely holds and I can't stop them?
Okay, we're going to see an early Vi from Dizzy here.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about Vi on this Zon Warren's game is some of these early Vi's, especially if you get an extra copy, you can hold on to one for Vi Ride the Wind, but early stages, you'll still have some fodder to make some really awkward breakpoints for your opponent to deal with. And while stuns are really impactful against the Vi and you get to kind of blank all of the cards that were recycled that turn, usually it's just going to bounce the Vi back home, and she'll still have another opportunity if you're able to fill that trash again.
For sure, it's going to be really interesting to see how Dizzy navigates around these stuns and counters that the Leona deck can bring. Might not be a matchup he's as familiar with. He might be doing some of this on the fly, but you know, he's a great player, and I'm excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, so I will say Pouty Poro, pretty annoying for Leona Determined. Having that deflect means you'd have to pay it in order to get the stun. One thing in the rules change, though, is you can actually decline to pay the deflect cost and not stun the Poro, which is a potential thing that Frodan can consider that he might want to do here.
Yeah, a little insight from the design side. We didn't want deflect to be like a trigger that could be missed, so we kind of baked it in as an additional cost. And at first we said like, hey, you just have to pay that, you don't get the choice. But we kind of found a nice middle ground where it's still not a trigger, but you can still decline and be like, I don't want to recycle a rune, I'm just not going to put my ability on the chain.
So it looks like Dan is going to pay that deflect cost, though, so he will get the stun, he will get this Leona trigger to come through.
Yeah, an interesting play from Dan. I imagine he's thinking, hey, if there's a Void Seeker, if there's a Hextech Ray, I don't want my Leona to die necessarily easily, so I'm going to stun it even to just prevent 2 damage.
Yep. That's big. We'll see what Dizzy decides to do. It looks like they have paid the cost, but they're still in reactions on this stun before it comes down, because when you decide the target, you have to pay it, and then it'll look to resolve. Looks like he is going to get that stun. Dan showing the camera the stun, putting it onto the Poro. We love to see it.
Yeah, and you know, my guess here is that Frodan probably has maybe a little bit extra to back this up as well, but the buff on the Leona does just put her out of range of kind of any single card that Dizzy could have.
Yeah, one of the things we saw in hand was the on guard, which is showing more of that kind of proactive game plan that he is going for by being able to utilize the lower cost units a little bit more effectively with that on guard, not having to rely on the bigger units to come down, as that is just going to be a fight or flight, and there's no immediate answer that Dan's got in hand. He would be looking for a Defy as a way to deal with this. So Dizzy is going to just say, hey, I'll trade a card for a point here, and I get a rune out of it because you've stunned my Poro.
For sure, and that's a nice move from Dizzy. That's kind of the one angle that Frodan's plan didn't cover, and it's like, you're not going to kill my Leona, but you are going to push her back to base, prevent that point, and as you said, he did have to already pay that deflect cost, and going down a rune can be pretty critical in these early turns.
Yeah. And that is one of those knowledge checks too, where I think some amount of players are probably not going to know that they can kind of not pay this deflect cost. And I know that Frodan's relatively new to the game, but he was really excited about it and dove in. So I'm not surprised if he does know or if he doesn't. It's just one of those kind of niche interactions that a lot of players are going to be slowly picking up over the weekend.
For sure. So now Frodan thinking about what he can do to follow up here now that he's gotten boxed out of Zoan Warrens.
Yeah, considering if he's just going to keep the Poro there, but he is just going to go ahead. He had that one rune energy floating from when he did pay the deflect cost, so just going to pay 2 more, go ahead and stun the Vi. This is just to get a buff, probably over to the Poro. The question for me, though, is do you want to retreat this Poro because of the Vi or because of the fact that we did kind of see a glimpse of that hand? A lot of combat tricks are there. Do you want to try and maybe bait this Vi in and see if you can actually take out one of Dizzy's units?
Yeah, and for sure, definitely some of the push and pull when playing against Annie is like, Vi's probably going to get you at some point, and you just want to mitigate how bad she gets you. So I could totally see Frodan being like, hey, I'm just going to let this Poro go to Vi so I have the opportunity to kill her before she gets too out of hand.
We'll see how this starts. That might just be a Void Seeker, as we do see that one red recycled, and there it is onto the Poro. So now a decision has to be made as to how much are you going to try and defend this, as 4 damage is coming into the 3 might currently. On guard works, but then you're down to a single rune.
For sure, and not to mention, at that point, the damage is going to stick around, so it might even be easier to finish that Poro off. But we're going to see a discipline here.
So an attempt to kind of fight over this, as the Poro is now going to be up to 5. It'll take the 4 damage. Oh, as Dan reached for the wrong deck. So I think the judges are just going to shuffle the rune deck to make sure that there's no information gain there. Easy mistake to make. You got 2 decks. Draw a card, accidentally reaching for the wrong one.
Yeah, and definitely don't want to, underplay the pressure of being on camera. Yeah. Sometimes, obviously Frodan, a seasoned professional, but sometimes you just reach for the wrong deck, especially when you haven't gotten so many reps in.
This is also notably his first physical TCG. I talked to him, when I had that interview with him, I was asking him a little bit about it because, he has that big Hearthstone background and, he's played a ton of TFT, he's played some card games in the past, but never won physically. So he was like, yeah, I'm still kind of learning the dexterity of actually just kind of doing all of the actions myself. And he said he felt pretty good about it, but it's still just like, getting some of that rust off. And yeah, being on camera adds that extra element of pressure.
For sure, yeah. Definitely like, back in my competing days on camera a ton, but the pressure really never goes away. No matter how many times you've done it, when you first sit down, you really feel it. But, Frodan, I think he's going to fight through it, and, we're going to see a really good match here.
Yep. We also see Dizzy decides to bring back that Pouty Poro now, opening up Zoan Warrens to be reconquered to get more of those Zoan Warrens triggers is something you really want out of this Annie deck early on. And wow, even a second Vi, I was talking about how I like when you play one of the Vi's early when you've got multiple copies, but playing both of them out early instead of actually holding one back.
Yeah, it's interesting because it does set up a nice board for Dizzy where he's like, okay, if both of these Vi's are threatening you, I might be able to recycle to like pump one minimally, get you to use your stun there, but then the second Vi is just going to come in and finish the job. So there's some good merit to having 2 on the table.
Yeah, if I'm Frodan, I'm pretty happy with how this turn played out though. My Poro gets to live, I get to score up to 3, and I have an extra unit at home, so I can kind of keep my Leona back. You could even just score with the Shield Bearer and be willing to sacrifice it. And now you've got Leona to say, hey, I'm actually up in points. Dizzy, if you'd like to commit to a battlefield, here's my Leona determined. I would like to stun you and take it from you.
Yeah, for sure. And, some legends, you got to exhaust to do their thing. One big advantage that Radiant Dawn has is as many times as you can stun, that's how many buffs you're getting. And Frodan's really been taking full advantage of that so far to really just buff up his whole team.
Yeah, you see him shaking his head. He keeps reaching for the wrong deck for the draw, just kind of getting through that dexterity, the early game jitters of the tournament. But he's able to end up dropping. That is a Sunlit Guardian, I believe, right? This is another card that Dan plays that I personally in my Leona decks haven't, but this is part of the lower to the ground strategy that he likes, and he likes to kind of get the Poro in, get the Sunlit Guardian down, look for those kind of quick early holds with more aggressive units instead of like the other Sona versions that we've seen some other players playing. Like I've really enjoyed the Sona version where you're trying to play more around those mid-range units and play around the Leona getting in, establishing a Sona, and then following up with a lot of spells. So this is more bunch of units, get some buffs, and then use Kingpin as your big kind of like linchpin unit in the deck.
For sure. And Sunlit Guardian, if you can get it into a battlefield and get that shield going, it is a lot of stats for the energy cost. And especially, you throw a buff on it, all of a sudden that thing's getting pretty huge.
Yeah, and the tank keyword, I think, cannot be understated. I think that's one of the reasons that Lecturing Yordle was like a slept-on card for a while, but you're like, oh, I draw a card, and also this 2-might has tank, so I can actually protect some of my more important units in combat. And I think Sunlit Guardian has that same kind of effect with that tank keyword.
All right, Pouty Poro moving into Zon Warrens, trying to contest, and is going to take a trade.
Makes sense, as now the Kai'Sa's going to come down accelerated. Dizzy going to go for the draw plus the rummage from the Zon Warrens, as this is kind of the big thing that Annie loves to do. She loves to be able to cycle through the deck, find the exact pieces that she needs to put together. This is an aggressive deck that does play this kind of combo-oriented play style. There's not a ton of true combo decks in Riftbound currently, but Annie has a lot of small combos that you'll play throughout the game.
For sure. And, Annie really has that advantage where she gets to play the game on both turns always. She can use all her runes on her turn, but then when you go to the other turn, you get to ready to and still play the game on your opponent's turn as well. And Dizzy clearly going to use that here to just keep the pressure on, make sure he's scoring some points, but also having interaction to fight back on the other side.
All right, and I think Dizzy just asking if he's allowed to shortcut the Vi instead of having to one by one put the cards at the bottom of the deck. So he's selecting, it looks like 4 here to push one of these Vi's up to 7.
And I imagine after doing that, it's going to be Vi's time to go in.
Yeah, Vi into the Stalwart Poro. That is going to go up to a 4 already on defense into 7. And we know there's a Call the Glory in hand, but also this Facebreaker. You can just say, you know what, this combat just doesn't happen really. And I'm going to get a buff to go to my set. And we'll see if he remembers this trigger here from Radiant Dawn as that stun comes through to get that buff onto set. Because you definitely don't want to miss that. That is such an important buff, as it's a +2 for set, as Kingpin has the text that when friendly units at his location have a buff, he also gets a +1.
Absolutely. And Frodan, the way we saw his deck earlier, the way he's built it, he's really kind of maximizing on a lot of these stun options. And Facebreaker, maybe not a card every list would play, but, working really great for him here.
And now this is going to kind of come back to bite Frodan a little bit with the Facebreaker, because now this Vi comes in and the Poro is still stunned from the Facebreaker, so it won't actually be able to even look for a trade if he decides to try and buff it up with something like the Call to Glory.
Yeah, and this is kind of what that threat of having the 2 Vi's is. It's like, went in with the first one, didn't work, it got stunned, but now here comes the second one.
Yeah, and I see this Vi, is this Vi at 7? So this Poro would just get buffed to 7 here? From the Call to Glory.
It's a great question. Are they just bouncing off?
Just want to make sure there's some clarity here. Visually, it looks like to me that there was 1 more recycle for this one, and then pumped up to 7. I think maybe Dan might have missed this as far as the how big that Vi actually was going to be. Plays the Call to Glory out, and it looks like he is just going to end up losing this Poro and loses that Call to Glory, which is definitely big, especially with kind of missing out on the Radiant Dawn trigger earlier. Now he's also down a buff on his set.
Yeah, definitely a couple rough turn of events for Frodan. Dizzy using his Vi's extremely well, but Frodan still has some powerful units in the base, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can recover from that slight error and fight back.
Yeah, and he definitely has the might to do so, right? Even without that buff, he's going to get one from the Radiant Dawn running in. The Vi is not going to be able to continue to be buffed up. I believe Dizzy has a flash, so I think maybe one of the more likely things to occur on this turn is we are just going to see Frodan try and run in, and that first stun gets reacted to by a flash, as the might values are already just in Frodan's favor.
Yeah, and one thing that Dizzy is going to have to keep in mind here is he did just recycle a lot of cards out of his trash to get these Vi's able to contest Frodan's units. So he's got to make sure he can keep that card flow going in the trash so the Vi's can remain really strong threats.
Yeah, I think the other big thing to look at is even though that sequence of events was pretty tragic for Frodan, losing a lot of value, he's still ahead on points. It's 4-4, but he has the turn. He has the ability to go try and score 2 more points here. So he's just going to push in determined, and if he can get up to 6 points, it's now he's threatening to just kind of win the game if he's able to hold this fistful of runes and be able to stop this. As expected, Flash deny the stun, so you're going to get away from a buff, but looking at Frodan's hand, that's a pair of rune prisons. If he can just keep all of these runes and get Set and Leona on board, there's kind of a world that he just holds both and wins the game.
Yeah, no, that's a great call out, because if he can reach that 6-point threshold, that's really kind of the sweet spot where you want to be to make sure that you can just threaten ending the game first.
Yeah, looks like the judge just clarifying that that stun will not go through. It does say here on Leona, so if you do flash away, you're not going to end up getting stunned, so no buff comes through from Radiant Dawn. Good counterplay to Leona to try and be able to dodge that, but I think it was a great call out, Frank, that this trash is just getting thin, and so while Dizzy can try and rebuild it a little bit by playing some cards on this next turn, it might not be enough for the Vi's to actually have enough juice, especially because we know there's a pair of rune prisons there.
Right, and Dizzy's going to have to commit enough cards from the trash to even get Frodan to use his stuns in the first place, and he might just run out.
Yeah, so now Frodan considering what he should dump. I saw a Sunlit Guardian, and I feel like, yes, I love this from Frodan. Throw that away, grab another card. Maybe you just get another spell that works really well with your hand. Looks like Zhonya's Hourglass. That's nice. I think being able to just play that at home if you still have the runes to play what looks to be an On Guard and 2 rune prisons. If you hold up 5 runes here, I think it's beautiful. You're going to really cause this to be difficult for Dizzy to deal with. And even here, just going to hide the Zhonya's because not much opportunity cost for hiding it versus playing it. You can always just get that reveal out.
Definitely, and you know, this is definitely the stage of the game where Annie would be like, okay, this is exactly where I want to be. I've got my Vi's. I'm closing in on points. But again, I just really have to stress how well the stuns can manage things, because even if you have the ride the wind, it's still stunned. It is still not going to be able to go in, kill the unit, and take the battlefield.
And speaking of the ride the wind, just grabbed off the top of the deck. Fight or flight, though, this is a good answer. This will just prevent this double hold guaranteed. But Frodan can respond with this Zhonya's Hourglass. Easy enough. He can just flip that. But before the Leona leaves, and so he'll still have that to help out if the set ends up getting, taken down. And because he's ahead with the 6 versus 4, realistically, having Set and Leona back home, you're going to have a really good opportunity to just double conquer again.
Yeah, and really good use of his cards by Dizzy here. He says, hey, I'm going to use the Flash to defend my units, and I'm going to use the Fight or Flight to push yours out, kind of just maximizing everything he can do with the Chaos tricks. That's a Conquer from Kaisa Survivor, a card drawn.
And just looking at the options, I mean, this is a tough spot for Annie. You're recognizing that, hey, my deck's not very good at holding. So looking at a Set Kingpin and a Leona Determined as the potential attackers, it's very hard to consider how you can hold against it, especially a deck that is green and yellow. They're going to have pumps in some way, shape, or form, or even worse, they might just have a kill spell, and they might just be able to get rid of your unit. And as Annie, there's not a lot of recourse. You can try and ride the wind something in after the fact and try and either reconquer or just at least help fortify one side that maybe Frodan will overextend into. But it's going to be kind of tough, as we do see now Annie deployed to just grab a cleave to try and push this Vi over the top of Kingpin. And we know Rune Prison, easy answer to this.
Definitely. And, Dizzy's got to have it on the radar, too. He just watched Frodan discard a unit and then pass the turn with 6 runes available. So that is signaling, hey, there's going to be some interaction here, and Dizzy's got to find his way to pace around it while still scoring some points.
Yep, so easy Rune Prison. See the Radiant Dawn trigger to get a buff, probably on just Kingpin, just make it a 7, make things really difficult for Dizzy, especially now that everything was given to that first Vi. So now the second Vi can only be a 3. And from Dizzy's side, this makes sense. Try and reinforce, don't let Leona run in and actually get the conquer and end the game for free. But that is only 7 on defense, and that is just one pump spell that can help put you over the top.
Yeah, Dizzy going to have to try to use his tricks a little more defensively here, which, as you mentioned, is really not how Annie wants to use them. But sometimes you have to, and a fight or flight on defense can be just as good as a fight or flight on offense.
Yeah, and we see that on guard, so there's at least one pump for the Determined. And even just out the gates, being able to run in and clear away some of the units here, but also third Rune Prison found off the draw. There's always a consideration to even just look for the hold and go from 7 to 8 in that way if you don't feel like you can quite push over here, as it is just going to start with a stun from the Leona Determined.
Yeah, definitely one of the weaknesses of stuns is they don't actually help you take the battlefield, they just make your units safer. So the Leona isn't going to necessarily be big enough to get the full conquer here unless Frodan goes for something like an on guard we see.
Yep, up to 7, so 7 into 7, but Leona won't die because of the stun onto what I assume is the Kai'Sa at this point. And it is going to be a ride the wind, probably just going home, try and build up a big enough base, or to reinforce.
Well, I think he has to reinforce here, because if he gives this battlefield up to Frodan, this will be his conquer for the 8th point.
Yep, so does reinforce. Good call out. That is just going to be another +3. And I think Frodan, for this though, that is just 6 into his 7. So even though he won't be able to conquer, he doesn't have to actually commit anything else.
Right. I doubt that, you know, Dizzy is happy with this play, but it is better than losing. Yeah. That I can promise.
Yeah, technically not over. So there you go. As still though, that double Rune Prison hand looks pretty disastrous for the side of Annie to be able to have to contend with. These, you know, Rune Prison being such a great card to deal with it. You call it out at the very start of the game and being able to stun the Vi when it comes in. And we actually just saw it over and over and over again because Dizzy's game plan kind of devolved into, well, I've just got a bunch of Vi's here and a little bit of trash, so we'll just kind of try and incrementally use it to get above your might totals. And there's always a stun. There was always an answer.
Yep, and yeah, Frodan doing a great job of keeping the stuns rolling, stopping Dizzy from just going crazy and doing whatever he wants, taking some of his units off the table. And you know, that set is still in Zon Warrens, and if he's there next Frodan's turn, that's game over. Dizzy, you know, he's going to see what he can do, though. Annie's got a ton of tricks. You know, it's the kind of deck where, like, it's kind of never out of the game, even when you think, like, oh, there's nothing Annie can do here. They sometimes always just find a way.
Yeah, I think I saw a Trifarian picked up, and I think he's also got a Cleave. So, you know, Darius Cleave is quite good, right? That's 10, but you don't want to put 10 all in one unit when you're going up against Leona. You might just get stunned away. And then on top of that, there's this additional kind of 4 might that can be given to the Vi if you just decide to kind of use it straight away. And we're looking at Dizzy right now. Does actually do, it was +3. And if you cast, you know, maybe the Cleave, you can then also send that to the bottom and give another might over to the Vi.
For sure.
And the Darius come in.
Yep, and one of the great things about Vi is she doesn't always need Ride the Wind. She just has ganking.
Yeah.
So maybe set's not as safe as we thought.
All right, Darius cast. It looks like he pointed at the Darius for the Cleave, though. So this is just going to be 10 might that will be able to be taken away by just one stun. He is just going to start with just the Darius in. And I think this is just going to be an easy response and rebuttal from Frodan to just kind of go for yet another Rune Prison.
Yeah, the stuns just keep coming out of Leona, but you know, that's kind of what she does. All right, Dizzy still has a problem to solve. Vi positioned for the gank. Annie can join in on the fight.
Yeah, he's got 7 might from Kingpin. It looks like Frodan just explaining exactly how that works. Can be kind of confusing when you first read Kingpin. You might think, oh, it shouldn't get the +1 from itself, but it is in fact a friendly unit of itself, so we'll get that +1 from its own ability, making buffs just super effective on Kingpin and doing double duty as we do send in both the Annie and the Vi. And guess what? Rune Prison number 3 coming through for Frodan. Stun the Vi, and I think Dizzy with just 1 rune left is going to be like, all right, well, game 2.
Yeah, you know, Dizzy kind of just saying, all right, I've lost the ability to play around anything. I just have to shove my units in and pray you don't have it. But Frodan says, hey, I've got it. Puts the Rune Prison on the table, and he's going to take the first game. After a shaky start, too. Really impressive, his ability to kind of just, like, stay calm, grind through, do what he does best, and secure that win.
Yeah, and you saw him shaking it off, right? There's some camera jitters. He's shaking his head as he like reaches for the wrong deck on the draw. Like clearly, it's just like not meaning to do any of this. And then now it's going to get shifted back around where he does have a game 2 coming in, and actually an adjustment going to Hillock for this game 2, and then also. We've got green Leona, Leona's Zealot in the champion zone, so not the normal turn 2 determined necessarily, but against a very fast deck, having kind of this accelerate unit, pseudo-accelerate, where Zealot enters ready when your opponent is within 3 points of the victory score, you've kind of got a way to answer if Annie really gets ahead on board.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting, too, because, you know, we see the arena's greatest here from Dizzy. Great battlefield option when you know you're going to be going first. So the odds that he gets to that threshold for Calm Leona are pretty high. That's a heads-up change. You know, that's one thing that I was really excited to see, like, oh, are players going to do the thing? Are they going to change their chosen champion in between games during sideboard? And I feel like you don't see it too often, but really excited to see Frodan use it here.
Yeah, as we do have, as you said, arena's greatest for Dizzy, so the extra point there, and then on the other side, Windswept Hillock, so this is going to be that ganking that comes through for Frodan. This is a battlefield that I've gone back and forth in with Leona. There's a lot of matchups where it feels great. You get your Determined onto a battlefield, and then sometimes Leona has a little issue with pivoting around. But the ganking there lets you kind of run to the other side. The problem that can arise that I've found are purple matchups, where Annie sometimes just says sneaky deckhand in your Hillock and then conquers, and you're just very far behind. But we'll see with Frodan's more aggressive approach if this Hillock ends up being even more helpful against the purple matchup than not, as I think the judge call is about arena's greatest on Frodan's turn.
Yeah, you know, so looking here, we see Frodan's points at 0. He's channeled his runes. The arena's greatest is a beginning phase trigger. It looks like he might have unfortunately missed that. Oh, maybe not. Oh, there's his point. Okay. But yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying. I feel like Hillock's one of those battlefields when you bring it and you're using it, you're like, this is great. And when your opponent uses it against you, you're like, that's cheating. This isn't
you're like, wait,
fair.
no, that's my battlefield.
battlefield.
Yeah, exactly. It's the one battlefield I've really gone back and forth in the deck where, you know, you've got some games where like, yeah, this is the best thing in the world. This is the best battlefield. And sometimes it is a pain, as we do just have this start from Dizzy, as he will send the Traveling Merchant into the Hillock and say, you know what, if I'm able to stick around in this, I am going to conquer again on the next turn, going over to the arena's greatest.
Yeah, very, very interesting, because if Frodan did miss that trigger, it's kind of on Dizzy to say whether he gets it or not. And Dizzy might have just said, like, hey, I don't want you to lose the point like that. I want to play this game the way it should, and gave him that point.
Yeah, so there we go. And once again, Dizzy just going to have to start the game with early Vise. Oftentimes, it's not exactly what Annie wants to be seeing, the early game. Usually, on this rune count, you kind of want it to just be Sama Kaisa and then kind of go from there. And so the Vise just kind of indicate to me that Dizzy has found some clunky hands in the first 2 games.
Yeah, you know, it's not a I'm going to play Garen Rugged as my first play level of fallback, but it's not plan A.
Yeah, because like the Vi, when I've talked to other Annie players, they say that, you know, they're happy being on a lower 2-drop count, because Vi, even though you kind of don't consider her to 2-drop, is kind of okay to play on your first turn of the game, even in Annie, because that 3 might breakpoint is kind of enough, or sometimes you just pump it to 4 might, and that's enough to kind of push in, get the conquer, and then it has ganking, so it can be a real threatening thing for your opponent to have to deal with. And so I do, you know, don't mind that the Vi has to come down, but certainly it is just kind of, yeah, as you said, there's just like better plays.
Yeah, and a tough exchange of resources here for Dizzy. He tried to Void Seeker the Sunlit Guardian as it moved in, but Frodan had the discipline to punish, and, you know, this is like really like, even watching from this scenario is where you kind of see some of the power of like Kaisa, because he had to recycle a rune for that, and he is going to feel that, especially after the recycle from Vi.
Yeah, for sure. Because, yeah, that's 2 red gone. I mean, we're looking at just 2 runes for the side of Dizzy to kick things off in this next turn. We're on turn 3, and this is a 4-rune start. And On the other side, Frodan not having to really recycle anything. That's some of the power of the Sunlit Guardian. Really nice when you are going second as a turn 1 play. There's a lot of value that you're getting, and being able to save it is just so massive. As immediately this is just going to be 2 cards, 1 or 2. It looks like 2. Going to go for the Vi? No, just 1 to start. Wanting to keep the Void Seeker in the trash, potentially for Annie Stubborn, I think.
Yeah, and Frodan just doing a great job of knowing how valuable his stuns are and making sure to always prioritize keeping runes and energy up so he can use them when he needs to. And we're just really seeing how well they line up against this Vi again and again.
Yeah, so actually just offering a trade of Vi into Guardian, but no, there is the cleave to back this up and push 3 over. And is there just going to be that Rune Prison, the pesky Rune Prison that has been there time and time again? And that is going to be the case.
Yeah, Frodan really just the Rune Prison invitational card right now, so...
So that will just bounce the Vi. It will be able to still stay alive, though. The Assault +3, even with this buff, Sunlit Guardian, not enough damage to push over the top unless there's something like, I think an On Guard here hits Xaxes. But it doesn't feel like something that Dan is reaching to go do. And it may just be a bounce back, but we'll see what Dizzy's got to add onto this as he does go for a Fight or Flight. This does work. Just because the Vi is stunned doesn't mean it's not a body. 0 might, as far as offensive value, is enough to just conquer this.
Yeah, that's a really great play from Dizzy, because now that, he got the Rune Prison out of the hand, he still managed to get his point. He's, it's an Arena's greatest game, so he's really just trying to snowball, and really, really good play from Dizzy.
Yeah, and even considering running the Traveling Merchant over to the Arena's greatest to potentially hold this battlefield as the Vi has ganking, so you're basically also on Hillock because you have your own ganking unit that can kind of run between the two, and now maybe keep the Merchant back over on this side and make it really unattractive for Frodan to try and run in there.
Yeah, there's a real risk-reward that Dizzy has to navigate here, because as it was, the Sunlit Guardian was threatening to just kill the Vi on its own, so he's going to move the Traveling Merchant over there to reinforce, but now he might be at risk of getting 2 for 1 if Frodan has a way to make the Guardian even bigger, but being Annie, he does get to ready some runes himself, and we might see a nice back and forth here.
Yeah, as we're going to just start out with playing the Leona Determined. She's arriving a little bit late to this game, but still potentially in time to kind of still find that victory, as you don't have to worry about Vi Ride the Wind and that 6-point breakpoint as much for Annie. If Dizzy gets to 6, doesn't mean the game is just over.
Yep, and it looks like that Gambit is paying off for Dizzy as Frodan sends the Guardian over to the Windswept Hillock, and it looks like the hold on the Arena's greatest is going to work.
Yeah, that'll put Dizzy up to 5. He's been able to refill his trash quite a bit, so he will be able to kind of reload this Vi and send it back over to the Hillock as a potential try and go for that conquer, and it'll come down to what defensive options are available for Frodan to try and hold on with that Sunlit Guardian, as he's considering going for a hidden card here. And it will be a hide. Still going to keep him notably at 4 runes. So if he doesn't have any more recycles on this turn, Leona's Zealot can be deployed, coming in ready on the next turn as Dizzy has hit that 5-point threshold.
Yeah, that was a really interesting play from Frodan, because I think I saw a Call to Glory in his hand. So he could have said, hey, I'm going to try to crack this battlefield and get the 2 for 1. But, Annie did have the runes up. Instead, he says, it's like, maybe it's actually good for me for you to go to 5 points, because then my Leona will be ready to do her thing.
Yeah, now that Void Seeker is going to come out. That's 4 into 4, so Dan is going to have to flinch first, whether that is the hidden card or that Call to Glory being deployed. But if the Call to Glory comes out and that is the info being sent, that is going to let Dizzy, kind of have the go light of like, okay, there's not a lot of runes available still left, and we know kind of what that might value is going to be. But the hidden card gets to remain hidden and 2 runes available for Frodan, so the Vi can't just be fully committed yet.
Yeah, Call to Glory, one of the few Origins cards that kind of has that alternative cost, and Frodan choosing to pay it. He couldn't play it normally now, but he only has 2 units, only so many buffs to give around, and a lot of stuns to give. So I think spending that buff is not really going to cost him too much in the long run.
Yeah, big fan of almost always using the alternate cost for Call to Glory. I think there are some edge cases where you're going to actually pay it, but I actually think it is the best card in Leona's deck. I often start my deck with a 3 Determined, 3 Call to Glory when building a Leona deck, and I think if you're not playing it in your Leona at home, add it to the list.
For sure, and I think same for set. Really,
yeah,
if you're playing buffs and you're in order, you should probably be considering Call to Glory.
All right, we're going to have a stack deck from Dizzy, Sneaky Deckhand, Cleave, and yet another Vi coming through there. Feels like with the Vi already on board, maybe you don't necessarily need one unless you want to make sure you've got the redundancy, as none of the other cards were exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, Dizzy definitely in a tricky spot because, he does have that point lead. It's right where he wants to be. But, the Leona is in the champion zone, kind of ready to come out and punish him if he overextends. So he's going to have to figure out what he needs to do here to make sure he keeps scoring without losing too much of a presence.
And it's going to start with 2 runes coming down for a falling star, so just even more aggressive recycling. Curious if this is just going to go for Leona, or if you're going to try and put one into the Sunlit Guardian, and it looks like it is just going to be the Sunlit Guardian, trying to make this hidden card become revealed. It is going to be Zhonya's, which I believe... Is that going to completely take this? No, recall and heal, right? Now it is? Yeah, so...
Yeah, interesting there, because Zhonya is one of the few hidden cards that actually can impact things other than the battlefield where it's hidden, because it's a gear, and when you flip it up, it gets kicked back to your base. So even if Dizzy did go for that Leona, the Zhonyas would have been able to save it.
Yep, so there we go. Gonna get the Conquer over to the Hillock with the ganking. Dizzy does get to that all-important 6 that we do see from the Annie, but as we've mentioned a couple of times before, there are actually ways for Frodan with this Leona deck to answer. Rune Prison, Hidden Blade. There's a couple of different options that you can use to get there. The Facebreaker even can do enough that we saw in the previous game. And so Dizzy is not out of the woods yet, even though he's been able to score so swiftly.
Yeah, one nice advantage that Dizzy has, though, is Frodan is only on 3. So the maximum he can go up to here is 5, and that allows Dizzy to kind of play a slower game and maybe pace his threats a little slower than he otherwise might, because he doesn't have to be at risk of losing the game the following turn.
All right, and Frodan is down to actually completely exhaust his runes, go for the Zealot. We talked about how this will enter ready now that Dizzy has pushed ahead, and it is going to be both Leona and Zealot running in to the Windswept Hillock, which is a very powerful combo to have them both on Hillock where they can move into the other battlefield. And this is going to try and stun out this Vi, reduce the might, which, likely doesn't matter here. It's a very small unit, but it is something that Dizzy is going to have to contend with as he goes forward. The question here, though, is does he have like a ride the wind to get the Vi out of here and still look for the Conquer? No, but a Gust to get the Vi back home.
Yeah, really great use of Gust there. A lot of times you just think I'm using Gust to return my opponent's units to their hand, but it does have the versatility of sometimes, saving your own unit. Maybe it's not like Retreat, you're not going to get a rune as well, but saving Vi is pretty important and will allow Dizzy to potentially put that Ride the Wind combo together.
Yeah, once again denying a buff as well, as Frodan is going to send in that Sunlit Guardian, be able to go up to 5 points. I think a hidden card being deployed as well. I think I saw a Hidden Blade. Maybe it's just Zhonya's again. We'll see. I think Hidden Blade makes this play make a lot of sense from Frodan, where it's like, hey, I'm tapping out, which is really scary into Vi Ride the Wind. But if I've got Hidden Blade, then I can just hide it and use the runes in that way.
Definitely. Hidden Blade is what Frodan wants here, because, saving your units is nice, but it's not as nice when you've lost the game, whereas Hidden Blade will actually help you not lose, which is what he needs.
I guess it could be Facebreaker as well.
That is true, yeah.
Right, yeah, you can still stun the Vi in that way. And that's also a hidden card, so...
No, it's actually cool, because, normally you don't think really of Calm Order as like they have all this hidden depth, but, Frodan really going out of his way to have 3 different things to really keep the opponents not sure what it is every time.
Yeah, and another really impactful card in Dizzy's hand that we hadn't been able to talk about in this matchup just yet is that Rebuke, and I think against Leona it's very potent in dealing with the Zealot or the Determined, but because Dan has been able to build so much board presence, I think the Rebuke is just a little soft right now for this first turn, and the Ride the Wind being, I believe, absent from the hand is going to make the Vi a lot harder to actually kind of pull off, as it looks like Dizzy is just going to be kind of going for a setup turn on this one, trying to make sure that he can go for that double Conquer on the subsequent turn.
Yep, definitely just taking his time. He knows he doesn't have to rush this turn. He's going to build his board presence, see if he can draw that Ride the Wind or some other pivotal piece that'll help him on his next turn. Frodan's going to breathe a sigh of relief and, take his hold points.
And it just goes to show the potency of the Leona deck. This is a deck that I think has been gated for a lot of players because of its Kai'Sa matchup, having a lot of trouble going up against Kai'Sa, but I love that we get to showcase how in some of the other decks, some of the other strong decks in the format, I think Annie is one of them. Another one that I think Leona is really good against is Yi. So some of these other good decks, Leona really gets to target. It's kind of this level 3 deck where, yes, you don't target the best deck in the room maybe, which is the Kai'Sa, but you do get to kind of deal with some of these other side fringe decks.
Yeah, and we also get sets out there as well. Yeah. All these decks that are just trying to put kind of big stat turns on the table, Leona is just really well positioned against, and it is cool to see Frodan really put that to work in this Annie matchup.
Yeah, and I think if that is a Hidden Blade or even a Facebreaker, I think we're at a certain point where that hold is going to be a little bit much for an Annie to get over. One of the weaknesses of the deck is it can't get over the large numbers outside of just the Vi. Yes, it has the Darius, which can kind of do a decent job, but the Vi is really where you get over the big holds where you're able to crack that through, as it is just going to be a move and a flash. He is just digging.
Yeah, that's a bit of a desperation play here from Dizzy. Oh, but he does.
Oh, he discarded the flash.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
No,
I thought the same as you. I was like, oh man, we're flashing for movement triggers. This is not looking good, but no.
Okay.
Just a loot away, and Dizzy finds a cleave to take out this Sunlit Guardian and put himself up to 7 as well.
All right, but Frodan does still have these 4 runes up. He's got, I'm not sure how many cards in hand. I don't think it's a ton, but he's got a few cards left in hand, as well as just a massive hold and the hidden card. So really, I mean, the tough thing is because it's 3 different units holding, it's not even like Fight or Flight kind of gets you there. You need a lot to try and make this happen. Fortunately, with Vi at base, you don't need Ride the Wind, so Rebuke is a great start. There's not enough runes to go like Rebuke Annie, Rebuke again, or anything like that, so it is just going to be whatever Dizzy's got in hand.
Right, and as we saw before in that Fight or Flight play, if he can clear the units out, a stun isn't going to be good enough to stop the Conquer. And we're seeing a bit. This is the moment. No more counting, no more calculating. Just say recycle it all. I've got to try to win.
This is where you go, please, 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 please. No stun, no stun, no stun. And you just hope that it's not there.
Yeah. Cross your fingers and pray that hidden card is another Zanya's.
It's a Hidden Blade, and that probably is just going to do it. The 2 draws are going to come through, so you'll see what you can get, but that is just going to be Vi going to the trash. Dizzy, only 3 runes, and a Poro and a Dream, as there is a total of 8 might defending when it comes to unit combat with the shields.
What's actually interesting, because that Traveling Merchant does still have the Assault from the Cleave.
Oh.
Can he do something here? And I think he maybe has a Gust.
He sees it. Ride the Wind. And Ride the Wind plus Gust?
Okay, first he's gonna do a little move trigger, get rid of an unnecessarily Traveling Merchant. Does Frodan have cards, or are they all on the table?
He has some amount of cards in hand. I think it's 1 or 2 cards in hand, 4 runes open. This is Assault trigger, so it's 5, 7 into
8?
8. So he's currently behind.
But if there is a Gust here, I'm not sure that there is. There's 1 rune ready. If a Gust can take out that Poro, this might just be enough.
Nothing in hand. Yeah, Dan doesn't have to flinch.
Ooh.
But he's just got the Hidden Blade anyways. 2 Hidden Blades back to back.
Dizzy shakes his head. He's just like, yeah, that's tough.
Draw 2, nothing left. Just to cleave. He had the second cleave, so he would have been able to push over initially. But that is just going to be Frodan taking it 2-0 over Dizzy on Annie. And Dizzy, no slouch. He was able to top 8 in Atlanta at the 10K earlier this month, or early last month. And Gan coming in through with the Leona, going to complete a 2-0 start to the tournament.
Yeah, Frodan, I think really showing some being on the bleeding edge of the meta there, the rise of Annie, but he's just got the stuns to deal with it. And you just saw how brutally effective they were there.
I get to smile. I get to be happy that Leona gets to win on camera. I love the deck so much. It's cool. I love Dizzy too. He's a sweet guy, and he's playing the Annie deck, and I'm rooting for him, but I see Leona, and I got to have my little bit of bias when my favorite deck comes to play, and it's great to watch that happen. And we'll see. 1 loss is not the end of the road for Dizzy. He can still make that big run.
Yeah, no, definitely still a lot of rounds left to play. Dizzy looked like, he was really calm and collected. I think he's going to have a great shot at battling back.
Yeah, and of course for him, he's like, shoot, the rogue deck that's good against me. So we are going to have struggles there. But before we get into our second match of this round, we do have a deck tech with Prismaticism. So let's go ahead and talk to Priz about what he's brought. I'm here with Prismaticism, fresh off the top 8 at the 10K in Vegas. And Priz, you've had a lot of success in a ton of different games over a long period of time, but I wanted to ask you how it's been competing in person in your first kind of physical TCG.
Oh, it's been a great experience. The community has been great. The people have been really friendly, and I've even getting the feeling kind of back in HOTS early days, the first time I went to a LAN, where you see a lot of faces that you recognize from online or from other games, and then it's just like, I'm feeling flustered seeing them, but then like they're the ones flustered seeing me too in a way. So it's really cool.
No, that's really sweet. And you had this big success with Teemo in Vegas, and you're running back the Teemo. So I wanted to give a chance for you to kind of talk about this Teemo list for our audience, so people can understand what the Swift Scout is trying to do.
Okay, yeah. So Teemo, he's built around hiding cards for 1 mana instead of paying power costs. That's the core of the deck, where you get to hide cards very efficiently. The star of the deck, though, is Dr. Mundo. With purple and blue, you have a lot of cards that you can play cheaply and that replace themselves, so you can fill up your discard pile very quickly, so he reaches just enormous numbers of might that other decks can't deal with. The other card that is very important is Ember Monk. Some decks can deal with Mundo, yellow decks primarily, but the decks that deal with Mundo can't deal with Ember Monk, and even the other matchups, Ember Monk gives me the tempo that I need to get to the Mundo in the late game. And then a couple other cards that are very important. I've got Consult the Past and Stack Deck. These let me see a lot of cards from my deck every game, which makes the deck very consistent, and then also gives me a lot of choices to make during the game, which makes the deck very skill-intensive to play.
All right, that's awesome, Priz. Thanks so much for giving us a little bit of breakdown. Best of luck. I know you're trying to go for that Teemo medal card, so I hope we'll see you do really well in this event.
Thank you, Casanova.
All right, Frank, we got a treat for you. We got Teemo. I know you wanted to see Teemo today, and we get to see it in the hands of Prismaticism, who has been doing a really great job in the early stages of Riftbound, and we saw him even top 8 in Vegas on this Teemo deck before.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited. This is exactly what I wanted. Also, love Priz, you know, great Legends of Runeterra player as well. So I'm just really excited to see what he can do with his Teemo deck. Seems like he really knows the ins and the outs. Not going for a Nocturne build, but looking to really optimize Mundo. And I just have to agree with him where if you can get Mundo big enough, especially in this meta, a lot of the decks just literally cannot beat it.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. And, you know, he even brings up the Ember Monk. We actually saw some builds of the all-in Mundo actually foregoing Ember Monk and really just kind of going all in on that Mundo. But I like that he's kind of got this, like, mid-range game plan as well in the games that he can't just rely on the good doctor to come through.
Yeah, no, his logic makes perfect sense. There's not a lot of order removal out there to punish your Mundos, but when there is, you have that Ember Monk to kind of get in under them.
All right, well, let's jump in with match 2 of round 2. It is Prismaticism versus Nalkpass or Alan Wu, who is a MTG Pro Tour champion. So this is a hell of a match to get out early on to have Priz versus Nalkpass. In Teemo versus Kai'Sa, 2 titans of the TCG industry going up against each other on 2 titans of the format. And in Vegas, we saw Priz dismantle some Kai'Sas over and over again with his Teemo. But even from talking to Priz, he thinks he's a bit unfavored into the Kai'Sas if they really know the matchup.
Right, and you know, definitely excited to see 2 card game greats really go at it here. You know, we see Nalpax leading off with that Legion Rearguard, a more aggressive build of Kai'Sa, and yeah, but we'll see how Teemo can respond.
Yeah, and kick things off, it is going to be Zon Warrens for Teemo and Reaver's Row for Kai'Sa. So Teemo trying to continue to fill up that graveyard, make the Mundo as big and unstoppable as possible. Whereas on the other side, you know, as you're saying, the more aggressive versions of Kai'Sa really like this Reaver's Row. They'll try and get their Kai'Sa out very quickly onto the point, get that conquer and get the draw and then move it back.
Yeah, and it looks like both players really breaking out very quickly into full tempo gameplay as Priz says, hey, I know that Legion Rearguard could come down with Accelerate later, but I'm just going to gust it now to stop you from scoring a point.
Yeah, the early game plan from the Teemo, just buy space until you can get the Mundo. He's talking about decks that really can't deal with Dr. Mundo. Kai'Sa's the perfect example. She doesn't really have any cards in her arsenal that actually let you remove the Mundo. Kind of the best case scenario is you get enough might on the board and you can kind of come in with the Thousand-Tailed Watcher and get over the top.
Right, it really, for this matchup for Teemo, it really just is a stall game. Can I live long enough and stop my opponent from scoring enough points that by the time I play Mundo, I've got a big enough trash for him to be gigantic and I could just run him in there and close out the game.
And this is the perfect way to build the trash. You've got the Traveling Merchant throwing stuff away on move. You've got the Conquer on the Zon Warrens. Already 3 cards in the trash.
And there's that Ember Monk.
Yep, Ember Monk hide Teemo. This is the exact kind of start that Teemo likes to see. Yes, this is all kind of face up, but it's like, try me. This is 12 power.
Yeah, well, definitely one of my favorite things to do in playing Teemo is just hide from the zone, because it really is, you know, Priz is just saying, it's right here, you know exactly what it is. I don't think you could beat it.
Yeah, one of the big things I do note here, I'm curious if just maybe it's off camera, but Alan's Kai'Sa, I'm not seeing in the champ zone here. I'm wondering if it was accidentally shuffled into the deck and if that's something that is either they just told them to play or what goes from there.
Oh, that is a good call out. It is possible that it is off screen, but I'm sure we'll see eventually.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see if that comes into play. Yeah, not sure. I actually don't know the rules on what happens there, so we'll have to see if the judges have to step in for that, if it even comes up, or hopefully it's just off screen. So we are going to have Nalkpass look to send in a hopeful, maybe just being willing to try and set up some trades. So it is going to start with Nalkpass having focus. He is going to cleave up to 7. So I actually like this quite a bit. He knows that, okay, Priz flips Teemo, I can still get rid of this Ember Monk. And that is the really important thing that he wants to be able to deal with, is say, I don't want this Ember Monk to be able to stick on the board. He knows it's 6, send 7 in, go for the trade.
Right. Definitely one of the good ways to fight back against Teemo is kind of not let them get too entrenched in a single battlefield and say, hey, I know we might trade some resources here when we fight, but I just want to get some of your hidden cards out of there.
And even a Smokescreen to going to be able to be committed here. So the math on this is going to be 8 currently on the side of Prismat, but now there's also Array, so plenty able to kind of start to push through. And I did get a note from production. The Kai'Sa is off screen, so we're not going to have any worries there. Just Nalkpass does have his Kai'Sa out there.
Very good to know. Yeah, lots of spells flying here from both players, well, mostly from Nalkpass at this point, but...
Yeah, but that's massive. Being able to just answer this, that is the downside of Teemo having it be face up. 12 power is really difficult to deal with, but a smoke screen, a cleave, that's very efficient, kind of +7 that kind of comes through there, and then Array to just clean things up.
Yeah, Nalkpass kind of had exactly what he needed to dismantle the problem that Prismaticism put together, and you know, now Priz is going to be on the back foot, and we're going to have to see what he can do.
There we go. That is going to be all those costs paid. Priz, this is the tough thing with Teemo, right? These are the spots that the deck really struggles in. When you've got no material on the board, you don't have a ton of ways to get on the board quickly. Thousand Tail Watcher can be deployed and help out with this. Singularity doesn't really help you catch up. It just kind of is able to reset the board and maybe buys you enough time. But these are really challenging hand states.
Yeah, and you know, this is why Kai'Sa is known as one of the best decks in the format, because not only does it have these really powerful late game spells, it can just have a really aggressive tempo curve and put you on the back foot super fast, even when you put a lot of resources into trying to hold.
Yeah, it feels like crazy that Priz was able to put 12 might on the board, and Nalkpass not only was able to remove it, but also keep his hopeful.
Yeah. Okay, but we'll see Priz start to rebuild a little bit. The scary thing is, you know, Nalkpass might just have some more removal that can reach the base, and it's unclear if this Ember Monk will even be safe.
Yeah, if there is a Falling Star, that starts to be the blowout, right? Nalkpass goes up to 4 points, just kills off the Ember Monk, and now Priz is still another turn behind where he can't get any purchase onto the board. Because even if Nalkpass scores a lot early, Priz can reestablish a board, get a Mundo out, and then it becomes almost impossible for the Kai'Sa to win, and he can claw back the game.
Right, but he definitely has to do it before it is too late, because although Mundo can do a lot of work, you know, if the score is like 7-1, 7-2, it might just be too much for Mundo to overcome.
There's just going to be the Kai'Sa coming in, actually just going to be played to hold into the Ember Monk on the reverse row. You know that you can always just retreat it, but you also have the option, if it feels like you can stay in, you can do so.
Yeah, that's the really awesome thing about reverse row for Kai'Sa. You know, if you want to come in, Kai'Sa's usually pretty happy to just back out, because then she could conquer and just draw a card on the follow-up.
Yeah, this really threatens, hey, I showed you a smoke screen earlier. Do you want to risk it? Do you want to come in? Do you think I'll retreat, or do you think I will be able to smoke screen and kind of blow you out once again, as the stack deck is just going to be the start for Priz. I think at this point now, the Singularity starts to become a very good card to find, as you've got the Kai'Sa and the Hopeful as the 2 targets.
Right, and yeah, I do love that moment of tension when you go in the reverse row and the trigger goes on, because you don't have to retreat, but once you pass up on that opportunity, you can no longer do it. Prismaticism doing a little dig, seeing what he could find. No way to get this Ember Monk bigger now that there's no hidden cards to flip.
Relying on something like a Stupefy, which we've seen one thrown away earlier and another played, so the third copy would have to come out. He's done a good amount of digging through the deck, so it's possible you see all 3 in the top, 20, 25 of your deck, but at this point, a lot lower odds that you're able to find that, and that looks like a Singularity to me, and it is. That is the perfect card to find in this scenario.
Yep, one of the ways that Teemo can really use to catch back up, and Prismaticism going to kind of get a perfect spot for it here, as you said. And this is the kind of thing that Kai'Sa can't really fight back against. Kai'Sa's good at putting units in play, good at taking rid of units, but not that great at protecting their own units.
And it looks like that may be a retreat. No, just a Stupefy. Oh, this is really scary, because now he's tempting Prizzy, saying, look, when you come in for your Conquer, I may just have a Ray that can answer you immediately. And also, instead of holding it on, he was looking for a retreat of his own to potentially save the Kai'Sa. And I wonder if he found it or had it. Looks like he just stupefied again just to try and draw. So still threatening that Ray, but instead of, hiding it and obfuscating it, he might not even have it. He just has to make Priz think about it, and he could have found a retreat.
Yeah, definitely looked like digging for a retreat to me, because while Kai'Sa's not great at protecting them in terms of keeping them in play, retreat is a good way to at least return them to your hand so you can use them again.
Yeah, and Priz is just going to run in, but the Ray is there. And there's no way for Priz to kind of get around that. And I think at this point in the game, I think Prismat is recognizing I just have to make you have it, because he's very far behind and he needs to get on board. And realistically, you can't just let the Kai'Sa keep running you over, as I believe there still is that rear guard in hand that was gusted earlier on in the game. And so if Nalkpass wants to push to 6 points here, he's just going to be able to.
Yeah, Nalkpass definitely has done a really great job of just keeping Priz under the gun, being like, hey, I know you're trying to play a slow game and set up for your big Mundo down the line, and I'm just not going to let you do that if I can.
All right, there's just a Yordle, and it looks like 5 runes going down, so maybe a Darius? No, wow. This is an inclusion that I've not seen in many Kai'Sa decks. The Consult the Past from Nalkpass, really valuing even more card draw in the main deck.
Yeah, no, that is very interesting, because, one of the what might look like a drawback is you can't actually pay the hidden cost with Daughter of the Void, so you actually have to recycle if you're looking to hide it. But Nalkpass just kind of, I guess he's leaning into that tempo build and saying, I'm willing to sack runes to just have more cards and make sure I can just keep driving in for points again and again.
Yeah, being willing to say, I will recycle a rune for draw 2 is very nice, and I think this is another Consult the Past that's gone down. This is not the first time I've seen this. This was something that was done in China a little bit, but it was relatively unpopular. There's very few builds that I saw of this, and I think that, for Nalkpass to kind of lean into this and like it means, hey, maybe some of the other cards that are filling up these Kai'Sa decks I'm not a fan of, and I just want more consistency on seeing the cards I do want.
Yeah, and this is a nice play from him because, as you said, I think he does have that rear guard. He could have gone to 6, which usually is a pivotal number to hit, but I think he's kind of more determined, I don't need to rush. I can just draw a bunch of cards, and then I will absolutely be able to overwhelm whatever Prismaticism can offer to finish out the game.
Yeah, it's also possible that I just missed him discard it to Warrens, and he doesn't actually have it in hand, but if he did, there is still, as you said, reason to hold back, because you just have control of the game, and you just need to keep holding on to that control.
Yeah. Heuristics are good. Saying you always want to get to 6 if you can is good, but that doesn't mean it's always right.
Right.
And Priz is going to start off with a stack deck here to see if he could find anything to help start digging himself out.
Yeah, at this point I'm like, maybe your first Mundo, but even that feels a little slow when your opponent's at 5. I feel like the early answer to the 12 might stack has been a really tough thing to start to overcome. It is just going to be a Mundo in hand. It's a huge Mundo for Priz, and the question is it just too little too late? Yeah,
no, that is a gigantic Mundo. Priz has definitely achieved his mini game of create a gigantic trash. I don't even want to know how big that Mundo is.
I'm not going to try and count it. Whenever they tell us, we'll find out that. As surely whenever it becomes relevant, we will know. Nalkpass does have a retreat now. It looks like an Acathian Rain, and it maybe was a Stupefy. I think there's a 4th card I missed, but also that Consult the Past that exists is going to just add a couple more cards to this hand. And while there's nothing in the deck that exactly deals with Mundo, still being able to start building a huge board since Priz is so behind on points can be plenty.
Yeah, and as Nalkpass panned through the hand, I'm not sure that I did see that rear guard, so it might have actually been trashed away at some point.
So up to 6, Consult, draw 2, looks like a Darius, and was that just another Darius, I think maybe, as the 2 draws, which is really great when you have this many runes. Double Darius is another way that you can theoretically deal with the Mundo. You have to wait for him to have a couple of turns of beginning phases to churn through some of this trash, but 14 might is a lot, and that can actually help you push through the Mundo when you need to.
Yeah, and as we saw from Priz's deck tech, he really has constructed his deck to be like, I'm just putting it all in the back of the good doctor. And we're going to see if Mundo truly can reverse a 7-to-1 point differential. And it might look hard, but it's definitely not impossible.
As that is an Acathian Rain being cast. Does this work?
Is this enough?
A Falling Star and an Acathian Rain, so that's 6 plus... that's 18? Is this Mundo? I can see that only being 12 cards in the trash. Yeah.
Yeah,
18 could do it.
Normally you think of a Cathian Rain's ability to kind of mow down a bunch of different units, but it also can just deal 12 to a single unit. And Mundo was big, but it turns out he was not big enough for Priz to keep him around.
Yeah, I mean, Rain plus Falling Star. It takes a lot to get through, but it is enough, as now it is just going to be a little Sprite trying to run in, deals with the Sentry. That is going to be card draw. These Sprites do give some ability for Priz to actually continue to push through, as that looks like that was a scrap heap getting discarded this time to the Warren's trigger. Does he actually have a way to accelerate again, or does he have to ride the wind, maybe the Sprite over to the Reaver's Row? Has to find some kind of answer.
No, and I love that Sprite call here from Prismaticism. That was actually a card that after I watched him play in Vegas, I hadn't put that in my Teemo deck, and I immediately went home and I was like, man, I got to get some Sprites calls in here. He just uses them really great. They're really versatile, and the Sprite doesn't stick around, but it usually does the job you need it to do. It can even get in there so you can hide a card in a pinch.
Yeah, that's awesome. He actually plays a Sprites call, and then he needs another Sprites call to accelerate, so he actually uses the Guerrilla Warfare to grab Sprite's call that he just played and play it again. So really nice from Priz to at least hold on a little bit longer. He also grabbed the Teemo, so he can go ahead and hide that on one of the Sprites and then react to the temporary trigger to have a 4-might hold potentially. But that is a Ray trying to stop the Sprite here, and that might just be enough to seal out the game with the hold.
Yeah, it looks like Priz might have just been doing a trash check there. Be like, let me see your trash so I know what I have to deal with after we get into the next game.
Yeah, it looks like sideboarding is going to come through, but big for Nalkpass to be able to hold on. All right, well, we'll see what happens through the sideboarding from this game to see if Priz is able to turn things around. It felt like a very good start for the Teemo deck, but the answer was just there. I mean, Cleave plus Smoke Screen on the whole is so much difference. And the Ray, it had to be all three. Really, there wasn't much else that was going to get over the top, as that is just a difference of 10 might basically coming through with the 3 damage, and then the 4 and the 3 from the Cleave and the Smoke Screen.
Definitely, yeah, that's the one trap of Teemo sometimes. Your gameplay is a little sharp. Sometimes you take a big risk, and if they do manage to get over your hidden stack, it's usually pretty devastating.
Yeah, I mean, and it was face up, right, in this case. Oftentimes with Teemo, you have the advantage of, well, your cards are hidden. Your opponent can't see them. They don't know what is there. But this time around, just the nature of that early game is, yeah, you want to get the Teemo Scout out there. That is the most might you can actually represent, and does end up hurting in the long run for that spot. But we are going to be getting into Game 2 very soon, as we're just getting that second game ready. I think for the Kai'Sa list, we did see the draw. I'm wondering, did you see any cards that were like notably missing from the Kai'Sa that maybe the Consult could have come in? Because I didn't immediately catch any.
Nothing immediate. I mean, I didn't see a Time Warp at any point,
right,
which is, I know, a card that some Kai'Sas have been flexing in and out as the meta has developed. So I could see a world where, you know, he just decided, I don't need these Time Warps. I'm going to like maybe just try to overwhelm with card advantage and not look for that one big spiky play and look to more grind things out.
Yeah, and I really like that call out, right? Because often in some of these main decks, it was like 2 warp or 1 warp, but the Consult the Pass maybe aren't even a 3 of, right? It could just be there's 2 Consult the Pass instead of the warps, or maybe it's like 1 less rain and get the Consult the Pass. So maybe cutting some of that top end and then getting this draw that you're spending power for to maybe find the Falling Stars more consistently, where those are some matchups, if you find enough Falling Stars, you just win. It's really hard for your opponent to deal with it.
Right. I will say Teemo actually has a unique way to play around Falling Star and a Cathian Rain that some other decks don't, because if you can hide units, those can actually be threatened by the Falling Star, and you could flip them up to kind of keep your board presence and not get totally wiped.
All right, well, let's jump into the next game and see if Priz is able to make some adjustments with this Teemo to get over Kai'Sa once again, as he's shown he can in the past, or if Nalkpass will be able to lock things down on the Void Gate, as this is another hostile environment for Teemo to try and hold on, as this will give +1 to spells and ability damage. Going to help out for those Falling Stars being able to hit on to the Ember Monks, get much easier clears there, as it is Bandletree for Priz. This is just, hey, I can hide extra cards here.
Yeah, this is that really, I would say, Teemo's kind of strongest battlefield, because, you know, maybe you can crack my hold stack of 1 Teemo, but if there's 2 Teemos hiding in the Bandletree, I don't know if Nalkpass is going to be able to get Prismaticism out of there.
Yeah, and now we do have a Fight or Flight Ditch to the move trigger. I imagine there's some other hidden cards. I think one of the big plays that you get to do here when you have a 2-drop early on is you get to hide Consult the Pass Teemo, and I think it's a really nice early one, because you have to respect maybe double Teemo or Teemo Fight or Flight, but so you don't want to run in, but it could just be the Teemo with a Consult the Past hanging out to give you that extra draw.
Definitely. And, you know, one thing you see Prismaticism do there, which I think is really pays off a lot of the ways he built this deck, is he just uses 2 energy to hide the cards, which will allow him to kind of maintain the runes he needs to play Mundo down the line.
Wow, and this is Seal from Nogpass. So Seal, Darius gets to come out, and Priz wouldn't play around this because you don't expect Seals in this deck. Darius usually can't come out on 5 runes, but in this spot, Priz gets blown out by the Seal because it enables Darius Trefarian to come down as a second card. This is massive. It was exactly Consult Teemo, and normally there's no answer on 5 runes that perfectly deals with it, but exactly Fury Seal does so.
Yeah, you know, that is some really heads-up deck building right there. Obviously, like, you know, intuitively you might be like, oh, I'm already getting all the power I need from Daughter of the Void. I might not need to use these seals, but there are a lot of spaces to spend that red power, like on Darius or Kai'Sa Survivor, and it does allow this really powerful, really unexpected play that you're talking about with the seal.
And also those Consult Pass. You know, we were talking about, hey, yeah, you can't use Daughter of the Void for that, but now, tap a seal, that's a draw too.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's really, really good. And we saw some seals out of Ting Fang in the top 8 of Vegas earlier on, playing exactly the Seals of Rage. And maybe Nalkpass either taking some inspiration there or just having the same idea of, hey, these seals are actually quite good to play in Kai'Sa.
Yeah, but all really coming together as we see that really powerful Darius play. Prismaticism is going to have to find out, you know, my hold's been broken twice in a row. This time, can I get back in and reestablish a hold before the point score gets out of hand like it did last game?
Yeah, and this one is tough. I mean, you know, often Priz is known for the methodical play, playing around kind of as many options as possible. In the first game, I don't think you can feasibly decide to play around Smokescreen Cleave Ray as like a combination of cards on the same turn. And then in this spot, I think playing around a Seal of Rage Darius is not something that's normally in your range when you're playing against Kai'Sa, and so it causes, you know, this amazing spot for Nogpass to now have full control of the game.
Yeah, really important to note that the full event here in Houston is closed deck list, so, you know, that was just not on Priz's radar at all, and it really paid off Nalpax for going a little outside the box in his Kai'Sa build.
Yeah, and it just, as you said, right, goes to show, because it's closed deck list, if you've got any of these little secrets, any little hidden nugget of tech or one-ofs that maybe people won't expect, you might get even extra value than you would normally get out of the card.
So a long think on that stack deck from Prizzy. We'll have to see what he can do.
It's just going to be a Sprite Mother. Just having more ways to continue to immediately impact the board. I believe that Sprite Mother is a sideboard card for Prismaticism, as this is now 6 might coming in, as the stack deck is going to give that +1 to the Raven Blue.
Yep, and I love Sprite Mother here from Priz. I think it's just a great way to go against Kai'Sa and be like, hey, I'm going to threaten the battlefield. Maybe you Hex Tech Ray it, but then I still have a body left behind in my base to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, and for Priz, that is going to enable a hidden card to go onto the Bandle tree, even if it's just a Consult, just trying to get more ammo in the tank for this Teemo deck. This game, the blowout was massive again, but because one of the cards was a Consult the Pass, you didn't lose a horrible amount of material, and you're kind of refilling the hand. So it's not quite as disastrous as when you kind of lost 3 units immediately to the cleave and the Smokescreen.
Yeah, and you know, one really nice thing here is normally when you lose control of a battlefield, your hidden cards go away, and that sprite is temporary, but you actually can respond to the temporary trigger by flipping up your hidden card.
Yep, and here Kai'Sa is going to come in. It is just a Consult, getting some more value out of this sprite. As this seal already, giving +1 rune here because of the ability of the Accelerate, needing to cost a Fury rune. Oftentimes players kind of shy away from accelerating Kai'Sa as much as possible because they want to make sure they have enough runes built up. But when you have the seal, really unlocks your ability to kind of look for those spots.
Yeah, and loving the rapid pace of play from both players here. Clearly very comfortable, clearly both know what they need to do. That Kai'Sa came flying in fast, drew a card, and now it's on Prizzy to figure something out.
All right, looking here, it is going to be currently 7 runes for Priz, so no Mundo just yet. Not the most attractive Singularity board either, plus that will keep you at 7 runes for another turn, which is not ideal. As it is just going to be Sprite Mother, poke the bear, see if there is a Ray, and there's always been so far in this series. Nalkpass has always kind of had that answer, which kind of is the Kai'Sa experience more often than not.
Definitely, and Singularity, definitely a great card to kind of catch you back up when you're behind. It's really at its best when you're ahead and you're using it to kind of keep yourself safe. So if Priz had it here, it could help, but I don't think this is the ideal setup for it. So even if he had it, he's going to go with the Sprite Mother instead.
Yeah, double Sprites here. Sprite Mother into Sprite Call. Send those two in to deal with the Kai'Sa. Get a Conquer. Not fully on point tempo, right at 3, not 4, as Nalkpass has been able to make it to 4, which is, of course, quite scary for Priz, as this could be the turn to go to 6. But it does open up the opportunity where maybe Priz can start to push in the Sprite Mother, find room to maybe stick a Mundo, but it might be a little too little too late if Nalkpass is able to go to 6 here, because jamming Mundo when your opponent goes to 6 is just too late.
Yeah, and it's interesting because of the red seals from Nalkpass. I wonder if that even further makes you think that there's no Time Warp, because maybe, you know, obviously the red seal can't help you there, so maybe he has just cut Time Warp and he's looking to do a different strategy.
Yeah, and honestly, with so many different Kai'Sa players I've talked to, I think Time Warp has more and more fallen out of favor. There are still a few staunch supporters who are like, you know, you need this card, it is a mirror breaker, it's going to let you win a lot of these games. But I've heard a lot of different players who have been more towards a Cathian Rain, or even just kind of cutting out a little bit more of that top end, especially with the resurgence of Annie.
Yeah. Definitely one of the more divisive cards among Kai'Sa players. Some swear by it, live by it, die by it. Some hate it and don't even want to play a single copy.
All right, now back over to Priz. Nalkpass not able to go to 6, so I think for Priz that's a little bit of a sigh of relief. You'll have at least some more time to potentially make something happen. There's even, you know, Sprite Mother to Bandle Tree, play out Mundo, hide some cards, and just utilize your power, even though you'll kind of decimate your rune base, can get you in a position to potentially turn things around. But if he doesn't have the Mundo, if he doesn't feel like it's strong enough, it's hard to find some options to start to deal with Kai'Sa untapping with a hopeful at home.
Yeah, and you know, Prismaticism going to have some tough choices here, because I'm sure he would love to get that Sprite Mother into Bandle Tree and start hiding cards, but Nauk does have those 4 runes available, just daring any piece of removal. And Prismaticism is going to have to weigh, is it worth the risk to get in there if he doesn't have it, or maybe you could kind of, you know, quote-unquote waste the 4 energy he left up by not giving him the opportunity to play his removal.
Definitely worth a big tank here, as this will probably be the pivotal decision for this entire game. Whatever Priz decides to do, it is just going to be an Ember Monk at home for now. Merchant just filling up the back row, saying, okay, you will go to 7, and then from there, I'm going to have to try and completely run the game back.
Yeah, and Prismaticism saying, hey, I'm not going to go in right now. I'm not going to let you use those runes. This play is very scary into an Acathian Rain.
Yep.
I imagine Priz just kind of did the evaluation in his head, said, I'm far behind enough, I have to take this risk.
Yep.
If he has it, I'm going to lose. But if he doesn't, I think this is going to give him his best fighting chance to get back into the game.
Yeah, I think he is accepting losing to Rain, and there it is. So from there, we're just going to see Priz scoop up his units and just probably scoop up his cards after that, as he is going to untap. He is going to, looks like maybe play this out. Maybe he's got one more little Hail Mary play that he can try and make, but with both battlefields in control for Nalkpass, and at 7 points, the Rain cleaning up the back row. I like the shout from Priz. You kind of have to just go for it. You have to say, you know what, if you have it, you have it. And I think there are quite a few spots when playing against Kai'Sa that this can come up, where you do just have to make him have it. And this time, Nalkpass pretty much had it every time.
Yeah, I mean, because, you know, if you play the game as though they always have Rain and you play around it, you're going to, like, lose to it when they don't have it by not playing to beat it. Priz saying, I'm going to do what I can if you don't have it. Nauk does have it, and that's going to secure him the win.
Yeah, that's the pickup for Kai'Sa. And look, this is an expected result as far as Kai'Sas throughout the tournament. We expect to see a lot of Kai'Sas kind of coming out strong, and especially a lot of strong TCG players coming in and having success with Kai'Sa. Priz came in knowing he could play Kai'Sa, or he can go for Metal Card with Teemo and still have a good chance to, you know, maybe make top 8, because he's done it before. And he even said that. He said the Metal Card was one of the big things that he wanted. That could have just as easily been a Kai'Sa mirror between 2 great Kai'Sa players, and we'd see that kind of spot. But for Nalkpass, you come in, you say, I want to play the best deck. I've got my, you know, little sneaky tech. I've got word that the Seal was actually a 1-of Seal of Rage, so you kind of have these really high roll spots where you find the Seal next to a Darius, and it works out really great. And that's what you need to win a tournament this big. You need those, like, times where your deck just says, yeah, we've got you. I've got your back. You got to play great all day. Sometimes the deck's got you.
Yeah, no, and although, like, yeah, as you're saying, he did choose to play Kai'Sa, he did take a pretty unique take on it.
Yeah.
It was really cool to see it in action. I definitely think he's going to get a lot of edges throughout the day with his opponents not being used to some of his card choices. And it's kind of cool because even though that Seal of Rage is a 1-of, you know, it might, like, spread around, especially going, you know, if he makes a Deep Day 2 run, people in the hall, it might be like, oh, he's got a Seal of Rage. And almost that, like, puts the fear in them of like, now I have to play around Darius into Seal of Rage, and that's just a whole nother level of texture to the game that Kai'Sa normally
on 5 runes, you're never playing around Darius. And now when you play Outpass, maybe you do. And realistically, that's probably more value out of the Seal of Rage than even the Seal of Rage is going to give him in most of the spots if people actually start worrying about the legend of that. But we talked about that earlier, the Kai'Sa builds, the variation that we get to see, and now Outpass gets to show us a new flavor, right? The Time Warps. I wonder when the first Time Warp we'll see cast actually comes from the Kai'Sas. I mean, I guess we did see one earlier on against the Volibear, but that was literally to draw a card and try and buy some space. And I wonder if that card continues to kind of show as maybe a weak point and some of the top Kai'Sas not being on it.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. Like, I respect the Kai'Sa decks kind of pivoting to more of that low-to-the-ground strategy. Even especially, like, you saw the rear guard. Like, they are clearly maximizing their ability to just score points early and play that tempo game. And when you're doing that and doing it well, you really don't need a card like Time Warp.
Yeah, exactly. Especially the Arena's Greatest variations, as you said, right? A little bit more aggressive, lower to the ground. And Arena's Greatest, when you're on the play, you get that extra point. You're going to start really running over some of these slower decks. And I think for a deck like Teemo, that the name of the game against Kai'Sa is time. These more aggressive builds, like we saw at an Outpass, with the additional card draw, trying to find things like the Falling Star, which can deal with the threats like Ember Monk from the Teemo, are actually going to be even harder for Priz to deal with if he runs into a lot more of that variation.
For sure. And, you know, I think one of the biggest edges you get when you cut Time Warp is that actually opens up kind of more slots for a Cathian Rain, because you can only play so many of those powerful, expensive cards that kind of do tax your runes and your power. But as we saw, in some matchups, a Cathian Rain is just lights out.
Yeah. Another big card that we actually got to see get a lot of value that's been out of a lot of Kai'Sa lists for a while was that Smokescreen in the first game, being able to deal with the Ember Monk, that -4 coming in big. And I think one of the things to look at with that Smokescreen is 2 of the decks that started to pick up some steam coming into this event were Set and Annie. And both of them actually are a little susceptible to Smokescreen finding blowouts, especially into Set. But Annie, when she's trying to play around the Darius, it also has some of that game. And we're even seeing some of these edge cases where the Smokescreen still gets to work really well against other decks as well.
No, I kind of love the Smokescreen. I think it's sort of your, like, keep them honest card from Kai'Sa, because a lot of times they're going to be playing around intervals of 3. You know, you've got Hextech Ray, you've got Cleave. So a lot of people playing against Kai'Sa are very tuned into, oh, they can add 3 to whatever this mathematical equation is. And then sometimes that Smokescreen comes in, and just by nature of being 4 instead of 3, it really changes the whole scope of the combat, or can just swing something that these other cards couldn't do.
Well, we do have plenty more rounds to get to after that. That is round 2 in the books, but round 3 coming up soon. We are going to be jumping into those games soon enough, but just right after this.
Chengren, it's 6-4, and I'm holding both battlefields.
So I have to conquer both and hold on to them to win the game.
Yeah, that's impossible. Your Draven doesn't stand a chance against my Azir and his mighty Sand Soldier army. That's 10 total might, buddy.
We'll see about that. I attack with Draven.
Puny.
Pay 1 power and give him +2.
Ooh, scary. Not.
That's not all. I pay 1 and play Blood Rush, then give Draven +2. I pay 1, play Blood Rush, and give Draven +2.
You don't have to repeat yourself. I heard you the first time.
I'm using our new repeat mechanic.
Oh, well, it's still not enough to conquer.
With my remaining runes, I'm going to support Draven with the longsword.
Uh-oh.
Then I'm good. With my 12 might to your 10, I will conquer this battlefield and wipe your Sand Soldiers off the board.
Whoa, not so fast. I wonder what this thing does. I'll grant this quick draw equipment Sterix gauge to the one and only Emperor of the Sands, Azir. That gives me 3 additional might. You do not follow the map, but you must witness, which gives me 13 total might, 1 more than yours. Your attack is defeated.
No! I guess there's only 1 move left. I invoke Rule 650.
Riftbound Rule 650. A player may concede at any time.
GG. Close game. Hi everyone, Chengren and Dave from the Riftbound team here. We hope you've been having a blast with the Origin set.
We've been seeing a ton of theory crafting, starting from the initial card reveals, and the team is super energized by the amount of excitement that you, Riftbounders, have shown for our game.
As we continue on our Riftbound journey, we wanted to introduce everyone to our second set, Spirit Forged. In Spirit Forged, Weapons aren't just tools, they're extensions of your might and soul. The forged aspect is the steel you wield, while the spirit represents the Ionia Spirit Blossom, which has lifted the veil between the mortal and spirit realms and made its way home in some of the champions and art for our new set.
Spirit Forge takes Origins and builds upon it in every way, with more ways to play each domain, 12 new legends, equipment that lets you enhance your units in new ways, and a new gear token type, Gold, which provides a new path to power. You won't believe some of the cool stuff we have coming your way.
Not to mention 12 incredible Spirit Blossom overnumber cards, like these.
Dave and Chengren aren't allowed to show you these cards yet.
Huh. All right. Well, here's something we can tell you about equipment.
Take a look at Trinity Force. Equipable for the low cost of a single power, it grants your unit +2 might and also gives you an additional victory point when you hold a battlefield with it equipped. Tons of damage.
Actually, it's just +2 might and a victory point.
All right, moving on. We've also got equipment that's a little tricky to play, like Guardian Angel, a card that prevents its unit from dying one time.
But equipment is only as good as the unit that holds it. Well, that's not exactly true, as it can enhance any unit or champion you play, but it does help to know how you use the equipment. Enter Weapon Master, one of our new keywords that allows units to equip something for free when played. Take a look at Lucian Merciless. He can conquer again if he wins the fight, and with the right equipment in his hands, he definitely will.
Mastery of equipment is definitely strong, but I prefer speed. Quick Draw is our other new keyword. With Quick Draw, you can play equipment from your hand onto a unit as a reaction, like on this card, Longsword. Quick Draw makes equipment an important part of the chain.
The chain? Is that one of our new weapons? Haha, gotcha.
The chain is the sequence where players respond to each other with activated abilities or reaction spells until both are done. It is not a physical thing, Dave.
Who is saying that?
We actually don't know.
There is something I do know all about. Our new champion legends, Sivir and Renata Glassic. These two champions are all about gold. They create it, and you get to spend it.
Spending gold gets you a power resource of any domain, letting you play more powerful cards.
One of my favorite new champions is Draven, Vanquisher, who generates gold when he conquers. Time to cash in on all that adoration.
And one of my favorite new champions is Draven, Vanquisher, who generates gold when he conquers. Time to cash in on all that adoration.
Dave, you okay? Why are you repeating me?
Sorry, I was just excited for the final mechanic reveal, Repeat. With Repeat, you can play a spell twice, if you can pay its cost a second time. Spells like Feral Strength are good, but if you have the runes, we don't have to settle for good. We can have great.
All this talk about Repeat is making me think that our last game needs a repeat too.
Wait, what do you mean? Chengren, it's 6-4, and I'm holding both battlefields.
So I have to conquer both and hold on to them to win the game.
That's right, it's impossible. Wait, why does this feel familiar?
Don't worry about it.
Hello, Riftbounders. I'm Barrett Bryant, and I have the absolute pleasure of being joined with the Dave Guskin, game director for Riftbound. Dave, I'm so glad you can be here with me, and I've just got a couple of questions for you. So my first question I want to ask you, as we are here in Houston for the first ever English regional qualifier, what have you learned from the global release now of Origins and building upon that as a game designer?
Yeah. So obviously we've still got the results of this tournament to see, but I think it's been really interesting to see kind of how people develop their understanding of a brand new game, right? Like Riftbound is new to everybody, and Origins is kind of both a new game as well as a new environment. So it's been interesting to see kind of like the development of the Kai'Sa versus E metagame, and now kind of moving into the English release and seeing Sed and Annie and Ari kind of like maybe kind of getting up there. So it's been very interesting, and I think it's cool to see people take the tools, explore in spaces that maybe we didn't even think were interesting, or we didn't expect. And it's kind of seeing, players having their hands on stuff is always the most exciting time for designers. So.
With that same idea, Spirit Forged on the horizon.
That's right.
So, as Origins functions as this like base set, beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Spirit Forge, how is that meant to build upon that layer? And then also with future sets, obviously.
Yeah, so interesting note about Spirit Forged. The equipment mechanic was something we played with at the very beginning of development for Riftbound. So we loved how it played, but we were like, this is maybe like a little bit too much to put into Origins. We want to kind of build that foundation, as you said, right? The core rules of the game and attacking and defending and like that. So we took equipment and brought it into Spirit Forge. So we actually kind of think of Origins and Spirit Forge together as like a really strong foundation for the entire game. That said, we put a lot of interesting kind of new twists on color combinations and like the way that you might play that kind of deck in Spirit Forge. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes, especially with like, the making things mighty and the like choosing targets kind of stuff is pretty interesting new space for Riftbound.
I personally really even like the repeat mechanic being introduced. So
I like the repeat mechanic too.
Going into Spirit Forge still, on that topic, as a lot of people are excited for those cards, as we had the full set released this week, what do you think players are going to be doing, not just in 1v1 in a competitive setting, but in multiplayer?
Yeah, multiplayer is kind of, I think of it as like the heart of Riftbound. A lot of people are playing 1v1 right now because it's easy to find opponents, people are competitive, they want to show that they're mastering the game. But I think multiplayer is kind of a really fun way to play. Interestingly, I think there's a lot of cool tools for 2v2 in Spirit Forge. So you kind of check for cards that say friendly, and you can use those on your partner stuff in 2v2. I also think there's just like a lot of cool like big spell moments, I would say, in Spirit Forge, and that's always fun in multiplayer, right? One of the things we did relatively recently based on player feedback, maybe earlier this year, is we used to have a rule where only the 2 players involved in a combat could play spells unless you were invited. But now we've kind of opened it up, so it's just like fun chaos. I love chaos in multiplayer.
As it should be.
Yeah, so I think that'll be really fun to see in Spirit Forged.
I love side formats. I love the multiplayer. I'm here to play multiplayer, Dave, with all my friends.
Love to hear
I'm
that.
not competing, obviously.
Sure.
But speaking of side formats, thoughts on expanding on draft for Riftbound?
Yeah, so as you may know, we have sealed deck. We kind of released rules for that with Origins, and that's played with 3 colors. Deck is 25 cards, and you build out of 6 packs. So draft, traditionally booster draft is 3 packs, and then you kind of draft a deck like that. We're still working on rules for draft. I don't feel 100% confident that we've nailed it. It's likely that as we get closer to something that I feel good about, that the team feels good about, we'll kind of release those rules, maybe even in like a beta state and have players try it out. But I feel confident that we'll find something, and I think it'll be really fun. We also have found that like as we develop in future sets, we're spending more time thinking about like, hey, how would this work in draft? How would limited work? And kind of making sure that we kind of build our commons, uncommons, and rares for that purpose. So.
I loved every part of that. That was fantastic, Dave. And I hope everyone at home also got to experience this insight just as I did. Dave, thank you so much for this, and I can't wait to see what else is coming for Riftbound.
Welcome back to the Houston Regional Qualifier. I'm Casanova, still joined by Frank Scarin. We are going to be jumping in with round 3 in just a moment here, but so far the games have been very exciting, a lot of fun. We got to see a lot of really unique deck lists come through, and we did get to showcase just how scary Kaisa can be.
Yeah, a lot of really great matches, really close, good back and forths. Got to see a pretty nice spread of legends, which is cool. We also just got to see, my boss there, Dave Guskin, game director for Riftbound, kind of talk all things Riftbound, and just really excited for the future and excited for some more great games today.
All right, well, our next matchup coming through, we're going to have yet another deck that we have not seen yet. It is a Misfortune piloted by Ali Eldrazi, if you are familiar, of long-term Magic the Gathering grinder, going up against Linton Lover on Annie.
Yeah, Ali, I know him more as an acquaintance, but just a really long-time Magic grinder, big in that scene. I've seen he's really been getting into Riftbound. It's really cool to see some of these players from other card games kind of like, test the waters with Riftbound. I would expect him to be, really great here as he is in Magic, and really cool to see this Misfortune deck he's bringing. I imagine this is going to be the other side of the Dazzling Aurora coin we saw from the earlier Garen match.
Yeah, and we actually saw him at Vegas as well. Had a pretty deep run, didn't quite make the top 8, but still, the fact is he's flying around grinding Riftbound already. I love that players from all across the TCG sphere are kind of joining together to say, you know what, Riftbound looks great. I'm going to jump in there and try that out, as we do have basically the confirmation that this is an Aurora Misfortune with the Sigil of the Storm being the first battlefield. So whenever Annie tries to go conquer there, going to be slowing down the game with some of those runes. And on the other side, another Warren start. I think most of the Annies have coalesced on this Warren's Scrap Heap Game 1 game plan.
Yeah, just like you were talking about earlier, the Warren's just a really powerful way for Annie to leverage the Scrap Heaps early and ensure those extra card draws and find, just really every trick and tool they need to finesse around their opponents.
All right, so starting out. Uh-oh. This is not the first time we've seen this happen, and I wonder if it's just players not being used to which side the decks are going to be on. Maybe they play on the other side normally, just trying to use the zones as best they can. But that is going to be Traveling Merchant to start things out. And the pass, the anti-trigger comes through. And now on the other side, we'll be going over with Ali Eldrazi. We'll see if he's able to find the early ramp tools and if the Aurora ends up in hand if we ever get a glimpse.
Yeah, so we've seen a little bit of action from Annie so far today. Linton Lover is going to be looking to kind of do the same thing, get in, score those early points, use movement tricks to keep the battlefields in their favor, and eventually maybe use Vi and ride the wind to close it out. Ali Eldrazi on the other side with a different take on Dazzling Aurora with Misfortune to just find it, ramp up to it, put it into play, and then just get some unbeatable units on the board.
Yeah, and we've seen this time and time again on the Warrens game. Traveling Merchant goes in, trash a card, draw a card. Now the Warrens Conquer comes through, trash a card, draw a card, and I just saw a scrap he picked up, so it'll be trash a card, draw 2 cards if the Conquer comes through, but the Gust going to be able to deny that.
Yeah, Ali Eldrazi is going to do everything he can here to kind of deny those early points and just have the time he needs to hopefully get Aurora in.
Yeah, I saw the 3 runes get turned sideways there, and I said, yep, that's a sneaky deckhand. But a Fight or Flight is going to continue to buy some space.
Right. You know, it's interesting because, like, Ali, he's really trading cards negatively here, but he is just stopping the point scoring. And, you know, he may be down a bunch of cards when he gets to the Dazzling Aurora turn, but the Aurora will just make up that disparity so quickly as long as it has the time to do so.
Yep, and that's everything in the matchup is time. And, you know, Misfortune is one of the decks that can't really deal with the Vi Ride the Wind at 6. You do have a way to kind of buy space, like a Fight or Flight can stop one of the Conquers, which can be enough, but you don't get to destroy the Vi. So if there's a huge enough trash, you might just be dealing with it again on the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, you know, really impressive for him to be able to stop 2 attempts to conquer on only 3 runes, and now we see that further paid off with the Catalyst of Aeons. It's kind of going exactly how he wants. The real question is just going to be, does he have the Dazzling Aurora?
Yeah, that is, of course, the question, but the fact that instead of, you know, Linton Lover being at 2, potentially able to score to 3 on this turn, it is just going to be the first point of the game. And even then, it might not even be an opportunity here for Linton Lover to get the second point. So going into, you know, this 3rd turn where Catalyst has come down is going to be really, really tough for Annie to actually score enough points in this game before MF just starts dropping bombs, because even without the Aurora, some of these Misfortune decks are able to kind of put the pressure on just playing Mind Splitters out of hand and kind of shredding the best cards from your deck.
Right, yeah. If there is no Aurora here, a Dead Bloom Predator, a Mind Splitter, they'll do a great job as well. But you see Linton is now going to take this kind of shields down moment that Ali created by playing the Catalyst to be like, hey, I'm going to score this one, I'm going to accelerate out of Kaisa and score this one as well. Although since it's a Sigil, it is going to come at the cost of a Rune Recycle and, really play into that game plan of slowing them down as much as Ali can.
Yeah, so that's a full turn D ramp, right? Having to pay 1 for the Accelerate, now 1 for the Conquer. So just going to be very behind on the runes. But Annie is very good at playing this low econ, low rune game, as we do have Ali now up to that very, very important 9th rune. And we just have the question, is there going to be an Aurora? I imagine if he's got it, it'll be deployed immediately.
Yeah, it's interesting. Even just the moment of hesitation, seeing him start to think, is kind of like, oh, well, he doesn't have it.
Yeah.
And now he's going to have to find the next best play.
Yeah, and it might just be a Dead Bloom, but we'll see. Maybe he was just considering if there's any other options, as that's 8.
Nope, no.
Not 9, so it's a Dead Bloom.
But, as we said, Dead Bloom, no slouch either. And, if Litton's going to want to use like a Fight or Flight or something here, the Dead Bloom does have Deflect, which will cost another rune again and really just slow the development.
Yeah, it's going to buy a lot of space. The Ride the Wind being kind of grabbed there as a consideration to just try and run away. The first one is free, is what I always say with the Ride the Wind, because Annie's Stubborn can always grab it back. So you're kind of allowed to use it however you'd like. And it looks like that may just be the case as we see 2 runes tapped, and that is just going to be the power paid. Ride the Wind to save the Kaisa for now. So that's the first one in the bin so that Annie Stubborn can grab it later.
Yeah, and you really just got to love the flexibility on Ride the Wind. Not only is it this really threatening tool to score points later in the game, but as you see, Linton Lover just totally okay with using it right there to protect Kaisa and, keep her around to threaten more points and more cards down the line.
Yeah, the question now becomes is there a way to kind of get through this Dead Bloom? Cleave is usually the best answer, and Darius Cleave is by far the best answer, but this is 5 runes. And, you know, we talked about how usually on 5 runes, you don't have to play around Darius because only a seal is kind of that 0 cost to push through. And so, yeah, not going to be looking at Darius Cleave to push over this Dead Bloom in this spot.
Yeah, these are definitely the pivotal turns where Linton Lover's got to fight back against these big plays starting to come down, make sure Ally doesn't get to run away with it too much, and the Annie deck definitely has the tools to do it.
Yeah, Vayne, this is another way that this can be answered, right? That's now, Vayne gets the +3 might with the Assault 3 that comes in, and it gets to come in ready when your opponent controls a battlefield. So with the Dead Bloom there, this is now 9 might at home that can run into this Dead Bloom and should be able to get over the top.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, you know, you're looking at Ali Eldrazi's side and you're like, oh, he's got 1 rune up. I don't have to play around much here. But actually, Misfortune has one really powerful tool in the pocket in Bullet Time, which for only 1 rune, you could do a lot of damage. It comes at a lot of development, but Ollie does potentially have the runes to do it.
Yeah, there is always the spot where you say, you know what, I don't have the Aurora anyway, so I'll spend 5 of my runes and just go ahead and put them to the bottom of my deck, recycle 5 runes, and just completely blow out this play, and then gank over my Dead Bloom and say, you know what, this is going to be enough to hold out, but does not go for it if he even has the Bullet Time in hand. Instead, just gets rid of the Kaisa, and now Linton Lover has to consider if they wanted to pull back the Vayne to hand. Looks like decides against it, and instead will potentially look for a hold.
Yeah, it's always an interesting decision with Vayne because Linton Lover could pay the energy, put it back in their hand, and then, you know, they have it to keep threatening those kind of big assault, enter ready moves, but it does cost a rune every time you're a player. Also, it's the Sigil of the Storm, so if you keep conquering that repeatedly, you're just going to lose more and more runes. And Linton Lover choosing to just keep Vayne in play, maybe seeing if they can get some points from holding.
Yeah, because I mean, this is big, right? Annie is on 3 runes. There's just been, all of her runes have been gate-kept the entire time from the Sigil, from just needing to spend it on these power-heavy cards. But the control is there, and Ali is in trouble, right? He's not up to 9 runes anymore. Might be able to just go for another Dead Bloom, but this time it's Soul Gorger into grab Dead Bloom. So this is a massive power expenditure. Probably never getting to Aurora this game. It's going to come down to, can the units from your deck do enough, as this Soul Gorger is going to grab that Dead Bloom, and that's, yeah, recycle 4, maybe recycle 5 if you go for the Vayne.
Yeah, you know, Soul Gorge is really interesting from the Aurora decks because I see them, you know, sometimes play it as like a one-of to make sure they kind of never run out of resources to hit. But even in just a spot like this, playing it straight up, you know, it does cost a lot of power, as you mentioned, but this is a really strong swing for Ali.
Yeah, a lot of might gets to come to the board. Does not want to recycle that additional rune, so not going to go to the Sigil of the Storm. Needing to potentially stay on this break point of going from 4 runes to 6 to maybe 8 on the following turn. Still keeping Dead Blooms in mind going forward, as this is going to be dropping a Confront and trying to find an additional card. As, yeah, as I said, I think Aurora is very much off the menu for this game, and he's got to try and win with the other pieces.
Yep. But I think he's been doing a great job at that so far. You know, the first Dead Bloom Predator is often hard to beat. The second one, especially when, you know, taken back from the trash by a card like Soul Gorger, can be even harder to beat. And a hidden card to back it up.
Okay, this is a lot of being expended, as the hidden card is going to go down there. I mean, I imagine Fight or Flight, there's really not anything else that gets played in this deck most of the time. And I'm curious if we've got any like main deck rebukes coming out of the Annie as well. That's one where it's like maybe there's 1 copy in the main and some on the side, and usually that'd be a huge blowout. But if I remember correctly, rebuke is at battlefield only, and so a Fight or Flight could actually be massive here, where you make your opponent recycle 3 runes to target the Dead Bloom with a rebuke, and then you just kind of send it home.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. I believe rebuke is battlefield only, and having that Fight or Flight hidden, there's really not much Annie could do to punish you and make you lose it on the spot, and it does just give you that extra layer of protection against, you know, big assault units, things like Vi Ride the Wind, and anything of that nature.
Yeah, and it looks like Vi Ride the Wind is currently in hand for Linton Lover, so trying to just get to that 6-point break point where you can really look to just send it and go for game. And for now, you're very ahead when it comes to points in this game, so you can just look to build up a huge board, get to that 6 points next turn, and then try and win on the following turn. You've got that time.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot from Annie, like just kind of using that early point advantage to kind of leverage almost like a setup turn in the middle of the game where you're saying, hey, I'm going to take off scoring points for a second and just make sure I can get what I need on the board to win down the line.
Yep, on the other side, Ali going up to 5 runes now because of the hide actually going to be kind of off that even cadence. 5 runes does allow you to play maybe a Misfortune at home, but really there's not a ton that this deck does on 5 runes, and I'm wondering if there's maybe ramp cards in hand to potentially be played out, but that's 3, and invert timelines going to just kind of reset these hands, dumping an Aurora and a Sabotage. And it's going to be a lot of cards gone for Linton Lover, including the Vi Ride the Wind, but also that's a Scrap Heap, so it is going to be 5 cards drawn up for Linton.
Yeah, it is interesting. Like Scrap Heap, it's not just if you make yourself discard the card. If your opponent makes you discard it too, you do get that rebate. So, but, you know, a pretty good deal for Ali as he was running pretty low on resources there.
Yep, so he's going to find a new grip of cards. And he does deal with a Vi Ride the Wind, right? So there is maybe some time that can be bought. Now, you don't know what the new hand is for Annie, and odds are those are pretty good cards too if they've made it into the deck, but it will potentially buy you a lot of space if you can continue to count thoseVis. Maybe eventually you can run Linton Lover out of them.
Yeah, giving Annie a fresh hand of cards, definitely pretty spooky, as a lot of their cards are pretty redundant and really good at dealing with big units with cards like Fight or Flight, and let's see if Linton Lover found any of them.
Yeah, a couple of flashes, which are a lot less good in this spot, right? The flashes maybe for the early game could have been nicer, but as of now, I think in this matchup, a little bit dead at this stage of the game where most of your material, you don't really mind if it gets taken out. You're just trying to use the last few big conquers. So I will say, yeah, a couple of kind of dead cards, but the Fight or Flight will certainly help out a little bit more, as she is going to just try and target the Dead Bloom. Going to have to pay the deflect cost there.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Ali could have ganked the Dead Bloom over to the Sigil, but I imagine just like not wanting to recycle a rune, and you know, he's not really trying to rush the points down at this point. I think his best way to finding a win here is to kind of make sure he can just build up a really strong board presence and then use that to eventually look to lock Linton Lover out.
Yeah, I like this 5 into 5 here from the Vayne into the Soul Gorger. Very willing to just take the trade. Fight or Flight is going to send Vayne home, but when we saw that hand fanned out from Linton Lover, there's a couple of cleaves that are going to work great with the Traveling Merchant to still make this trade happen.
Yeah, that's a really great play by Linton Lover, because it's kind of saying, I'm going to make you use this. If you don't, yeah, we trade, and then you just lose this Fight or Flight for free.
So double move triggers, try and draw some even more potential plays to go around here, and then the cleave available to just continue to push this over the top. So a lot of cycling coming through, a lot of stuff being put in the trash, trying to find the next copy of Vi, because again, you have Annie Stubborn. So the Ride the Wind always gets through. It's just a matter of being able to find a new copy of Vi to replace the old one.
Yeah, and now Linton Lover has kind of set up the exact situation that their deck excels in, which is, hey, I've made it to 6, and now really at any moment I'm just threatening that sweet end the game combo.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the reasons that a lot of players started to stray away from Misfortune, was the rise of Annie. This matchup is actually very hard to play against because of how fast Annie can be, and we're seeing that here. You know, I think Ollie's doing a great job of trying to slow this deck down and try and stop it from being that terror, but as you see, so many resources having to be expended just to slow the deck down, and now even having to dump so many runes. Even once he found the Aurora, there just wasn't even time to play it.
Yeah, and you know, I think that while that Soul Gorger play was really powerful, he did feel the pain of having to recycle 4 runes on the later turns. And, you know, Linton Lover really just capitalizing on that momentum and scoring points and just getting to the spot that the Annie deck wants to be.
Yeah, it's now being at 6, and even without Vi Ride the Wind, it's actually just kind of possible from this board state that you don't even need the Vi. Like, it can just be Darius Ride the Wind in a cleave or something of that nature.
Yeah, definitely the cards that Fury has access to are just so good at just getting over the top of like one big unit out of some of the bigger body units, or like a Mind Splitter. And Linton Lover really in the driver's seat here, but we'll see if Ollie can do anything to turn it around.
Yeah, and as you said, you know, one unit, right? Fight or Flight. There's one in the bin, so you just that's as good as in hand when you got Annie Stubborn, and I think there actually is also a Fight or Flight in hand, so a lot of ways to kind of deal with this, as that is going to be the Dead Bloom moving in, and now there's the consideration of do you want to actually push this Dead Bloom back? It would, in my opinion, be a mistake to push it back now, because the runes are up to play Misfortune accelerated. You can send her in, re-ready the Dead Bloom, and then send it in again.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like sometimes you'll almost forget that the Misfortune chosen champion is like a pretty big part of the equation because it's just sort of hanging out there in the zone and there's like a lot of other things going on. But that ability to ready anything can really come up in big spots, and we might be about to see one of them here.
Yeah, so I mean, you can either ready, potentially ready a rune here to have 2 runes up to try and help defend with maybe your own fight or flight, or you get to ready this Dead Bloom, be able to send it in as a potential way to help hold, and that is going to be the choice, is the Dead Bloom. Just a stack deck while there's a showdown window here to use it.
Yeah.
Just make the most out of your energy.
Yeah, imagine this stack deck isn't looking to solve the problem now as much as looking to make sure you have what you need the next turn.
And she finds a Vi off it, so I think that is a big find. That's exactly what the deck's been looking for, to kind of almost guarantee to seal the deal where you get to develop the Vi. You will have to still kind of find the Ride the Wind via the Annie, so you might have an additional setup turn to make this happen, as the runes I don't think math out. But that's still the big thing that you're looking for, as Ali is just going to fortify this on warrants.
Yeah, I will say, looking at Linton Lover's trash, hard to tell exactly, but I know there hasn't been any recycles yet, so that is going to be a pretty gigantic buy.
Yeah, 1 million, I think.
Comes.
Yeah, I think it's about 1 million.
Yeah, maybe even 2.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah. As we see here, Linton now, 4 points on the side of Ali. Is this just another setup turn? As there's a Darius in hand as well, I believe. So you could just kind of play a Darius, be like, here's a chunk of might. I've got Darius, I've got Vayne, and then wait to play the Vi until you can actually do the full Vi Ride the Wind combo. In the event that you do run into something like a challenge, I think trying to play around that can be kind of quite valuable. The other side of it is you don't play around the challenge and you just play out the Vi, and then you're now playing around a fight or flight because you've got the initial ready at the start of turn, and then when you move it in and then Ride the Wind, you can re-ready her with the Ride a Wind.
Definitely. Yeah, no. Ride the Wind's ability to fight back against fight or flight is really awesome, and just, comes up a ton, honestly. And one thing that I want to call out here that's pretty interesting, and what I really like about this Dazzling Aurora deck that Ali has, is you would think when you read the Misfortune Legend, like, oh, give something ganking, that kind of sounds like an aggressive tool, and it's like, oh, maybe that's not going to be that good in this build because the deck doesn't play early units. But it's actually pretty pivotal in these later turns, because you could be like, I have this hold stack protecting this one battlefield, that's how I'm going to stop you from double conquering, and then to stop you from holding yourself, I could just gank one over and break up whatever you're doing over here. So it really can create these strong reversal board states where the Dazzling Aurora deck can dig itself out of a pretty big hole.
And I think that's been the pivotal part that pushed the Misfortune Dazzling deck from being like pretty good with the units that it had access to, with the Mind Splitter being able to rip cards from hand. You've got the Dead Blooms, of course, being in the body color, and also, things like Fight or Flight to stall, Bullet Time to stall, and kind of pushed it to being actually a very good deck, like a tournament deck, where now you also have this counterplay to the counter hold.
Yeah, definitely one of the decks that took a few iterations, but I think it's found a really sweet spot in the meta.
And there we go. Readying up, gonna have to deal with the Vayne, but of course, as you said, right, you've got the easy access. Just go for the gank, you're able to get that dealt with, as Linton Lover didn't go for a full develop, just the Pouty Poro and holding on to a lot more runes. This time around, that is gonna be 6 runes, going up to 8, which would be enough to play Annie Stubborn, Vi, and Ride the Wind.
Yep, looks like Linton Lover is just gonna try to deploy that full combo from hand to close out the game, and I'm sure it's on Ollie's radar, but sometimes it's just one of those combos that even when you know it's there, sometimes you just can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, right? This deck, I think the only answer that it has available is going to be Fight or Flight, or potentially Rebuke, but main deck Rebuke in this deck is not something I see a ton of.
Yeah, it's definitely like, bullet time, that's not even going to come close to clearing the Vi threshold. Maybe if you have enough might in a battlefield, but it's definitely hard.
Yeah, it'll be really tough. So we are going to get the gank. There's this natural ganking also on just this Misfortune, as we did see an energy created, ready the rune on this. Now do it again, and then recycle the rune to the Conquer. So being able to get a couple extra energy for this turn.
Yeah, that's another just really nice nuance of Misfortune. There's not many things that in the game right now that let you ready kind of anything you want. She could ready your unit, she could ready your rune, she could ready your legend, whatever you need, she's got you.
And now that's going to be another 2, 4, 6, so 8 total. Energy being exhausted here for Ollie. could just be another Dead Bloom to help hold. It is a Mind Splitter this time. And you can take the Vi away.
Yeah.
So Vi ride the wind off the table once again.
No, the Mind Splitter is actually kind of exactly what Ollie needs here because, you know, he sussed it out, he does know about it, and this is something that he can do about it. I imagine he's got to slam this Vi here, and it's kind of going to put Linton Lover on a top deck, I think.
Yeah, this is the proactive approach, right? So you've got the reactivity of being able to have Fight or Flight as an answer, or Rebuke if you happen to have it in the main board, but proactively, you can just Mind Splitter out the combo pieces and get rid of them. And while you can't get rid of Ride the Wind because of Annie Stubborn, you can get rid of the Vise. And we talked about earlier, if you can remove all of the Vise, maybe you can get through it. And we saw one get taken out by the invert timelines. Now one gets taken out by the Mind Splitter. There's just one more that can even be in the deck. So if you can deal with that last one in some way, you might just have enough might to hold through anything else.
Yeah, and that was, you know, that kind of double-edged sword that you were talking about, where do I keep the Vi safe in my hand, or do I put it in play and risk it dying to a removal spell? Another thing that, you know, other than the Fight or Flight Ride the Wind situation, it does open it up to Mind Splitter getting to just yoink it on out.
Yeah, you have to decide, do I play around Challenge or do I play around Mind Splitter? And in this case, well, unfortunately, Mind Splitter was the one that Ali had and was able to take it away from Linton Lover. Now, while this game looked well within hand for Linton Lover, I actually think it's going to be a struggle to push over this 15. We know there's a Cleave and a Darius, but there's not enough runes to do all the things that Linton Lover needs to do.
Yeah, and again, that Misfortune legend just sitting there threateningly being like, hey, maybe you can kick my Body Misfortune out of the sigil, but then there might be a Dead Bloom Predator who's going to gank his way on over.
Yeah, and the rest of the hand is a Kai'Sa and a Vayne. I mean, I think at this point, we're actually looking like Ali has completely flipped it with this Mind Splitter. One card, completely turning the tides of this entire game as the Darius gets to conquer. A card gets to be drawn by Linton Lover, but it has to be something incredibly impactful to make a difference here, because Ali's just going to be able to gank over with a 7 or an 8 to try and score the last point and win this game, as two of the cards in hand we know are completely worthless.
Yeah, I think the big thing Linton Lover would be looking here, maybe be a Fight or Flight to try to, you know, push off an attacker, but we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, I was looking at the hand. It looked like a unit was ripped again. Is that just like double Vayne and a Kai'Sa? I think it's not enough. And Ali might have actually turned the corner on this game that felt pretty doomed for a while off the back of a Mind Splitter, just showing the power of that kind of Thoughtseize effect, of looking into the hand, stealing something.
Yep, and he's going to start off with a stack deck to just be like, hey, I'm going to make sure I give myself the best chance that I can. I think I saw a Ride the Wind in there, which I imagine will help even further secure.
Saw another Soul Gorger. We talked about it maybe a one of in a lot of these, but Ali opting to go for two of them in the list at least.
Yeah, and, you know, it really paid him off this game. That was it cost him a lot of power, but it was a pivotal turn to make sure he didn't fall too far behind. And, you know, I got to say, if he wins this game here, I honestly think the MVP for him was Sigil of the Storm. Linton Lover just had to, because, you know, some decks can be like, oh, I'll just conquer the other battlefield, but the Annie deck is kind of priced into saying, I'm just going to conquer both as often as I can, because that's how I win. And when you're forced to just conquer Sigil again and again and again, it's just so many runes. And we could see, you know, there was that turn where they were one short of doing the combo, and that's thanks to Sigil of the Storm.
Yeah, and even in this most recent turn, having the extra Vaynes, you might have been able to get enough might on the board to try and push through a second Darius, right? But how many runes have been lost to the Sigil denying that ability, or even the ability to play out Annie Stubborn to grab another Cleave or just any other answer, Fight or Flight, whatever that you need, and it's just not there. So instead, it is going to be that game one going over to Ali Eldrazi on the Misfortune. And really, I was starting to even count him out as we were getting towards the end there with the Vi in hand, but it just came down to that Mind Splitter making it all happen.
Yeah, no, that was a really great game. And, you know, some people think like, oh, if the Misfortune deck doesn't find the Dazzling Aurora, they can't really play the game. The deck doesn't have much bite. But we saw there in a game with no Aurora at all, he was able to kind of just play his bigger units, get that Soul Gorger for the big tempo play, and get it done.
Yeah, well, let's jump right on into Game 2, see what other adjustments can be made for the Annie player, or even for Ali Eldrazi against this matchup that can be so difficult. Able to get it done in Game 1, but will he be able to get it done for the rest of the series? This time, he does have his Obelisk of Power to answer the Arena's Greatest, so Annie gets to be on the play for Arena's Greatest, which is a struggle for any slow deck, but Obelisk might be able to make that still get flipped if it is the immediate Catalyst and an Aurora in hand. You can kind of start to bring things back.
Yeah, it is interesting because it's kind of like the bounce back where it's like Arena's Greatest is a big going first, but then Obelisk is a big going second battlefield, and you know it's going to give both players power. I do think Linton Lover might have missed the rune from Obelisk.
Like yeah.
But a Catalyst from Ollie is going to really vault him ahead on development.
Yeah, it does look like it was missed, but it did look like a sneaky deckhand was picked up, so this is going to be a lot of early points going to Linton Lover. Already going to be up to 3 as Ali Eldrazi is completely tapped out. Nothing he's going to be able to do to react to this as the Traveling Merchant gets to move on to the Obelisk as well.
Yep, and you know, the Sigil of Storm no longer a factor this game, so Linton Lovers is going to be able to conquer as much as they want to.
Yeah. We'll see if that rune ends up eventually mattering. Usually with Annie, you can kind of get away with it and it's okay, but we did see, you know, how much damage Sigil of the Storm did last time, so even that one rune might end up making a difference in this game. You really want to make sure that you just slowly, when you start the games, make sure you hit all those triggers.
All right, and this game, we'll get to see if Ollie actually can get that Dazzling Aurora down. This isn't going to be the turn for it. What would his best play this turn be?
I mean, 8 runes, you can just kind of Dead Bloom at this point. It is tough for Annie to deal with the Dead Bloom. It's not a fun card for Annie to actually have to deal with. It would slow down your Aurora yet another turn, so sometimes it's not exactly what you want to see. It's why we've even seen some MF Aurora decks going towards more of the Mountain Drakes and the Ursine, like staying away from the high power costed stuff, so you can still play them out and hit your Aurora on curve.
Yeah, it is an interesting fork, because it's like, do I want, if Ollie's looking at both a Dead Bloom and an Aurora, being like, do I want to play this now? Do I feel like I'm far enough behind that I need to get this on the table and contest some of these points? And that is what we're going to see here, added onto the Obelisk of Power to come try to smush the poor Traveling Merchant.
And usually smush indeed would happen, but that is just going to be a fight or flight to buy the time for the Merchant this time around, so going to be able to easily go up to 5 points just lightning fast from Annie. And I believe in the hand I also did see a Rebuke, so there is, you know, even more time that can be bought. Either could have sent this Dead Bloom back to hand, or it decides this time to just fight or flight instead. And I wonder if that Rebuke is just being held to try and grab that last point because it is such a potent ability.
Yeah, Linton Lover really looking like they're going to lean into the arena's greatest here, try to rack those points up fast. And it's actually interesting that probably the most resilient threat against Rebuke is Dead Bloom Predator, because, you know, if Ollie starts with all his runes and he's just, you know, going to attack a battlefield, if it gets rebuked, it could just come right back down onto the same battlefield.
All right, so up to 5, just a Kaisa at home, going to pass the turn. We'll see if Ollie decides to spend any runes before sending the Dead Bloom in, because that's where things could really come into play with the Rebuke. But spending a rune for Sabotage will be able to easily deal with it, as he can just get rid of that Rebuke, and that's such a nice answer to have.
Yeah, and honestly, not the best hand here from Linton Lover. They are going to have to hopefully get some extra draws off the Kaisa they already have in play, or maybe this Traveling Merchant will stick around to help dig for some new options. But with the Sabotage taking the Rebuke, it does feel like Ollie might be able to put himself in the driver's seat pretty soon.
Yeah. I think that Linton was pretty reliant on this Rebuke for finding a winning line, and this is going to be a big struggle to deal with the Dead Bloom now. There is, of course, the Fight or Flight in the bin that you can go and grab with the Annie Stubborn to kind of conquer up to 7 with your Kaisa and maybe draw an extra card and try and look, but that doesn't get you that 8th point, and the 8th point becomes so difficult due to, as you've mentioned, the ganking from Bounty Hunter, allowing this Dead Bloom to just run amok back and forth.
Yeah, I think Linton Lover is going to have a pretty good chance to close this one out, but it's going to have to be done pretty quickly before the Misfortune deck can run away with it.
So there we're going to just have potentially Misfortune Captain come from the champion zone.
Yeah, if Misfortune Captain comes in, especially accelerated to knock out the sneaky deckhand, it's kind of going to be saying no more free points, but instead we're going to see a Mind Splitter to really, really fully pick apart Linton Lover's hand.
Yeah, just keep shredding the hand and put way too much might to be dealt with, and this completely locks out the Annie Stubborn Fight or Flight Conquer line, as well as a hidden card coming down. So this stack becomes difficult to deal with unless Linton Lover can find something like the Vi to try and push over the top.
And one thing I really love about this play is if Ollie had, let's say, attacked and killed the sneaky deckhand, the Kaisa could have potentially conquered back and drawn a card. But now this way, it pretty much leaves close to no opportunities for this Kaisa to conquer, since sneaky deckhand already controls the battlefield, and that's just one less card that, you know, Linton Lover is going to be able to draw.
Yeah, and now the sneaky deckhand draw from Linton Lover on the top of the deck this time Sneaky Deckhand plus Flash. That doesn't do anything in this matchup. There's really not much that can be done here, and Sneaky Deckhand is way past its time. It's something that you want to be able to rummage away, and we're not on Warrens anymore. So this is kind of stuck. It's just a dead card, as well as the Flash, realistically.
Yeah, Sneaky Deckhand, really one of those cards that just has an insane range. Sometimes it's the best card you've ever seen, and sometimes it is a 3-mana, 2-might, do absolutely nothing. I would rather it be anything else, and this is one of those times.
Yeah, and for this turn to have to just be pass, do nothing, and it's not even holding up resources to do anything big. You're just giving time to an Aurora deck to continue to re-ramp the runes and set itself up to just have way too much might on the board to be dealt with. And I think this is the part of the game where Ali Eldrazi can start to really run away with things, giving ganking to the Dead Bloom, going to run over. Flash can be used if you want to maintain this 2 might, and realistically, I mean, I don't know if the Flash gets better.
Yeah, I mean, I will say the big thing that Linton Lover has going for them is 6 points. You know, that is the magic number. So it's going to take Ali a couple turns here to get to the magic 8. And if Linton Lover could just find a way to pull off the double conquer, they're threatening the win every single turn from here on out.
Yeah, I need something like a... There's a lot of runes here. I wonder if there's enough for something like a Fight or Flight to go into the Dead Bloom. You move in, you conquer, you get a Ride the Wind off the draw. You're able to play the Annie Stubborn, Fight or Flight the other unit, Ride the Wind over, try and score these last few points. But I think it's not quite enough runes to get all of those things done in a single turn.
Yeah, especially with the hidden card at Obelisk of Power almost certainly being a Fight or Flight. It is going to be a pretty big mountain to overcome, but I think this is an accelerated Kaisa, so it looks like a call to action.
Yeah, send these into the 7. The Flash is there, so if this is a Fight or Flight, you can just flash everything back, which will allow there not to be a trade and still keep the might on board, which I guess is just kind of, again, like, it doesn't get much better. So this is where you just kind of have to deploy it. You've gotten through that Fight or Flight, and the question just becomes, can you now find enough to actually push through and find the win? And again, there is that Fight or Flight in the bin, so Annie Stubborn can find that for the next turn, and at least you can push one of these back. So there is kind of some opportunity to maybe find a win.
Yeah, I mean, I will say just getting that hidden Fight or Flight off the board is pretty huge. I would definitely, great play to trade a trash from that from Linton Lover. A flash for that. And yeah.
Jumping in, 8 runes once again available for Ali.
It is kind of crazy to see how these games have just not been about Dazzling Aurora at all. And it doesn't really, you know, the lack of it has not actually looked that painful.
Well, and that goes to show some good deck building, right? You need to be able to have a game when you don't find it. And it is the difference between an MF Aurora deck and, say, a Garen Aurora deck. This is not to fire shots at T and his Garen deck earlier on, but it is just the nature of having the purple-orange combo instead of the yellow-orange combo for the Aurora list. Is there feels to be a lot more room to make a deck that is a bit more functional when you are missing the Aurora.
Yeah, and you know, you see some of these Misfortune builds really lean into, I'm going to play Scrap Heaps, I'm going to play Treasure Troves, I'm going to play Pack of Wonders, and they are really setting up their whole game plan to be dig to Aurora, nothing else matters. And I don't know if Ali has those cards in his deck, but we haven't seen them yet. He seems just way more comfortable with just playing ramp into big units, and that's good enough. And if you have Aurora, even better.
So we are finally going to see Annie Stubborn hit the board. I feel like the Fight or Flight is the only thing that is really helpful in the bin. In fact, actually, the only 2 options are Flash and Fight or Flight because Sabotage recycles the card. So Rebuke does end up at the bottom of the deck, can't be grabbed by Annie Stubborn, which is a very big note for Sabotage in this matchup. As it is now going to just be, I believe, just that Fight or Flight deployed. Deal with the Dead Bloom to send it home.
Yeah, this might be where Linton Lover can try to go on a miracle run. You know, get that out of here with Fight or Flight, conquer with Kaisa, maybe draw another Fight or Flight or something else. Oh, but here's that sneaky deckhand.
Okay, so sneaky. This is saying Ali have nothing.
Yes.
If he's got nothing for all these runes, then you get to send both the Kaisas in to deal with the Mind Splitter and push through there. But it is going to be enough, at least for now. Does end up having a Fight or Flight to deal with the sneaky deckhand. And now sending in the double Kaisas, a Rebuke. So he does actually have it probably in the board and bringing in as a way to deal with Vi, but that is going to stuff the double Kai'Sa and opens up a hold for Ali and a Dead Bloom at home to run into an open Arena's Greatest, and that's just going to do it. 2-0 for Misfortune over Annie, which is not the result that I would normally expect for this matchup.
Yeah, you know, Ali kind of just played it really well, had what he needed when he needed it, and it really is amazing to just see the Aurora deck's ability to just cover those point spreads, because both games, he was just in like a 5 or 6 point hole and was just able to battle back, and eventually just kind of get to that board state where he could just have a big unit in each battlefield or threaten the ganking while having the interaction from his hand that he needs.
Starts to make me think there's maybe a bit more to the matchup than just like a big Annie favor. You know, I think coming into this event, I probably would have put it at like a 60-40 for Annie, but you know, we look at this matchup, and while it still looked tough, it didn't feel like Ali was completely out of control or out of contention at any moment. And it may just be that the MF build does need to be flexible enough to really lean out of the Aurora in this specific matchup, really lean to get a Dead Bloom down and kind of defend it, as Dead Bloom is so difficult for the Annie list to actually kind of handle.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in both the games really just the rune tax that's put on by Sigil of the Storm, put on by Deflect, really can kind of just back Annie into a corner, because the Annie deck loves to just get all its runes into play, use the Annie from the champion zone, just kind of have a ton of energy to work with, and that just wasn't something Linton Lover was able to do this match.
And I think really notably that we can kind of look at from this match is Ali's ability to kind of dodge the Vi's, and one of them was, of course, you know, blind, invert timelines kind of gets rid of it, and then from there it's pretty targeted on, hey, I lose the Vi, so when I'm thinking about what options I have for my turn, the Mind Splitter has to be the best choice, even though it does completely run you out of resources, so you won't really have much to defend from there. The might of that, plus denying the one card that always beats you, is enough to actually make it happen.
Yeah, the invert timelines was really cool there, because I feel like, you know, thinking about it, I'm sure this is not kind of the intended role for the card in the deck, but it does allow you to be like, you know that your Annie opponent is likely just trying to hoard the combo into their hand, and you can just catch them off guard with an invert timelines, get like a Ride the Wind, a Vi, and you know, they do get to draw 4 new cards, maybe the 5th like we saw with Scrap Heap, but they do still have to draw the extra copies, and they're not always going to.
All right, well, our next round, or our next match for round 3 is another exciting one. We've got Set for the first time on the broadcast. It is going to be piloted by Togg, a content creator for Riftbound, makes a lot of Set content, and he has been having a pretty good run so far. You know, 2-0 start, going up against a Kai'Sa, which we've seen some players talking about thinking that Set might even have a little favor, which is why it was picking up in popularity coming into this event. And we'll see if Togg can prove us right in that matchup.
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting matchup. I think Set has a lot of tools to deal with the things that a lot of the Kai'Sa decks are doing. You know, you got Sabotage, you maybe got some Unyielding Spirits on the board, and then you even, I see a lot of the sets used to start with the body set in the Chosen Champ Zone. I see a lot of them moving to the Order set, because if you get a buff on that, he goes up to 7, and he's out of Falling Star range.
Yeah, I think that's been the big thing with Kingpin, and especially with the Arena bars coming in more in force in the main deck. We've seen, historically, we saw either 0 bar or maybe 1 of bar as maybe a high roll option, but now a lot of set players opting for 3 bar in the main to try and enable exactly what you're talking about, that Kingpin having the buff, being at 7, dodging that Falling Star range, or even just Kingpin with Showstopper being such a potent combination. And while the Brawler set is a little bit better in some of the matchups like Yi, where you need that extra might to push over the top and you need to ensure that you have a buff body earlier on, I think that the Kingpin has found a lot of room to be quite strong, as we are going to be jumping into this matchup as we've got Togg on Set the Boss versus Emo Tempest on Kai'Sa, Daughter of the Void.
Yeah, and you know, it's going to be an interesting balance for Togg, because Body and Calm are kind of the domains that get to dish the buffs out, and then Order is the domain that usually spends them. So as Set, you're sort of missing access to some of those things that give you the buffs, but that's where a card like Arena Bar comes in that can just give you the buffs again and again. Could be really critical for Set to be able to spend the buffs and do the things that they need to do to make sure, you know, the juice is always flowing.
Yeah, well, we're going to get to see which type of set this is, as it actually is going to be a Brawler Champ Zone for Togg. For me, I've preferred this. I actually really like Brawler Champ Zone, but 3x Kingpin in the deck, where I like to always have access to this buffed unit when I maybe miss the buff enablers, whereas I still want to see the Kingpins throughout the game. And so I'm wondering if Togg will be on a similar build to that, or if he's even leaning heavier into the Brawler. But we're going to see in this first game on Dreaming Tree, so Togg valuing the card draw from some buffs, or from the spells that he's going to target his units with, the Call of the Glories coming through as one of the main ones that we're going to be looking at. And on the other side, Voidgate just trying to create a hostile environment on the other battlefield, getting that +1 damage from the Kai'Sa spells.
Yep, and a slightly slow start from Togg. No 2 energy play, but here comes a Fiora Victorious to get on the board and start to contest and fight back against this Ravenbloom student.
Yeah, and it looks like the quick response from Tempest is just to Falling Star this, but considering if he wants to move in with the Ravenbloom first, is going to send that to Tree, going to just take that Conquer. You know, we saw him fanning the cards for the Falling Star. I think it makes sense. Togg had a slow start, and you can just keep him off the board even further. It's going to be a really strong play to make, so the Falling Star is just going to come down.
Yeah, Set is at his scariest when he can get some units, you know, Set's really sticky. Once you get the buffs on, you can use the Boss Legend to keep your units in play through the removal, so Emo Tempest doing a really heads-up job of saying, I'm just going to spend this Falling Star now before Fiora can get buffed and before she can get that resiliency.
Now going to be going up to 6 runes. There's potential to come in with the Brawler making an appearance and then actually having a buffed unit already starting to roll, so you don't have to worry too much about, you know, not being able to be sticky whatsoever at that point. But we'll see if there's any other good options in the hand. Still a lot of cards remaining for Togg. He had to miss the first turn, so really just that Fiora coming down. Plenty of options should still be around.
Yeah, and definitely, you know, it's a scary thing to have a slow start against Kai'Sa. It's a deck that can really punish you for doing that. But we'll see what Togg can do to kind of regain some of that tempo. And, you know, Set Brawler is a great way to do that. And as you said, that guaranteed buff just gives you that built-in resiliency.
Yeah, and that is going to be the option. So now really you're watching out for, like, there's not much that can completely get rid of your Brawler from home. You need like double Stupefy plus a Falling Star or something to kind of push through. But this is just going to be spend the buff, then Showstopper in, just trying to get on board immediately. You'll get to refresh the buff from the Showstopper. This is going to be 9 Might coming in and just completely obliterating the student. Nothing at 1 rune is going to be able to help unless there's a retreat in hand, or we've seen this play a lot on Dreaming Tree. Stupefy your own unit, draw 2.
Yeah, you know, Stupefy, pretty great card, even just as printed, minus a Might, draw a card. But when you get to draw a second card off it, it starts to feel pretty degenerate. And I like this play a lot from Togg. You know, he's saying, hey, I had a slow start, so now I'm going to recycle some of my runes, lose some power to make sure I can get back on this board and not get run over.
Yep, as he does end up hiding a card.
Ooh, I like that technology.
Yeah.
Tuck the buff.
I've seen a couple players do this, yeah.
That's good. That is good.
Does make it really clear. And when the board gets a little bit cluttered with a lot of different stuff, there's a lot of things going on in Riftbound. I like it. It makes it real clean.
Yeah. And here is Kai'Sa Survivor coming out of the champ zone.
Yeah, just going to go into gate, not even worrying about, hey, you've hidden your card here. I'll respect it. I'm ahead on points, so just going to go ahead and go for that Conquer, get the draw.
And what range of hidden cards are we looking at from the set deck?
All right, so let's break it out. Let's think about it. We got Hidden Blade is the obvious one when we're in order. I've seen a lot of Divine Judgments in sets to try and deal with the Kai'Sa, and so they like Pocket Cub as just like an additional way that you can kind of get another unit onto the board. It's also 3 Might that kind of shows up out of nowhere where your opponent doesn't expect it. I think the other one that we can see sometimes is Facebreaker. It's not as common in set, but you like to have this ability to just say, I'm going to hold this location for this turn. I would just want to have this kind of always bail out. I will hold against your Watcher. I'll stop that from blowing me out. I'll hold against, you know, any of the big threats that come through, the Darius Cleave, etc.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different options. And Facebreaker, I believe you're going to draw from Dreaming Tree when you pick your own unit when you cast that Facebreaker. So there may be even more room for that card to exist when we are playing a Dreaming Tree Game 1.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Cass. You know, Facebreaker, one of Set's iconic League of Legends moves, so it would make sense that fits right into his deck. And Togg is thinking about what he can do here. He is potentially going to be down on points soon, so he wants to make sure he keeps up as well as he can.
All right, buff spent on to the Set Brawler. Gonna move him home. Now I imagine we've got a way to ready the set.
Yep, and there's that Pocket Cub you were talking about to keep a presence at Togg, for Togg at the Dreaming Tree. And I'm thinking first mate. Yep.
There we go. Send that in. Only on 1 rune on the other side for Tempest. Nothing is going to make up 4 value on a single rune. But there is going to still be a Ray that comes through. This is 8 against 4, though, so -3 life is not going to...
The Void Gate. Okay.
Oh, good call out. Good catch. Yeah, that is actually going to be 4 for 1 resource that wouldn't happen anywhere except for the Void Gate.
Yeah, now this is where you can really see Void Gate shine coming out of Kai'Sa. Just the ability to tick your damage numbers up by 1. You know, Riftbound is a game where just getting to those damage thresholds is so critical. It might be the difference between like 2 or 3 points in the long run, and we see the Hextech Ray able to do its job, except...
Yeah. I like this from Togg. You know, you realize, hey, I got juiced by the Void Gate. I'm going to at least try and take something for this. I'm going to use this challenge. My set's going to go down anyway, so I'll at least go and deal with your Ravenbloom student.
Yeah, and because Challenge could definitely be a little scary to use in this matchup because, you know, I'm sure Tempest has, you know, we've already seen Stupefy. There might be some smoke screens running around, and those are reactions. So if you go for a challenge when the Kai'Sa player has some runes available, you might just get blown out. So choosing to use it there when the shields were down, I think is a great call by Togg.
Yeah, I think Togg may have, he may have even kind of missed Void Gate, not thought about it, just kind of going through the motions of a play that you would really be comfortable and confident doing so frequently with Brawler into a Kai'Sa when there's only a rune available for the side of the Daughter of the Void, knowing that, hey, nothing can -4 here, but Void Gate does kind of change that math, and I think Togg, usually Brawler is so important to keep alive kind of forever in this matchup, so this is going to be really tough to overcome now that the Brawler is gone.
Yeah, because he did take that buff off to pump it up, which then, you know, no longer allows it to be saved by the boss, and unfortunately led to losing the Brawler.
All right, so now Tempest just going to have a development turn. Darius does get readied, though, off of this, so the Pocket Cub is going to just be fodder at this point, and it will just be a single first mate available for Togg on the back row going into this next turn, which is not a lot of material to work with.
Yeah, and definitely one of the strengths of the Kai'Sa deck is just its ability to put pressure from hand on the battlefields. So many accelerate units, so many tricks, so much removal, and Darius Drifarian a real big part of that.
See what the next steps can be for Togg. If this is a list that has the Kingpin's main deck, something like a Kingpin plus Showstopper is a lot of value that can still come out with this amount of runes. And, well, there's a Kingpin. I wonder if the Showstopper is there to back it up to deal with this Darius. I would not be surprised, because it does feel like such a good setup here. And that is immediately what it is. That is going to be a Kingpin Showstopper coming through for Togg to deal with the Darius onto the Dreaming Tree. And you called out at the start of this matchup, Kingpin with that buff, going to be able to dodge out on Falling Star. That 7 might is so impactful.
Yeah, Togg doing exactly what he needed to do to not fall too far behind in this game to have a chance. That is going to wipe up Darius. And now what I really like about this play is now Togg has a pretty strong foothold, and he does have a great option for the boss legend, because even if Tempest can find a way to threaten this set, he could just, you know, spend the buff, spend a power, put him back into base for next turn.
All right, so we'll see. One of the big notable things, too, is there are the Cleaves, but Cleave Hopeful doesn't get over the 7. Cleave Darius does, and that's something that Togg has to be aware of. But, of course, having the buff on Kingpin, even if that is the case, you know, worst case, yes, you lose out on your set. The Cleave Darius comes through. You still can save it with loss.
Yeah, it does feel like when you're playing against Set, and I'm sure Tempest is feeling this right now, it kind of is like a long-term losing battle, because like when you are trading your cards for their buffs, eventually they're just going to build up such a large army because their units aren't actually dying. So Tempest has to walk a really tight line to make sure they're navigating that effectively, and they have so far. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, as Togg is going to lose out the first mate just to the Hopeful straight away. And I think he's recognizing, hey, that may end up indicating that you've got something else to come deal with my set on the other side. A couple of Showstoppers already played, so Tempest doesn't have to worry about any more of, well, one more of them for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and definitely really, really powerful signature spell for Set. Really good way for, you know, both get those buffs on for the boss and kind of leverage getting into battlefields, especially if you've slipped behind a bit.
Tempest considering the options, but I've got to imagine that this is going to be a Darius Cleave setup. But no, maybe not. Going to start with Sentry at least. I see why the ordering in this way. Actually, just enough runes to play it. So now the Darius, as the second card, gets to come in, ready, And when he runs into the Streaming Tree, you can now cast the Cleave and get the draw. So really good sequencing from Emo Tempest.
Yeah, Emo Tempest just really maximizing all his cards, turning Togg's Dreaming Tree against him a bit here, and the Cleave's going to be an extra draw, and it will get the buff offset and kick him back to the base.
Yeah, very low econ for Togg. Just going to be Awakening with only 3 runes. Going to be able to get those last 2 up to 5, which is not a ton. It's usually enough for this deck to kind of manage, as I think I saw a Pit Rookie in hand, which you can just buff up this Kingpin and be able to take either of these battlefields. But we did see Tempest just rip one of those Thousand-Tailed Watchers off the top of the deck, which is another way that they're going to just act from hand, get the Conquer, and being at 5, not being able to win immediately on this next turn, but still putting the pressure on Togg, getting up to that 7-point threshold.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't count Togg out just yet, but he's certainly playing from behind. This is kind of roughly exactly where Kai'Sa wants to be, keeping Set pretty cleanly on the back foot and allowing those really powerful, expensive cards like Thousand-Tailed Watcher to come into play and do their thing, and it'll be interesting to see if Emo goes for it this turn.
Yeah, and that is going to be up to 6 points. So even if Emo Tempest is not able to take the Dreaming Tree this turn, on the subsequent turn, Emo Tempest is threatening the win.
Yeah, always an interesting decision in these spots on, because getting that 7th point, sometimes it's just really not something you need to do, and it is going to be better to just amass your forces to go for the 7-8 in a 1-2 punch in a single turn, especially something like Set, because if the Thousand-Tailed Watcher is used here, that Set is buffed once again and will get to survive and go back to the base.
Yeah.
But we do see it come down here.
Yeah, and especially, it's a really good call that you make, right? Being at 6 with a Watcher in hand, there's really a lot of reason to potentially just not play this. Because next turn, if you have your forces back at home, you've got enough might at your base, you play the Watcher, it's almost impossible. It's really hard for Togg to actually manage that from that spot. But one big note that we have to make here is there are 5 runes on the side of Togg, which means he's going to 7, and we've seen Divine Judgment Set make this kind of big splash, and if that gets played, you can't play this Watcher anymore that's sitting in your hand.
Yeah, and I imagine a big deciding factor here for Emo Tempest is I'm seeing a little bit of his hand here. It looks like he's just on double Hextech Ray and Cleave. So if he didn't play the Thousand-Tailed Watcher, there would have been no development, which, that never feels great. So gonna use the Thousand-Tailed Watcher and hope that that's enough to get a hold and win this game.
Yeah, and because the boss has to save Kingpin in that way, Divine Judgment couldn't even be deployed anyway, but you wouldn't even want to with that Thousand-Tailed Watcher being kind of that thing that's been deployed at this point. And Emo Tempest gets to keep another rune available to send this Ray at the Pit Rookie when it tries to come in.
Yep.
And Togg's just going to scoop it up.
And that is game 1 here in the Kai'Sa Set matchup. Really kind of just got to see Kai'Sa put on a clinic, do everything it wanted to do. Set put up a good fight back, but was unable to really kind of get over that hump, especially after missing the first unit play.
Yeah, that's been the big thing with this matchup. Now, of course, missing turn 1 for Set, that's always going to make a huge difference in the game. But also, it's like there are these opportunities for Kai'Sa to have answers to the units, whether it is answer them twice by being able to win with unit combat, make the boss be activated, and then win with a falling star on the back line, or even just continually beat down these units so that Set is required to be on such low economy that you can kind of still get there. And this time we did see kind of a misstep from Togg into the Void Gate, which cost him Brawler, and that might have been the difference maker. And we'll see if in game 2 and 3 with, no Void Gate, but also just maybe Togg being a little bit more locked in on his Brawler, maybe he's able to completely turn things around and find those 2 games.
Yeah, Void Gate, definitely interesting. A lot of times, sometimes it feels like flavor text and not actual text, but when it comes up, it's usually very impactful, and we did see it there that game.
Yeah, the big thing with the Void Gate, and I think a lot of these Kai'Sas have brought it back in when it fell out of favor quite a bit, is actually, funny enough, the Annie matchup is the one that really lent to it, because she's loving to accelerate Kai'Sa into Conquer, and guess what? Ray going up to 4 is pretty good against Kai'Sa Survivor. So you get some room in the mirror, you get some room in the Annie matchup, and it kind of actually found some room where it hits into Set in some nice ways.
Yeah, and I really love kind of the iterations that the Kai'Sa battlefields have gone through. There was a point where they were kind of leaning into some of the hold battlefields. Then they were like Arena's greatest for the more tempo ones. Now some are back to Void Gate. So Kai'Sa really just has a lot of different options on like how you want to pilot the deck exactly for each player. And we see Void Gate come up really big for Emo Tempest that game.
All right, well, let's go ahead and jump over to that second game. Let's see what Togg can do to turn things around in this second one, or if Emo Tempest even has some ways to help deal with Set. But game 2 for Set, you will at least have the option to maybe bring in those Unyielding Spirits that maybe weren't in the main board, which can help quite a bit for this matchup. And when it comes to the battlefields, we are going to get the Grove of the God Willow for Set, and now Kai'Sa's Dreaming Tree. And I wonder if it was a read from Emo Tempest, like, hey, I know a lot of these Set builds are liking Dreaming Tree game 1. Maybe I can get value of holding back my Dreaming Tree and having 2 Dreaming Tree games to play.
Yeah, 2 really powerful battlefields on the board for this game. Lots of extra cards that could potentially be drawn here. We might be in for a slugfest between these 2 players, and a much better start for Togg this time. He's able to get on the board and, you know, get some stuff buffed up early, which I think is going to help him out a ton.
Yeah, a lot of tech pieces for Togg in hand already. We talked about the Unyielding Spirit, and we mentioned the Divine Judgment, and both of which are actually in Togg's hand to start this game. And so because he has the Divine Judgment in hand, whoa, that is a crazy card for a Kai'Sa deck to be playing as well, and RE Inquisitive. But I want to mention the Divine Judgment changes Togg's game plan a little bit, because he will want to develop a good Divine Judgment board and not spend too many runes on power early so he can actually cast it.
Yeah, and you know, I actually love this RE Inquisitive from Emo Tempest, because I think from the Kai'Sa side, you just know that your set opponent is going to bring in cards like Unyielding. And if you have like a Cathian Rain, like theoretically it's your best card, but when it gets countered for 1 energy, 1 power, if that exchange happens, you're probably losing. So I could see a world where Emo Tempest said, I'm not going to risk it. I'm not going to try to get this Cathian Rain through. I'm going to pivot to this RE Inquisitive plan, because Unyielding Spirit does nothing to stop RE Inquisitive. And, you know, it might just catch someone off guard, and maybe you just sideboarded in some cards that aren't actually going to end up being useful.
Yeah, very cool sideboard option into the unit-based decks, where often maybe you'll be able to get on board and you can just drop an Inquisitive and say, I'm going to hold this. And especially if we end up seeing Emo Tempest, maybe with the 3rd battlefield even being a hold battlefield, this could make even more sense. But right now, we saw the Dreaming Tree be used against Togg in the last game. Now the Grove of the God Willow is attempting to be used against Togg with this RE Inquisitive.
Yeah. Emo Tempest doing his best, you know, RE impression and just being like, hey, I'm going to hold the Grove of the God Willow. Togg coming in saying, no, you aren't, and at least getting a trade out for the RE Inquisitive.
Yeah, now considering if he wants to pay the buff to save the Cythria, so he's just going to hold on that, says, hey, let me think on this trigger. And it looks like just going to get 1 energy ready to go and send 1 to the bottom.
Yeah, and you know, as it stands, the Watchful Sentry is still at the Grove of the God Willow. We might see the extra draws start rolling in, and it's definitely the kind of thing that once you hold it once, you hold it twice, things could really snowball out of control.
Yeah, and it looks like Emo Tempest is going to get it for this turn. The buff's going to come out, Cythria, you know, spending the buff to save her, and then she just gets a new one from the set Brawler getting played. But oh, maybe not. Brawler comes from the Champ Zone. It is going to be a showstopper. So yeah, Togg really does not want to allow that to be a hold for Emo Tempest. Need to deny the cards.
Yeah, now I like that decision a lot from Togg. He's saying, hey, I know this is going to cost me a lot of resources through my runes, but you just can't let the Kai'Sa deck just get to draw a ton of cards for free, or they will bury you.
And this is very costly, right? You know, I mentioned that oftentimes when you see the Divine Judgment, the plan pivots to not spending a lot of runes early, but Togg recognizing that to create a board state that actually serves Divine Judgment being a good play, I actually have to invest a lot of runes on this turn, and that is 1 for the Showstopper, 1 for the boss, and 1 for the Brawler. So this is 3 full runes being utilized by Togg on this turn.
Definitely, but it has at least set him up with a pretty stable board that I think Emo Tempest is going to have a hard time dealing with easily. And as you can see, instead of trying to fight what's already there, he's just going to go over to the Dreaming Tree himself, get a draw from that Kai'Sa Conquer trigger, and see what he could do against the units on a later turn.
Yeah, I'm going to get a draw from that God Willow. It's also put Togg at a cadence where he is going up to 5 runes now, 7 on the next turn, so that Divine Judgment might still be able to find that, that next out. As we do actually have even more tech out of Emo Tempest's hand. I'm seeing a Draven. So, you know, not something that we've never seen in Kai'Sa. Like, the RE Inquisitive was really out of left field for me. That's not one I've really seen in the Kai'Sa list. But Draven is one that's not often played in Kai'Sa, but it is one of those big guys that you can throw into the deck.
Yeah, it seems like Emo Tempest is just trying to say, like, hey, especially in these post-board games, I'm going to try to fight you in stats. I'm going to try to fight you in might, and, you know, Kai'Sa's able to do it. Maybe not as well as Set when it's firing on all cylinders, and we see a retreat here.
Yeah, continue to ramp up, draw more cards, but this is just playing into that Divine Judgment that Togg has ready to go for the next turn, and this is exactly what he wants to see. This time the Void Gate there not able to stop the Brawler, as we saw the same exact situation. Kai'Sa Survivor on the battlefield, 1 rune available for Emo Tempest. This time, as is normal in the matchup, you can bring the Brawler back and then get it forward with the first mate to get that conquer.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool. I think I happened to see 2 Call to Glories in Togg's hand, so he's kind of got a lot of tools to make sure he keeps his units in play, wins these critical combats. And I will say, you know, Emo Tempest might be, hey, I'm going to play around the first Call to Glory, but playing around 2 is usually really, really hard.
Yeah, and this turn, you know, Emo Tempest plays out a lot of little things, which is going to be rough when Togg reveals the Divine Judgment. I think it's going to come out in this turn. I think there's a lot of cards in Emo Tempest's hands, a lot of runes that came from the retreat ramp up. It feels like the conditions are met for the Divine Judgment to be a very strong play.
Yeah, no, it seems like Togg really did everything he could to navigate to basically the perfect Divine Judgment board, and I would be really surprised if he didn't use it here.
Yeah, the question now remains for Togg is he has a lot of cards in his own hand. So do you have maybe a spot where you actually don't want to Divine Judgment because you feel like your hand is actually strong enough to win? But I think generally you're looking at the Kai'Sa's runes, the Kai'Sa's grip of cards, and you feel like you can make this trade, especially maybe keeping the calls with Cytheria back where you get to play them for free.
Definitely. But it'll be interesting to see what Togg chooses to do here. I think that Divine Judgment might end up just being way too tempting, even though it's going to hurt him. I think it's going to hurt Emo Tempest and Kai'Sa a lot more, and there it is.
Yeah, I think he was kind of thinking for a little while because he had no hidden cards in hand. One of the big things you love with the Divine Judgment is you kind of get to see, you know, a Pocket Cub, and you get to put that down, and you're ready to have that ready to go, or a Hidden Blade, and you've got more room to play around with where you're basically making this not a symmetrical effect at all. But even in this spot, it's not quite a symmetrical effect because you have these extra runes to save your set Brawler and keep this massive unit around, where on the other side, I mean, Emo Tempest is keeping like a Lecturing Yordle and a Poro and then ditching a bunch of runes to try and play whatever cards he had in hand. That Draven starts to look very sad in this kind of situation.
Yeah, and you know, this is kind of the cost that Kai'Sa has for playing some of these lower might cantrippy units, is that in a spot like this, the might on the table is just going to be so much more important than, you know, drawing some extra cards. And, you know, I think it's, as you said, I could even see a world where Togg is like, I'm not even going to play cards from my hand anymore. I'm just going to spend all my resources to just keep these 2 units I have in play, keep buffing them, and making sure they live to get these last couple points.
Yeah, and we see the hand of Emo Tempest. There's like this Acathian Rain, Draven, Darius. These are just too big. Like, once this Divine Judgment comes down, your econ is way too low on these runes, this rune count. When you go down to 2, you'll go up to 4 on, you know, your first turn back, but that's still not enough to play any of these cards. You have to send them to the bottom, and it's a recycle, so you don't even get the draw from the Watchful Sentry. So you have to figure out what you can do with 2 cards and 2 runes to try and come back on board against a Brawler, which is very tough. And again, I got to go back to the Call to Glories. Those definitely are going to be keeps for Togg because he has this Cytheria in play, and as you said, he won't play cards from hand, he'll just save his units, but he can play cards from hand because he's got Call to Glory, which is free because of our best girl Cytheria of Cloudfield making it so with all of her basically infinite buffs that she gets to keep having.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Cass, and I think that's really why Cytheria has such a strong home in this deck because, you know, as I was saying earlier, Set can sometimes lack access to buffs, but Cytheria is just saying, like, I'm just going to keep giving you buffs to spend again and again and again, and I do think that's going to be really impactful here for Togg to be able to close out this game.
All right, and plus he's got the point lead, so even here with Emo Tempest having access to score 2 points up to 4, I think Togg doesn't really mind. And I will say Emo Tempest having access to this retreat to be able to go onto the Lecturing Yordle for draw a card, ramp a rune going into the next turn might open up a spot where you have enough runes to deal with the Brawler in the Cytheria and kind of claw your way back, but it is really an uphill battle for Kai'Sa as soon as that Divine Judgment hits the table.
Yeah, no, Divine Judgment, definitely really, really awesome piece of technology, and, you know, Togg just clearly had a plan, built around it, and executed on it, and is maybe going to be able to leverage it into closing out this second game and evening up the match.
Yeah, but Emo Tempest does keep the grip of cards and all of the runes available, trying to bluff what he could have. Something like a smoke screen plus a removal spell can be really scary for Togg to walk directly into. So he has to consider if he can spend this buff or not on set Brawler. But I think on average, yeah, you're going to spend it because you always have that backup of the Cytherea being able to just utilize that Call to Glory, spend the buff for free, and even get this set even bigger if you really need to.
Yeah, and I do think I'm seeing a smoke screen over there in Emo Tempest's hand, but I agree that I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. I, respect the decision to hold it up. You're kind of in a spot where the Divine Judgment puts you really far behind, and you're going to have to be like, maybe I just have to hope they don't have it, and I could catch them off guard with the smoke screen, and we'll see how it plays out.
All right, so going to send 8 into the Poro at the Godwillow Grove. Try and go up to the 6th point here.
I like this decision to go to the Grove because it's both saying, hey, I'm going to kick you out of the hold battlefield so you don't get extra cards. And as we see, I think Emo Tempest has a retreat here. And if he has to use it, if Togg had gone to the Dreaming Tree instead, that would have come along with an extra draw.
Yeah. I think he's trying to make, the retreat really unattractive, because if you send Cytherea into the Lecturing Yordle, you can offer the trade, and Emo Tempest has to decide, do I retreat to draw the card, get the rune, or do I just kind of let that go? And we immediately see Tempest just values getting kind of the rune and is willing to sacrifice the fact that, hey, if you want to try and trade the Cytherea, that's going to be just fine. I'll just go ahead and hold on to some runes, maybe even the smoke screen to completely deny this, as Cytherea is going to run in. And we'll see if Togg offers the trade or if he decides to lead with something like the Call to Glory, and he's just going to pay. I like this a lot.
Yeah, pick up an extra draw from the Dreaming Tree himself. I think this is just setting up really nicely. The smoke screen might actually line up pretty well here, and it'll be interesting to see if Togg did hold on to that second Call to Glory and is willing to use it to fight for this battle.
And that's why I'd love to pay if he does have the second, because by paying for the first, you might bait in the smoke screen, and then you just do the second one. And that's so good to be able to push over the top. And yeah, just perfect. Holding on to double Call to Glory off of the Divine Judgment because you've got that Cytherea in play that you know you'll be able to leverage.
Yep, and now Togg's got himself up to 7. Great spot to be in 7, a unit in each battlefield. I think it's going to be pretty hard for Emo Tempest to overcome this, and I'm thinking Togg might get this win on a hold.
Yeah, I like from Tempest, though, making sure you cast a retreat on that turn. It gives you the out of drawing into a Cathian Rain. You'd still lose to an Unyielding Spirit from that point, but a Cathian Rain would actually be able to kind of clean up that board and make it so you don't immediately lose from that spot because you go up to 7 runes.
Yeah, and I will say, I gotta say, great showing from both players there. They clearly both had plans. They clearly both executed on their plans, and Togg's was a little better. This game came out ahead, but I just loved the Ari Inquisitive from Emo Tempest. I think breaking the mold and kind of just like, these decks like Set and Annie are on the rise, and I see exactly where he's coming from with trying to kind of use that card to push things back into Kai'Sa's favor.
Yeah, it's one of those funny things where it's like, it felt like the tech didn't do that much this game, but it did put an awkward spot for Togg, where he had to kind of just offer this trade that wasn't the most exciting trade for him. And it forces a lot of resources to be used to break not a very big hold overall when it comes to just might numbers, because you are just such a unit-based deck, and Inquisitive does counter that. We saw send in, trade a unit, and then play Brawler Showstopper just to prevent Emo Tempest from holding on Godwillow. So
yeah,
definitely huge.
Yeah, and I think that was a really strong decision by Togg as well. You might if you're in a spot, you might be thinking, hey, I don't want to use this many resources just to kill a Watchful Sentry at this point. But he just knew, I want to score those points. I want to make sure Emo Tempest isn't getting the draws from Grove of the Godwillow, and that exchange ultimately, I think, ended up a big factor in him able to turn that one into a win.
All right, we got a little quick look at the sideboard from Emo Tempest. I saw a couple unchecked power. I don't think those are coming in, but just kind of cool to see the different flavors of tech that people are bringing in for some of the bigger matchups. Unchecked power has been one we've seen come in and out for the Aurora matchups, but there is just the consideration that if your opponent brings in something like Unyielding Spirit, that you lose a lot of value on that unchecked.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Emo Tempest here, and he's like staring at this Acathian Rain, and it's so tough, because if they don't have the Unyielding Spirit, the card's great. And I think it's just so tempting to be like, I'm just going to put it in, hope I draw it. There's almost like a gambit between both players. Because theoretically on Togg's side, if you thought they were going to board out Acathian Rain, you might not bring in Unyielding Spirit at all. So it really is this cat and mouse of like, who's going to blink, who's going to have the card or not. And I think I saw Emo Tempest put one back in.
It's in, yeah.
So we'll see. He might be able to catch Togg off guard with it in the 3rd game.
Yeah, so we'll see what Togg did with the sideboard, if he made any adjustments for this final game. But, Divine Judgment did pop off in that game. It was massive. It just completely sealed the deal. And we did see that the Yieldings were in previously. I saw him kind of thumbing around with a Primal Fury as also a consideration. I think that can find some good purchase for just being able to kind of counteract a Watcher when that tries to come in, because usually that's tapping out all the resources, and then if you're able to just kind of give this +7, you can completely flip the script on that.
Yeah, definitely with the min 1 floor on the shrink from the Thousand-Tailed Watcher, that math just kind of lines up perfectly. You go down to a 1, it comes in as a 7, Primal Strength puts you back up to an 8. Easy win for the combat.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly enough, with that Primal Strength potential, it looked like it was coming in. This is Targon's Peak, which actually opens up more ranges that Togg will actually be able to cast this Primal Strength without having to hold on to 4 runes. Maybe just holding 2 and getting that Conquer. He actually opens up that spell, which is quite cool to see. Kai'Sa's have kind of strayed away from Targon's Peak because sometimes it comes back to bite you. However, it is very strong on the play to be able to move your 2-drop in and then have runes available to cast something like Array as follow-up. So it is going to be Targon's Peak for the side of Emo Tempest, and Monastery of Hirana for Togg on set. And I have gone on record multiple times saying I think this is the strongest battlefield for set. I think when you have a Cytheria on board, it feels very unfair what you were able to do with Monastery, and it is kind of one-sided because most other decks do not have the buffs to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the real strengths of Set as a deck is you just have 3 battlefields between Dreaming Tree, Grove, and Monastery that all say draw a card on them. So you kind of get to cheat and not have to worry about putting card advantage in your actual deck, because you're just going to get it from your battlefields and from your legend rebuying your units.
Yeah, and that's always like kind of historically the weakness of set is actually card draw. So by these set decks kind of coalescing and realizing, hey, that's really the weak point of my list, is that I can't find enough cards. When I run out of steam, I'm just out. And actually finding ways to not have that happen by having 3 battlefields that let you draw cards is just so massive. And we'll see if Togg can immediately start kind of making that work with Monastery of Hirana, as it can be just so incredibly valuable time and time again, as he will get that buff. Usually this first one, though, if you don't have a way to rebuff against the Kai'Sa, we may just see Togg holding back and not actually spending the buff this first time when he sends the Cytheria in.
Yeah, both players off to pretty strong starts here, curving out, getting some units into play. Togg is going to make that decision to hold back the Cytheria for a later turn, especially because Emo Tempest had some extra runes available from the Targon's Peak. But this will give Emo Tempest a pretty good first crack in with Kai'Sa here to just score some points, pull ahead to a pretty nice 3-0 early lead.
I'm going to run in, get that Conquer. Should be at just a single rune and recycle one of those and be able to just play. Oh no, it was on the last turn that he put the Kai'Sa. Okay, yeah, we're good. So
yeah, Kai'Sa said, "I don't have a buff. I don't care. I'm going to draw a card anyway for this Monastery if we're on it."
No condition on that one, just the Conquer.
And you know, it's interesting because I imagine after the last game, Divine Judgment is at the forefront of Emo Tempest's mind. It seemed like it caught him off guard at the last game. So I imagine this game, he's going to look to position his board to not get as blown out if Togg happens to have it again.
Yeah, well, looking at the hand, though, I don't know if he's going to even have a choice, as this just looks like a 2-drop spam kind of turn. Going to keep a couple of runes up for the retreat, potentially to save the Kai'Sa instead of fully playing out every single unit that he could. And this makes a lot of sense, right? You want to keep that Kai'Sa around.
Yeah, the retreat's a nice way to get out under from a giant set brawler coming to punch you in the face and make sure, you know, the unit will go back to hand, you'll lose some tempo, but Kai'Sa's pretty good to just play again and again with the Accelerate.
Yep, this is where, you know, now you actually have to play around that smoke screen. 2 runes up, you know, when there's 1 rune up, there's no way to deal the 4 unless we've got the Void Gate, but 2 runes up, that's the smoke screen. So if Togg decides to spend this buff the brawler up to 8 and send it into Kai'Sa, he has to be wary of that. I saw Pit Rookie in hand, and usually you'd want to maybe set up for a big Conquer with the double spend of the buffs with the brawler to do so, or you'd want to wait until you've conquered and spent the buff from Cytheria to draw a card to then play a unit. So we'll see what kind of order of operations Togg can set up here.
Yeah, and one of the things that I really love from this set deck that I'm sure is on Togg's radar is if you conquer the Monastery with a buffed set, Brawler, you can spend the buff to draw, and then he will immediately get rebuffed by his Conquer trigger to buff himself. And that's just such a powerful combination to sort of have your cake and eat it too.
Nice. Okay, so we see a little shortcut here. Pit Rookie give the buff to Set. Gonna buff the Set all the way up to 12. That gets around any smokescreen shenanigans, and it will just be a retreat on the Kai'Sa to send it home. This is where you get to Conquer, get the buff there, spend the buff from the Cythria to draw a card. If he wants, and then I think if he's going to send another unit out onto the board, it just makes sense to spend it because you will just get another buff onto Cythria anyways.
Yep, Togg thinking about how he wants to do this, looking at his hand, got a little glimpse of a Pocket Cub peeking out.
Yeah, no Divine Judgment notably. I'm not seeing an Unyielding either, so the tech for the Kai'Sa matchup specifically not being found just yet.
Oh, it looked like that hand wave might have been, no, I'm not going to spend a buff.
So maybe wanting to hold up runes for some spells, some action on Emo Tempest turn.
Yeah, and you got to respect just being like, hey, I'm just playing to the board. I don't want to lose the game with like 7 cards in my hand. I'd rather my units just stay buffed so I can keep using the boss legend, and I think that's just a really good thing for Togg to key into.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I'm trying to catch like all the cards in the hand to figure out what Togg is really wanting to hold on to, because this is going to be 6 runes available, right? If he plays any unit, reasonably, he should have just kind of used the Cythria in order to draw a card, but he is going to go for the challenge, and then 4 runes up, I think there's a Primal Strength in hand. So exactly what we were talking about earlier with how maybe this Targon's Peak can actually kind of run into some issues where Togg is going to have more range to play around the Primal Fury.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Cass. And we do see a second retreat come from Emo Tempest here, so he just got a ton of runes in play. It'll be interesting to see if he has any kind of haymakers to leverage all this energy available.
All right, looks like a Pocket Cub is going to be deployed as the hidden, and now exactly 4 runes available for this Targon's Peak.
Yeah, great moves from Togg, turning around kind of that early point lead that Emo Tempest was able to establish, closing the gap a little bit there. And it'll be interesting to see what Emo Tempest has here to make sure he keeps the pressure on. And I think I see the Agathian Rain.
Yeah, Agathian Rain is going to be a big difference maker as he's just counting out exactly what he needs to do. The nice thing is, boss is going to have to exhaust to save something, so you are going to be able to clean up the Cythria, you are going to be able to clean up the Pit Rookie, and you're going to take the buff away from Brawler when you are able to do this. Pocket Cub is going to be able to respond to those reflexive triggers when it takes down the Cythria to kind of establish control of the Targon's Peak and not make it so easy for everything to come through for Tempest, but he ramped so many runes with these retreats that maybe this Raven Bloom is going to be able to pump above the Pocket Cub anyway.
Yeah, and this is just one of those spots where if Togg had the Unyielding, this might have gone way different for Emo Tempest, but he didn't, and the Agathian Rain is going to be able to clean up a lot of what Togg had in play.
Yeah, and big for Tempest, heads up, recognizing, hey, if I assign enough to the Brawler, even if you use the boss, you're not actually able to save it, right? Because the buff puts it at 5, but if you put 3 stacks on there, that's 6 damage. When boss saves it, it loses the buff, so you actually only need 5 of the 6 from Agathian Rain to deal with the Set Brawler.
Yep, you can kill it twice, and now a Void Seeker coming down on Cythria will prompt a Pocket Cub to flip up, but I think this Ravenbloom student has gotten enough pumps that it might be able to contest the Cub.
Yeah, and the cool thing here, though, exhausting that rune before paying that power to save the Cythria, that Primal Strength can actually come through and deal with it with the Pocket Cup, or just a Hidden Blade. If there was no Primal, maybe there was never a Primal. Maybe I'm seeing Primals. Ghosts of Primal Strength in the hand, but a Hidden Blade is just going to deal with that Ravenbloom student.
Yeah, Hidden Blade, I get why Togg's doing it. Definitely a tough one, though, because at this stage of the game, the 2 extra cards that Emo Tempest just got to pick up are probably going to be pretty relevant. But, he feels like he needs to keep his foothold, make sure he scores some points, and just try to tempo Kai'Sa out. And we'll see if he's able to do that. Oh, no, he just drew Unyielding Spirit.
Oh, 1 turn too late. Had all those runes available to deal with the potential. And that's the card draw from the Cythria, which, you can't think about. But you dig 1 deeper and you're actually able to find that Unyielding to save the day, as it is just going to be Kingpin coming down, give the buff over to Cythria, and just looking to rebuild into a bunch of runes for Emo Tempest coming up.
Yeah, Togg does at least have the board advantage right now. Emo Tempest did just pick up a bunch of cards, so he's probably going to be able to start fighting back soon. But as long as Togg can at least keep chipping in and scoring those points, he's very much in this game.
I am seeing, though, that the Kingpin comes down, and in the hand, there's the Falling Star. No buff on the Kingpin to save it just yet. And being at 5, you know, that Falling Star can just deal with it before it becomes a problem.
Yeah, very, very tough turn, because without the extra 2 runes from Targon's Peak, Togg is going to be unable to hold up the Unyielding Spirit this turn. So definitely the way things have kind of shook out this match. The Unyielding Spirit has not been there when it needed to be, and even now that it's there, it's too taxing to hold up.
So many cards for the Kai'Sa. Now it gets to be a full redevelopment. We see a Hopeful or Raven Bloom, a lot of the kind of small units that Kai'Sa is known for playing, but realistically with all the backup of, we see like Smokescreen and we see a lot of other spells available in the deck, it becomes like they're just strong enough because you have the spells to push through, as it will be an accelerated Kai'Sa Survivor instead, maybe just going into the Peak to reset a couple of rooms, but no, just gonna clean up the Cithria, leave Togg with nothing but a Pocket Cup.
Yeah, I imagine Tempest is thinking like, hey, I mean, look at his hand. He's got like 8, 9 cards. He's got to be thinking, as long as I just don't lose the board and get tempoed out, I'm going to win the long game, like no matter what from this position. And I think Tempest is doing a great job of kind of playing to that game plan. But there is still the Divine Judgment we saw earlier. It feels like that's kind of the thing that Togg would need to level the playing field again.
Yeah, it makes sense. But being at 5 runes now, it would mean you can't spend power cost on any of these other cards and still find that Divine Judgment for this next turn, which is going to be a really tough ask, because we're going to see now that Primal Strength will come through just to send the Pocket Cub in, and that doesn't feel like your favorite use of this card to just try and put 10 over 4 just to deal with Tempest Kai'Sa.
It does at least let him get safely around Smokescreen, which is nice. Second hidden card could be another Blade, could be another Pocket Cub.
Yeah, Blade on the Monastery. Not a lot of cards left in hand. Just going to be able to deploy the Blade to potentially draw, or just unyielding, buy some space for the Pocket Cup to just stick around. I mean, really, really trying to hold on for as many points as possible. Squeeze all the juice out of every single card that he's got.
I mean, Togg is doing what he's got to do. The one thing that Tempest doesn't have is units in play. So, you know, I see he's up, but there's one coming in ready.
Yeah, but this is answered by that Hidden Blade. And when your opponent has 9 cards, you don't really care about giving them 2 more. However, Tempest is going to say, well, I'll just go to the other battlefield. We'll play around this potential Hidden Blade that is very likely there.
Yeah, good heads-up play from Tempest. He's being like, you know, I'll let you keep the hidden card. I don't need to contest this right now. I just don't want to, you know, run the Darius in, lose it. And at this point, the 2 extra cards, as you said, really just wouldn't matter.
Yeah, but that still keeps this point lead for Togg at 6 currently. Only 4 runes available. I think there's been this Kinku Monk in hand for a while. Showstopper not going to be able to combine with that to get anything done.
Yeah, Kinku Monk, it can't buff itself, so it's definitely can, you know, be a little tricky for Togg to set up the right board state, especially against a deck like Kai'Sa that's so good at killing your units.
But Kai'Sa notably being on 5 means that you are not losing immediately. So trying to set up a board state where you can look to double conquer on the next turn is actually feasible. It is a very real possibility for Togg, especially considering the Hidden Blade at the Monastery. I think there's opportunity to have the Kinku Monk buff up the Pocket Cub. Maybe on the next turn, if when Tempest sends stuff in, you can even just Hidden Blade your own Pocket Cub, save it, draw 2, have this backline of a few units, and then some extra cards with a Showstopper to try and look for this double conquer.
Yeah, Togg, you just see the gears turning. He's like, how do I do it? How do I set up this double conquer next turn? And it looks like you were right, and he thinks the best way to do it is to get this Monk down, buff the Cub, and then ship the turn back over to Tempest.
And we'll see what the big expenditure coming from Tempest is. But there's just a lot of these like little 2-drops that can't quite get over the top. And it looks like Tempest even considering just holding on Targon's Peak, or at least setting up to potentially hold on the next turn, as this will be a ready Darius from the second card. Can double Darius in over the top of the Pocket Cub to deny the ability for there to be just a single Hidden Blade saving the day.
Yeah, Tempest just with an embarrassment of riches, able to throw his weight around, send in this first Darius to see what it is.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Togg actually going to kill the Darius instead of trying to draw his own cards, even though he knows that this Darius can come in and deal with the Pocket Cub. Going to rely just on the Showstopper and the single Pocket Cub with that Kinku Monk in the backline, really hoping for a big top deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible. I gotta say, Togg has done a great job of just like playing to his outs and just setting up a board state where it is conceivable for him to pull off the double conquer. And I gotta say, it would be pretty hilarious if Kai'Sa, with just 11 cards in hand, just dies to the set with 2 runes and 2 cards in hand.
Yeah. I think the hard thing is that it's 4 runes, so some of your bigger units that would combo with the Showstopper cannot come through on this turn. The draw looks like maybe another Monk, which is, yet again, on 4 runes. This is just not going to be doable.
Tempest just laying out his massive wad of cards in his base.
Yeah, because we know that there's a smoke screen for Tempest, and that will be able to answer just Kinku giving the buffs. I think Togg recognizing that, hey, I mean, all I can do is actually just play this Kinku Monk and try and push in and say, well, 5 into 5. We'll try and trade there, and then the rest. But you can try and send everything into one side and even attempt to hold, but into that big of a grip of cards, it's going to be really difficult to make that happen.
Yeah, I have to imagine Togg knows it's not looking great for him here, but he's going to, do the best he can, find the best board state, at least give himself a fighting chance.
And we'll see if that is both of them going into Monastery and then potentially using a buff to draw an additional card. If you can find a Face Breaker, that can also maybe find the win off of hiding that. Smokescreen going to come down.
Ooh, we might actually be about to see the rare off-turn Darius Trifarian.
Yeah, and that is enough for Tempest to take the game. Togg going to scoop it up, and that is yet another Kai'Sa finding the win, just barely eking out over the set this time of Togg. Tempest going to start this tournament 3-0.
Yeah, and you see right there, that set deck clearly came to this tournament with Kai'Sa in mind, had a game plan to try to beat it, was able to do that one game with the Divine Judgment, but then just the raw power of Kai'Sa, even when the target's on your back, Kai'Sa plows through and finds the win in the match.
And just one card short of finding the tech piece, finding that Unyielding Spirit to be able to stop the Cathine Rain from just carrying through the entire board, and just that one more card, he had the runes available, would have made all the difference.
Yeah, and that moment where Tempest really was like staring at his sideboard, looked at the Acathian Rain, made the hard decision. I think I need this to win in this matchup. I'm going to try to get around Unyielding Spirit, and he did it, and he won. Great payoff.
All right, well, that is 3 rounds in the books. We're going to swap over to some of our other lovely casters going forward for the next few rounds. But before that, we'll have a short break, and then we're back with more of the Houston Regional Qualifiers. Don't go anywhere.
Another interesting thing that you can do here at the Regional Qualifier in Houston is our wonderful prize wall section. I'm joined right now with Tara Bell, and tell me a little bit about some of the stuff that you really enjoy that you can redeem here at the prize wall.
Sure, yeah. We have our wonderful figurines. These are not too exclusive to us. You can get them on Riot, but I think y'all should definitely hook those up for 15 tickets. It's not a bad price for that. Also, we have our wonderful plushies. My favorite, of course, is Veigar. I love him so much, or Veigar, however you want to pronounce it. And we have our little figurines, our little Poro. He's super cute too. I love him. And we have our play mats, which are over there on the other wall over there, and you can get those as well.
So I have also heard that you can redeem your prize wall tickets for these alternate metallic cards. So like the coveted best of prize, but they're a little bit different. What can you show me about those?
Sure, I'll show you my favorite champion, which is Set. He is amazing.
Wow.
The texture on these are really great. Whenever, I don't know if you can tell on the camera or not, but the texture on it is amazing. Like, just, I don't know, they did very well on these.
There's also one more thing personally. I watch a lot of League of Legends, and I'm a big fan of Teemo. I heard you guys have some Teemo hats. You think there's a world where I can maybe snag one and take it to the broadcast desk?
I'm pretty sure you could if you tried.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Tara. That's one of the many things you can check out here in Houston at the Regional Qualifier. You don't want to miss out the next one. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Barrett Bryant, joined by the wonderful Aaron Barrich. Oh, my apologies. And sadly, I didn't get to take one of those Teemo hats like they promised me yesterday. So maybe in the future, after the event is over, I'll get myself a Teemo hat. But what do you think about Teemo? Because we have yet really to see a Teemo really explode into the tournament, except for Prismat, right?
Yeah, we got to watch Prismat earlier, but Prismat did end up falling to Knockpass in some games that maybe weren't the closest, but I do think Teemo is one of those decks that has a really high chance of doing well this weekend, and a lot of really great players are playing it, including Prismat, but you can't win them all, so I'm really excited to see more Teemo coming throughout the weekend. I have high hopes.
I do have high hopes as well, but Teemo is a legend that we've seen and we hopefully will see in the future. But how about a legend that we haven't seen just quite yet? You know, I'm thinking, of course, the Jinxes of the world. Don't you think it's about time for us to get a Jinx matchup here on the desk?
It is always time for a Jinx matchup. Jinx is probably my favorite legend in set 1. I'm really thrilled to see someone playing Jinx, and it's someone that I know and I'm a friend with, so I'm really excited to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, we have that one coming up, but we don't want to spoil too much yet. You know, we want them to get to know us just a little bit, of course. Aaron, you work with the game, of course, so it's very exciting to have here and have your insight for me on the desk, you know, going through all these rounds, seeing all this Riftbound play, and you've even had the privilege to do some card slinging here at the event as an employee. Tell me about the experiences you've seen from finding and playing against all of these players here.
Yeah, I mean, the emotion in the room is incredible. People are so excited. Everyone just wants to get more Riftbound under their belts. Games and games and games being played all over, and it's so awesome to see as someone who works on it, and it really is super gratifying, and I'm really happy to get to be here and watch and talk about more games.
And what were you piloting in that card slinging?
Oh, all sorts of things. I will say my favorite was a Jinx deck, a little sprinkling of some Spirit Forge cards maybe in there.
Ooh, exciting.
Really great time.
Love that, absolutely. I mean, I love card slinging. I just think it's one of those fun opportunities where you get to have these people interactions, because at the end of the day, we're all human beings and we just love Riftbound, we love card games, and we're so excited to be here in Houston, Texas for the regional qualifier. But we've got another round. We are moving into round 4 here in Houston, Texas, and we've got a very nice surprise here on some of our players that we're going to be representing. It's Jim Davis, a very prolific Magic the Gathering player and also, you know, content creator as well.
Yeah, I mean, Jim has made a good name for himself on the Magic scene, is starting to get into Riftbound content creation, really awesome stuff. As I said, I am a friend of Jim, so I really want to see him do well, and, I mean, I love Jinx, so.
Absolutely. Of course, on the other side, we do have JayDog 992 sporting the so prolific Kaisa, Daughter of the Void, as well. So Jinx versus Kaisa, and Jinx plays a lot of her spells of her own. Of course, you know, different legend, different abilities going forward. We're going to be jumping into this game 1, and I'm very excited to see what's going on.
Yeah, it looks like we have the Dreaming Tree coming in from Kaisa, pretty stock, normal opening game 1 battlefield, pretty safe for both players. However, against Jinx, maybe some Cleaves in there to draw some cards of her own, and Zon Warren's a similar thing for Jinx to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Raven Balloon turn 1, pretty easy representation. And then also the Zon Warrens as we pass back to Jim, you know, as long as he can get a unit like a Traveling Merchant onto the board, we can easily start getting double advantage of the same abilities. But instead, it looks like we're going to immediately be playing our Jinx Demolitionist. With a double discard of Flame Chompers, we have no runes anymore, Aaron.
Well, I've said this a lot of times. If anyone's heard me play Riftbound, I will say runes are for suckers. And this is a play I love to make. You know, turn 1, especially against a deck like Kaisa, you have 3 bodies. Even if you do get Falling Starred, you're pretty likely to take a battlefield, and you just have so much pressure early on. The Jinx deck in particular, usually really set up well to play off just a small number of runes.
This is exactly the kind of explosivity. And like we even watched Jim there kind of posture for a minute. He thought about it, and then we immediately saw everything hit the board right off the get-go. I mean, especially using the champion unit right now, because we only had to play the 2 cards from our hands, which we were discarding anyway, and the other card was free. It came from our champion zone.
Yeah, you can see in Jim's hand, he actually has a scrap heap. He had a really important decision on that Jinx turn 1. Do I want to keep one of those runes and just discard a scrap heap? And he said, no, I want all the bodies in play. I want to make sure I'm pressuring you, and I want to be able to get ahead, because against a deck like Kaisa, they do have a much better closing power than Jinx.
Yeah, and speaking of that, even combating the board power, as we had passed back to JayDog on that last turn, we then proceeded to progress the board state. We moved our own Raven Bloom student up to the Zon Warrens, got our movement or conquer ability, and then we, on the next turn following, played another Raven Bloom, and that knocks us hopeful, of course, with that discount on the Legion ability. But as we pass back to Jim's turn, we're moving things up. Flame Chomper is having enough might to combat against that Raven Bloom right off the get-go.
Yeah, I really want to call out what JayDog did here. He moved in with that Raven Bloom student, didn't leave up any energy for a spell, played two things, knew it was going to die to the Flame Chompers. That's a pretty big flag in the ground saying, I think this game is about racing. I want these points. I need to beat you. You put three things into play turn one. What can I do about it?
Yeah, absolutely. And so now we have the decision here as we pass things back 1-1 in the score race. But the decision now is, as we have two ready units on the side of Jim, are we going to actually progress into that Dreaming Tree as we move a Flame Chompers up, going up to 2 points? I think that's the safe one to move, of course. You want to kind of keep this Jinx Demolition when you really need to get over a little bit more power or might.
Yeah, definitely. And there's a question of, okay, if I move the Jinx, maybe JayDog can't kill it without trading with it, and we get a 1-for-1, where it looks like he's very likely to be able to eat both of the Flame Chompers this turn. We have a third Flame Chompers with the Chemtech Enforcer. That is crazy. This is about as fast as your Jinx deck can be.
No, and like you said, runes are for suckers, right, Aaron? So we're back down to 1, and as we pass back to Jinx, who then goes up to 6 of their runes, we have a lot of decisions to make here. I think, like you said, things like Falling Stars could be a huge play here, but unsure if in the hand, and all you have at your disposal in this current moment is a Noxus Hopeful and our Raven Bloom student. So it's not necessarily enough that you feel comfortable going in except for the Hopeful, but we have 6 runes to play with. What do you think you could anticipate coming down right here?
Yeah, I mean, the 6 rune turn's a big turn for the Kai'Sa deck. It usually means you have the access to a Darius plus a 1-mana spell. Really lets you take a board. Maybe with the Dreaming Tree in particular, you can draw 2 cards off a Stupefy. That's really strong. Here we have that Hextech Ray opening up. Again, it seems like JayDog is about getting these points, clearing these things, really wants that student to get in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to be even a little careful that if we want to do a Kai'Sa accelerate play, Conquer for the draw on the Zon with the Conquer ability, you know, you have to be a little worried because that Demolitionist is still on the other side of the table. And so are you kind of just throwing the Kai'Sa away if you tap out to do so? That seems to not be the play. The strength of the deck is keeping your runes up to play spells. We get discounts on them. Of course, we've already used it on the Hextech Ray. But we want to maybe keep this Noxus Hopeful alive and then get a bonus draw if we target it using something from like the Dreaming Tree.
Definitely. Leaving up 5 runes is an interesting number. It gives you access to Void Seeker and a Smokescreen. Looks like I see a Retreat in JayDog's hand. And I think I see that Darius chose not to play that despite playing a 1-mana spell in the same turn. Really could have just gotten everything in the board. But Jim does just have so much power available. Jinx is a 6 while attacking. Chemtech's a 4 while attacking. The Chompers is a 3. Darius not the best on defense if you're not able to leave up those spells.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be another one of those Flame Chompers. As you said, we found the third one. We might as well use it to our disposal. See where the turn goes. Go into the Zon Warrens, see if there's any contest. There isn't. Go to 3, and now we have the Zon Conquer effect again.
Yeah, I wonder if Jim's thinking about discarding the 4th Flame Chompers right here.
What, the 4th?
Yeah, you know, I think it'd be pretty powerful if you could.
Do you get to play with 4 Flame Chompers, whereas like I don't get to, but you know, do you get the added benefit?
Yeah, the dev whitelist is really
Absolutely. But yeah, deep in the tank here for Jim because like you said, we have these strong attackers at our disposal in our base. But once they get to the battlefields, the Assault is not live while defending. So we can be afraid of something like a 1,000-Tail Watcher play. You brought up the Darius that's in hand. It's going to be very susceptible to a Darius that can ready itself in the same turn and gain that extra 2 might when we only get our extra might on Assault.
Yeah, so here, it is one of those things where Jinx is really vulnerable, but it looks like we're going just for a trade with that Void Seeker here. Jinx gone. That's a pretty great place for Jim. He didn't get to take that battlefield, but, you know, there's a lot of ways that could have gone so much for us. If there was a smoke screen, that ends up with the Jinx dying and the Hopeful still staying. So I think he's probably reasonably happy about this.
Yeah, I think even the recycle that, you know, Jinx did have to actually pay for instead of, you know, being able to use your Legend because we've already done it from the Hextech Ray from the turn prior. But like you said, moving in this Chemtech Enforcer to just get the point on the board, going to 4, and so now it's basically just up to JayDog if he wants to try and compete and keep up in the point match, but we need a unit that comes in ready to do so. But Jim going to keep his board a little bit more healthy. Here comes a Traveling Merchant for later.
Yeah, so this is a situation where JayDog was really patient with this Darius in his hand. And now, once he plays the Darius this turn, if he has a second spell to ready it, Jim doesn't really have that base presence to pressure the Darius anymore. So if you play Darius, play a spell, go in and get rid of this Flame Chompers or this Chemtech Enforcer, maybe you get to ready with the Darius again next turn and really make a big play to catch back up.
Those are my favorite kind of turns because that +2 might on defense is a huge swing, especially if the reason you got there was by playing Stupefies. You know, because it's the same reason why you like playing a Raven Bloom and then Stupefying your opponents, because you're going to gain the extra. But here comes the first Falling Stars of this match.
Really important card in this matchup. Jinx, I do think is reasonably good against Kai'Sa in the games where they don't draw a bunch of Falling Stars. You do get to put a ton of units on the board, and Jinx and Kai'Sa can fall behind a little bit. But this situation, kill your thing in your base, kill the thing at the Zon Warrens. Oh, now my Raven Bloom's +1. Now it's going to be able to take that Chemtech Enforcer. Jim had a huge lead and a huge board, and it's about to be all gone.
Yeah, and here's where I would think, just like you said, there's a world where we could have gone into that Chemtech Enforcer, but maybe just completely assessing that Jim might have a 1 mana shenanigan of his own. You know, there could be something that he could play, but I think it's just we're playing it safe. It's just about keeping up in points, but then see, there it is. We even read it. The Hextech Race still being able to be played because a showdown does still occur. You lose the unit.
Yeah, and I think what JayDog was thinking here is, I have this Darius. Now I can play this Darius, and Jim's tapped out. Nothing that can happen. I'm going to go in and get this Chemtech Enforcer now. I don't think it ever crossed JayDog's mind that this Chemtech Enforcer was ever going to hold.
Yeah, absolutely. As we pass back, going to 3 here because that other point was denied, and we are going to be passing back to Jim. Going to have 4 runes to play with, 2 cards in hand as we draw for our third. Not a lot of room to really battle this Darius right now off the get-go, so it might just have to be another setup turn.
Yeah, it is the first turn we've seen Jim have 4 runes in play, so, you know, maybe this is really new territory for him, and he'll get to do some stuff. A Falling Star of his own to take out that Darius. That works from no board, and that's really what he needs here.
Yeah, and followed up by another 2-cost Traveling Merchant. Means we're down to 1 card in hand, and we are at the sweet spot we want to really be at, closest for Jinx going into it, and you have still kept the units off of JayDog's board. As we still pass back, of course, the rune disparity is massive.
It is massive, but when you build a deck like Jinx and you're playing Falling Star and Red Jinx and these Flame Chompers, you're kind of expecting to be at this place. Jim, 4 runes, bet he can play almost any card in his deck at this point.
The champion unit, Kai'Sa Survivor, coming in with the Accelerate cost to go to that Dreaming Tree battlefield to even up the score game finally in this game. With the bonus on Conquer effect, we'll get that draw, and with that, leaving 2 up once again, the scary 2 runes, something like a smoke screen you brought up earlier that we could potentially see as we pass back to Jim. And with that extra draw, we have 3 cards to play with instead.
Yeah, 3 cards, 4 runes, means you probably get to play 2 of them. I think Jim's really looking for something like a cleave here. Being able to go into that Dreaming Tree, trigger your Merchant, cleave your Merchant, draw a card, really gets you back into the flow of things. You really want to get ahead this turn. If you don't have something like a cleave, maybe you're hoping for an Accelerate unit, something like a Legion Rearguard to go and double fight the Kai'Sa or try and score the Zon Warrens and just keep things flowing.
Aaron, I have to point out very briefly that this is the first time I've seen a purple or a Chaos Rune hit Jim's side of the board, actually, and 2 of them at once even. But the first ones I've seen all game, stacked deck coming in just to play and get a look at what we're looking for. And there is a cleave in those 3 cards, like you were mentioning.
Yeah, this is a really interesting stack deck. You see a Vi, a Cleave, and a Tide Turner. I don't think that's a card you tend to see in these Jinx lists, but it is a card that makes some sense if you're trying to protect your Vi's. A lot of options here for Jim of, do I want to make that Cleave play this turn? Or do I see myself maybe trying to win with like a Vi Ride the Wind play, and I need this Vi now? Big moment for his planning of how the next 3 turns of this game go.
And I think it's the best part when you play a card like Stack Deck. I think it's not just about those 3 cards, but you now have information of cards that you will not see basically the rest of the game. So what you choose to recycle from that effect does mean a lot in these games for Riftbound. And so hopefully we're going to determine as we are swinging into this Kai'Sa, I can only imagine we did end up grabbing that cleave.
Yeah, so we definitely have the cleave here, and Jim is probably taking the read from earlier with that Void Seeker turn against the Jinx that JayDog doesn't have a smoke screen, or if he does, he drew it in the last couple turns.
Absolutely. Yeah, so the on-move effect we get from the Traveling Merchant, and of course we do pay the 1, and we are going to cleave this and draw off of the Dreaming Tree, just like you said. And so now with Assault 3, but here comes a rebuttal for the Retreat that we knew was sitting in hand for JayDog, and again, also targets his own unit, drawing off of the Dreaming Tree. So an exchange of draw, but the point still going to go for Jim.
Yeah, I bet Jim's pretty happy that he saw the one energy get exhausted and was like, oh, am I going to get stupefied here? Are we going to trade? And it turns out, oh, no, I do get to score my point. This is really great. I need to get to that 6-point threshold so I can threaten that Vi Ride the Wind.
Absolutely. Follow things up with a Nox is hopeful. And we want that to stick there. And here comes a hidden card on the side of Jinx. You know, we saw a Fight or Flight get discarded already, and we've already talked about Tide Turner, so I really have no clue which one this could be.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you are JayDog, you're just going to assume it's Fight or Flight, right?
Yeah.
A lot of these decks, that's the only hidden card they play, especially if you're used to playing against something like Annie. That deck tends to only play Fight or Flight as their hidden card. Well, it's going to get killed, so we're going to see, and it's a purple Teemo. That is not a card you tend to see in these decks, so you can't really predict. JayDog doesn't have an Accelerate or another answer here. It looks like Jim's going to get to hold the score a point.
That was crazy. I did all of a sudden having an extra hidden unit onto the board. I mean, I think hidden units are so powerful because of the context you just explained, right? It's not just about it being a trick that you get to play, but your opponent thinks it might just be a spell, but actually it will retain that hold value. But the secondary is for JayDog this game coming into play, and because we've already baited out our first card for the turn, the ability that says it readies, it's going to come in and easily get rid of that Teemo.
Yeah, it looks like JayDog did leave up 3 for a Void Seeker. So Jim can try and move into the Zon Warrens, but if JayDog has that Void Seeker, it's a pretty big blowout for Jim. There's a world here where maybe he just deploys to his battlefield and waits a little bit. He did get some cards here, has 5 runes. Again, the most we've seen from him in this game.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is an opportunity to, okay, you're only at 5. Maybe I have a little bit of ability to wait.
Yeah. I think you're in that same situation, too, on the other side for Jim, where, you know, an offensive swing with the hopeful give it a cleave if we had another copy, you know, getting that Dreaming Tree repeated proc. But we're already getting these bonus draws from Jinx herself. We're trying to find and dig for these pieces to close out these games, but we have to get to 6 points to do that double conquer play that you're talking about. You know, if we're trying to do a ride the win by trick that not just Annie can do, but as we're showcasing here, Jinx is allowed to play that same combo.
Here is Jim's second falling star, probably trying to get that Darius, but another retreat. I think this is a sequence that, another one that's pretty good for Jim, though, with JayDog getting up to this many runes, things like Time Warper on the table, Thousand Tail Watcher, they become really big plays to try and get ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. That's even a situation for JayDog. If he gets to 6 runes, we can easily find out very quickly. A thing like a Time Warp can easily be a game ender sometimes for either doing a double conquer on the following turn afterwards or for the double hold.
Jim thinking pretty hard here with these 2 cards. I would be wondering if he has like a Chemtech Enforcer and a card he really wants to keep. It's like, do I discard that? Or maybe just a separate choice between these 2 drops. Puts Merchant in, one that maybe next turn lets him accrue that little more card advantage, a little more value. He just barely needs to get over the edge.
Yeah, it's our last one too. I think a third one for the game. Passing back to JayDog. Again, no units to be seen, but now with these heavy amounts of runes, we could see big plays. But the first Lecturing Yordle coming down for a draw. Of course, that tank ability on it being also a little pesky when it comes to combat damage towards the end of the game. When you want to assign damage the correct way to get rid of strong cards, but that tank trait says, nope, you actually have to kill me first.
Yeah, Lecturing Yordle, really impressive. A unit that's really great to play early, gives you something on the board, lets you threaten those battlefields, but also turns into a powerful late game draw. Cheap, replaces itself, maybe messes up their math. It kind of does a little bit of everything.
Like the Kai'Sa deck. The Kai'Sa deck does a little bit of everything.
That is true. I mean, the deck is really robust. Removal, accelerate units, card draw. You see it really in this game. Jim was really explosive, but the robustness of this Kai'Sa deck, it keeps playing these Dariuses, keeps flowing card draw, keeps getting removal, and that's really hard for Jim to keep up with.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when we keep retreating these units back to our hand. Like, I mean, the information is there. Jim knows what can potentially be played, which is good for when you are trying to play around it, but when you know it's a Darius that is going to come in ready because we've already played a card, we move in, now we're at 6 points for JayDog. We are all of a sudden in winning range.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for Jim. Compared to Kai'Sa, Jinx not as good at stopping the opponent from scoring those 2 points in one turn. Outside of something like Fight or Flight, you can't really block against a giant monster coming in.
Here comes that Traveling Merchant move, though, and a Scrap Heap getting discarded. So extra draws here for Jim. And like you said, 5 runes here on the board, some of the most we've seen him have the entire game. But that move trigger is going to still be answered once we finally move to the Showdown. That Void Seeker coming through and going to get rid of that Traveling Merchant.
Yeah, Jim with no board here, 5 points. Can't really threaten a ton. I could see if he has Vi Ride the Wind, this is a turn you maybe have to make that type of play. play your Vi, make it big enough to beat the Darius, ride the Winded into the Dreaming Tree, and then instead of going to another battlefield like you normally would with that combo, instead just back the Vi up to the base to have it ready for next turn and hope you can have something happen. Oh, there are 2 Vis. That's pretty powerful, but I'm not sure Jim's going to get another turn.
No, I don't think so, unless we have a very important trick, specifically like a Hextech Ray for the lecturing Yordle, but any unit that comes in ready, like the Kai'Sa that we know is still in hand, will be enough to close it out. And I think Jim sees that and says, let's go to game 2. Game 1 going to JayDog. So pretty explosive from both players here, Aaron. I mean, we know how quickly Jim was playing the beginning of the game, using those resources, losing all of your runes at the beginning of the game. I love plays like that.
Yeah, it's really sweet. I mean, I did say runes are for losers, and unfortunately for Jim, that was true. But it is kind of the things you're trying to do as the Jinx deck. You're not winning the long game against Kai'Sa. They have more card draw. They have bigger monsters. They have better removal. The one thing you have is that essence of speed and applying all these units and really being able to threaten both battlefields on turn 2.
And there wasn't a moment in that game that Jim didn't attempt to regain that tempo, regain that speed, but when you see the right removal pieces of the Kai'Sa deck, when you have the retreats to continuously save your units that also still come in ready to contest those battlefields, the point discrepancy catches up very quickly, and that's how game 1 goes over to JayDog. So I'm excited to see how the game 2 adaptation comes from Jim, because, I mean, being able to go first, but we've now lost the game with Zon Warrens in play. So I think battlefields are really going to have to mix things up here, or maybe just speed up the game a little bit. Maybe something like an Arena's Greatest, right?
Right. I think one of the things that really makes me like Jinx is the fact that your 3 battlefields you get to pick are all good for you.
Yeah.
And they're usually much better than your opponent. Arena's Greatest and Zon Warrens, obvious options. Something like Reaver's Row, really, really powerful 3rd battlefield. And not every deck in the format gets to say, oh, all 3 of my battlefields are better for me every time.
Absolutely, but we're going to find out very quickly as we are jumping into game 2 in round 4 at the regional qualifier. So yeah, going first here for Jim, and we did end up selecting that Arena's Greatest for game 2 and Targon's Peak on the other side. So Kai'Sa now have access on the going second game, being able to play more spells on our opponent's turn because we're going to have hopefully 2 more runes ready.
Yeah, here we see that Tide Turner. One of the great things about that card, maybe it's a hidden card, maybe it's a trick to save a Vi, but also you can just play it as a 2-cost 2 Might Body.
And I think we've all learned very quickly in Riftbound that playing something on turn 2, or turn 1, a 2-drop, like we've seen from both of these players, is so important because you want to immediately start figuring out what the point mapping of the game is going to look like. So like you said, Tide Turner, it's still just a 2-drop. We want to play that, and it's going to easily be able to move into one of these battlefields. Maybe the Targon's Peak if we plan on tapping completely out to play some units?
Yeah, definitely. And so we have a really good start here from JayDog. I think one of the best starts from Kai'Sa is when you're on the draw, you get to play that 2-drop and hold up that Hextech Ray. It makes it where Jim goes in. Do we have the removal? It looks like we do. That's
There
really
it
big
is.
here.
Hextech Ray, just like you said. And so that Tide Turner, unless we have some sort of trick as Jim doesn't immediate. Okay, there it goes. It's gone. But now with 4 runes to play with and now Kai'Sa completely tapped out, what are you going to do now to set up your board? But this is now acting as if, because of that removal, like you said, it's like Jim went second, at least when it comes to board presence.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those situations that is really tough for Jim. He has that Jinx in the champion zone, can choose to play it and take one of these battlefields, maybe get that Targon's Peak and ready 2 of his runes. Maybe he has something like a Fight or Flight. But doing that really sets you so far behind. Here's a Brazen Buccaneer. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, it costs 6, but we're going to discard a card to reduce its cost, and depending on what this discarded card is, we could see even like another Flame Chomper come into play. But it's got 5 might, which for 4, which feels really good then.
Yeah, when you're playing Jinx against a deck like Kai'Sa, as I said last game, those falling stars are really important. Oftentimes they're removing 2 of your units. Being able to play a unit with more than 3 might and have it take a whole falling star to remove it and not get killed by a single Void Seeker can potentially be a really big break point on the numbers and how these fights can go.
Yeah, but it is in our base, of course, so we're just going to have to then, again, concede the tempo here as we are going to be the first point, or second point, because of the Arena's Greatest. We're going to go to our second point for JayDog, and we have 5 runes to play with. It could be as simple as an Accelerate Kai'Sa if you want to do it early, but it looks like instead we are going to our pay R4 and play a Sprite Mother, which is essentially still going to score us a point because this Sprite token that we play does come in ready.
Yeah, so JayDog here, gonna get 2 points, gonna get that Targon's Peak, ready 2 runes, leave up a Void Seeker. It looks like if Jim goes in, if it doesn't have access to something like a Cleave, it's just gonna get potentially removed out by some of that red removal.
can we talk about a little bit about the sprite? It feels so bad attacking into a temporary unit.
It is a tough place to be if your unit's going to trade with it. And so you really get this feeling in the situation of, am I just supposed to not score here this turn? Am I not supposed to make that trade? How bad is it if I just pass the turn? I mean, they're not going to score from a hold, but if you didn't kill the sprite, that means that battlefield's open, and that sprite mother just gets to move in for free.
And on the other side of it, attacking the other unit, knowing the sprite will be disappearing, feels really good. But like you said, it just means that there's like an uncontested battlefield for the player that put the temporary unit there to come and take it again on the next turn, just like you said. And because you said it won't be a hold effect, you'll be able to get the on-conquer from the Targon's Peak again. Yeah, Targon's Peak in particular, great thing to take with this sprite. Jim, big turn here, has 6 runes. Really, what do you try? The things you're trying to think of here are, can I take both battlefields? I'm behind on points by 2. That's a big difference at this type of game where you're really trading these back and forth. And if I can't take this by 2, is there a way for me to try and play this long game? I do have Brazen Buccaneers, it looks like. Maybe my units are bigger. Possibly has something like Darius in his deck. There is the Falling Star. That's probably going to kill both of the real units here. That's probably the best play I can imagine happening right now, because not only will this Brazen Buccaneer be able to help us get back to that point discrepancy that we are at, but we have 4 runes now to play with still to play more units. We played a card. Double Noxus Hopeful, I think, could be very strong here for having 2 more 4-might units on the board. Yeah, double Noxus Hopeful. Again, more of those units that don't die to Falling Star. JayDog hasn't had a chance to play a really powerful Falling Star himself this game. Maybe has one in his hand, wants to wait. I think this is an opportunity for Jim to get that little bit ahead. Interesting note, JayDog also out of blue runes now. Yeah. Potentially things like Smokescreen. There's no guarantee they're working. And we see a Teemo played to the base. Again, like you said, it's one of those cards that, yes, it functions as a hidden card, but it's also just a 2-drop, and we just want to play cards. Really interesting thing here is Jim could have hidden that at the arena's greatest. Yeah. Could have really protected that battlefield, but this gives the impression to me, and maybe JayDog thinks this as well, Jim must not have more units. This is the only way Jim is able to contest that Targon's Peak and contest trying to score that point next turn. Yeah, we don't give ganking really anything except for the Vi with the Ride the Wind play. It has ganking. So how do we move to that other battlefield without having something in our base to move over there first? But it looks like it was just another reset turn for JayDog as we just played a Lecturing Yordle and that Noxus Hopeful, getting a little extra value, holding 1 rune up as we pass it back to Jim, and this Teemo stayed alive, so we're going to be able to swing into Targon's Peak. So Jim is going to have 2 runes to play with at the end of his turn, no matter what. But we have 6 to play with now, once again in that same spot. This is still the most runes I've seen Jim have this whole match, basically, because we usually throw some away. I'm waiting for the Flame Chompers to keep coming back so that we keep continuing to have more cards on our board. But instead, here comes that first Vi for this game. Yeah, there's a couple things going on here that are really important. One, Jim got to 4 points and is ahead on the race compared to JayDog. If they both score 2 points every turn, Jim will get to 8 before JayDog does. They was behind by those 2 points, was able to find his way back because of JayDog's weak turn there, and also now having to deploy that Vi, which is kind of not what you want to do against Kai'Sa. Now it is vulnerable to that Cathian Rain or that Falling Star, makes it way harder to get that Ride the Wind combo later when you're forced to play it now. Yeah, I think any sort of very, very high play, a Cathian Rain type of idea, or, you know, even a Darius here to contest against this Brazen Buccaneer. It's just a scary position to be in because I feel like both of these units out of these battlefields are going to be gone this turn, like you said. And we're going to go to 5 points for JayDog's side, and then you're just staring at the Vi. But if it's something instead like a spell that can target the Vi, then it feels like Jim's entire board is gone once again. Void Seekering the 1/1, one of the life's lowliest sad things you have to do. That's the type of situation where it gives the impression JayDog maybe can't fight through the Brazen Buccaneer without using both units, or really is trying to draw into something powerful to play this turn, possibly a hand of just all spells and no units. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I've never really thought about it in the sense of, wow, you're right, this could deal 4, but instead right now it is only going to deal 1 to this Teemo. But like you said, it still gets it off the board, but it also just sets up as the first card to be played for this Darius, as it's now going to come in ready and have the +2 might. So the 7 being able to contest against this Brazen with the tank on the Lecturing Yordle, it makes me feel like this Darius is going to be super safe. The fight or flight, though. This is the big problem with the play JayDog just made. Moving in with the Darius and the Lecturing Yordle means that fight or flight gets to eat your Lecturing Yordle for free. You were playing around, you saw Hextech Ray from Jim game 1,
If you had it before, it would have traded with the Darius, where the Lecturing Yordle would have protected it, but this is a bad scenario.
That was, and all of a sudden things are coming up Jim a little bit more because we're going to get that hold, not being able to be contested at all just by the Noxus Hopeful, and we now have this Vi ready to go. Jim going to 5 here. If we can just get to 6, we will be in range for that double conquer play that we know oh so well for this Vi.
Yeah, I mean, JayDog has no runes up. This Vi can take that battlefield. There is no recourse. Jim really in the driver's seat here. It's mostly about how can I make sure I am set up at my base, ready to take both of these battlefields again on the next turn.
You think we finally drew all of the flame chompers or scrap heaps? Do you think that demolitionist will come into play now? I mean, again, it's another one of those 4-mite units that can avoid a falling star's range, at least for the needing both reflexive triggers. But it also would give you so many units on the board. As long as you can use one of these units to take over and grab this Targon's Peak, you'd go to 6, and then you're just staring at JayDog going, hey, you basically have to remove my whole board, or I'm really threatening the game here.
Yeah, I mean, on this turn, Jim has to assume that JayDog doesn't have that Falling Star. If he did, he probably would have played the Darius plus the Falling Star and killed the Vi out of the base. And here comes that Falling Star, the card of the match, for killing that Darius. Jim really blowing up the board. JayDog's going to need some big Accelerate units from hand, maybe a Watcher, maybe in a Cathian Rain. That would show up really powerfully right here. But even with all those things, Jim does have that Jinx in the Champion Zone ready to steal a battlefield at least once.
Yeah, and it looks like it's much more important for Jim here to get to 6, and there it is, that Vi going to be going in. Not great on defense, as we're aware. Doesn't gain all that extra power or might because you're going to have to recycle those cards from your trash, but instead, it does still offer the 3 might to be here. That Noxus Hopeful is probably going to take over, but still 5 runes to play with. But if we're going to be playing cards like Fight or Flight defensively, we might want to keep some of that up again, but the Targon's Peak Conqueror says we're going to get him back anyway.
This would be a turn where if Jim is playing more copies of Tide Turner, it'd be really great to swap it out with that Vi.
Yeah.
Bring it back to your base, have that 2-might thing there, force JayDog to attack in and kill that Tide Turner so you don't get the point, but also keep that Vi safe and ready to come back in and conquer over whatever JayDog does.
It's some sort of 2 drop play as we are doing the 1. No, there's a hidden. I mean, it's the same idea, right?
Well, so that must not be a Tide Turner. If I'm JayDog, I'm like, that can't be Tide Turner. Maybe Jim is trying to finagle swapping the Tide Turner with the Buccaneer and having a really big defensive wall, but if he had that Tide Turner, I think he would just play it and swap out the Vi. Instead, we've seen Teemo and we've seen Fight or Flight. Both of those particularly good here for different reasons. Fight or Flight able to protect the Vi from a removal spell like a Void Seeker or a Hextech Ray. Teemo allowing a unit to survive through that Noxus Hopeful coming in.
Yeah, turning the Fight or Flight into reaction speed matters a lot, at least when it comes to fighting against certain cards. So I like the idea of it, if it is the Fight or Flight, giving it that extra bump. I mean, doesn't help us here per se if it's going to be targeted on this Falling Star, but we have to put both triggers here for the Brazen Buccaneer if that's what we want to get rid of, but we're just going to split it up.
A 1-in-1 split here is really interesting. If JayDog does have access to, there is that Teemo keeping that 4-might on the battlefield. The Hopeful doesn't get to take it for free. But if JayDog does have either a couple Stupefies for the Buccaneer or a Smokescreen, can finish it off from the Falling Star. Really looking to do that type of thing here. Pretty low on runes and things to be able to play this turn. I see a Lecturing Yordle in hand, but that's not what you really want to be spending your runes on.
Yeah, if that is eating part of the real estate space in our hand, it's not necessarily the one we want to be playing. And this Darius is nice, at least when it comes to getting on the board and contesting this Teemo that got flipped up. But the Fight or Flight from hand also just gets the job done and puts it back, which means this could potentially be the game here. This Noxus Hopeful, sure, yes, it can move up, but if you're only going to have the 2 runes left, unless, of course, we takes the trade instead, is now challenging. But with the Jinx Demolitionist, I can only imagine.
Yeah, passing the turn here, Jinx in the zone. Jim not even drawing his card, just being like, I have this. You are not here anymore. The game is over. I'm at 8 points. That game was really, really great. Jim was behind early on, behind by those 2 points, was able to catch up, get ahead by 2 points, or the important number, 4-3, and then JayDog was never able to capitalize or come back ahead, and that was really, really awesome.
I'm so glad we're going to a Game 3 for this, because I think, man, when the first Fight or Flight got played by Jim, I was like, well, that's not the card I guess I was expecting in that exact moment, and I don't think JayDog was either, because all of a sudden, it swung the other direction based off of the early game, and just like you said, Jim able to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, I made a comment during that game that the Jinx deck is not particularly good at stopping those big monsters. Outside of Fight or Flight, And Jim found multiple fighter flights to keep the Darius out and keep the things out and keep him on that board pressure. That's about as much as he could hope for that game. He didn't have the flame chompers, he didn't have the explosive start, but he was still able to use his tools, conquer those battlefields, and get ahead and win through the power of those tempo plays of fighter flight.
That's exactly right, because we didn't see Jim go super wide that game. We didn't play a ton of units. We played exactly the amount of units we needed to win and play this game. But we have a third game that we want to be getting into, of course. Now, we are going to be jumping a little bit into this game, a little bit further down the line. We have the technology here that immediately there was a bit of a judge call, and so we can skip past that point. So we're going to play a little bit of catch-up, of course. But this is JayDog on the play here. Being able to go first immediately starts off with a Watchful Sentry, and the battlefields here is Arena's Greatest has shown up once again here, Aaron, which if I'm Jim, I kind of want to see that.
Well, you do, but the Kai'Sa deck has that potential to play a really aggressive game. That is why JayDog has his own Arena's Greatest, and when he is on the play, chooses to put it out there. Reaver's Row, also a pretty good aggressive and defensive battlefield. I can see JayDog getting some good leverage from that as well, although with a unit like Watchful Sentry, maybe not the one you care too much about protecting.
No, absolutely not. You kind of want that one to go away, but it's there to score points, because once it dies, we were going to replace itself and draw a card from its death knell. But as we pass back, Jim here has a Reaver's Row, so this is going to be really good too, that at least when it comes to the combat potential from JayDog of like the Dariuses or the accelerated Jinxes, we can save our units, or at least one of them, right? We can choose to bring it back and maybe we just keep a little bit more stuff on the board, but instead we led with a stacked deck for our turn 1, followed up by a Pouty Poro.
Pouty Poro, nice, great 2-drop, doesn't make it as bad when you get Falling Starred really early. Also big enough to threaten that Watchful Sentry, maybe kick it out, or try and take that Arena's Greatest.
Yeah, it makes sense. Well, that's probably why we went to the Reaver's Row, because maybe you want to keep it alive, but as you stated earlier, you're kind of okay with it just going away as well, but maybe just not necessarily wanting to give up the unit that early. But we've seen this before. We've actually seen it already this match. But another great turn 2 play here for the Kai'Sa deck in general is that Raven Bloom Student, followed up by the Noxus Hopeful with that cost reduction.
Yeah, the choice of moving the Watchful Sentry into the Reaver's Row is really interesting. There's something you could consider as JayDog there, which is, if I think Jim is going to go to wherever I put this Sentry, where do I want his Pouty Poro to be? Would I rather it be at the Reaver's Row, or would I rather it be at that Arena's Greatest? And I think if you're JayDog, you're much happier if it's at the Arena's Greatest and you can kill it back when you attack in.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, and we're going to see right here if that was the decision, or yeah, it means we're going to utilize its effect, just valuing having the extra unit, saying I don't need to draw the card right now. I will eventually draw the card when it does die, but yeah, of course, giving that point over to Jim. 2-2 each, I believe, right, because of the Arena's Greatest moving in.
Yeah, JayDog really believing that this Watchful Sentry is going to be worth more than being able to trade back for that Pouty Poro, saying I need this body, I want bodies to be able to threaten these battlefields, and I want to save this rather than make the other move of go to the Arena's Greatest on that second turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as we pass back to Jim, we have our 5 runes to play with after we've moved up with that. We're just going to play Traveling Merchant plus Vi, very early Vi here, and I kind of think that's sometimes a scary decision to make because it's very vulnerable.
It is very vulnerable, as I said. Falling Star in the base right here would be really bad for Jim. Pick off that Traveling Merchant, pick off that Vi. But sometimes that's the only 2-drop you have, and you really do want to play 2 bodies on that second turn. I can believe Jim also maybe has the second Vi in hand. The second one tends to not be as good. You can't make it as large, and you're not too worried if the first one dies if you have the second.
Yeah, Watchful Sentry now moving over, getting that full value. Like I said, we kept it alive, moving it over to the Arena's Greatest. And here comes that Sprite Mother that we saw in Game 2, going to give us this Sprite token, which can easily contest against this Pouty Poro.
It is very funny seeing Sprites go to the Reaver's Row, because it's like, oh, do I want to save it? I guess it doesn't really matter.
That is an interesting play to do there, but probably, yeah, what would you do? Would you keep it alive?
Sometimes it's about letting them know you don't really need it. Just, let it go.
I think there's actually a world where it's kind of can be a trap as we are now passing. JayDog is passing his turn with 2 runes up. That's smokescreen territory where you could maybe bait your opponent into attacking into the Sprite. You're like, oh, I could Reaver's Row this, but it will go away anyway. But then the Sprite could potentially actually win a showdown with something like smokescreen being played.
Yeah, I mean, Jim is in a spot here where attacking into this Reaver's Row is pretty tough, and the Arena's Greatest looks really appealing. There's a 1-night Watchful Sentry. You can send in almost anything. Even if there is a smokescreen, you're still getting that trade. I would totally believe that this situation will end with Jim trying to go to both, using this merchant to discard a card so that you can eat some extra cards with that Vi and make it large enough to get through the Sprite, plus like a Stupefy if possible.
I love discarding the Chemtech Enforcer to make sure that we don't discard more cards, which means Jim really likes what he has. We don't want to, even if it means building more units onto the board, we don't want to have to give up that extra card to do so. Because we like the stuff we have. I mean, we're thinking about it. We have 6 runes to play with. Again, I don't think I've seen Jim have more than 6 runes the entire match.
Yeah, Jim here has a lot of options. Maybe can play this Jinx, discard cards that way to really make sure this Vi gets through the Sprite. I can see an avenue where you make it bigger. There were smoke screens not even good enough here.
Yeah, we thought about seeing the falling stars from JayDog, but instead it's coming here from Jim, targeting both of those units that's going to actually kill the Sprite Mother and the Raven Bloom. Now only having to deal with a Noxus Hopeful on the next turn because the Sprite will disappear. It's only temporary.
Yeah, Jim really does want to score both these battlefields, though. He's at the odd number, at 3. 4, again, that magic number, 4, 6, 8. That's what you're trying to do here. And I imagine Jim is going to spend a lot of resources here to really make sure he gets that point. This looks like recycling to that Vi to try and do just that.
Yeah, I was going to wonder, you know, the double recycle play gets it up to 4, and even if there's something that, like a Stupefy that comes in, you trade, and then you still have the Pouty Poro, or do you think you overload it? It looks like we didn't do too many cards.
Just 1 here putting up to a 4. We have a smokescreen putting it through 3, but if Jim has something like a cleave here, it could still work out in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, good to know I read the smokescreen play. We were baiting the Sprite trade, but it looks like we're going to have to let it go. And now this Pouty Poro is currently not in position to beat the Sprite, and so the double conquer that you said is so important on this turn potentially might not happen.
Yeah, Jim might be beating himself up a bit there, not eating more stuff with that Vi. Potentially has that second Vi, though. That's a reason you would really want to conserve those things in his trash. But losing out on that point makes that second Vi much worse. There is that second Vi, but at 3 points instead of at that even number that is so crucial.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. I think I've played Vi enough times in the game and not recycled enough because you thought you could get around, or you were playing around a specific thing, and it wasn't actually the one that you could have gotten there instead. Not getting that conquer due to that, I wonder if that could end up deciding this match when we think about it all the way down at the end. And I'm excited to look back at it at this point because I think that was a crucial moment.
Definitely. I mean, that was a huge turn for Jim. A lot of options, a lot of cards that could be played, lots of numbers you could move around. The ones he went with, put him in this state. Now his question is not, what did I do wrong? Was there anything wrong there? It's, okay, how do I win this game now? I still have this Vi. I have a Jinx in my champion zone. Maybe I have a Ride the Wind. Maybe I have ways to steal. JayDog's board's not that impressive right now.
No, we did a great job of that Falling Stars, right? Removed the 2 things that it could get rid of. And now, just with the Noxus Hopeful, of course, this will easily take over and take that arena, or the arena's greatest battlefield, killing off the Traveling Merchant. But, you know, we're posturing that we maybe want to do a Darius turn as well for JayDog for a double conquer. You know, we set 2 aside, keep the 5 ready to go. Of course, we still have that Kaisa Survivor that we can bring in whenever we want.
Yeah, it's possible the 5 is for that Kaisa Survivor. Accelerate, get that in the Reaver's Row. Kaisa, great in the Reaver's Row. Draws you a card. If they try and kick you out, then you get to conquer with the Kaisa again the next turn. And there is one of those Falling Stars. But there are 2 Pouty Poros at least, so 3 runes, or 2 runes with the Kaisa, gone from Kaisa. But that Vi, probably Jim's lifeline, getting put into the trash here. Now probably needs a really new plan.
Unaccelerated Kaisa, though, JayDog being okay with only still staying at 3 points, thinks that this Noxus Hopeful might just be good enough to retain and get that hold. Sorry, we actually were at 4. We bump up to 4. So as we pass back to Jim here, but with the Kaisa not being accelerated, means that it technically is vulnerable from something like another Falling Star on the side of Jim, but it might be a little difficult to mess with it now because it's still in the base.
This is a situation where for Jim, even something like a Falling Star on that Kaisa isn't that appealing. You really need to be getting these points. The Kaisa deck will be getting ahead if you give it enough time, and just getting rid of something like the Kaisa compared to playing your own stuff, really pressuring this board, not as appealing as it is in games where you're already ahead and you get to clear out their base.
Yeah, I mean, I think of, like, every time I look at a card and I think about, well, hold on, does this target a card at a battlefield? Does this target a card anywhere? It really does, you know, show you that discrepancy of its power level. And I wonder, like, I mean, yeah, once again, here's another Falling Star. That means we actually can get rid of this Kaisa, and I can only imagine that's where it's going to go. There it goes.
Yeah, I mean, if you are Jim here, you kill this Kai'Sa, and you're hoping, okay, maybe JayDog doesn't have any more Accelerate units. Maybe we're just going to trade these 1-point battlefields, and that gives me an opportunity to make a big play later. Tide Turner here, not as impressive as Tide Turner. He's something bigger. You're just moving your 2-might units around, but happy to see it pop back up again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, I mean, just the value, and I think a lot of people have been kind of sleeping on this card because it not just functions as this hidden trick that you can do for the Chaos Domain, it still just functions as a 2-drop as we've seen it, and then it's also a defensive trick. Obviously, we're only protecting a Pouty Poro. Could have been protecting something much larger, but I do love the versatility of that card, and it's so good.
Yeah, JayDog here with 7 runes, not enough to accelerate something like a Thousand-Tailed Watcher to really get back on even number value. Is JayDog looking like he's going to pass? No, no way here. Has plenty of stuff to do.
Yeah, Void Seeker here. I think, what do you think? Do you think it's better that it was the Tide Turner there instead of the Pouty Poro now because of the deflect that would have been on the Pouty Poro?
Yeah, I mean, Jim is probably like, oh, well, I guess I should have left that there. It would have cost you a rune. Would that rune matter this game? Hard to tell. It seems like JayDog has plenty of things going on, and I imagine if there were any time warps in the deck that would need 10 runes, those probably got boarded out at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the games are going so quickly, right? At least when it comes to the board state and spending our runes for power costs, of course. But, I mean, the fact that the Nox is hopeful, JayDog chose to retreat it back, keeping it safe, potentially for, you know, the double conquer later, but we're only at 5 points. So this is now an opportunity that if Jim, now taking this Reaver's Row, could play some sort of accelerated unit, and I think that's exactly where this accelerated Jinx Demolitionist is coming in, as we're going to get a double discard, one of which being a scrap key. But we also did discard a key card, I think, for a good play, the Ride the Wind.
Right. Well, that Ride the Wind lost a lot of its value. We've had 2 of our Vi's already get removed this game, and this game actually has gone pretty long, a lot of one-scoring turns. Jim being down 2 Vi's and a Ride the Wind and finally playing as champion, the ways he has to finish out this game are dwindling pretty quickly, and he's going to really need to make sure he finds the last few.
Yeah, I think it might actually come down to, do we have the other Vi and another Ride the Wind?
Jim moves in with the Jinx here, which is really interesting. JayDog passed with 4 runes up.
Yeah.
As Jim, I may be thinking that's a Void Seeker. My Jinx is going to be removed there. But JayDog just let it go through. JayDog having, looks like 4 cards in hand. Going through Jim's head, what could those be? Maybe it is things like Stupefy, Smokescreen. Maybe it's another Falling Star. Maybe it's that Thousand-Tailed Watcher. He couldn't play that turn, but it's definitely some of the more slow and clunky cards compared to the really swift removal. Oh, and
whoa. The double hide here, I think, is so fun. And I don't know what those cards are. It's going to be a surprise for all of us, but the fact that you're at 6 with a unit at each battlefield, it means that something like double Fight or Flight could be game-winning, but it could also just be like some Teemos or something.
Yeah, I mean, Jim didn't get the Orb of Runes for losers game 1, but this game, they are all gone. Play our Jinx, get in, lose 2 runes, hide 2 cards, no hand. What do you have? I think your hand's pretty clunky. Let's see it.
Going with a Hextech Ray right here, though, and going to be targeting that Pouty Poro, of course, for the deflect cost. But because one of them was a Ride the Wind, it can secure our Poro by moving it off of that battlefield, because Hextech Ray only can deal damage to units at battlefields.
Yeah, this goes back to that Fight or Flight, when it's hidden, becomes a reaction. You can respond to those things like Hextech Ray, and that's really, really important in a matchup here like Kai'Sa.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're getting another 2 with a double recycle, a Falling Star coming through here, it would either have to be double triggers on to the Jinx. Yeah, there it is. That's the only way that we're going to remove that right here. But if Fight or Flight moves it back, it doesn't matter. Doesn't do anything.
That is tough. So Jim was really hoping JayDog's hand there were just accelerate units. I hope you have Thousand-Tailed Watcher. I hope you have Darius. Please don't have a bunch of removal. And it turns out JayDog's hand was Falling Stars, removal, Hextech Ray. Jim now out of cards, low on runes, just a Pouty Poro. JayDog at 6. This looks like it's probably about to be wrapped up here.
Yeah, I mean, there is still some hope, of course. You know, we're Jinx. You know, we get to see some more cards. We're going to get another Chaos Rune and a Fury Rune. But, like, a Cleave does get your Pouty Poro in winning range for that battlefield. I just don't know of a unit that we can play right now for 2 that would come in ready, and that's the big problem of just, like, how can we get to that battlefield right now? Maybe it's the same situation, though, for JayDog. If we can just contest this Nox as hopeful, they won't have enough units to win either.
Right, so we get to go in with this Pouty Poro, though, right? So now we're going up to 7. JayDog only has Electring Yordle. That's only 2 might. Currently only offering a trade. JayDog maybe can't win on the following turn, but if he had the read on Jim having all those fighter flights and is saving those accelerate units, one of those right now would be backbreaking.
Yeah, absolutely. This is actually obviously the most tense moment of the match as we are at time. We have gone to turns, but with the score is so high, I can only imagine the game will still be ending either if not here for some crazy play from Jim. It would, man, I guess it could be fight or flight plus cleave is all I can think of. That's exactly 3.
That would be really, really good, really impressive pair of draws. But that's the thing about Jinx is if you ever need 2-card combos, you can peel those off the top. There it goes, counting down our turns. Jim with 2 cards in hand, thinking really hard about which ones to play here, which makes me think he only gets to play one of them.
Only one of them. Is it the winning one? Is it potentially the losing one? As we are paying 2 for something. Right, the win cost 2. Ooh, okay. Looks like he's just going to establish some more cards on the board. The hold for the extra might here kind of matters.
Oh, he couldn't play that Falling Star. He had those 2 Chaos Runes. You know, that is a pretty backbreaking thing. Even if he could, though, could just kill the Noxus Hopeful or just the Yordle. There is an Acadian
There it is.
though, and that is it.
Wow, how close the end of that game got for Jim. All the way down, the double fighter flight read, trying to be the play that wins him the game. But at the end of the day, it looks like the spells reign supreme. So JayDog taking it down, moving on. He was already 2-1, so now moving on at 3-1. He's very much in the race for trying to make it into that day 2 for top 64. So, but at the end of the day, I'm so glad we got to look at that Jinx decks because I think that was a true highlight of what that deck can do.
Yeah, I thought we saw a lot of cool things in those games. We saw Jinx game 1. Vomit all its hand on the board, get 2 Flame Chompers, get this Jinx, blow up all my runes. Game 2, a slow, grindier game with these fighter flights, keeping that tempo, letting you get ahead. And in Game 3, Jim really exemplified one of the principles of aggressive decks, which is play to your outs, moving those units in, hiding those cards, hoping that JayDog's hand was not spells, just units. And then at the end there, a very similar thing, thinking about where to play that Chemtech Enforcer, chose to play at the battlefield. If JayDog has somehow no accelerate units and no removal spells, maybe he can't stop you and you hold, but at the end of the day, Kai'Sa has a ton of answers to a ton of things.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw it end up being. But I think at the end of the day, I did learn a lesson, Aaron, and that's runes are for losers because I think that game was played incredibly well by Jim. And, you know, I think we're excited to get ready to our next feature match for round 4. So, but it is one of those things to where it's like, I want to see Jim. I actually had the pleasure of talking to Jim at some point this weekend, and he is very much here going for that race for the medal card. So I do wish him luck because only 2 losses so far is still not a bad thing to be mad about.
Yeah, there's probably not a ton of Jinxes in the room. Not one of those decks people consider one of the strongest coming into the weekend, but that gives you a strong opportunity to fight for that best of prize, which is really, really cool. I, of course, love Jim, and I guess him the best. And JayDog, doing great. Excited to see more of him this weekend. Kai'Sa's a strong deck. I think there's a world where we get to see him play again.
Absolutely. But I think it's time to move on to not only some more legends like Jinx that we finally got to see this weekend, 2 legends we have yet to see on the stream going into round 4. We've got actually a good friend of mine, Madrout, Ryan, his name. He's playing Victor. And I believe he has that 1 loss going into this round versus Greedy Mad Hatter on, finally, Aaron, a Master Yi. I feel like we've been talking about this legend for quite a few months now, and now we finally get to see one here in the regional qualifier.
Yeah, Master Yi's kind of had this position as one of the 2 big decks. Kai'Sa, Master Yi. Those have been the talks of a lot of the events. There's been some upsets recently. Annie's set doing really good finishes. But here we are, Master Yi coming in against what I think a lot of people would consider a good deck, but maybe a bit of an underdog in Victor.
Yeah, absolutely. As it looks like for game 1, we are going to be going in for a, let me look, Trifarian War Cramp, which is great because we play a lot of units. We want to give some extra might for that. But going first here for the Victor deck is big because we actually didn't end up using our Victor Legend ability. Playing a Ravenbloom student is really good for this deck for the idea of like not having to go straight to start generating recruits.
Well, Victor is one of those decks that I do think plays better going second than a lot of the other decks because you do always get to play both a 2-drop and make that recruit and threaten both battlefields even when you're going second. Not a lot of decks can do that, and it looks like, you know, Greedy Mad Hatter here, not getting to capitalize. Pit Rookie, not really using all 3 runes in the same way. Lot of room here for Victor to kind of get that started and get a game ahead.
Yeah, especially with the battlefield of choice here for Mad Hatter is going to be the Vile Ma's Lair, which is going to stop all sort of moving shenanigans, at least when it comes to going from Vile Ma's Lair to base. Ganking of course, is still on the table, and other movement shenanigans that could go to the other battlefield. But going to go ahead and get that first point here for the victor, and we're going to play ourselves a Soaring Scout as well. Going to hopefully get some more runes later once this dies.
I don't know if this was something that Madrout was going to do, but didn't hit an order rune that turn. No option to play that yellow Victor from the zone. Could have played that and had it where if the Pit Rookie traded with the Raven Bloom, you get a recruit, but instead you're leaving up this one. Stupefy, retreat, all options here in case Mad Hatter goes in.
Absolutely. Passing back, though, you know, this Pit Rookie, and the biggest thing, obviously, with Master Yi in general is we need to get onto these battlefields. We need our Legend ability to be live, which means we have to be defending alone. So that doesn't work offensively. Good idea to maybe go to the Trifarian War Cap?
Yeah, you're going in here, you're taking that hold. Once the Wuju Bladesman takes that first spot, it becomes pretty hard for other decks to attack in. It's not like Madrout has a lot of might in play. If he's going to go in and take this fight, really needs some extra tricks going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kiana now hitting the board, and as we know, you know, the Mind Domain as well as the Order Domain are very, very good at playing things that target your opponent's units. So, you know, the deflect on that Kiana is going to go, I think, for pretty good mileage here instead of necessarily for some combat wins. But passing things back, that means that hold point is going to come through here for Madrout, going to 2, as we finally now have some Order runes. So maybe that Victor can come into place because that Raven Bloom did end up surviving.
Yeah.
Shenanigans.
Yeah, if I'm Madrout here, there are a couple things that could kill this Kiana without deflect. Call the Weak doesn't require a choice. If you can get that Pit Rookie off the board and play your Call the Weak, maybe you never have to pay for this deflect.
Yeah, another, this is my favorite combination also for these two domains, is that you get access to the Watchful Sentry plus the Soaring Scout, these incredibly strong Death Knell abilities that give you extra advantage for both of them. Of course, we have finally also seen the Seal of Unity. I believe this one is Unity, as it gives you that, you know, yellow pip when it comes for paying power costs, at the cost of course, recycling one of those runes. Now, as the Victor Champion unit, Victor Leader comes in.
Yeah. All out of runes, which means that Madrout can't fight through this Pit Rookie this turn. Pretty happy, I'm sure, as Mad Hatter. Kiana looks like it's going to be able to take this Vile Ma's Lair, give you that rune or that card, depending on how your hand's set up. And not the most power still on Madrout's board to kind of fight back against stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the hardest part, right, is that, you know, we didn't contest the Pit Rookie now. The Pit Rookie, at least when defending alone, because of, you know, the Blade Master himself, it's going to be at 5. And so we're having to move multiple units, obviously with the bonus help from the War Camp, to get us there. But instead, we're going to attack into that Raven Bloom, into the Vile Ma's Lair. And because we've lost that Raven Bloom, we could use our trigger.
Yep, Mad Hatter here going in for a rune off the Kiana. That's really interesting. 9 is usually not the number you are going for here. Oftentimes it's 8. You want Dead Blue Predator, you want White Flame Protector, but 9 means I have both a big play and a trick I want to hold up.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, it's so many runes to think about, but at the same time, you don't really have to use a lot of resources as the Yi deck, right? You get to, you know how many disciplines are you holding, how many on guards are you holding as we play this Stalwart Poro to reinforce the Trifarian War Camp. And in a rare situation where you typically want to be defending alone, unless we move that Pit Rookie back, which seems to be the play, because of Trifarian War Camp, you kind of make up the difference if it's not defending alone.
Yeah, this is a battlefield in the game where it's not always obvious whether you want to have multiple things there. Deciding to move back that Pit Rookie says, okay, now I have a Poro that's going to be a 6. You're going to need to move in with at least 3 of these tokens to make a trade. And I still have all these runes up. Maybe I have tricks. Maybe I want to play something else. A lot of options in Mad Hatter's camp, and a lot of pressure on Madrout to make a move on their next turn.
And they got a lot of units to play with to make that move, right? But the fact that, you know, one of them being that Victor Leader, we don't want to necessarily attack with that one. That's one of your, one of your units you love to keep in your base because you want to continuously generate the value from that unit without putting it in danger. But sometimes at the end of the game, you do need it to score some extra points. As we are going to use a couple more of our runes on the side of Mad Hatter, we're going to play that Clockwork Keeper and just, solidify some more board presence here.
Yeah, these extra 2 might units in the base, again, because of the Wuju Blade Master, not the most impressive things. You really didn't want to play those to the battlefield, but it does mean if you do somehow lose the hold of both of these, you can probably take back one of them. A big thing, though, Mad Hatter did leave open those 2 runes. That leaves an opportunity for Defy, On Guard, Discipline. Lots of tricks here that Madrout has a pretty hard turn to having to think about all the computations.
Yeah, 7 runes to play with. There's, of course, a lot of things at our disposal. I mean, of course, we do have the Mind Domain, so I can think of, like, Thousand Tail Watcher can be played when it comes to just giving that effect of giving minus might, but instead a Lecturing Yordle here draws us some more cards. Even more units have now hit the board. This is actually some of the most units I've seen all day today, at least when it comes to a stream, but that's exactly what Victor is really good at doing. If you like having units, he gives you a lot of them.
In the last match we watched of Jinx versus Kai'Sa, I'd mentioned that Lecturing Yordle is a really strong play early and a really strong play late to protect your cards while cantripping, but here, it's just really not what you're excited to be doing with your runes. You really want to be taking these battlefields, you want to be making big plays here, and instead you are playing a 2 might unit to your base that's not protecting anything. Good sign that we are digging for some tools.
Yeah, and a lot of these units now being picked up and moved to the Trifarian War Camp, which is, of course, going to give them all 1 might. But like you said, that Stalwart Pro with the combination of the Wuju Blade Master is going to go all the way up to 6 might. But all of these units on the side of Madrout are going to get +1. So we're going to have to make some decisions on what we want to do with our damage distribution, at least for the Mad Hatter.
Yeah, so the numbers here are 6v8. So if Mad Hatter does have that Discipline or that On Guard, can offer a full trade here, not let Madrout score, but if you go in with one of these pump spells and Madrout does have something as simple as a Stupefy, you get blown out pretty hard. You still only kill 3 of the things. 1 gets to conquer, and you lost your trick that is potentially really important to help you like protect that Kiana around.
And just as our players pointed out for Mad Hatter, he's like, does this Victor work when these 2 units in this battlefield die? And he goes, yeah, I mean, if you trade with 2 of these real units, not the non-token units, I'm going to get 2 recruits back. So it's a pretty good trade, at least it feels that way for Madrout, but here is that On Guard, like you said, which is going to put it up to 8, which makes this an even trade, but we're still going to get 2 of our recruits back, and you still have some units to play with later, but so do both players, I suppose.
Yeah, Madrout taking a big think here. Maybe has something like one of those Stupefies or smoke screens. Is it worth going here? What if Mad Hatter has that Defy or has another On Guard? Really big options on how to make this. Decides to just say, yeah, that's okay. I'm happy with this. I get some bodies. I draw a card. I get a rune.
Yeah, and every single one of these is going to create a trigger for us as we are going to channel a Rune Exhausted, draw a card, and then get 2 recruits back as both the Watchful Sentry and the Soaring Scout are go to the trash. So the board state kind of remaining the same, except for only trading, and we still didn't score that point, so we are going to be behind in that capacity because it feels like at this current rate, based off of what we played, this Kiana's not going anywhere.
Well, we do have the option to move this Victor into the Trifarian War Camp. And now it's a unit you don't really want to put into danger, but if you have some trick of your own, then these 2 might units on Mad Hatter's side maybe not implying the biggest threat to you. If you do have a Stupefy, if you do have a Smokescreen you chose not to play, but it looks like we're just going to be making some recruits and probably hanging out here for the chain.
Yeah, keeping that 1 energy or 1 rune up, of course, means that the Stupefy can still come into play, but with none of your units in danger, there's not really anything for you to be doing with it. So it looks like, yeah, like you said, just board generation, and that means this is kind of like a free turn for Mad Hatter, and we have a lot of runes to really solidify either the decision of more units in general going wide, or we can play some of our bigger units. I mean, I think you can even just get away with playing something like a Dead Bloom for later. I mean, we're picking up a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a space where you can play a big 8 might unit, have something in play, really get that pressure on. I want to point out there that Mad Hatter's battlefield this game is Vile Maw's lair, and his Kiana is trapped there.
Yes.
It's not a unit you want to have sit there. When it survives a turn, you really want to back it out and back in so you can conquer again, but it's mostly hindering him. And when you see Madrout, Victor, your units don't really matter a ton. You can leave them at the lair. They're all the same 1 might garbage.
Yeah, except for, the fact that a lot of these recruits, of course, are for 1 might, and that Kiana's going to be at a whopping 6 might because of the Blade Master's Legend ability. So you have to commit a lot of resources to get rid of it. I'm wondering at the point, when do we start seeing these high-level kind of like removal cards that the Order domain has access to that a lot of Victor players do enjoy? You said Cold a week earlier, right? Now we're in a position, though, that yes, we have recruits that we can get rid of, but there are still 3 units on the other side of the board, and some of them are only 2 might guys.
yeah, this could be a situation where we're looking at some of the bigger things. We could have access to, Hidden Blade or potentially even something like a Singularity to try and remove multiple of these units. Playing, Master Yi himself, a 6-might unit. If you're able to pop that and the Kiana in the same turn, you can make some really big moves and swings on this board.
I actually love it when a lot of the Master Yi decks play the Master Yi honed unit into the base, and they don't immediately go with it. They set it up for something like a White Flame Protector coming in a little bit later that could buff it up and make it this absolutely devastating unit to deal with. And of course, it will sit at the battlefield by itself when you do a big play like that. Because some of the times I feel like I see this Master Yi come in because it comes in ready, and they feel like they must immediately go somewhere. But Mad Hatter is having great control at keeping these battlefields this entire game.
Yeah, had the choice to go in with that Master Yi instead of that Clockwork Keeper, and it's just one of those situations where it's like, no, I want to keep my big thing in my base. I'll let this small thing trade with a couple of your recruits. That's all okay. This is what matters to me.
Absolutely, as we're passing back now to Madrout, generating even more of those runes. We've the most order runes I've seen all game for them. But yeah, there's going to be a hard room to tackle because you can immediately stare across the board, and we have to deal with a 4-might unit that gets basically buffed up to 6 by itself. We're staring at a 6-might unit in the base, but oh, how about a Singularity? Talk about removal cards. This one does 6 damage to 2 things, including things at bases, so this Master Yi could easily get pointed out, paying a deflect cost with our seal.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was alluding to there. Problem with playing that Master Yi is it does risk this. If we don't have an on guard or potentially a pre-board unyielding spirit from Mad Hatter here, this could be a huge swing on the battlefield. Really gives Madrout a ton of opportunity to go in, take both these battlefields, get up to 4 points, and be able to pressure some own threats throughout the rest of this game.
And you've left Mad Hatter with just a pit rookie, which is not going to be able to contest against, multiple units or even just the Lecturing Yordle by its lonesome at a battlefield. It only trades with it offensively.
Right. Well, Mad Hatter does have access to some more pretty big Accelerate or units that can be played to battlefields. Deadbloom Predator, a massive one, potentially playing cards like Tasty Faefolk. Both of those do allow you to come in really quickly and create a pretty big brick wall for Madrout, but if Madrout has more of the order removal and things that kill things despite their size, those maybe just aren't even good enough.
There is that on guard that you said. We took a long time thinking about if we wanted to spend it there, and it looks like we're going to be using it on the Kiana to keep her alive. Sorry, it has to be the Yi because the other one will only go to 6. But in response, a further Stupefy is going to be enough to still have it die because it's not at the base by itself. It only gets the +1 might from the on guard.
So there's 2 situations here that occurred. 1, Madrout just drew that Stupefy, or 2, he was incredibly patient on that turn where they had the 8-might versus 8-might battle and chose not to play it. So deciding possibly that Stupefy, I need it for a later turn, and this was that later turn that mattered.
Absolutely, and I think it could go a long way, like you said, removing that Master Yi Hone when you can because you played it safely in your base, and I played a card that is allowing me to get rid of it, and now we've entered this situation, just like you said earlier, we're able to take over both of these battlefields, finally catch up in the point game at least a little bit, and now you've left Mad Hatter with a single unit. And even next turn, if Mad Hatter does play something like, a Deadbloom Predator or that Tasty Faefolk that you were alluding to, you have less units in total on the board, which means cards like Call of the Week that we've talked about earlier become even more powerful.
Yeah. Getting to trade off some dinguses here, make a couple more recruits, really do keep a pretty large board. Even if the Deadbloom Predator ends up going to the Triferian War Camp here, these recruits are really good at taking down one giant thing at this battlefield. To me, this really seems like a game where these 2 battlefields and what they have done to the texture of what's going on has had a massive, massive impact, both of them in Madrout's favor.
And this is just game 1, right? We have yet to see what else the battlefields that both of these players are cooking up because, and hopefully, at least what I'm praying for, is a game 3 where we get to see all of the tools that both of these decks have accessible and, we see the full story on why each of these players pick which battlefields they do on each game in certain matchups.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hidden cards, always exciting. If you're Mad Hatter, you have to assume that's something like a Culling Blade. That's just the most common removal spell coming in here. And if you follow with what I said, where you think Dreadroom Predator is much better at Vile Maw's Lair, then that's where I'd want to put the Hidden Blade.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, at least when it comes to the units on the side for Madrout, regardless of it is, you're only really protecting something like a recruit. But like you said, when you can get a high value removal off of that, when it's going to cost basically all or the majority of the runes for Mad Hatter's turn, as we're picking up and counting quite a few of them, I can only imagine that's probably what's coming down.
If Mad Hatter wants to go in with just this Pit Rookie into the Recruit and the Hidden card and believes it's a Hidden Blade, that does put Madrout into a bit of an awkward spot, maybe just intending to Culling Blade the own Recruit to draw 2 cards. It's pretty hard for me to imagine the thing you're really feeling is kill that Pit Rookie and give more cards to Mad Hatter, and they have so many runes in play.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why we see the Dead Bloom being played at the Trifarian War Camp, because like you said, that's going to create that decision that Madrout has to make instead of it being like a go-to decision. Because as we know, this hidden blade is that you can only use it and target units that are at that battlefield. We can't just pick that Dead Bloom because it's on the other side. But it's going to gain that +1 might from its own Trifarian, and this is a lot of might to deal with for Madrout. And these 2 recruits are not going to be able to compete.
I see a thought there. It looked like he had a retreat in hand, considering just recycling it on one of these recruits to get an extra rune in play. Already has 8, going up to 9 and then 11. That seems like a lot. That's maybe not necessarily what you want to be doing, so decides not to go with it.
Yeah, and I think now we're at the point where, because that ate up most of the runes that Mad Hatter's going to use, although we got to 6 points, gonna just keep this Pit Rookie at home. We actually are very afraid of whatever this hidden card could be, regardless of it being, things like that Hidden Blade, because you don't necessarily want to give away those cards yet. But that means we're going to get the hold point here for Madrout, and that means all we have to really do is figure out how to deal with this Dead Bloom Predator.
Yeah, we have quite a few bodies in play. If we're interested in sending in the Victor, we can ship with both the recruits, the Daring Poro and the Victor, all into the same place. Actually was a Consult the Past. It looks like Mad Hatter maybe could have taken that battlefield for free, but, hidden cards are hidden cards, and it's a spooky place.
They make you scared, and I think that's exactly what happened here, because, now at least when the full hindsight comes through, absolutely we could have swung in there.
Yeah, so now we have this option. We're at 5. Again, can send in all of these bodies. Just got 2 more cards. A ton of things to think about here. While you see that Mad Hatter has 6 points, it does feel to me like Madrout is in the driver's seat of this game.
Yeah, and especially now, like you said, so many runes at your disposal this turn. How many of them do we have to commit to dealing with this Dead Bloom? And then on top of that, what can the follow-up turn be? But instead, it looks like this a second Singularity coming through. And if we end up choosing this Dead Bloom, we do have to pay that deflect cost.
Well, we have so many of these runes. We're not worried about this deflect cost. We're getting an opportunity to clear the board from Mad Hatter here, and then that really makes it pretty close to impossible in a lot of the E-builds to conquer both these battlefields and actually threaten a win here. And all Madrout needs is that little bit of time, because just up so many cards and so many resources.
Yeah, the deal 6 here is going to go a long way, because it means we have to commit less of these resources to trading with this Dead Bloom. But we still need enough of resources, because I think Madrout wants to get to 6. He has to not just trade with the Dead Bloom. We need to win the showdown.
Right. One of the things to be really careful of here making this move is you want to send enough to kill the Dead Bloom Predator, but you want to make sure you don't get blown out by an on-guard. If you on-guard and you don't remove the Dead Bloom Predator in the same combat, it's going to heal off that Singularity, and then taking it out is going to be so much harder, and that's probably why we're sending in 2 guys here.
Yeah, 6 total might coming here on the side for Madrout when you add everything up, and because this Dead Bloom has already taken 6, it is at 2, 3 because of the Trifarian, 4, 5 due to the Master Yi effect. So, on-guard is still technically enough to win, but it won't, we can win regardless. What am I saying? We're going to win regardless.
Yeah, if you have on guard here, you are down to only 4 left, so on guard would make it, or no, you're at 5 left. It would make it where you would survive unless Madrout has a trick, but all you have is getting a rune and a card. That's not the power play you're looking for.
No, not necessarily, but it looks like that means Madrout did successfully pull off and dealing with this Dead Bloom, and we still have a little recruit that we can move up, and we're going to refund one of these recruits, of course, because this Victor leader has been here almost all game. So moving this recruit up is going to get Madrout up to 6 points here, and a full empty board on the side of Mad Hatter, as I can only presume we're probably going to pass back to.
Yeah, this is one of those situations we're looking for another Dead Bloom Predator, a tasty Fey Folk. Master Yi, not a deck that really has ways to get both battlefields or take over a board if you get too far behind. A situation where I think your best chance is peeling a second Deadbloom Predator, having a second one in hand, putting it on that battlefield and saying, Madrout, I hope you don't have any more removal, and I hope I get to hold once. Pretty please let me.
Yeah, but I mean, choosing to actually put this recruit from our Victor Herald of the Arcane abilities onto the battlefield, because we do have control of it, we only are going to keep 3 of our runes up, but another hidden card. But see now the story's been a little spoiled for me, Aaron, because now I'm not expecting something like a hidden blade. I am now expecting Consult the Past.
Yeah, so the situation is, okay, maybe it is a Consult the Past, maybe it's a hidden blade. I imagine when you're in Mad Hatter's seat right here, you're not sure you can really play around it being the hidden blade. You're probably just forced into taking these battlefields and putting your units in there and really just hoping maybe it's just the Consult, maybe you're not drawing anything that impressive.
Yeah, at least based off of this spread, I believe it is 10 runes to play with here for Mad Hatter. Like you said, either of those plays of Tasty Fatefolk or the Deadbloom, those both sound great for me, at least when it comes to contesting these battlefields, because if you do not contest both, Madrout wins on the double hold.
A big problem with this Master Yi deck and some of these big units is they are so expensive. So while we do have 10 runes, we can really only play one of those. And while we're able to leave up maybe one trick, Discipline to Defy, it's pretty hard to have 2. So if Madrout does have any recourse, it's a tough position. But you're really trying to think of, okay, maybe that is Hidden Blade, maybe it's not. Maybe I can only take one of these battlefields. If I don't think it's a Hidden Blade, and I have one big Accelerate unit, which place am I trying to go to?
Ooh, okay. I mean, we're having to use a Discipline here just for the sake of drawing cards. You have to target something, right? So
that is a sign that we do not have any of those big units.
Yeah.
We are digging for something. These battlefields need to be taken. If not, Madrout is going to win on the hold, and we need to do it. There is
one of them.
A Tasty Faefolk, though. The less large one compared to a Deadbloom Predator, but when you're looking for a lifeline, you'll take any of them you can get.
Yeah, this means any of those tricks that we talked about, we just used our trick offensively to hopefully draw this card. But that means, of course, we want to swing into the Vialmaz, and not the Hidden Blade. That could have been the game ender immediately, but Consult the Past, drawing 2 cards right here means we could potentially draw a card that could lead to a Conquer play from a Drought.
I'm sure Mad Hatter is breathing a huge sigh of relief. Hidden Blade, the game is over. Consult the Past, the game is still going on. Retreat, not a game-winning thing. It sounds like this Tasty Faefolk gets to Conquer. Madrout with only 5 Might in play in the base. 1 Recruit, 1 Victor. Needs something else here to not lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, really wanting that channel here. And like you said, the game is so close to ending, right? As we have now 7 points for Mad Hatter. As with the hold point coming up from a Drow right here, we are going to go to 7 as well. How do we deal with this Tasty Faefolk? 6 Might. I mean, another Singularity does get the job done. But so does Grand Stratagem, as we are going to use all of these runes that we've generated throughout the game. And it's a hefty power cost, of course, but we are going to buff up a lot of these units, and that looks like it's going to spell the game. Game 1, going to Victor.
Yeah, I mean, Grand Stratagem, you can think of all the fancy little tricks that add up to 6. Maybe I need a Stupefy or 2 of them. Maybe I need to have a Sprite Mother to be able to get me just big enough to overtake it and get in with the Recruit. But Grand Stratagem just says, my numbers are so big, none of that matters.
That's exactly what the card is meant to do for the deck, right? It's meant to be that closeout. Drow's Plight did such a good job of generating so many units across the game, using them very strategically with that Trifarian War Camp. And don't get me wrong, Mad Hatter playing incredibly well in the strengths of the Yi deck, and we saw how hard it was and how much you have to commit as the Victor deck to get through them. But at the end of the day, the removal won. We got everything off of the board, and that led to the win for the Victor deck.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of these little recruits. You have the ability to pressure both these battlefields all the time. Sometimes the Master Yi deck only really good at fighting one of them or protecting one of them. Did get those early holds, but over time, the value grind is just so large, and the Yi deck doesn't really have access to that same level of card advantage. We saw that Kiana, one of those sources, get trapped to that Vialmaz lair. Not able to get backed up, did get killed by recruits, even though it did survive a whole turn. And that's got to feel pretty rough for Mad Hatter. It's like, I can't believe my own battlefield was a problem for me here.
But luckily, it's only game 1, of course, and that means that Vialmaz lair that was Mad Hatter's own battlefield won't be coming back again, at least unless Madrout pulls out one of their own, and maybe we just won't send our Kiana there. But we're going to be going into game 2 here. Oh, I spoke too soon, as a Vialmaz lair has hit the board on the side from Madrout, and we're going to have the Grove of the God Willow, a must-play, of course, for these Master Yi decks.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Vile Mall's Lair here in the Victor deck. As I was saying in Game 1, your units kind of don't matter to you. Get them in there. Who cares if they can't move? They're just little one-mite recruits. I kind of want them to die anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. But, of course, going first here for the side of Mad Hatter, and an easy turn 2 play, followed immediately up with a turn 2 play. And, of course, with Victor and that extra bonus room we get for going second, we also get a recruit as a little bonus.
Yeah, it's so nice when you're playing Victor because you just don't need as many 3-drops as some of the other decks, because when you're on the draw, you always have something to do with your 2. And now, you know, maybe you're going second, but you're already threatening both battlefields.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we're moving this Pit Rookie into the Grove of the God Willow. This is going to be the most contested battlefield this entire game because it gives so much value, drawing more cards, and then the Mask of Foresight going to be coming down as well. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, now we have a 5-mite Pit Rookie. That means the Daring Poro plus the Recruit can't even trade with it if you really want to stop drawing a card from that Grove of the God Willow. So Madrout looking to probably have some type of trick here. A lot of options available, but if not, I could see this Grove of the God Willow quickly running away with the game.
Yeah, and that's the best thing you can ask for too, right? I mean, two drops. Like we said, how important this is for these decks that are trying to accumulate advantage. Hopefully we see Madrout do a similar play. Maybe we just see the Victor come out from the champion zone. But if you do that, I mean, it's great that you have a constant recruit generator, but you have now kind of passed up this opportunity to contest this Grove. Instead, though, Sprite Mother coming in. We saw this, of course, in the last match when we saw a lot of those mind decks, but Sprite Mother being able to generate this Sprite token, different kind of token for the deck, of course, that is hopefully going to help contest in the Might when trying to battle this Pit Rookie, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, you see Mad Hatter is exhausted, has no runes available. This is a pretty free attack. Really nice thing about Sprite Mother in these Victor decks is the yellow Victor doesn't say non-token unit, it says non-recruit unit. So despite the Sprite being a token, if it dies, you still get a recruit a lot of the time. Really fun synergy between those two.
Love it, absolutely. But of course, we want to get rid of that Daring Poro when trading the units. And of course, this Sprite token will never get a hold on Grove of the God Willow for that draw, but it is good to get Mad Hatter off of that battlefield and just send the recruit that we made on the first turn into the Vile Mall's Lair, like you said.
Yeah, deciding that this recruit is worth a point to Madrout, it's pretty likely that this Lonely Poro is going to end up going on that battlefield, not really wanting to fight the Sprite, even could get with a Discipline or a Trick through, but really not a thing you want to do when the Sprite's going to go away on its own anyway.
Yeah, that makes 100% sense to me. I just think we'll fight over the God Willow later, because you can't really assume that a lot of the units, as we've seen Madrout in Game 1, the way that we're holding on to these battlefields are not with a bunch of units, right? It is one single recruit. Your job is to score points. Offensively, it is not meant to score defensively on holds, unless you just don't have enough gas to remove my stuff and take over. But the Sprite token answers that question for us. 4 here for the Kiana, and that Vile Mall's Lair. We've seen this situation before, Aaron. We were just talking about, I hope, and I don't expect that Kiana to go to that Vile Mall's Lair maybe this game.
You know, Madrout gets to have a bit of a say in that here, depending on how he wants to move his units in. I mean, that Poro, pretty tough to get through, has 6 might when you attack into it on this board. I imagine Madrout's going to move some stuff from the God Willow, maybe play some extra things there, and try and make it pretty hard for Mad Hatter to find their way in there, especially because spending that orange rune to play the Kiana makes it pretty hard to play more of those really giant units that can pressure that battlefield.
Yeah, of course, it only costs 4, to play the Kiana, off the get-go. So we do still have a couple of runes up for any sort of tricks if this Poro does find a way to get contested. But just moving in with this recruit, getting that extra point up. I mean, we showed very early on in these turns, points mattering a lot for Madrout going second, because we need to find some way to still be in the game, even though eventually we know that these hard, big removal spells can come through for this deck like we saw in Game 1, and Mad Hatter has to be ready for those.
Yeah, this is a post-board thing. We saw multiple singularities out of Madrout. I can believe Mad Hatter's bringing in cards like Unyielding Spirit. Those were such a big piece of the first game, so those maybe are less functional or less powerful here, but I can also believe Madrout boards out those singularities and has some more of that order removal instead.
Yeah, answering a 6 rune 2 power spell with a 1 rune 1 power spell is a great exchange of resources if you're the one with the 1 cost spell, of course. But just going to play a couple more units, including that champion unit coming down from Madrout as we pass things back. And we did reinforce with a Soaring Scout because we want this to eventually die, and maybe we get a hold trigger, but it's not really a lot of power when it comes down to it, or might.
no, this is going to be a battlefield where you're expecting both these things to be removed, but you do have that Victor in play, so that Soaring Scout's going to give you another recruit. You're not actually losing out on any might in play by having that Scout get killed here, but you really want that rune. That's going to put you to 6 up to 8. Maybe something like a 1,000-tailed Watcher coming accelerated. That is the magic number for that.
That is exactly the magic number, and we're even seeing some disruption here, a charm coming into play, and this is a perfect way to take advantage and get that Victor off of the table. And we saw it generate so much value in game 1, and now that it's gone.
Yeah, I mean, Charm, one of these cards that's really strong in a lot of the Calm decks, but especially in Master Yi, where when you're able to really maximize the power of your Legend and have a 6-might unit off just a single 2-drop, Charm pretty much becomes really close to a vengeance of your own, kill a single unit.
Yeah, I mean, it's great removal in this kind of type of deck because, like you said, I mean, the shield power is so large, and, you know, when you look at cards like Victor Leader, they're meant to be utility-based, so they typically have a little bit less might on them for their cost. But now leaving up, we still have so many runes to play with. That Charm play obviously only costs 1 and 1 recycle. We go in, get these Conquers, get all these effects, get that counter effect from the Kiana, drawing us a card, and we're sitting pretty, not only in points, but cards in hand, and we still haven't done anything with our runes for the turn.
Yeah, last game we saw Mad Hatter win at 6 runes with a Kiana Conquer, choose to take that rune and go up to 7, going to 9. This game at 6 says I actually don't need that many. I'm just going to go to 8, enough to play some of those big things. Maybe doesn't have as many tricks you need to hold up after.
Ooh, following things up right here. The first play going to be this first mate after we've attacked. So now Kiana has the ability to come back to base because we can keep her a little bit safe. And then that sets up for the Conquer ability again next turn.
It looks like we left the Kiana there. I imagine thinking, you know, Madrout does not have a lot of might in play, just this Sprite Mother. That's only 3. Kiana's a 6, needs some tricks to really get through, and Mad Hatter gets to hold up protection of their own, so leaning into getting that hold ability of the Grove of the Godwillow could be really big here. But if Madrout does have something like that 1,000-tailed Watcher, which is now available to them because of that Soaring Scout death, this could backfire.
Yeah, I mean, very much, oh, it's exactly how you read it. Here comes that 1,000-tailed Watcher, and we're paying that Accelerate cost in that prime moment, giving all of this minus might. Man, this is one of, I'm surprised we didn't even see it game 1, obviously just not finding it, but this is going to be a very good way to get a lot of these units off of the board while still maintaining units of your own. And that's why it's so different than cards like Singularity being used for removal when an effect like this comes into play.
Yeah, I will say this is a matchup where 1,000-tailed Watcher is really strong, but it's not quite as strong against the Wuju Blade Master as it is against other decks. That Stalwart Poro reduced to 1 might, but once it goes into combat with his Sprite Mother, we'll get 1 from its shield, 1 from the mask, and 2 from the Wuju Blade Master, so it would still be a 5, meaning that it's not a free battlefield to take like normally 1,000-tailed Watcher works in these situations.
Yeah, absolutely, but just enough to deal with this Kiana, and now we are contemplating, of course, some extra tricks. So the Kiana now goes down to 1, just like you said, but with Master Yi, it's going to go back up to 3. You need enough tricks to give at least 4 might worth of stats to even trade with this Watcher, and it's very hard to do unless you have double on guard.
Well, did have access to the mask in play, so it actually was a 4. So if you do have on-guard discipline, that is a pretty massive blowout, but you need both of them. Yeah. Looks like Mad Hatter didn't have both. Sigh of relief from a drought, because that could have gone badly, instead getting to hide a card and be back in the driver's seat.
Hidden Blade or Consult the Pass?
We've only seen Consults this game. I would believe that Madrout is playing Hidden Blade. I think it's one of the really great parts of the Victor deck when you already want to play things like Yellow Seal, is you get to play a lot of hidden cards. You can play either of those to a battlefield just for exhausting that seal. And in this deck, Hidden Blade and Consult the Past are pretty similar. Both of them really can be kill your own thing, draw 2, or just draw 2 from Consult.
We get to 8 runes here for Mad Hatter, which is that good number when it comes to playing things like White Flame Protector or Dead Bloom Predator. And both of those cards are good enough to help contest against this 1,000-tailed Watcher, and you don't really have to worry about your Poro, and of course it is stuck there in the Vile Mausoleer.
Yeah, Madrout pretty happy with his Vile Mausoleer this game, though I don't think the Poro is likely to be running away. 1,000-tailed Watcher, if you think that's a Hidden Blade, and you have a Dead Bloom Predator, it's a tough spot to feel like, I guess I'm going to play it there, get Hidden Bladed. I did draw 2 cards, but I also had to recycle 2 of my own runes. Now it's hard to do more stuff. I'm exhausting out for that. Don't get to have any tricks up. But if you don't make a play like that, what's getting rid of this 1,000-tailed Watcher?
I think it's a play I'd be willing to risk because we're already up by 2 points in this game, and if you don't contest the Thousand-Tailed Watcher in any way, you're slowly starting to give some of those points back, and as soon as Madral finds some way to deal with this Poro, the point discrepancy starts to go the other direction, right? So I wonder if it is worth playing something like a Dead Balloon if we have access to it, but we could also just see maybe another setup turn using the point advantage that we have gotten so far to just set up.
Yeah, another option available to Mad Hatter is just playing a Master Yi or a White Flame Protector here, getting to buff that first mate. Means if that is a Hidden Blade, you're not sacrificing a unit as important to you as something like that Dead Bloom Predator, and instead really putting the ball in Madrout's court. If it is the Consult the Past, great. I got to take this battlefield, and I'm only offering a trade with this first mate and that Sprite Mother.
It is the Hidden Blade, and we are going to go ahead and deal with it, valuing the hold. And of course, even though you are giving over 2 cards, because the controller of that card, or that owned it, will draw the 2, because this will maintain the hold, we get our draw from the God Willow.
This is, I'm sure, really painful for Mad Hatter. I just saw him draw double Defy off of the Hidden Blade. Could have, if he had those in his hand, would have had the option to maybe play Master Yi and go in and offer a trade with Defy up, but now it's just like, well, I'm down these runes, I have this Defy. Maybe available next turn to fight through another Hidden Blade if Madrout has more access to removal.
I just see that when I was over here, like, you're right, I just think it's Consult the Past, and, you know, but because you postured Consult the Past so well in Game 1, it means the Hidden Blade was still there. Speaking of more removal, Riptide Rex, we saw this very early on in some Kaisa lists, but loving it here as a unit and also functioning of dealing 6 damage to an enemy at a battlefield.
Yeah, in particular, really good against Wuju Blade Master, right? The units are only buffed in combat, so dealing 6 damage before combat means you can take out a lot of stuff, including the Master Yi champion and things like Tasty Fae Folk.
Oh, what a great play. And this is exactly what I was talking about, the swing now of points and also the board state. Yes, of course, White Flame Protector was a good play in the sense that we still have an 8 might unit on our side of the board for when we need to use it, but there's now a Riptide Rex. The Watcher stayed alive that bonus turn, like we said, and now the Shield Poro is gone, and it's only 1 unit remaining now for Mad Hatter, and we're at 5. We're not even in winning range.
Really interesting choice here from Madrout. Chose to leave that Thousand-Tailed Watcher there despite not having energy, no energy up, no ability to bluff. Could have chosen to back that out, but seems like wants to force Mad Hatter to be like, okay, you have 2 battlefields. I'm only letting you conquer 1. I really want to hold this other one.
Absolutely, but here comes the honed Yi, which of course comes in ready, so it is going to be able to contest that other one, going up to 7, which once again is not going to help us win the game right at this exact moment. But now it is on the onus once again from Madral as we're passing back, keeping 1 energy up, like from those Defies that we did end up drawing, but the spell has to be within the cost range that it is allowed to be dealt with for that to happen.
Yeah, these past couple turns have been really huge swings. We saw massive play from Madrout to take back over those battlefields, really push for those points. Mad Hatter being able to do the White Flame into that Thousand-Tailed Watcher that got left at the Grove of the God Willow, in addition to playing the Master Yi that was in the champ zone. I wonder if Madrout expected this to be the outcome.
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, as I see a singularity right here, this does cost enough to where it obviously can't get Defied, but this is going to cost almost all of our runes in this exact turn, only being able to keep 1 up, trying to deal 6 to both of these, which will get rid of the Master Yi, but the White Flame still has to be dealt with only 6 damage on it. We have to find a way to deal 2 to it, but if it's combat, we're going to have to actually do 4, 5 because of the mask and with the Wuju Blades.
Yeah, Riptide Rex, pretty large here, a unit that definitely gets to get that settled. Has to work. Mad Hatter at 7. If a hold happens here, we're losing the game. Choosing to go into recruits the Vile Maulears first, wants to lock in that 7th point, but I imagine this Riptide Rex just is forced to go in here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to have to make some sort of trade, and because it was damage dealt, like you said, we have to find a way to deal with 5. I mean, an on-guard plate is still enough to get over, right?
Wait, we went into the Vile Maulear.
The showdown means it heals the damage.
It's healed out. This doesn't work anymore.
It does, yeah. So instead, we're going to, but the hold win the game. What can we do for 1? You're right. I didn't even think about this, but the showdown resets all damage of all units.
Is Madrout unsure of how many points Mad Hatter has? Is it not 7?
Is it not? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe a hidden card here.
These plays only make sense if Madrout believes this is not winning the game here.
Yeah. For the hold, yeah, I think that can only be the discrepancy, which is enough to win the game and take us to a game 3. I'm actually on the edge of my seat because I don't know what the answer is, and I'm excited to find out. But passing things back. I think we see Madrout maybe realizing like, oh, well, maybe it is the game over. I can't wait to find out what the result of this is.
This is a tough fight. It looks like it was correct. Madrout just not realizing that Mad Hatter had a win there. Had some plays could have made, could have moved the Rex in, could have made the trade. That's going to sting.
Yeah.
You really got to shake that off going into game 3. You won game 1. You were in a pretty good position game 2. Don't let it get to you. Capitalize on this game 3.
And that's what, and you know what? And that's why, you know, the notepad's there, right? You know, that's why we're keeping track of all this information. Yep. But you're right. I mean, stuff like that, it still could have been very close on both ends because, yes, you deny the ability for the hold point, which is the way you can win. Then you tell them you have to get a double conquer, you have to get this hold. And instead, we see the full commit for their hold point win, and it was just one turn too late, basically.
Right. I mean, you get in your head about all these things going on in this game. You have so many plays in your hand, so many runes available. You have all these options and things going on, and sometimes just the little things slip through. This game is so deep, so many choices, especially when you have so many little recruits and units to move around. And, you know, sometimes that bites you.
Absolutely, it does. But that means we have a game 3 that we get to jump into. And now, with I'm interested to know how much time is going to be left on the clock because both of these decks need some time to get to the point where they want to do to win the game. And so, you know, I'm okay for draws, especially in a large tournament like this one. But with 4 minutes roughly in the game, as we see the Obelisk of Power coming through for Master Yi's deck, and then the Dreaming Tree coming down for the Victor deck.
Yeah, I mean, we have a start here. 2 units while on the play because of that Obelisk of Power. This is what you need to try and win a game really quickly in this amount of time.
Absolutely it is. And so we're seeing all of the units and both of the players here coming in for playing as many units as you can right away. And that's one of the perks of the Obelisk of Power coming in for Master Yi is that we had exactly 4 runes going second. Qiyana down on turn 1 feels very good.
It is very good, but Madrout gonna get to score both these points, set up these battlefields, maybe have some hidden cards, maybe a hidden blade to fight against this Qiyana. It definitely seems like the type of situation where both players' normal game plans aren't going to work here. It is not about playing the long game, playing big units, or playing good removal spells. It's about how many points can I score before this time runs out.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go to some extra turns if that ends up being the case. And also not even just that. I think when you play battlefields like Obelisk of Power, they shift the way the game is played oh so quickly. You know, we saw it with Arena's Greatest for a lot of these aggressive decks. It just speeds the game pace up and urgency from all of these players. But the Stupefy targeting your own unit play here for the draw, not just from the Dreaming Tree, from the draw from the Stupefy. Incredible play we see a lot of the time in the Kaisa list, but we're able to do it here also in Victor.
Yeah, 2 cards here. It's an interesting thing of, okay, I did get some cards, but that slowed me down from playing some units. Could have potentially used that Victor Legend, make that extra recruit here if you had all these tools available, but instead, just getting 2 one-might things in play. Definitely not enough to really pressure that Qiyana after it takes one of these battlefields.
But little units do still score points, and that is the kind of pace that we're going at this moment. But the Qiyana going to come in here for the Dreaming Tree. Although the Death Knell ability on the Soaring Scout will give us an extra rune, the Conquer effect either going to give us a draw or channel a rune Exhausted. And yeah, like you said, going to channel the rune here like we did in game 1. But the question now is, like you said, with these one-might units, we don't have a lot really going on for trying to contest with this Qiyana right off the bat.
We do have the magical 6 number of runes because of this Qiyana. Spent 1 to play it, got 1 back. That means next turn we maybe get to play a White Flame Protector or a Dead Bloom Predator. Really pressure these battlefields. And again, Madrout's board, not that impressive. Maybe something like a Thousand-Tailed Watcher with 8 runes here could be a pretty big swing, but Mad Hatter holding up a lot of energy to make some plays.
Also getting the hold point here, not contesting this recruit. That seems very good whenever you play Victor, right? You're like, wow, my recruit made it all the way back to my turn. You know, of course, we'd like that to be some sort of hold benefit, but not really mattering here so far. But yeah, 8 runes a lot. You could see that accelerated Watcher play to help us get through on that Qiyana, especially now that it has a buff as well. What else can we do with 8 Might, Aaron? That is not just necessarily dealing with the Qiyana, but like making sure that whatever play Mad Hatter does on their next turn, that you still feel like you're in the driver's seat of this game.
Could add something like a Grand Stratagem, really use both those units to get in there, but that's the type of thing you really want to save for a bigger board. Choosing to play this Lecturing Girdle, pretty interesting. A small ball play again. I brought this up game 1. Maybe not the thing you're really excited to be doing, but it does put more bodies into play if you do have a future grand stratagem or future way to turn all these units into some extra value.
Yeah, because I can imagine if we pass bat, and let's say Mad Hatter gets a double conquer play, of course, or the hold, of course, holding for the Dreaming Tree and then conquering over on top of the Recruit, going up to 3 points with something like a grand stratagem play. With all of these units now we have created onto our board, we can go up to 5 pretty safely, and it's really just up to the onus of what Mad Hatter chooses to do with their turn. Going to go ahead and move some of these units up, though, to reinforce that obelisk, though. And, you know, these are now units that when they die, they will generate recruits because we have now played Victor Leader.
Yeah, this is a decision, you know, Madrout that turn didn't do anything to really take that battlefield, but is ahead by some points. Is saying, okay, Mad Hatter, you get 2 points, we're tied, that's fine. But also moves these things in, says, hey, if you kill these, I would like some value. Does open up to a charm here, which is what's going to happen. Victor now going to get eaten by that Kiana, and makes it where that battlefield where you just move those units, way less good for you if it gets killed.
Absolutely, but 1 less rune to play with as well, as we now go to 7, which means it so as we do the recycle, here comes the Honed Yi going to come in. Comes in readied, of course, and is going to be able to swing into this battlefield. 1, 2, 6, easily enough power here to get through, as we are then going to be able to knock all of these units off of the board. And it looks like, yep, there's our channel, and there's our draw from our death triggers, of course.
Madrout chose to take a turn off there to really build up a board, and it all just disappeared in the span of a single turn. Every single unit he played that previous turn is now in the trash.
Absolutely it is, and now there's 2 gigantic units on the side here for Mad Hatter, and as we can kind of see, the time, of course, now coming in through the cool. So judges are now going to be going back through our footage, as it seems one of our judges on the spot check did see something descriptive. I missed it, so I'm excited to figure out what it might end up being. So there was a judge call there, so we're going to get some sort of end result here from that judge ruling, and we'll get that fixed here shortly. But yeah, so is this idea of, like, you know, not being able to channel both runes, it seems to be some sort of discrepancy, and I don't know where it was specifically, but we will get some answers, of course, and going to be coming back into the game here shortly. But Aaron, when it comes all the way back down to it, it is the idea of, like, we have lost all of that value we tried to create from Madrow, like you said. How do we get onto the battlefields now? Singularity was the only option I could think of, because it's the only way I feel like we're going to deal with both of these large units.
Yeah, this is the downside to Mad Hatter's turn, is getting out of all of your runes, no energy up. That means you are unable to have an on guard or any type of protection to protect that Yi. And now, despite having a pretty good board previously, you are letting Madrout take both of these battlefields and score 2 more points up to 5, and still have some runes left over to make another play.
Absolutely. And again, we have our little guys, and those are perfect enough for scoring points. And scoring points, it does matter when it comes to this moment in the game where we are at turns. Having more points at the end of the 5 turns in overtime means you can be in an advantageous position to win. And not only that, with only 1 unit on Mad Hatter's side, how are you going to catch up?
This is a situation where, once again, brought this up every single game, we have these big accelerate units, we have these Deadbloom Predators, we have these tasty Fae folks. That's kind of the only tools the E deck really has. The deck does one game plan really, really well.
Yeah, 1 unit at a battlefield at a time. But as we are using, again, all of our runes, a hidden card coming down here on the Dreaming Tree. We did play a Ravenbloom student, and I think we're even thinking about, again, we saw this with Jim Davis in the last match. But yeah, we're going to be to that recycle. I thought we were going to see a double hidden play, to be honest.
You know, it takes a certain type of person to really just hide everything everywhere. But, you know, doing this here, if it's a Consult the Past, little threat on this Pit Rookie. Maybe it's a Hidden Blade. Maybe I don't move in. I think it's the type of place where you're probably still going to want to just gut check it. If your Pit Rookie gets Hidden Bladed, how bad for you is that, especially if it gives you the opportunity to draw one of those big units?
Yeah, I mean, it's getting down to the wire. I mean, this is where we're going to start contesting this hidden card. We haven't played anything for the turn here for Mad Hatter. Testing the waters, swinging with the unit first. You're already winning in the Might Battle. Consult the Past or Hidden Blade. What is it?
Well, if there's a thought here, it must be a Hidden Blade. We're choosing who to target here.
Yeah, and you talked about this in the last game, where there's just, when it's just the recruit, it is more advantageous to give me all of the value in drawing the cards, not just destroying a 2-might unit.
Yeah, and in particular, this is the Dreaming Tree, so this Hidden Blade was worth 3 cards.
Yeah.
Really big swing on card advantage there, and still ahead on points, but there is that Deadbloom Predator to put it back to 5-5. Really interesting spot here. Madrout, a lot of new tools in hand, though. Could have a lot of things.
Yeah, but not as many runes to play with. We did remember we hit a card, that's a power. We played a Singularity, that's 2 more power. So we lost 3 runes last turn. And even though this deck is good at channeling them, and we started with an Obelisk of Power this turn, we still are only ending up at 8. And the only reason why I say only 8 is because we are playing such large cards to deal with these large units like Deadbloom. As we pass back to Madrow, again, we are in a situation where we really need to contest both of these units because we are in time. We have to stop the point generation.
This is a situation where Wuju Blade Master is a really big deal. Something like a 1,000-tailed Watcher, which I think I saw in Madrow's hand, would be normally really good against Deadbloom Predator, but it's a 10 because of the Blade Master. It doesn't even get to get eaten by that 1,000-tail, so it plays a Riptide Rex instead.
Yeah, Riptide Rex easily removing that Pit Rookie as we move in with a Recruit, going up to 6 points, which does put us in the lead, but this is only turn 3. And then the Cold a Week play that we've been talking about this entire match, it doesn't target, don't have to pay the deflect costs, and you just get rid of a Recruit. As we show off, yeah, no targeting there, all units removed while also being ahead on points, and we get the double conquer here going to 7. I don't know what Mad Hatter can do now to at least win and catch up in the point games next turn.
No, this is a really tough spot. Again, one big Accelerate unit. Saying it. And in this situation, if there's not Accelerated at all, Madrow's threatening the win on the hold. This is a really tough spot. Needs possibly could have something like Challenge in their deck, big thing. But that is the handshake. Madrow coming through. I mean, Victor, a lot of small units, a lot of cheap things. Really, really strong having all of that order removal against a deck full of big units.
Yeah, coming into that round, going X and 1, and so the fact that Victor being one of these decks that I feel like so many people were talking about at the beginning of Origins, and now seeing at least this one for the first time this weekend have this good success, and so many more players not playing the Legend anymore. Good to still see have a good showing here. And then also on the other side of the conversation, Master Yi. Everyone was playing this Legend, and now maybe not so much because I think a lot of people have shifted to the Annie deck a lot.
Well, I think another thing is, I mean, Master Yi is one of those decks, it really showed during those games. It kind of has a really linear game plan. Play some cheap units, try and hold these battlefields early, and then have these big Accelerate units you can play to these battlefields to try and close a game. But if people are playing decks that are prepared for that, like this Victor deck seems like it clearly was with all of this removal and ways to answer big guys, you don't have a ton of recourse. You can just kind of get bullied around the whole game, and we saw that again and again during those games.
Yeah, absolutely. And the same idea, Madrow, player that I know, Ryan Levine, is actually a very prolific Yu-Gi-Oh player, taking that information and content creator for not just that, but Universus as well. Now here, full force for Riftbound. We see so many players coming from so many different games this weekend. And speaking of other players from other games, as we watched Jim Davis play in that match earlier, as I alluded to, I did have a chance to talk with Jim Davis earlier today, and I would love for you guys to see the wisdom in the words that he said. Hey, Riftbounders, I have the privilege to be joined with Jim Davis. For everybody who doesn't know, Jim, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I've been playing Pro Magic for a really long time. Been doing content full-time for 10 years. Got into Riftbound. The game's awesome. Started a new channel called Arcane Academy for it. Super hyped to be playing 2 awesome card games competitively and be here at the first event. It's awesome.
Yeah, I can definitely say you're one of my favorite players to watch for Magic, at least in content-wise. So I'm excited to even watch your Riftbound content. And my question to you is, obviously, we're here in the thick of it in the regional qualifier. You're participating, competing. What did you pick to try and take down this whole tournament?
So I'm not trying to win the tournament. Okay. All right. So I'm playing Jinx, and I'm trying to go for the medal, the best of prize, which I think is one of the coolest prize structures I've ever seen for any TCG ever in the history of TCGs. So cool, such a fun side quest to have. Where I don't think I'll win with Jinx. I think Jinx is actually I think it's really, really hard to play and really, really hard to build. So I think it's also a really popular character. So the medal token is going to be awesome, really, really desired. And then hopefully I'll be the best Jinx player in the room, which is the goal. So we'll see what happens.
Well, as one of the best, probably Magic players in the room, I can only imagine you will probably end up being one of the best Riftbound players in the world. Any final thoughts on, tips and tricks, things you've learned from playing competitive card games across multiple years that you can tell anybody at home or that you're using here specifically as a strategy for just surviving a tournament?
It's a long day. I think it's kind of looking at it as a big picture. My biggest thing in a tournament is try and not think about the actual event itself. A lot of players will go, oh, I'm 3-0, I'm 4-0, I'm doing so good. Oh man, if I one more win, I'll make day 2. Your goal in a tournament is just to play. It's not really think about anything else. this game is so hard that you need every neuron firing on the game. So your best bet is just to kind of like play each round as an individual thing. Sit down and play your best, and then at some point in the day, they're going to tell you to stop playing. Either you'll be in top 8, or you'll be 0-5, or whatever, you know? So to kind of just keep playing, don't think about the event, it's all about the games.
Eventually, the tournament must end. Right. Your time when it ends just depends on how you're doing. But Jim, thank you so much. I can't wait to see how you're doing, and I hope to see you holding a metallic Jinx by the end of this event. Thanks so much. Welcome back, everybody. I'm once again Barrett Bryant, joined by Aaron Barrich. Sorry about that. Twice in a row. But we have round 5 that we have to dig into. We are officially at the midway point to our regional qualifier here in Houston, and we've seen so much incredible gameplay, so many legends represented, really seeking out those metallic prize cards, because that's all I hear people talking about at this event. So I kind of want to ask you, Aaron, speaking to this metallic prize, because I can't imagine this is anything going anywhere anytime soon. So the future of what this prize could hold, the fact that we have like Spirit Forge legends now we can think about, and thinking like the metallic versions of those, is there a world where like this becomes one of the most sought after prizes for this game?
Yeah, I mean, people love their champions. It's part of what makes League of Legends awesome. It's part of what makes Riftbound awesome. And yeah, we want to give people ways to feel like they can play their character and win with their character and get something awesome. I have gotten so much awesome resounding feedback about these, and it seems like so many people in the room came to play just to win their one, and that's super awesome. So no, I don't see these going away anytime soon, and I imagine we're going to try and think of ways to do more of this really cool thing.
Absolutely. And I think in general, just like the prizes here in the event as a whole, being a part of this community, this brand new game, I think everyone is just so excited to be here and share their experiences with each other from other areas of the world, of wherever they come from League of Legends, TFT, other card games. It's just that we all love Riftbound. And I don't know about you, but I love multiplayer for this game as well. The fact that I've seen so many people playing in 2v2 all weekend, the game completely shifts on its head when you incorporate 2 more players at the table, obviously.
Right, well, that's something I love to hear. I mean, Riftbound is designed from the ground up to be something really multiplayer focused, but also, you know, it is an incredible 1v1 game, and I'm glad we have the opportunity for people to engage with it in so many ways, competitive, casual, whatever they like. And, you know, story of this weekend is competitive, but we want it to be for everyone. That's what Riftbound's about.
Speaking of competitiveness, we have a real heavy hitter, I think, coming up in this next round as we go into round 5, because we have, dare I say, a player that has already won quite a bit of an achievement in this game already. And of course, he's sporting the set, the boss. We have Argon, and if you have recognized his face here, Argon here, sporting Set, who we had saw success not only the past 2 weeks for these 10Ks and such like that in Atlanta and Vegas and such as that, versus Quint here sporting another Master Yi.
Yeah, I mean, we got to watch Master Yi last round. That was against a Victor deck that was definitely well prepared to handle some big units. Set can be built in some ways that are less good about that. You know, maybe still has access to things like Hidden Blade, but not going to see those singularities, not going to see those Cull the Weeks in the same way. Set's all about doing it with raw numbers in play.
Yeah, absolutely. And like also being able to bring your units back into play, right? I love the idea, not only, of course, with this one playing Set Kingpin, one of these cards that, Colin talked about extensively after the event, but leading the game off with a Cythria leads that buff generation sort of mechanic. Being able to have access to these buffs that we can spend for alternate abilities is something I really love about this deck.
Yeah, we have an interesting setup of battlefields here with the Dreaming Tree coming in from Argon for Set in a matchup where, Wuju Blademaster, the Calm decks tend to play even more pump spells that can hit their units at these battlefields. I could see this being a similar situation where that one, maybe not an obvious win for Argon in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. As we move up for the Conqueror, as we pass back for Argon, we're going to go ahead and Conquer, take that 1 point on to the Dreaming Tree, which, tells me that maybe we have one of our tricks of our own that can target. But one of the key points of playing the Kingpin version is that when you go first, we have that 4-costed champion unit that we can immediately put onto a battlefield. With Cythria receiving a buff, Kingpin gets even stronger when they're at the same spot.
Yeah, this is a 6-mite unit on turn 2 on the play. Something the Wuju Blademaster can't really fight through. You could play a couple pump spells, a Discipline and an On Guard, but that's still only offering a trade, and that's not getting rid of that Cythria.
Absolutely. Tank keyword coming in very well for this game. And then as we pass back for Master Yi, we're going to go ahead and take over the Targon's Peak. And so even more runes to play with across the turn so that we can target some of our stuff as we only played a 2-drop, passing it back with full access to 5 runes on dealer turn, but giving that hold point away.
Yeah, passing with this many runes in the Yi deck, not always a surprise. That deck really leans on cheap 2-drop units and some of those big heavy-hitting units a lot of the time. And the 5 and 6 is where things get a little muddied. But it's not a deck that's actually that good at using its energy on the opponent's turn if we're not getting into numbers fights, if we're not getting to Discipline or getting to On Guard. There is Defy, but the spell set's going to play aren't things you're probably looking to defy here.
One of the things that Colin here had really highlighted in his deck when we go back to what he really values when playing a legend like Set the Boss is the amount of 4-cost units in his deck. Of course, this one, I'm eating my words, this one costs 5, with Set Brawler hitting the base, which is an incredibly good one to not only use a lot of these buffs that it's going to generate to go in and get more might, but it also has that conquer ability to get it back as well. But he always values you having these high-impact middle-of-the-game cards to play and then keeping them alive over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, Set is a deck that is about that mid-game. Those 4 and 5 cost units are where so much of the might comes from. In addition, when you're going second and you have those 5 runes on turn 2, being able to play something like a Set Kingpin or a Fiora and then Showstopper it into a battlefield while, you know, your opponent has probably exhausted all their runes on their turn 2, lets you catch back up from being on the draw. Orange Set in particular, really great in this matchup. Big unit, awesome at breaking through Wuju Blade Master.
Absolutely, and like you said, you showcase cards like Showstopper being able to be an extra form of movement to get them going and contesting those units. Seeing the Tasty Faithful come down as just a very good unit to play and not paying the accelerate cost means we're actually going to completely net in this value of channeling 2 runes and drawing a card after it does end up dying. Feels very good to just be able to contest you played a unit that's going to have a lot of value for you, I'm going to play one of my own, and neither of these are just going to go in right away.
Yeah, when you're Argon here, you have to be really happy. You made the Master Yi deck do something it doesn't want to do. It backed a unit out of a battlefield and left it open. The Master Yi, the Wuju Blade Master Yi Legend, is so good at holding, so when you've already got them on the back foot and they're saying, well, I'm not going to do that, I'm not going to engage with my normal early game plan, that means you must be in a pretty good position.
Yeah, absolutely. Really valuing keeping your units alive, and instead, I'm wondering if we'll see another 4-drop here come into play here for Argon, but in a good spot, both sides, I would say, having both champion units out. Very exciting to see what we might end up doing. But instead, the main boarded Sabotage is coming in here for Argon. Very good choice here.
Look at all those pump spells. I mean, this is one of those Sabotages, you look at their hand, you're like, those are all of the same card. Probably going to end up taking the Discipline because that one can cantrip. But this is really good information to know as Argon. That's a lot of tricks to be wary of. +4 is a number. You think the Master Yi deck will have it sometimes, but you're not always sure. Follow this as a big question, which is, what do I do with this Set Brawler? It's much better at attacking than it is defending, and that's such a powerful threat to leave at your base that I could believe we're not going to move it in and instead want to keep that there just to threaten Quint as much of the game as possible.
I completely agree with you. I think you want to potentially hold this set and keep it back for later use, and I'm excited to see what Argon is going to decide to do. But instead, we have the Kinko Mage coming down, which allows you to buff up to 2 of your other friendly units, so we're going to be able to get a buff onto the Kingpin. And it looks like we are going to make the decision to send it in, and it means it probably will end up dying, but of course, Set the Legend says even if we do end up losing it, we can have it back.
Yeah, you're talking about Argon really valuing those 4-cost plays and some of the mid-range things. It makes it a lot easier to just keep sacrificing those runes to your Set Legend, because now, even if we have to spend one to protect our Set Brawler at the Targon's peak, well, next turn we'll be at 5 again. We can probably play most of the cards in our deck and still be able to play a 4-drop and a Showstopper, or be able to play a 2 and a first mate. You know, a lot of options with very few runes, which is really what the boss Legend is asking you to do.
Yeah. Not so much in the context while Quint thinks about his turn, but Aaron, when your opponent now knows basically every card in your hand, what is your game plan going forward? Do you just have to always make sure that your plays have a follow-up answer to it, or do you just constantly feel like you're on the back foot now that your opponent knows everything?
Well, you get into these really interesting scenarios where your opponent kind of gets to bully you a little bit, which is, okay, you know I have 2 on-guards, and you make a move in a battlefield that makes it look like these 2 on-guards are really going to blow you out. Does that mean you definitely have a trick, or you know I have these, and we're trying to play some kind of fancy mind game?
Yeah, no mind games here, of course. That is exactly what ended up happening, as we just, instead find your center to get a little bit of extra value, and, of course, redraws us, as we ended up finding a second find your center, as Argon knew there was 1, but not 2 per se, as we're going to channel more runes, of course. And then, of course, that Tasty Faithful did go in and contest with that Brawler, but we kept it alive. with our legend.
Looks like we're already going to have all of our runes in play, total ability to play as much as we want. This is a situation where you see someone with all the runes versus Kingpin blowing up all of their runes again.
It's actually great you bring that up, because having seen Colin do a couple of interviews after, doing well with his deck, he loves playing the game at this, like, I don't have all of my runes at once, but I'm playing this fine line of always using them efficiently for things like these 4-costed units that he loves inside of his deck. I think of, like, the Kianas that exist, the Fioras that exist. He loves still being able to use those, play those, and then have the 1-cost tricks that we talked about, the showstoppers, or, being able to play, Call to Glory, the buffing them for free, showing these extra tricks. And so he likes playing at this low mid-range value. And like you said, this is a showcase for the set deck as a whole.
This is a really important turn for the fact that Argon knows there are 2 on guards in Quint's hand. Quint knows Argon knows there are 2 on guards, so gets to make this type of play where played the first mate, sent the Fae Folk back to the battlefield, or back to the base, but Argon can't just send the set Brawler in, knows there are multiple pump spells, and even if Argon does have a Call to Glory, that's not enough on its own. That would only be a 7 in a trade, but here's a buff on the set. Now we could go to make it an 8, and we're probably not afraid of these on-guards anymore.
Absolutely not. And yeah, I called the wrong 4-drop, but of course it was another one of those Kinko monks, buffing the first one that we played, and like you said, spinning this for the +4 might. Can only imagine it's going to contest. And we've had control of this Dreaming Tree the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, this is what that early set play let you do, right? Go in with that Cythria, play that Kingpin. It's a 6 tank, and you have the 2-might Cythria. You are on the play, and the Master Yi deck is not great at stealing those battlefields early. They kind of want to move into those open battlefields and set up their own defenses, but when you are the first in the line, it can be really tough for them to fight back, especially against numbers this large.
Yeah, like you said, tough decisions here because the known information is on both sides. There's no bluffs here to be called. It's just about when you exchange those resources.
Well, even if we have 2 on-guards here with both of these energy, that's still only a 7. We're not getting through this set. I'm curious what type of trick Quint could have here that is large enough. Nothing's coming to my mind. Maybe there is some way to protect the first mate or take it back to base I can't think of? Oh, it's a 5.
9, right?
2 on guards equals a 9. But you do know Argon's making this attack, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's like, what could you have? You only have 1 up, but Call to Glory is free. So many buffs on this other side of the battlefield.
I think that's why it's so hard for Quinn. I don't regret being in this situation. I think we're in round 5 of this tournament, and decisions like this are incredibly difficult when you want to continue your run. But letting it go, saving those on guards for a future day.
This gets into those mind game things. If Argon didn't have the Call to Glory, there's a certain type of warrior spirit that allows you to make this bluff attack. Certain people have it. Argon looks like the type that could.
Absolutely. Targon's Peak, as we get that Conquer effect, it's going to give us 2 extra runes for Argon, passing back to Quint, and we have a lot of points to catch up on because we have to contest both of these battlefields because double hold is the game for Argon.
Yeah, we really have set up a pretty strong just back and forth situation as Argon, right? I have this battlefield that there's almost no way you're contesting it. My numbers are so large. Your deck's not playing just spot removal to take care of these things. And my other battlefield is this set Brawler that, okay, you conquer it and you send my set back to my base, but if I have a way to buff it, we're going to be able to brawl again, get in with another 8 or 9 or 10. And, you know, if you have these Call to Glories and all these tricks, it puts a really tight squeeze on your opponent on what am I even able to do during my turn.
The first move for the turn, moving the tasty Fae Folk to contest against this set. 6 might, sending it in, just going to let it go. We see the same play once again. We're going to end up saving it with the Legend ability, recycling a rune, keeping it right back, but giving that point away just to maybe see a repeat of what we saw last turn. That could be the game for the Argon regardless, so it's still up to Quint, but he's got everything to play with still.
Even if Argon doesn't have a way to buff this Brawler and get it in again, having to put that tasty Fae Folk into the Targon's Peak makes it a tough situation, though there is a White Flame Protector, which I assume Quint is going to use to just break through a little bit of this massive board. But the Fae Folk in the other board means you won't be able to use that to help fight through this problem. And this hold, not this turn, but next turn is going to be threatening a win.
Yeah, I actually have to do a lot of math here, right? So it's not just the White Flame coming in for this Poro, putting it up to 10, but we have to remember this set Kingpin does have tank, so it has to eat up basically all of this, and with the scaling might of the set Kingpin and its own buff of its own, there are 3 total buffed units at this battlefield, so I think it's only going to deal with this Kingpin.
Well, if you're able to deal, the Kingpin's going to be a 9. You do have these 2 on guards, which again, everyone at the table knows about. Maybe you're able to use these, clear out a little bit of stuff, but you can see that Call to Glory in Argon's hand. So any numbers you're trying to set up, Quint has to think of 2 things, okay? What about the scenarios where Call to Glory exists, and what about the ones where it doesn't?
Yeah, and with no use of the on guard, it's just going to be for that 1-for-1 trade, taking down the tank at the battlefield.
Argon realizing, okay, you passed to me. I could play this Call to Glory, but then you will get to play these on guards. And I think this Call to Glory is worth more than your on guards in making this deal. Let's just let this trade happen.
Yeah. Very hard for Quint here, and I understand because, you know, we did get deal with the tank, but we can't deal with any of these current units in our current state unless we move the other Poro up and maybe then use the on guards, but we're in the same situation. So going to be a tough one here for both of these players to figure out what the path is for Quint's victory.
This is a bit of the squeeze that happens when a player is at 6 points. You really feel like you need to move your things into one battlefield to be able to protect from them conquering it and winning that way. But if you do that and you like put this Poro into the Targon's Peak, or you play another unit there to try and bulk up, then you're unable to have those units in your base to threaten the battlefield they're currently holding. And it's a squeeze that sometimes can feel like you don't really have a right answer, and it's a really fine line to thread throughout the game.
Speaking of fine line, I think Argon is trying to figure out his for that. He already got the hold point, of course, from the Dreaming Tree that he's had, and now it is about dealing with this Tasty Fate Folk. And again, he hasn't forgotten anything that's happened early on in this game. Sabotage still showing off those on guards from oh so long ago that are still in hand. But we have a few pieces that can help us break through it.
Yeah, this is a situation where you have to decide, am I trying to win the game this turn? I see a Pit Rookie. That's 1 buff on the set. That makes it an 8. I see that Call to Glory. That's 3 more. That's 11. And I see a Showstopper. That's another buff, but not one you get an opportunity to spend on the set brawler. So it is just a +1. Is it worth it to make this play and move all in and trying to beat this Tasty Fate Folk? What's the worst case scenario versus just piling all your units into this Dreaming Tree and saying, all right, I don't think you got it, Quint. That's a lot of numbers.
You called it. There it is. Going to move that set brawler over. And a play like that just means that we have to look at other things. Arena Bar coming down and using it now because the set brawler had to exhaust itself to move, of course, and now it has an extra buff to deal with for making this battlefield even scarier. And then also a Pit Rookie coming in to buff up that lonesome Kinko Monk that was left there earlier. That's exactly the game plan. Now it is presenting the puzzle once again to Quint.
It looks to me like this is a total value of 19 might. Quint only has 10 in play. We know about 2 on guards. That's potentially +4, though a little awkward if you have to send in the Poro. Another White Flame Protector plus these gets you into close ballpark range. However, Argon has that Call to Glory that we know about. That is another secret +2, you know, worth 3, but -1 from the buff.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, and this is my favorite part about when I play set is I love presenting the might math challenge to your opponent and thinking like, hey, well, do you have the right cards in your hand currently to get there? And Master Yi is one of those decks that is very good at doing that. We'll have to find out if the right pieces are in Quint's hand, but we're doing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, one of the really cool things about playing the boss in set is that you get to play free, quotes, cards that other people don't really have. You have Call to Glory and you have Wallet both as options, and your opponent always has to respect that Call to Glory. Here is moving in that Protector, doing these on guards, sending in that 1 unit at a time to avoid that problem of making these on guards not as good.
I've already forgotten about the bonus draw from picking our White Flame on the Dreaming Tree battlefield because, again, hasn't been contesting this battlefield all game. So finally seeing that go through here.
Just cleaning up some stuff, trying to make the board a little bit smaller. You got to think, what can I get each time? I don't need to make big attacks all at once and get blown out if you have something. We can do this piecemeal. The numbers work out where we can just take little trades.
Yeah, and like even this little Poro here is enough to trade with the Pit Rookie that doesn't have a buff onto it. So again, at least the Poro still amounts to getting rid of 1 more unit. The Call of Glory, you're going to spend the buff on the Cithria. and give +3 might to the set. And of course, the targeting occurs for the Dreaming Tree draw here on Argon himself. But now this is the world where you can choose to distribute your might somewhere else.
That's an interesting choice to call to glory there. It really wants to spend the buff off the Cythria. If Argon had just passed priority back, then the Stalwart Warrior would have traded with the Cythria, and Argon would have been down that buff. Here's the Dead Bloom Predator, which, with that on guard, that looks like 9 might only to 10 from the Predator. That is enough to take this battlefield back.
Wow. The puzzle did get there, presenting a situation for Argon to still be in this game here, because now the hold point is much harder for Argon to pull off. Wow, it looks like it's going through. Everything is going to get cleared off of that battlefield. Quint taking the point. We're going to save, of course, the set brawler using our legend ability, and now we're in a scary situation where some of the largest units in this Master Yi deck are by themselves on each of these battlefields.
You really have to respect the type of calm Quint had to hold these on guards, and both players knew about them this whole game and really got maximum value. Use the first one to be able to trade in 10 for 10, use the second to be able to protect the biggest unit that he had and take the battlefield all at once. If at any other point those were used differently, I don't see this playing out nearly the same way.
Wow, this is so hard because I don't know. The only question I have to ask you, Aaron, is like, all of a sudden, I now feel like I'm in a situation where I ask, what does Argon do?
Right, the whole game's been the other way. What can Quint do to break this hold? Finally broke the hold. Argon has this set brawler. We know there's a showstopper in hand. That's one of the cards that can do something, but it's only a 5 unless you have another way to buff it beforehand. And it's looking like, to me, there's some more challenges there, but these units are just way too large.
Yeah, set brawler without a buff versus having one, very different story.
I can imagine the play here going through Argon's mind is, okay, if I move my set brawler into this Dreaming Tree and I play a challenge and I draw a card, maybe I can hit a Call to Glory, but what does that look like?
Wow. And just like that, the game completely took a 180, and game one's going to go to Quint after that incredible puzzle he had to solve to break through all that might.
That is one of those games where you're Argon, and you're going to look back at it and be like, where did I go wrong? I had everything under control the whole time. I was bullying you in one battlefield. I had the other one held the whole time. I was at 7 points and you had to take both, and I knew your hand most of the game. I feel like I could have done something differently, and sometimes you can't, but those are the types of things you're going to think about going into these next games.
Speaking of those next games, Argon went first that game.
Right, that was the game with the turn 1 Cythria set in the Dreaming Tree. Did not get taken for like 4 turns, got 4 hold points. But sometimes, even with that, the Master Yi deck, talked about, they do one thing, but they do it really, really well. Lots of big units, lots of tricks, and the boss wasn't able to keep up.
No, he wasn't. I wish he was, but that's what games 2 and hopefully game 3 are for. But man, I really have to applaud Quint there. I genuinely think he played that turn, taking over and whittling around all of those units, getting them out one by one, starting with the Kingpin, taking off the smaller units little by little for the perfect play. I genuinely don't think I could have pulled that off myself, at least in that specific mindset. And remember, that entire time, your opponent knew 2 of the cards in your hand as you got to that journey.
Yeah, it's one of those games you got to see Quint's face as things went on, and cool as a cucumber, but I know internally if that was me, I'd be like, whoo, I can't believe I did that. How did that happen for me? But you're just so relieved you're able to pull it out. I'm really excited to see the next 2 games if we get that level of back and forth some more.
If you're Argon, like you said, that felt like almost the near perfect execution getting to where we got to in the point until it all of a sudden wasn't. What do we change? What do we do different?
You know, one of the things that I did say going in is compared to the last match we saw where we had Master Yi versus Victor, Victor had Hidden Blades, Victor had removal, and that was a game where Set did its one thing. It was just numbers. It didn't have a Hidden Blade. It potentially has access to that stuff post-board where it gets to bring in some of that order removal, and that'll be a big help in dealing with these giant monsters like Dead Bloom Predator.
Yeah, I 100% agree. That's one of the perks of the order domain in general. So we got a game 2, and I don't know about you, I'm can't wait to see what the results are going to be. I'm still rooting for my man, the boss, Set himself. Game 2 coming in. I'm excited to see these battlefields as well. Grove of the God Willow coming in for Argon, and Obelisk of Power. Extra runes for all of us on Master Yi side. Can we talk about mulligans just a little bit? I would love to talk about the intricacy on how such of an important decision, it isn't just in this game, but in card games in general. And this one is so unique, I feel like. The like decision making that it got to half of your hand and they go to the bottom, you might never see them again.
Right. We're playing a game where there isn't really shuffling. Recycling your cards pretty much means they go away. So when you see one of those important cards, just as an example, Quint in this game, you see something like a Deadbloom Predator. It's one of your best cards. You can't play it for a while. If you hold it in your hand, it might get stuck there, so the incentive to put it on the bottom is really high, but you may not see another one.
Absolutely. Obelisk of Power are going to be very powerful here for Master Yi because we are able to play a turn 1 Kiana, recycling the only body rune we had at the time, of course, and only the Sith3 are coming in for Argon, but that is what you want to see because of what we might end up saying. Here comes the Kingpin, tapping those out, having one rune to play with, and giving a buff to Sith3 because we played a unit.
Choosing to play the set at the base this time. Last game, we were really aggressive, moved the Sith3 in, played the set to protect, but now the Kiana may be causing us to rethink, or we just have a showstopper to move the set in ourselves.
Good value for wanting to specifically get the buff onto the set to make this hold from the Grove of the God Willow ability hopefully come full circle. But because this is the same play that we kind of saw in the first game, aside from maybe keeping the Sith3, we're going to go ahead and support it. There's a world where this battlefield gets held almost the entire game like we saw in the first one.
Yeah, this time, though, Grove of the God Willow, much better battlefield to hold. Argon wasn't really able to capitalize the Dreaming Tree in that game, and Grove of the God Willow, though, you don't have to do a ton of work to capitalize once you're in there. And I brought up game 1 how good these 4-drops are, because when you're going second, you get that extra rune, you can play a 4 and you can showstopper. It's the same thing when you're on the play, but it's an Obelisk of Power game. We get to see that right here, really doing this powerful thing, and we have a set with 8 might already on turn 2.
Absolutely. Forcing this Kiana to go to the other battlefield, wanting to take advantage of this on Conquer ability. Quint will decide if he wants to draw one or channel an extra rune, and it looks like here comes that channel. That being, honestly, the decision I've seen a lot of players making today, and it makes a lot of sense when it just comes to paying these power costs at later on in the game, but sooner rather than later.
Right, well, we go back the power cards. You have Deadbloom Predator, White Flame Protector, and Tasty Fae Folk. 8's your magic number. You play a Kiana when you're at 4, it puts you to 3. You go up to 5. Conquer puts you back up to 6. You're ready to play one of those big cards. And even if you don't have them, opponent Argon has to respect you can get Deadbloom Predator. What does that look like? Do I have a plan for that? And the threat of that is worth so much, sometimes even more than a card.
Back to Argon as he contemplates what to do with his turn, but does get that hold for the Grove.
I see a first mate in hand. A lot of opportunity here with Quint being totally exhausted out, no runes available, can move that set Kingpin back to base, hit it with the first mate, and then move it into the Kiana if you want to try and just take that out of the game right now. That would be a trade, though. It would be a 7 for 7, so without another trick, maybe that's not worth doing.
I love Fiora. I think this card is so good, and I'm so excited to see this Fiora even in the Fiora Legend, hopefully next set, for people really experimenting with the card, because when it gets a buff, like it does in this deck very easily, it just gains all of the sort of abilities.
Yeah, I mean, Fiora, really sweet. It's especially sweet with Showstopper. Once it's ready in your base, you can use the Showstopper. That makes it mighty. You go in and take a battlefield, and then she has ganking. You get to go and take that other battlefield. Another one of those really powerful plays you get to do during these early turns with these 4 might units, or 4 cost units. Big situations from just pretty cheap cards.
And that seems to be the play just to reinforce that battlefield. We're seeing very similar stuff from Quint with a success that we saw in game 1, right? We moved that first Poro back after we had gotten it. And of course, Kiana, we would take advantage of that on-conquer ability. Well, we can only do that when we bring it back to go to another battlefield. Clockwork Keeper also getting played. And we are going to take advantage of the recycling a Calm Rune to draw a bonus card. And just playing it very slow here. It's very much the exchange of resources. And we saw at the end of it, Quint come on top.
This game looks a lot like the last game. Argon took this battlefield early, play to set Kingpin, is trying to do some big holding, and Quint, you know, is just fighting for the other one. We're going to let you keep this one for a while, and I know my bigger cards in the end will maybe give me that advantage. I'm curious to see if Argon does have a tool like those Hidden Blades or something to really break that serve that wasn't able to do last time, that let the Deadbloom Predator crush the battlefield and win the game.
And if there's any tool that's going to help us find those cards, it is holding on to this Grove of the God Willow constantly over and over and over again, and basically the only accumulation of points that we've got in this game at all.
Yeah, one of the things about the Set deck is the cards in the deck themselves aren't very good at drawing cards, but Set has access to multiple battlefields that are great at it. You have Grove of the Godwill and Monastery of Harana, Grove being hold draw card, and Monastery being when you conquer, you can spend a buff to draw a card. So the Set deck, while not having a lot of the card draw in the deck itself, really gets to capitalize in the deck building portion with these battlefields.
Fiora finally getting that buff from the Kinko Mage or Monk that was played after this Poro, so the Poro is also going to receive a buff of its own, and very quickly this battlefield has accumulated a very large number of might and a hidden card to top it off. Can only imagine it's things like that Hidden Blade you've already talked about.
Yeah, so there is a little bit of a mind game here. It could be Hidden Blade, or it could be Paka Cup. Pretty common card for these decks to play, but Quint has to respect that it's Hidden Blade. Because if you make a big play with one of your large units and you get blown out, that's really tough. If Quint does have access to something like a Defy in hand, it's a way easier game to play from here.
Passing back to Quint, going to keep one rune up for Argon. Not a lot of one-cost tricks, though. I can only think of things like Unyielding Spirit, but doesn't do a whole lot in this matchup particularly, so I don't think we're going to see those. But Kiana going to go in for the Conquer effect once again. The benefit on pulling it back the turn prior means that we're going to get some extra value here. And now it's time to draw some cards because we've got a lot of runes to play with already.
Yeah. Quint knows that this battlefield is a problem. We are tied on points, which means Argon is going to win the race if nothing happens. So you really got to build up that big suite of pump spells and tricks on your side to fight the big suite of pump spells and tricks on Argon's side. This game's going to boil down to one big showdown and fight again.
So as we build to that final turn, do you think, I guess the question is, the mind game, will the Defies come through quick enough? Will we find them? I can maybe see one that will help us deal with stuff like the Hidden Blades that are hidden.
Yeah, well, we're putting a lot of pressure on Argon with this Kiana. I talked about earlier in the game there was an opportunity to kill the Kiana with the Set and Showstopper, or the First Mate and trading off. Decided not to.
Wow.
Here, it looks like we were forcing that type of trade. Deciding that looks like Quint might be trying to make a move on this battlefield sooner than I expected. Potentially has a really strong set of pump spells and tricks in his hand right now, and Argon's pretty low on resources to fight back with the current rune situation.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's going to lose so much might because it is no longer at the same place as other buffed units. This Kingpin dropped dramatically, and on top of that, if we want to use cards like Call to Glory, which are basically one of the only ones we can afford, we'd have to spend more of our buffs. So this is a perfect card for Quint to play here that gets so much off of Argon's board.
Discipline, very good here, getting the, make that buff get spent on Set. I got to imagine there's a move in here where we're going to be sending in this Master Yi and some of these things into this battlefield, the Grove of the Godwillow. We spent a lot of resources there to take the Set out, but only for a single turn. We must be making a really big play.
Yeah, I think that was my main question to ask was like, we're setting up Azonias even so that if we swing in with these units that we have, we get to basically pick and choose which of our units we're also going to buy back from the Zonia's Hourglass, going to get rid of itself and put our Yi back into our base, recall it specifically, and that's what Set does. We're doing our own little Set impression.
These decks are pretty similar. Yeah. They're both decks about numbers and saving your things with tricks. Master Yi comes in ready, pretty powerful. Set Kingpin comes in at 4C. That's pretty much the difference on the really base level.
Yeah, and also holding onto this hidden card for quite a bit, because if there was any opportunity, maybe you do it there. If that's what this card is, again, you might be right. It could just end up being a Paka Cub, which doesn't necessarily shift what's going on in this exact moment of attacking with one unit at a time on the side of Quint. If it's Paka Cub, what do you do?
Yeah, I mean, as Argon here, if it is a Hidden Blade, I think you're in the mindset of there's got to be something better than this Master Yi. This is just a 6-mite unit. You have Dead Bloom Predators, those are 8s. You have White Flame Protectors, those are 8s. And you're not even kicking me out of this Grove. I'm still holding. I'm still getting cards. I can keep playing this bluffing game one way or another. So I'm not sure Quint got a lot of information from those combats, even if he was really hoping if it's a Hidden Blade it got played.
Just decides to move our set Kingpin back to the Grove, go back where it was. Arena Bar also going to come down now that it is exhausted. Hey, this game is exactly like the last one. You weren't joking, Aaron. And I think the biggest note I have is that we not only are playing the same game back and forth and making these similar decision makings, but the point values are lower than they were when this started happening in game 1.
Yeah, well, in the previous game, Argon was fighting for the second battlefield. And in this one, Quint's kind of just getting to have a run with it with the Kiana, repeatedly drawing cards. It's making that Grove of the Godwillow continuous hold way less painful because Quint, while drawing half as many cards from the Kiana Conquer effect, it's still pretty reasonable amount of cards.
Yeah, I mean, and like you said, all the other cards in the set deck don't really necessarily help you draw cards, whereas Quint's do.
Yeah, we're seeing Find Your Centers, we're seeing Disciplines, we're seeing all these things. Getting to play tricks and win combats, but keep that hand full. And in addition to that, there's kind of like a, not exactly card advantage, though. You do get it from Clockwork Keeper and the like. There's almost a certain type of theoretical card advantage because the big cards in Quint's deck are worth more than the big cards in Argon's deck. A Dead Bloom Predator is bigger than the biggest unit Argon gets, so even if there's less cards, they're just worth more.
I 100% agree. We really haven't seen Argon go above 8 runes in the entire game. And again, we talk about how that's where he likes to kind of sit when he plays this set deck. But I feel like at some point, maybe there's a decision where we have to make of like, well, what happens if we just got to a bunch of runes, took a couple of turns of not recycling them, and did a big explosive turn of our own to combat what Quint did to us in game 1?
Yeah, I mean, there is a situation in this game where Quint spent a lot of resources the previous turn to try and not let Argon build this huge situation and get to pick the flow. But it sort of looks like that didn't work out super well. We trade a lot of things to get this set Kingpin into the base so we could fight some more stuff there, but we didn't take it, and now all the stuff's back.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing the similar lines that we saw previously. But we're going to buff up this Pit Rookie, really valuing keeping our Yi alive because we really are just trying to get this Kingpin off of the board, at least momentarily, as we are going to get it back by using our set ability.
This is a situation where if it's a Hidden Blade, you're maybe tempted. Currently, this Master Yi is going to get to take out both the Daring Poro and the Pit Rookie. But there is the White Flame Protector just in play, so you know if it's Hidden Blade, I can definitely get this 8. Quint, though, is holding up that one rune, really posturing that Defy at the very least, maybe an on-guard.
Absolutely. And once again, bringing our Kiana back. I think that was an excellent turn here from Quint, still maintaining a great board state for a future turn and removing so many of those units off of Argon. And just like that, it's looking very similar to game 1 and getting to that end result.
Yeah, but, you know, despite all of that effort, Argon still has this Grove of the Godwillow.
Extra draw, and once again, but instead, here comes the Defy right now, saying, no, you did this to me game 1, and we're going to change the story ever so differently by just completely nullifying it.
Defy saying, you know, I will pick for you. This is what you're taking.
Yeah.
You don't get to know about all my tricks this time.
That is the best way to look at it, absolutely. Whereas, you know, when I think of similar abilities from, like, Mind Splitters, you know, obviously not in this match, but that one, you can't defy that one. Passing, thinking, yeah, it's so hard because I really do enjoy Set as a legend and as a deck. But I feel for Argon because I think this is very hard.
This game is really hard and a lot of decisions. This turn in particular is really big. Argon had a choice. Do I go back to fighting for this same battlefield and hold it, or do I move my set over and score the extra point? Has the first mate to ready it out. Looks like he's going to end up doing all of it. Gets a point, has enough movement to still pile on the hold. Kind of getting the best of all of the worlds, but is spending a lot of cards to achieve this. Makes it where, you know, Quint has a lot of things, a lot about might in play, and Argon's low on energy again. probably can only have one trick, though does have enough energy up if there's a Hidden Blade in hand to be able to play it.
You're right. We saw so much happen. A lot of movement that just ended resulting in, hey, we've buffed up more units of this battlefield, and we got a bonus point because we did a little bit more, which is more than what we've seen all game. Because, like you said in Game 1, Argon did real contesting of trying to get onto that second battlefield, and now we just did instead some cheeky movement to get that access to the point.
Yeah, one of the big things we're missing from the first game on Argon's side is that lack of set brawler. There's a unit that was able to bully that second battlefield pretty easily with the access to the buffs he had, attacking for 8 repeatedly, gets hit back, sent to base, and back and forth, and we don't have a unit that can pressure that battlefield by itself in the same way, except this set Kingpin that we're being forced to leave in our hold pile.
This looks very similar to what happened on the, what I would say, the game-winning turn for Quint. It started with something like the White Flame that was played on a turn prior, but now there's an answer to it.
Yeah, this is a play that you only make as Quint if you have that Defy, and I'm sure Argon knew that. Trying to go in with his 15, it was Hidden Blade, but Quint found 2 Defies throughout the game to counter the 2 spells, and this is pretty brutal. I feel like this is about as bad as Archon could have it go for him. A lot of this battlefield being killed, though. First mate still hanging out, not big enough to contest this Kiana alone. Maybe a Call to Glory?
Yeah, that seems to be probably one of the only biggest things we could have right now, but that is not the case. As we saw with that White Flame, it did get Primal Strength, that's why it had even more might on it. And Kiana, once again, taking that Conquer ability from it, going up, scoring up, and now it is 6 points across for both players, but now Argon, like you said, has lost basically their entire board. The lone Kingpin remains.
Yeah, Argon used a Showstopper last turn. Another one, really great here if possible. Lets you get into one battlefield, get that buff on your set, and really get some fighting going. But if you don't have a way to put a buff on this set, you can't really get into a fight with this Kiana, and that's going to be really tough.
And the resources are slowly, very quickly adding up and being spent, you know, across the board, because I think Quint has used a lot of these cards, but we are refilling them, whereas like Argon has been constantly having to refill and play more units to the stage and play spells like this. As we're seeing, instead of doing it on the Kingpin we already had, why not just play a second Kingpin and then Showstopper that one?
We have made a choice. So we're going to Showstopper into this Clockwork Keeper, which means we're going to win this and go to 7. And I imagine what Argon's going to do if this succeeds is move the other set into that battlefield and say, I'm at 7. I'm not holding the Grove anymore, but now I'm holding the Obelisk. You did it last turn. Can you do it again?
Very much using more of the tricks, though. Discipline coming through for Quint. Going to draw a new card. And with an On Guard is going to get this Clockwork Keeper up to a ton of might to contest against this Kingpin.
It's at 8, and one of the tough things with Call to Glory with set Kingpin is normally you remove 1 and it gives +2, but not in this case, and that is the handshake.
Wow, the 2-0 Quint victory here, moving on at 5-0 into this incredible regional qualifier. Again, a lot of people moving off of Master Yi, as we talked about a little bit beforehand. Quint said, no, I'm going to show up and I'm going to show you why, defeating Colin, who's known for playing this set deck.
Well, sometimes in matchups, the bigger number wins. And the Master Yi deck has a lot of numbers going for it. You know, Game 1, I'm confident going to be thinking about that one again. I had everything going right. How did I lose this game? I had the set Brawler to fight one battlefield. I had the hold. Game 2, had the Grove of the Godwillow for so many turns, drawing so many cards, but not able to contest the second battlefield, and really just letting Quint get some extra points and extra cards off that Kiana in a way you really don't want to let happen.
I think that was masterfully played by Quint. It very much showed that I think he had the experience on, hey, my deck can do your thing, but better. Even with your legend ability to bring and recall your units back, I'll just keep fighting through them. I'll keep on drawing cards while I do it. And that's why we saw the success. And Master Yi is very much of like a legend to look out for, and I think everybody knew that, and the people that pilot it and make those good decisions like Quint did are going to be the ones that you need to look out for in this tournament.
Definitely. People will sometimes say, oh, my Master Yi matchup's really easy. It's a deck that's fairly easy to play. You just play big units. You just do this stuff. But there is a lot of play to how do I use all of these tricks. You have Defy, you have On Guard, you have Discipline, you have Hourglass. It's a lot of tools that you really need to maximize because your opponents are also doing powerful things. And that is really what separates a really great Master Yi player from someone who is not doing as well.
Absolutely. But we're only 5 rounds in still. We have a lot more Riftbound to be played today, so don't go anywhere. We're going to cut to a break, but we'll be back.